Lu Yi stood on a vast stretch of open land, his heart filled with shock. In a hushed voice, he muttered, "I really have crossed into another world. I wonder if I'll ever be able to return to where I came from." He felt as though his luck couldn't possibly get any worse. Looking back on the blue planet once called Earth, he had been the very definition of a winner in life, blessed with a wealthy family, striking good looks, and a goddess-like girlfriend by his side. It was fair to say he stood at the pinnacle of success. Yet now, after a single night's sleep, he had awakened in the perilous world of Marin, his every achievement erased as if it had never existed. All his fortune from before had vanished, and the girl he loved was nowhere to be found. Deep down, Lu Yi rejected this so-called crossing wholeheartedly. All he wanted was to return to his comfortable life, to continue living as a carefree heir basking in ease. The more he dwelled on it, the more frustrated he felt, until finally, he couldn't help but let out an angry shout. "Heavens, look what you've done to me!" As his words echoed outward, a strange voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Detected intense, emotional fluctuations in host. System initializing. Startup in progress. Please wait. Startled by this unexpected voice, Lu Yi instinctively glanced around, checking to make sure no one else was nearby before allowing himself a little relief. Thanks to his familiarity with countless online novels, he immediately guessed the truth. This had to be the so-called exclusive benefit for world travelers, the system. Excitement surged in his chest. Perhaps this system could help him survive in the world of Marin. He knew all too well how dangerous this place was. Without the help of a system, living on would be next to impossible. Though anxiety lingered in his heart, Lu Yi refused to remain where he stood. The land was far too exposed, and thus, not safe. He had to find shelter somewhere more secure. Fortunately, he still had somewhere to go. While the crossing had robbed him of his former wealth and his beloved, it left intact a rundown house that had belonged to his parents in his previous life, not far from here. Though the house was old and the neighborhood far from the best, closing up the doors and windows would offer some measure of safety. Lu Yi hurried to the building, shut the door behind him, and was just about to take a breath when once again, the system's voice sounded in his mind. System initialization complete. The infinite strongman system is now at your service. Immediately after, the system spoke again. Host detected in a world of exceptionally high difficulty, yet host's current strength is extremely low. Difficulty index is too high. Initiating emergency measures. Emergency measures initializing. As the prompt echoed in his mind, it concluded, emergency measures complete. Congratulations, host. You've earned a chance and optimization draw. Draw a chance? What does that mean? Lu Yi was puzzled. Before he could voice his question, the system started explaining. This system is called the Infinite Power System. It allows you to draw mighty beings from different worlds, gaining their strengths and abilities to help you become more powerful until you are beyond weakness. So this chance to draw means I can get a mighty being's abilities? Lu Yi asked. Correct. You're very sharp. This is indeed a chance to draw the powers of a mighty one, answered the system, its voice nearly indistinguishable from humans. Hearing this confirmation, Lu Yi grew even more excited. Unable to contain himself, he pressed on. Then can we start right now? Anytime, the system promptly replied. Then let's get started right away. Lu Yi cried out, barely able to hide his urgency. The Marin world was an incredibly dangerous place. Ever since Lu Yi arrived here, he had never felt safe. Even in sleep, he remained uneasy, fearful that a fatal threat might show up out of nowhere. He had never before had a chance to change his fate, but now that it was here, he wouldn't hesitate for a second. He chose to draw the power of a mighty being at once. Congratulations! You have drawn the super powerful Clark Kent from Earth in the DC universe, the system announced. Lu Yi's eyes widened in shock at this name. Others might not realize it, but he certainly did. Clark Kent was Superman himself, and from the DC universe, no less. There could be no mistake. This was truly Superman. He swallowed hard, barely able to suppress his excitement as he spoke to the system. Does that mean I can get Superman's abilities? Yes, the system confirmed, causing Lu Yi's heart to beat wildly, as though it might leap out of his chest. His mouth turned dry with anticipation. Give me Superman's powers, he demanded. No sooner had the words left his lips than a surge of warm energy burst forth from his heart, sweeping through his entire body. Every muscle, every bone was transformed. He could feel himself growing immeasurably stronger. But, system, what's going on? Can you explain? Lu Yi realized he was indeed much stronger, yet there remained a significant gap between himself and his ideal vision of Superman's invincibility. Of course, host. This time you drew a half-perfect chance, which means you gained Superman's abilities, but not the entirety of his power, the system explained. What's an optimized draw? Lui pursuit. The system offers 3 types of draws: ordinary, optimized, and perfect. An ordinary draw only grants the original abilities. An optimized draw is a little stronger, giving you improved, flaw-free abilities plus 1/10 of the original's power. A perfect draw is the most powerful of all, with flawless abilities and 100% of the original power. The system elaborated in detail. So, what you're saying is, I now possess optimized superhuman abilities with 1/10 of Superman's strength. Lui confirmed. Correct, the system replied. And these optimized Superman powers, are they no longer vulnerable to Kryptonite, and even have resistance to magic? That's right, affirmed the system. Although Superman himself was incredibly powerful, before he reached his ultimate form, there were still 2 primary weaknesses that could not be ignored. The first was Kryptonite. Different colors of Kryptonite had a range of effects, some sapping Superman's strength, others altering his personality. Each type was unique, and their effects were often unpredictable. The second weakness was magic. Superman's defenses against magic were extremely poor, making him susceptible to magical attacks that could cause real harm. Now, after the system's optimization, the superhuman genes Lui acquired no longer carried these 2 weaknesses. This made him an invulnerable Superman. Lui lifted his hands before his eyes, studying them closely. After a moment, he asked, "Exactly how powerful am I right now? What abilities do I possess?" Superman's abilities could change dramatically depending on his stage of evolution. Different eras of Superman wielded very different levels of power. The most powerful, Golden Superman or Thought Superman, could live forever, bend the fabric of time and space, and were virtually omnipotent. Lesser Supermen, such as the Bronze Age version, might even struggle against someone like Thor. Lui had no way of knowing which era's Clark Kent powers he had received, so he had to ask the system to clarify the extent of his capabilities. Strength, over 10,000 tons. Punching force, 30,000 tons. Speed, 20 times faster than the speed of sound. Vision, super heat vision and super X-ray sight. Hearing, super hearing, able to pick up sounds without any medium, even in a vacuum. Intellect, super brain, with cognitive speed rivaling the world's most advanced supercomputers. Defense, generates a unique protective force field that defends both his body and clothing from harm. Bones and muscles are immensely durable, resistant to missile attacks and impervious to all toxins and chemicals, with internal and external physical structures perfectly unified. Physiology, powered by solar energy. The body stores vast amounts of energy absorbed from sunlight, requires no oxygen, possesses immense lung capacity that can generate hurricane-force breaths, and all senses far surpass those of ordinary humans. The system's voice echoed through Lui's mind, laying out his current powers in detail. Incredible. Lui couldn't help but marvel. Truly, the system was astonishing. In mere seconds, it had turned an ordinary man into an invincible being. If I were to face the strongest of the Marin world right now, what would happen? With Lui's current strength, so long as he didn't run into foes who specifically targeted him, he was certain to become one of the top powerhouses on Marong Earth. Still, deep down, he remained curious. If he truly faced those formidable adversaries, just how much of a chance would he have at victory? As Lui pondered this, all at once, a thunderous crash erupted from one of the walls. Instinctively, he spun around, his gaze pinpointing the precise source of the sound in a mere fraction of a second. He watched as that wall, as if in slow motion, began to bulge outward. The paint peeled away, and the bricks were soon covered in a spiderweb of cracks. A moment later, chunks of bricks started drifting into the room where Lui stood, moving at a strangely sluggish pace. There was no time to think. Driven by curiosity, Lui reached out with a single finger and gently tapped one of the airborne bricks. Before he could do anything else, time snapped abruptly back to normal. The scattered rubble shot forward like a volley of razor-sharp arrows, dust burst into the air, and a dense cloud of smoke quickly followed. In an instant, Lui's house was engulfed, hammered by bricks and shrouded in debris. Inside, crashes and clatter burst forth. But for the moment, Lui couldn't tell what exactly had been smashed or ruined. His expression darkened immediately. It made no sense. He'd been sitting quietly at home, yet disaster had arrived out of nowhere. He hadn't done anything at all, yet just like that, his shelter was lost. Life was tough enough already in the country of Amriga, and now this senseless loss had only made his situation more precarious. Lui even started to doubt whether his savings would be enough to repair the damage to his home. But right now, all he wanted was to drag out whoever was responsible for destroying his house and give them a taste of their own medicine, a proper reckoning to vent his anger. Without hesitation, a reflex took over. Lui activated his super perspective vision, peering through the haze and solid walls as he sought out the culprit behind this destruction. As the power kicked in, everything around him became outlined in near transparency. He perceived phantom shapes of the buildings, as well as a few skeletal forms of panicked people fleeing, stumbling, and struggling. He quickly dismissed the stationary objects, the scattering civilians, and the other surrounding structures, focusing his attention on two figures at the street corner. These two were towering, each nearly 3 meters tall, with thick, heavy bones, skeletal frames far denser than any ordinary person. Across the entire block, only they had the power to tear his house apart. If it wasn't them, then who? Perfect. Finally, I found you, Louis muttered through clenched teeth. With that, his body lifted from the ground, drifting up through the shattered wall and out of his house. The moment he exited, he exploded forward, breaking the sound barrier as he hurled himself toward the pair with devastating force. The two seemed utterly oblivious to the chaos they'd unleashed, still locked in their own combat, and completely unaware of the threat hurtling their way. "Hulk!" roared one of the giants, whose form was more human-like. Dressed in tattered pants, he stomped down with such force that the concrete beneath him shattered. In a powerful leap, he soared over a dozen cars and swung his fist at the other, who appeared even more monstrous. The more monstrous-looking opponent, seeing the human-like giant charging at him, showed no intention of backing down. He sprang up as well, throwing open his massive arms to meet the incoming attack. Both figures were colossal, and no one would dare question their destructive power. Even though no one knew who would ultimately win, everyone was certain that this battle would be fierce and perilous. No matter which side prevailed, the loser would be sent flying, and all the ordinary people nearby could very likely be caught in the crossfire. They could already picture the terrifying consequences in their minds. But just as the crowd braced themselves for disaster, something completely unexpected happened. Right between the two monstrous contenders, a lone human suddenly appeared, catching everyone's gaze. He was of average build, just an ordinary man, yet he appeared amid a deafening sonic boom that rattled the glass of every building along the street. With arms wide open, he planted himself between the massive, fist-clenching monsters. The sight stunned everyone. They had known fear, but they had never seen such fearlessness. Everyone had witnessed the destruction these two creatures could unleash. This block had already been all but razed by their rampage. For Liu Yi to appear suddenly and stand between them seemed to the onlookers like absolute suicide. Many could not bear to look any longer and turn their faces away. If not for their urgent need to keep running, some might have shut their eyes altogether, unwilling to watch the bloodshed they feared might follow in the next moment. Only the soldiers steadfast at the scene kept their eyes fixed on the action. Hardened by countless brushes with death, they could stare down even the most brutal carnage. And so, they became the only witnesses to the astonishing events that followed. Positioned between the two monsters, anyone would have expected Liu Yi to be crushed in an instant by their overwhelming power. Yet, to everyone's shock, he stood unharmed, calmer, even, than anyone else. As the two immense fists closed in, Liu Yi raised his comparatively slender arm and stopped one punch with each hand, catching a blow in a monstrous head. Two resounding crashes rang out, nearly at the same time, echoing like thunder through the battered street. Liu Yi's arms trembled ever so slightly, but the two monsters were stopped cold, suspended in midair by sheer force. "What?" the more grotesque creature blurted out in shock, his voice tinged with rage and disbelief. "Surprised," Liu Yi replied with a hint of a smile. "You'll be even more surprised in a moment." Liu Yi gazed at the monster questioning him, a faint smile appearing on his face. His fingers curled into claws, gripping each of the monsters by their bodies. With a gentle movement of his arms, he effortlessly lifted them both into the air. A heavy, echoing thud resounded as, under Liu Yi's control, the two creatures were slammed together with great force. The exoskeleton-clad bodies collided directly, skull meeting armored skull with a bone-jarring impact. "Get out of my sight!" Liu Yi shouted in fury, channeling his strength as he flung both monsters away. They crashed hard onto the unforgiving concrete floor. Two more resounding crashes shook the air, the ground splitting open on impact. Shards of concrete scattered in all directions, striking nearby cars and leaving them dented and battered. Where the bodies met the wall, they left craters in their wake. "What? Not so arrogant now. Come on, try me if you dare." Liu Yi looked down at the two monsters, now seeing stars and reeling in confusion, and let out a long breath in relief. What pleased Liu Yi was not the venting of his anger, but the simple joy of being able to defeat Hulk and Abomination with such ease. He'd seen these two laying waste to cities in films, believing them nearly unstoppable. Now, it was his turn to toss them aside with barely any effort, and the sensation was beyond words. A guttural roar erupted as Abomination shook off his daze, casting aside his grudge against Hulk and turning his furious roar on Lu Yi. He charged forward, each thunderous step leaving shallow craters in the ground. Oh! The green giant recovered as well, unleashing a defiant bellow as he thundered toward Lu Yi, determined to make him pay for his earlier affronts. But before he could reach Lu Yi, a massive figure suddenly blocked his path and launched a ferocious attack. Hulk was struck by overwhelming force before he had time to react, his body driven uncontrollably backwards. It was only after being forced back some distance that Hulk saw who had crashed into him. It was his arch-rival from just moments before, Abomination. It all happened so quickly. As Abomination closed in on Lu Yi landed a single, devastating punch squarely to Abomination's chest, sending him flying straight into the onrushing Hulk. Hulk! Fueled by rage at Lu Yi's assault, Hulk planted his feet firmly, gouging 2 deep tracks into the ground as he braced himself. With a tremendous push, he shoved Abomination from atop him, crouched low, and prepared to spring directly at Lu Yi. Yet just as he readied to leap, 2 searing red beams burst from Lu Yi's eyes, slicing through the air and striking Hulk squarely in the chest. Lu Yi had unleashed his heat vision. Though Hulk's skin was incredibly tough, making it impossible for the lasers to pierce his defenses directly, the intense heat and shockwave still had a tremendous impact on him. The Hulk's massive frame retreated step by step as Lewis pressed closer, his calves already sunk deep into the hard concrete road. Oh! The Hulk raised his arms to shield his face, blocking out the searing beams and the blinding light. He bellowed in fury, struggling helplessly in a chaotic frenzy. Yet Lewis showed no sign of stopping. He kept his heat vision locked on, drawing ever nearer, forcing Hulk to endure an even greater agony. At that moment, an earth-shaking cheer erupted from across the whole block. Ordinary people who had once cowered in terror from Hulk and Abomination now watched as these 2 titans were brought down, their fear replaced by elation and a liberating sense of vindication. No, please. In the midst of these hearty cheers, a trembling, tearful voice rang out from above. It was Hulk's girlfriend. Witnessing the pain consuming him, she could bear it no longer and called out desperately. Hearing her cry, Lewis frowned very slightly and withdrew his heat vision, halting his attack. It wasn't that her tears had moved him, but rather her plea had reminded him. Before him stood only the Hulk, who had done him no unforgivable harm. He'd merely destroyed Lewis's house. A lesson sufficed. There was no need for cruelty. The real one who deserved punishment was Abomination. That creature, beyond redemption, was the one who should die. There was no room for hesitation there. Just as Lewis was restraining his assault, Abomination, temporarily ignored, charged forward with a guttural roar. He barreled toward Lewis, then sprang high, launching himself at his foe. His intent was obvious. With Lewis's focus fixed on Hulk, he would seize the opportunity for a sneak attack to prove who was truly the strongest, who held dominion over life and death. Though Lewis floated in midair, he kept low enough to the ground that Abomination could easily leap up, swinging a massive, sandbag-sized fist straight at him. The blow was so powerful that, even before it landed, Lewis could feel the crushing force in the rush of air. His hair whipped tightly to his scalp, every sense acutely aware that this hit was no trivial threat. "You're strong," Lewis exclaimed with sincere admiration, but his tone quickly shifted to mocking disdain. "But no matter how strong you get, you're still just a counterfeit. You'll never be the real Hulk, and that's as far as you'll ever go." His words struck Abomination right in his pride, unleashing a fury he could no longer control. He roared, the muscles in his swinging arm swelling larger as he poured even more power into his attack. Seeing this, Lewis cut off the heat vision, angled his head calmly to dodge the incoming blow, and in one fluid motion snatched Abomination's wrist with one hand while the other swung back to strike Abomination across the face. With a sharp crack, Lu Yi's hand landed squarely across Abomination's face. Abomination's massive body spun in place like a top, while Lu Yi's arm, swift as a whip, sent him into an endless circle. Only after spinning dozens of times did Abomination finally come to a halt. His cheek was grotesquely swollen, several teeth clattered from his mouth, and green blood dribbled down, staining his lips. "You wretched little bug, I'll kill you for this." Abomination's eyes blazed with fury as he bellowed the threat. Ignoring his own wounds, he stamped the ground and, hauling his heavy frame, charged at Lu Yi with surprising agility. "It seems the Hulk's genes made your body stronger, but your brains are still pathetic. You can't even see what's really happening here." Watching Abomination rush toward him, Lu Yi's expression stayed icy cold. Without hesitation, he dived from above, landed with a tremendous stomp that cracked the earth beneath, and then shot straight toward Abomination like a fired shell. Instead of fear, delight flashed across Abomination's twisted features. He had never truly feared Lu Yi. Seeing Lu Yi charging like a human projectile, he grinned wickedly and swung a fist to meet him head-on. Lu Yi raised his fist as well, matching Abomination blow for blow. Abomination howled with wild arrogance. "The one who should die is you." Lu Yi replied in a voice as calm as still water. Arrogance clashed with composure, just as a massive fist met a smaller, expertly aimed one. It was brute strength colliding with skill. Their fists smashed together with a deafening boom. The shockwave blasted pebbles into the air and toppled abandoned cars nearby. The destruction spoke for itself. In that instant of impact, the smugness drained from Abomination's face, replaced by a grimace of agony. A heartbeat later, his body was hurled away like a cannonball. He blasted through a wall, and then another, and another, dozens of barriers crumbling as he finally crashed to a stop. Meanwhile, Lu Yi kicked aside the rubble and strode over to where Abomination lay, looking down at him from on high with calm, unblinking eyes. "Damn you, insect! How dare you wound the mighty Abomination?" Abomination roared, glancing at his trembling arm, still quivering from Lu Yi's blow. His grip on reason was slipping fast, nothing left but blind rage. "The mighty Abomination? I honestly can't see what's so great about you. Right now, you're just getting beaten like a dog." Lu Yi's words, sharp as steel, pierced Abomination's fragile pride. Rage blazed in Abomination's eyes as he stared up at Lu Yi, murderous intent burning within. "I'll kill you." Abomination managed to roar out these words as fury burst through him, shattering the last of his sanity. His massive frame swelled with rage, jagged bones jutting out once again, transforming him into an even more terrifying machine of destruction. "Transforming again? Do you really think that's enough to beat me?" Lu Yi showed not a hint of hesitation. Before his words had fully left his lips, he flickered forward and appeared right in front of Abomination. Without giving his opponent a chance to respond, Lu Yi pivoted and delivered a powerful kick. Once more, Abomination was sent hurtling through the air like a cannonball, his massive body tearing across the sky, rocketing toward the clouds until he quickly became nothing but a tiny black dot overhead. With that done, Lu Yi bent his knees and launched himself upward in a burst of energy. In the blink of an eye, he closed the distance in midair, catching up to Abomination. Fist raised, he struck with devastating force. A guttural, choking sound burst from Abomination as Lu Yi's fist crashed into his back. Sickly green blood spewed from his mouth. Reeling from the crushing blow, his ascent slowed immediately, his eyes rolled back, and he plummeted toward the ground like a meteor. Few could withstand such a devastating impact. Abomination certainly could not. Perhaps the Hulk might, but only if he was angry enough. And this time, he wasn't. Familiar streets of America unfolded below, but any trace of former, bustling life had vanished. Everywhere were crumbling walls and tumble-down buildings, abandoned cars blocking every lane. Night had already swallowed the glow of neon lights. Here and there, a child's cry would ring out, only to be quickly soothed by nearby adults. People clustered on the streets, silently gazing up at the sky, eyes full of hope as if awaiting the arrival of something miraculous. George was one among them. Once a reporter at a newspaper, he had been on his way home from work when he was caught in the chaos from Hulk and Abomination's fight. Forced to abandon his beloved car for the sake of survival, he came dangerously close to being targeted by Abomination himself. At that moment, Abomination had just leapt, and George was only a short distance away. Frozen in panic, he almost got swept up in the deadly shockwave of their battle. He had seen firsthand what happened to those caught in the crossfire. One man had been crushed in a pulp, blood and flesh splattering everywhere. Ever since, George hadn't been able to stomach bloody steaks or mincemeat burgers. The memory disgusted him to the core. He truly believed he could meet the same grisly end at any moment. He had already steeled himself for death when something utterly unexpected happened. Lu Yi had appeared from nowhere, descending like a hero from the heavens, saving him at the very instant he should have died. In the end, it was Abomination and Hulk who wound up violently suppressed by Lu Yi. Never in his life had George felt such fierce excitement. He couldn't take his eyes off Lu Yi, nor off Abomination and Hulk as they were subdued. Without realizing it, he pictured himself in their place, swept up in the astonishing scene. "We have to win. We have to win. Kill them. Kill those two monsters." George clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the faint silhouettes of two small black dots in the sky, cheering Lewis on in his heart. "Look up there!" A sudden shout shattered the stillness of the night, tugging at the heartstrings of everyone present. People strained their already aching necks upward, locking their gazes onto those two barely discernible specks in the dark sky. In the next instant, the 2 points collided. The larger one was struck and began falling, hurtling earthward under the smaller one's fierce assault. Against the night, the larger speck seemed to catch fire, glowing red and brightening, trailing through the air like a falling star. This shooting star pulled everyone's focus. Ignoring all danger, the crowd surged forward, racing toward the spot where the meteor was about to crash. A deep, thunderous explosion tore through the night, like a true meteorite slamming into the earth. The shock wave burst outward from the impact, whipping at the clothes of those who dared come too close. "Look at the sky." George kept his eyes glued above and shouted again, his voice clear and urgent. All eyes rose once more. No one knew when, but Lewis was now hovering high above their heads. Guided by some unseen force, he descended slowly, drifting down with the proud bearing of victor, coming into view for all to see. Instantly, the street erupted in cheers. People hailed Lewis with wild applause and shouts, offering him their greatest admiration. Yet Lewis paid no mind to their fervor. He touched down lightly on ground veined with web-like cracks. Amid the clamor, he strode toward the pit where Abomination lay, gazing down at the monster that had once filled the city with terror. "Is it dead?" He tapped at Abomination's arm with the tip of his shoe. Abomination didn't budge. Its eyelids didn't even flicker. People could fake death, but not their eyelids. So long as there is consciousness, there is a tremor, however slight. "Looks like it's really dead." Just as Lewis reached this conclusion, the voice of the system suddenly echoed in his mind, leaving him momentarily stunned. "Congratulations, host. You have defeated the Hulk and slain the Abomination. You've earned 1 optimization draw and 1 perfect draw." "System, what's going on here?" Lewis couldn't help but ask. This system is the infinite power system. As the host, you have the chance to gain the abilities of formidable beings through draws. But these opportunities must be earned. Only by overcoming great foes will the system, based on the level of your opponent, grant you corresponding draw chances, just as it did now. So, I earned the optimization draw for killing Abomination and the perfect draw for beating the Hulk, right? Not exactly. In fact, it was the act of slaying Abomination that awarded you the optimization draw, and defeating the Hulk that granted you the perfect draw. Why did that happen? Was it because their abilities differed? Louis asked thoughtfully. Yes, it's precisely because the enemy's level was different. The Abomination was just an incomplete experiment, while the Hulk was the real high-tier target. That difference explains the differing results. I have to say, host, your luck was extraordinary. What do you mean by that? The Hulk's power is actually greater than you imagine. He possesses the ability of limitless rage. The angrier he gets, the stronger he becomes. The reason you managed to defeat him today is not because he was weak. Louis understood this. Earlier, the Hulk had been injected with some kind of drug that prevented him from using his full strength, giving Louis a rare opportunity. Otherwise, had the Hulk been at his peak, beating him would have been nearly impossible. The Hulk's power, fueled by endless fury, is almost boundless, with no clear upper limit. A foe like that is far from easy to overcome. He realized he had truly seized a once-in-a-lifetime chance. "So, you're saying I basically lucked out in a big way?" You could put it that way, though barely. However, such a situation won't happen again. The system has already patched that loophole. From now on, if you defeat a strong opponent who's already in an abnormal state, you won't get another extraction opportunity. That was fast, Louis said, a bit helpless. It had to be quick. Otherwise, if you kept exploiting this loophole to farm extraction chances, it wouldn't be good for either the system or your own growth. Would I really do something like that? Louis put on an innocent expression, shrugging his shoulders. It's quite obvious that you would. Louis was speechless for a moment. Being judged like this by the system, he felt a sting deep inside. Host, if you have time to dwell on things that can't be changed, I suggest you use your perfect extraction now. Maybe that will make you stronger. In a world as dangerous as this one, only by constantly improving yourself can you live better and longer. The system had a point. Louis had no reason to argue, nor did he want to. After all, as the system said, Maron was truly dangerous. He quickly gathered himself and said to the system, "System, initiate perfect extraction. I want to gain the power of a great warrior and become even stronger." As soon as he finished speaking, Louis waited 10 seconds before the system's voice rang out again. "Congratulations, host. You have extracted a powerful figure from the world of magic. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore." That's him. Louis wasn't sure whether to consider himself lucky or unlucky at this moment. Dumbledore's case was unusual. Sometimes his strength appeared unremarkable, but in other ways, he was extraordinarily formidable. He possessed a host of unique, even eccentric abilities. Some were strictly governed by rules, while others seemed like mischievous tricks, making it difficult to truly gauge his power. Because the host has chosen the perfect extraction method, the system intoned, every aspect of the strong individual's power, skills, experience, and talent will be transferred in full to the host. During this process, you may experience some discomfort. Please try to endure it. No sooner had the system finished speaking than a vast flood of information and a gentle, comforting energy surged into Lu Yi's mind and body, fusing with him completely before he had time to process what was happening. That soothing warmth filled Lu Yi with blissful comfort, and he felt almost no discomfort at all. The onslaught of information, however, was a very different story. It was as if molten hot iron rods were being stirred inside his skull, an excruciating pain that was nearly unbearable. The entirety of Dumbledore's lifetime of experiences coursed into Lu Yi's memories in an instant, so much that he was nearly overwhelmed. Thankfully, the agony was fleeting. In a matter of seconds, Lu Yi had fully absorbed all of the information, assimilating it into his own memories and abilities entirely. Lu Yi's mind had always been exceptionally formidable. Had the influx been less sudden, he might not have felt any pain at all. But now wasn't the time to dwell on the details. Lu Yi decided it was time to confront the system about this. System, is this what you call a bit of discomfort? Are you joking with me? Wasn't it just a bit of discomfort? The system replied. According to my calculations of your brain capacity, this won't inflict any real harm, and your neurons remain completely intact. Isn't that minor discomfort? You're just twisting words here. No need to get hung up on the small stuff. Wouldn't you like to try out your magical abilities for yourself? The spells are varied and comprehensive, a whole arsenal worth testing. Lu Yi had to admit, the system made quite the compelling case. Deep down, he was itching to try out the magic now stored in his mind. Don't need a wand, though? Isn't it standard to use a wand for casting spells? With the perfect extraction method, every step is optimized. You can cast spells without a wand and without even reciting incantations. Of course, if you'd like a greater sense of ceremony, I can provide a wand free of charge. That's an option. Even if I don't need it, it'd be nice to have a wand as a keepsake. Not one to pass up a benefit. Lu Yi immediately requested a wand from the system. Even if it turned out to be unnecessary, it would make an excellent collector's item. Just as Lu Yi had expected, since the system claimed it would provide the item for free, it was naturally well prepared. The moment his words fell, a dark flash burst in his hand. When the dark light faded, a wand had already appeared in his palm. The instant he picked up the wand, a strange sense of connection arose between Lu Yi and the wand, making it feel as though the two had become one. At the same time, he could clearly see magical particles swirling around him. This was a sight Lu Yi had never witnessed before. Now, with his enhanced eyes, which were even more precise than a sophisticated microscope, he had never detected these magical particles. Not until this moment did he truly see and sense them, surrounding him, permeating every corner of the world. What a marvelous sensation. Lu Yi gripped the wand, pointed at a stretch of ruined rubble, and whispered, "Restore to what once was." Within his field of vision, the magical particles began to move swiftly in a distinctive pattern. The shattered walls and heaps of debris he pointed to started to change. Fragments of ruined buildings, powdery slivers of shattered glass, toppled signboards, broken furniture, and damaged appliances all began to float gently off the ground, guided by magic, drifting back to where they had once belonged. In the air, they joined together, all scars fading away as they gradually returned to their original whole. In just a matter of seconds, the devastated ruins Lu Yi pointed to were restored to their former appearance, clean, orderly, as if they had never suffered harm. If not for the remains of broken corpses, the unrepaired ruins all around, and the stunned looks of people nearby, one might truly have believed nothing had ever happened here. In one sense, this power really is formidable. Creation is always a greater challenge than destruction. It's easy enough to shatter a mirror, but to make it whole again is all but impossible. And yet, with a single thought, destroyed buildings were returned to their original state. This had already surpassed the bounds of ordinary human ability. Mighty physical strength, fearsome energies, mysterious supernatural powers, all of these combined, forming an entity of incredible power, as if embodying every force imaginable. Perfect reason paired with unrivaled strength. This is the weapon I've long dreamed of. Ross had already stepped off the plane and now stood before 100 guards, his gaze burning as he fixed his eyes on Lu Yi. There was no longer any trace of the Hulk in his expression. "Are you out of your mind?" Ross's daughter, formerly the Hulk's girlfriend, stared at her fanatical father in disbelief. "I'm not mad. I am more clear-headed now than ever." Ross didn't look back, his tone laced with disdain. Behind Ross, hundreds of guards stood ready, shoulder-fired rocket launchers aimed forward. The thunderous roar of helicopter engines filled the sky overhead, while Gatling guns sat primed and waiting. He saved all our lives, and this is how you treat him. You don't need to interfere with how I thank him. You're just an ordinary person. Besides, I don't intend to kill him. I only want to ask him to come back and cooperate with our investigation. Ross glanced at his daughter with a chilling indifference, as if she were not his child but rather an emotionless instrument, his voice devoid of even the faintest hint of compassion. His daughter looked at him in utter disbelief, as though the man before her was a stranger. She couldn't comprehend where her loving father had gone. You must be insane. I won't let you do this. I don't need your permission for this. Ross snapped, then turned to the guards behind him and ordered, "Take her somewhere safe and lock her up." "Yes, sir." "No, you can't do this to me." Realizing her father planned to lock her away, Ross's daughter immediately struggled, but her strength was no match for the two burly soldiers at her sides. In the end, she was still escorted out. "All units, prepare and remain on standby." "Yes, sir." At Ross's command, the guards quickly fanned out behind him, taking up their assigned positions as previously instructed. What a strange power, but there are far too many of these tiresome meddlers lingering around, Liu Yi thought, his gaze sweeping across the scene, his expression growing ever more impassive. No distance could keep anything hidden from him. Whatever Liu Yi wished to see could not escape his eyes. Whatever he wished to hear, nothing could be concealed from him. Their elaborate arrangements were utterly useless against him. "Excuse me, sir. Thank you for your help." Ross approached Liu Yi and spoke cordially. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Ross, and I'm a general in the army." "A general? Now, that's unusual. Shouldn't you be busy managing your troops? What brings you to find me in person? Is this a thank you, or are you here to give me a Good Citizen Award?" "A thank you, of course, is an order, and if you want a Good Citizen Award, that can be arranged. But before that, I need you to come with me for a little evaluation and investigation." "Evaluation? Investigation? Is that all? Aren't you planning any experiments or scientific research on me?" "Absolutely not. You've saved thousands upon thousands of civilians. You're a hero." "We would never do such a thing," Ross replied, plastering a false smile across his face as he looked at Liu Yi. "Are you trying to play me for a fool, or are you just lying to yourself? How can you even say such things with a straight face? It seems you're not going to cooperate. In that case, don't blame us for what happens next." No sooner had Ross finished speaking than he barked out a sharp order. "Move in." Guards swarmed in from every direction, while a helicopter hovered in the air 40 meters above Liu Yi, its machine guns and weaponry all locked onto him, hemming him in from every angle. "Do you really think you can subdue me with just this?" Liu Yi stood calm and unfazed in the face of the overwhelming firepower. "These alone may not be enough. But how about this?" Even before Ross's words faded, two more fully armed helicopters, bristling with missiles, swept in from the far side of the building, their engines thundering so loud it shook the air. All their onboard weapons were trained exclusively on Liu Yi. "What exactly do you want from me?" Liu Yi demanded coldly. "He saved us all. You can't treat him this way. Your actions deserve to be punished. I'm going to the White House to protest. I won't let this go." The crowds whom Liu Yi had rescued erupted in angry protest, shouting out their support for him. Their voices were fierce with indignation. Yet, as much as they wanted to help, the gap in strength left them powerless to do more. Not that Liu Yi needed their help anyway. These weapons couldn't even deal with a true superhuman, let alone him. To Liu Yi, the guards in their arsenal were nothing but a hollow show of force, devoid of any real threat. Don't overestimate yourself, or underestimate us. The U.S. military is a world-class fighting force. What you're facing now is only a forward attachment. The main force will be here soon. Surrender now if you know what's good for you. Otherwise, you'll bear the consequences. Is that so? I don't believe a word of it. Care to put to the test. Liu Yi's response was the height of arrogance, his scorn totally unconcealed. It was precisely this unabashed defiance that set the whole scene ablaze. Ordinary citizens felt a surge of excitement and looked on as if the mighty military were mere fools. The guards, on the other hand, simmered with fury, their eyes burning with murderous intent. Never before had they been met with such humiliation. The tension in the air was so thick it even weighed on Commander Ross, his face now dark with anger as he barked out his next order, all but ushering in a violent confrontation. "Open fire. Have the helicopters support the ground units." Ross pulled out his radio and issued the order in a steely voice. Having done so, he immediately withdrew to a safer position. As commander, he was never one to risk his own life on the front lines, a policy enforced by tradition as much as common sense. Gunfire exploded all around, handguns, rifles, automatics, machine guns, Gatling guns, all firing in concert. Bullets poured down on Liu Yi like a torrential rainstorm, every intent behind them to leave no chance of survival. For those people, studying Lu Yi didn't require him to stay alive. As long as they could obtain his blood or some tissue samples, their goals would be achieved. Whether Lu Yi was alive or in one piece wasn't important to them. All the guards unleashed a barrage of gunfire, firing wildly for a full 30 seconds. Ammunition ran dangerously low, the Gatling gun's barrel glowing red-hot from the relentless assault. Only then did the storm of bullets come to an end. But what happened next froze the very souls of the guards present. Their fury and desperation were instantly replaced by abject fear and helplessness. Lu Yi still stood exactly where he had been, calm, utterly unscathed, not even a single tear on his clothes. In stark contrast, the ground at his feet was heaped with flattened and misshapen bullets, packed so densely that the sight alone sent chills down the spine. It was a scene that defied belief, utterly terrifying. For a moment, silence hovered over the street, chilling the air as if time itself had stopped. A sudden noise shattered the stillness. A guard, hands trembling in terror, dropped his weapon. The sharp clatter finally broke the frozen silence. He's a demon. He's not even human. I want to go home. I'm done being a soldier. Oh God, has the commander lost his mind? How could he send us to fight a monster like that? Don't just stand there. Run for your lives. The morale of the troops collapsed in the blink of an eye. The unit that had brimmed with fighting spirit only seconds ago now fell into utter chaos and disarray. All eyes, wide with disbelief, were riveted to the sight of countless bullets slamming into Lu Yi, even those striking his face. Yet none could so much as scratch him. The immense force only managed to squash the bullets flat, without drawing a single drop of blood. Ross, already in the midst of retreat, saw all this unfold and couldn't suppress a sharp intake of breath. He was both awed and shaken. Lu Yi seemed endowed with the power of a deity or demon. Still, the situation didn't make Ross back down. Even as he grasped the terrifying strength Lu Yi possessed, he understood that the weapons and the super guards developed by Lu Yi presented an immense threat. He was unwilling to give up so easily. Fire the missile, Ross ordered through the comms, gritting his teeth. But, sir, we're in the city. Missiles were supposed to be a last resort, never to be used within a populated area. If it had been allowed, they would have used them against the Hulk and Abomination instead of letting those monsters run rampant. Carry out the order, guard. Understood, sir. With no further protest, the crew aboard the attack helicopter locked onto Lu Yi. They flipped open the safety cover and pressed a conspicuous red button. At the push of that red button, a small missile launched from beneath the helicopter, streaming a tail of orange-red flames as it shot straight toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi seemed to have sensed this long ago. At the very instant the missile was launched, he turned around, his sharp gaze locking onto the incoming projectile. You dare to fire a missile in the middle of the city? Ross, are you not concerned about your own general's position? Lu Yi's voice was low, laden with immense pressure. But this time, he chose not to meet it head-on. The explosion shockwave would obliterate everything within a dozen meters, and the aftershock would bring even more destruction. Yet, none of that was what truly troubled him. What mattered most was that, right behind him, was his own home. Though his house was already badly damaged, it was still possible to repair it. Especially now, with magic at his command, as long as it wasn't reduced to complete rubble, there was hope. But if it were entirely destroyed, even with magic, restoring it would drain him. That was why he decided against taking the blast directly, opting instead for a more ingenious approach. Just as he was doing now, Lu Yi raised his hand, flicking his fingers toward the approaching missile. Light blossomed at his fingertips. A beam of magical energy shot out from the tip of his wand, striking the missile in midair. The moment magic and missile met, a strange transformation began. Seizing that instant, Lu Yi swiftly rose into the air, flying alongside the missile, then kicked out fiercely. With a powerful blow, the missile hurtled away, becoming a streak of light that vanished from sight. All around, people reflexively swallowed in unison. The sound, perfectly synchronized, echoed strangely through the neighborhood. Before anyone could react, a thunderous boom split the sky. The missile Lu Yi had kicked away finally erupted, blossoming into a massive fireball that lit up the heavens. Yet this fireball was peculiar. Instead of the blinding heat and devastation of a true explosion, it resembled fireworks blossoming across the night. Gone were the scorching waves and shattered earth. Only a spectacular play of lights and sound remained. The missile had turned into fireworks. That was everyone's first thought. They stood there, mouths agape, staring up at the sky, disbelief written all over their faces. We can't just let these people go. Lu Yi glanced around at the stunned security troops below. He raised his arm high, wrist tracing elegant circles in the air, weaving the lingering fireworks overhead into a dazzling dragon of colored light. With a flourish, the firework dragon swooped down, plunging toward the dazed defenders. "No, please. Help somebody. Run. It's a demon. Mama, I want to go home. I never want to be a soldier again." The guards suddenly snapped back to reality, gripped by overwhelming terror. They wailed, threw down their weapons, and scattered in all directions. Sometimes, regret cannot erase the wrongs of the past. Each person must answer for their own actions. As for those guards who tried to flee in desperation, none of them truly managed to escape. Louis looked down upon these fleeing guards, and there was not a flicker of mercy in his eyes. With a sweeping motion of his wand, he commanded the dragon-shaped fireworks to dive down again. A deafening roar erupted. The firework dragon plummeted from the sky, jaws wide open. A torrent of fireworks poured from its mouth, raining down on the scattering guards below. Once more, their shrieks and cries rang out in a desperate chorus. Though fireworks may not be the deadliest of weapons, they can still inflict pain. The scalding sparks landed on the guards, already drained of any will to fight, and quickly, some of them learned firsthand what it meant for one's eyebrows to be singed by fire. In truth, it was not just their eyebrows. Beards, hair, even the fine hairs on their arms were all turned black by the fiery onslaught. When the barrage ended, they were wretched and unrecognizable, their faces and bodies blackened, resembling pigs with charred skin, black smoke curling from their mouths as they stood there in despair, torn between laughter and tears. Yet, here, physical wounds were the least of their worries. The deeper blow was to their spirit, the humiliation of having their most pitiful sides exposed before a crowd. Not everyone can bear such shame. Witnessing this scene, Ross's fury boiled over. Liu Yi's mocking and public humiliation was no less than a slap in his face, an open challenge to his authority. "Fire all missiles. Leave no one alive." Ross roared into the intercom, bloodshot eyes blazing with rage. His order dripped with murderous intent. The missile operator aboard the helicopter shuddered when he heard it, too frightened to utter a word of protest. Without hesitation, he slammed down every red button, launching the entire payload at once. In that moment, everyone on the scene realized there might truly be no way out. As one of humanity's most devastating weapons, the destructive force of missiles has never been in doubt. When unleashed in such numbers, their combined explosions could easily obliterate half a city block, leaving to rest a wasteland of smoldering ruins. The armed forces showed no concern for the lives of anyone present as they fired the missiles. "This is suicide." Seeing the missiles hurtling toward them, Liu Yi's eyes blazed with a strange, searing light. Twin beams of crimson energy erupted from his gaze, each bursting with immense power, shooting skyward before arcing back down from above. A thunderous barrage followed. One after another, explosions detonated in the air. The missiles, barely clear of the helicopters, were struck by the beams and burst apart in rapid succession. The shockwaves blasted across the ground, clouds of smoke and fire billowed out in a heartbeat, smothering the world in a haze that swallowed all sight. The flames and shockwaves had barely faded when yet another chilling scene unfolded before the eyes of every guard. Lewis raised his wand once more, and under the guidance of an invisible force, all the shockwaves, fire, and heat from the explosions were drawn in, coalescing into a dazzling burst that soared high into the sky like a brilliant firework. Up above, the energy transformed into a vivid clown, almost alive, waving its arms and legs as it performed comical antics in the air. But despite the clown's ridiculous display overhead, not a soul dared to laugh. The guards simply stared, transfixed by the clown in the sky, then glanced back at Lewis, frozen in place, gripped by raw fear. There was no longer any reason for the confrontation to continue. Through his actions, Lewis had demonstrated power beyond compare, forcing everyone present to taste the gulf that separated mortals from gods and demons. Ross collapsed to the ground, despair gnawing at him like a venomous serpent. He chastised himself. Why had he ordered the attack now of all times? Why hadn't he prepared better? If only there'd been more thorough planning, perhaps things wouldn't have spiraled into disaster. Perhaps he could have brought even greater weaponry to the American nation. But now it was too late. Lewis, forewarned and fully ready, would be even more untouchable than before. This failure would remain an indelible scar on Ross's career. "That's enough. We're retreating. Cease all action at once." Ross croaked as he watched his men being toyed with by Lewis, utterly helpless. "You think it's over just like that?" Lewis floated calmly before Ross, gazing down upon him, his voice cold, imperial. "What more do you want? Don't forget, I am a general of the United States. You'd better know when to stop, or you'll face a relentless pursuit." Ross met Lewis's gaze, shouting in defiance. Is that a threat? Yes. Lewis laughed. A booming, hearty laugh, so intense it brought tears to his eyes. Threaten him? It was absurd. What's so funny? Ross demanded. I'm laughing at your foolishness, at your inability to see the situation as it is. Right now, I alone could bring a nation to its knees. What's America to me? If I wished, I could storm the White House and kill your entire leadership, president included. Do you really think your security forces could do anything to stop me? You wouldn't dare. Ross had never imagined such a scenario, but listening to Lewis now, he keenly felt the true weight of the moment. His face turned ghostly pale. Whether I dare or not isn't for you to decide. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you today. In fact, I'll keep you alive. I want you to witness for yourself what I'm truly capable of, and I want the rest of your leaders to understand. There are things more terrifying than death. With that, Lewis picked up his wand, gave it a gentle wave, and a beam of light shot forth, striking the utterly defeated Ross. At first, Ross noticed nothing unusual, but within a heartbeat, he realized something was terribly wrong. His body dropped to its knees without his command, and its outline began to shift dramatically, his limbs shrinking, his torso swelling, his mouth protruding forward, and his ears stretching longer and longer. Within a few breaths, Ross had vanished completely. In his place stood a massive domestic pig covered in white bristles. Lewis had transformed Ross into a pig, a large one, with pure white hair from head to toe. The surrounding guards stared at their now porcine General Ross, and whatever trace of resoluteness they'd mustered drained from their faces, along with the last spark of hope in their eyes. Once, calling Lewis a god-demon had been no more than an exaggerated metaphor. Now, not one soul present doubted it. From this moment on, Lewis was no mere man to them, but a true force of the divine and monstrous. They might still be loyal guards, but none were foolish enough to throw their lives away before an enemy who could not be defeated. These men weren't simpletons, nor were they swept away by blind patriotism. They understood better than anyone that the foe before them was unmatched. No one is willing to die in a hopeless fight, to give up their last chance at survival for the sake of empty glory. Somehow, someone moved first and then another. One after another, the guards dropped to their knees, weapons cast aside, hands clasped over their heads, a clear, wordless sign of surrender. Ross might have upheld the pride of the military, but for these guards, such considerations held little weight. They would not trade away hope for the sake of hollow honor. It was like watching a row of dominoes fall. More and more guards surrendered in quick succession, until in the blink of an eye, every guard up and down the street tossed away his weapon without hesitation. All these events were witnessed by the pig who had been Ross, but there was nothing he could do to stop them now. He could only grunt furiously, the only sound left with which to vent his rage and helplessness. Do you see now? These men are the truly clever ones. You, on the other hand, are a fool, a failure who overestimated himself. Do you know why I'm letting you live? This is one of the reasons. But even the clever ones, if they dare to lay a hand on me, have no right to keep living, either. Lewis became a blur, almost like a phantom, weaving through the entire length of the street. As he passed each surrendering guard, he tapped them lightly on the back of the neck. When Lewis returned to where he'd started, every last guard lay dead at his feet, each body pressed close to the next, and the whole street seemed to exude a chilling solemnity. Perhaps not one of them had imagined, even in their final moments, that Lewis would act so decisively, executing each and every one of them, without exception. Ross was fuming with rage over Liu Yi's actions, but now, transformed into a pig, he had utterly lost all authority over his guards and was in no position to resist Liu Yi. Liu Yi's power was overwhelming, while Ross, now nothing more than a helpless swine, had been stripped of every last shred of human dignity. Looking at the hopeless Ross, Liu Yi felt a surge of satisfaction. Turning Ross into this was, indeed, a fantastic idea, far more satisfying than simply killing him outright. Just as Liu Yi was relishing his handiwork, a sharp roar suddenly sounded overhead. A uniquely shaped aircraft descended vertically from the sky, drawing every eye to its dramatic arrival. The craft landed firmly not far ahead of Liu Yi. Shield. Liu Yi, ever sharp-eyed, instantly recognized the eagle head emblem emblazoned on the aircraft's hull, the unmistakable symbol of S.H.I.E.L.D. So S.H.I.E.L.D. has arrived as well. I wonder, are they here to kill me, or simply to keep an eye on me? Liu Yi made no move to stop the plane's landing, letting it rest at his feet without objection. With a mechanical hiss, the hatch slowly slid open. A middle-aged man, dressed in a black trench coat and sporting a black eye patch, stepped out with a grave expression on his face. He paid no mind to the guards kneeling on the ground and walked straight toward Liu Yi. Good afternoon, Mr. Liu Yi. My name is Nick Fury, Senior Director at S.H.I.E.L.D. The Commander-in-Chief sent me to resolve the conflict that's developed between you and our organization. Nick Fury drew a long breath, trying to ease the tension in his body. Before arriving, he had thoroughly investigated everything about Liu Yi and had seen, with SHLD's own advanced detection equipment, the full extent of Liu Yi's formidable power. Even with all his experience, as a seasoned leader of agents who had faced countless perils, standing face-to-face with Liu Yi now, Fury couldn't help but feel a growing tremor of fear within. This was not lost on Liu Yi. From the moment Fury appeared, Liu Yi had keenly sensed the change in his heartbeat, a distinct rhythm born of fear. Inwardly, Liu Yi mused that Nick Fury must be cursing the situation. It was the military that had made this mess, yet S.H.I.E.L.D. was left to pick up the pieces. Fury's feelings, Liu Yi could well imagine. I'm sure you don't want to waste time. So let's get straight to the point, Liu Yi said mildly. He wasn't surprised that Nick Fury knew his name, but his tone remained calm and businesslike. Time was precious, and Liu Yi had no interest in exchanging pleasantries. We ask that you spare these innocent guards, help us restore General Ross to his original self, and then turn him over for us to deal with, Fury said. Oh, and what's in it for me? Liu Yi inquired, not the least bit angry, rather with an amused curiosity. The American government will no longer pursue you, Nick Fury said, though even he felt awkward as the words left his mouth. They had caused the problem, but now expected to hand over a wanted person and, in return, offered nothing but to stop hunting him. Only someone of extraordinary shamelessness could suggest such a deal with a straight face. At times, Nick Fury truly wondered whether those politicians even possessed the most basic sense of judgment. Even with sluggish minds, surely they wouldn't say something so foolish. I won't say anything else. Just answer me this. If you were in my position, would you agree to their terms? I would, Nick Fury replied. So, in the end, you're really no different from those politicians. Yeah, maybe so. Nick Fury managed a strained smile, then asked again, Mr. Liu Yi, are you willing to accept these terms? I refuse. I thought as much. Nick Fury nodded, and then, in a far more formal tone, continued. In that case, S.H.I.E.L.D. will take full charge of the incident. If you have any requests, feel free to bring them up. We'll do our best to negotiate and reach an understanding to the greatest extent possible. Liu Yi had rejected the official American request, which escalated the situation even further. As a key institution charged with maintaining global security, S.H.I.E.L.D. considered it necessary to step in, take over negotiations, and do whatever it could to contain the impact, preserving at least a veneer of peace. This had always been SHLD's guiding principle since its founding. In truth, even if Nick Fury wished he could avoid taking this route, he knew he had no choice. He recalled something Liu Yi had once said to him. If I stormed a White House and killed every top official in America, including the president, do you really think your security forces could stop me? That statement alone forced Nick Fury to exercise extreme caution, even if it meant bowing his head and swallowing his pride when the situation demanded. Any request at all, really? Liu Yi didn't reject the offer outright. Instead, he gave a subtle smile, his gaze deep and searching as he looked at Nick Fury and posed this question. Liu Yi had never planned to fall out with S.H.I.E.L.D. just yet. There were plenty of advantages to keeping them close, lots of opportunities for useful leverage. It was clear that maintaining relations would come in handy, and this moment was the perfect chance for him to claim a little benefit. Being fixed by Liu Yi's stare made Nick Fury extremely uneasy, but after clenching his jaw, he didn't take back what he'd just said. To go back on his words now would only risk angering Liu Yi even further. Of course, as long as it's something I can manage. Wary that Liu Yi might make some outrageous demand, Fury chose his words carefully, leaving himself a small margin for maneuver. Relax, I'm sure it's something you can handle. So what is it that you want? Nick Fury nodded, his tone non-committal, leaving the door open. No rush. Let's find somewhere quiet to talk. This place isn't the right setting for what we're about to discuss. You're right. How about we chat inside my plane? That'll do. Liu Yi was nothing if not confident, never once worrying that Nick Fury might try to trip him up. He followed Fury straight inside one of SHLD's jets. As Liu Yi walked in and glanced around the aircraft, he noticed that, aside from the external shell, it was quite different from the Quinjet he'd seen on the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. TV show. The interior was much more cramped, considerably less advanced. Liu Yi figured this must be an earlier model of the Quinjet. Trailing behind Fury down a narrow passageway, Liu Yi and Nick Fury entered a special meeting room that was completely sealed off from the rest of the plane. The conference room was crafted entirely from a rare metal, its surface carrying a distinct metallic sheen that immediately spoke to its formidable sturdiness. Trap an ordinary person in here, and it'd be nearly impossible for them to break out. Nice spot, Lu Yi couldn't help but admire the setup. If I want to break my way out, I think I'd only need half a second. Had Fury only heard the first half of Lu Yi's remark, he might have felt proud, even pleased. But the second half sent a chill down his spine. Fury, after all, knew better than anyone just how tough the materials in this room really were. If Lu Yi wasn't exaggerating, things could get very tricky indeed. You don't believe me? I do, Fury replied stiffly. But I think you don't, Lu Yi countered. Before Fury could argue back, Lu Yi brushed past him, pulled out a chair, and went to stand by the wall. He didn't pause to prepare, nor did he do anything dramatic. Lu Yi simply extended a single finger and pressed it directly onto the wall. There was a faint, unnerving squeal. A harsh, nerve-wracking sound burst through the air as the wall, crafted from a specialized alloy, caved inward under Lu Yi's terrifying strength. Just like that, the metal wall Nick Fury had placed such importance on was destroyed beyond repair. Nick Fury's face went utterly pale. How on earth was he supposed to proceed from here? In that instant, any remaining schemes Nick Fury harbored in his heart were extinguished, replaced by nothing but trepidation and unease. Lu Yi, on the other hand, nodded with satisfaction. He hadn't done all this simply to demonstrate he could destroy a wall. There was more at play, including rooting out the last traces of scheming in Nick Fury's mind. And it seemed to have worked exceptionally well. Let's get down to business, Lu Yi said, withdrawing his finger and settling back into his seat, his gaze fixed upon Nick Fury. All right, Mr. Lu Yi. Please, tell me what you want, Fury replied. There are quite a few things I want, so you'd better be prepared. I am prepared, Fury answered resolutely. Thinking back on everything leading up to this moment and reflecting on the current situation, Nick Fury realized it was all connected. Lu Yi's actions were never in vain. He always had a purpose. And that purpose was simple. Lu Yi planned to make some exceptionally high demands. Fury hadn't seen it before, simply because he was entangled in the midst of things. But now everything was so clear that if he failed to grasp it, he might as well be dead already. As the world's most experienced spy master, Nick Fury had weathered countless crises, with death lurking at every turn. Without a mind as sharp as a scalpel, he would never have survived this long. I want 1 ton of raw, impurity-free adamantium alloy. That's impossible. Raw adamantium is incredibly rare. A whole ton is out of the question. S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't keep that much in stock. If S.H.I.E.L.D. doesn't have enough, you can look elsewhere. The military dumped this mess on your lap. Have them help. As far as I know, Colonel Stryker from the military has plenty of raw adamantium. Startled by Lu Yi's solution, Nick Fury paused for a moment. This was actually a good idea. The military should shoulder some of the burden. But as he made mental note of this, another question bubbled up. How did Lu Yi know Stryker had adamantium? That was supposed to be top secret. What Nick Fury could never have guessed was that, in this world, there existed a rare breed known as travelers, those who possessed knowledge of secrets others could scarcely imagine. Well, it looks like raw adamantium won't be a problem then. For my next request, you want even more? Nick Fury could scarcely believe it, feeling himself spiral further into despair. He knew Lu Yi would make exorbitant demands, but this was outrageous, even more than he'd imagined. How was he supposed to play this game now? Why not? I've heard you've got a Sentinel project underway. Copy all the results of the project and give me a complete set. Seeing Nick Fury was about to refuse, Lu Yi cut him off. Don't be so quick to turn me down. I'm not finished yet. SHELD's technology vault is quite impressive. Open up your archive to me as well. That's all I ask. Just these 3 things. After hearing Lu Yi's demands, Nick Fury's face turned an ominous shade. Was this some sort of twisted joke? Just those 3 things? Why not just drop dead? Did Lu Yi have any idea what these 3 things represented? If he dared grant them, he'd be fired the very next day, if not dragged in for an investigation. This was not just audacious, it was downright insane. Originally, in Nick Fury's mind, S.H.I.E.L.D. was an immovable giant, and Lu Yi at most was a mosquito, hoping to draw a bit of blood from the giant's side. No matter how fierce this mosquito was, in the end, it was still just a mosquito. There was no way it could shake S.H.I.E.L.D. to its core. But never in his wildest dreams did Nick Fury expect that yes, Lu Yi was a mosquito, but not an ordinary one. He was a mythical mosquito out of legend. He didn't just want a sip of blood. He wanted every drop the giant had, marrow and all. How on earth was he supposed to negotiate now? If it weren't for the fact that Lu Yi was untouchable, Nick Fury would have launched his shoes right at his face by now. Can't you ask for a little less? I really can't give you all that. Nick Fury's expression flickered between red and black as he struggled to keep his tone civil. Of course I can. Don't see me as some villain. I'm truly a man of goodwill. If there's something you can't provide, I'm willing to scale back my request. Hearing this, Nick Fury's eyes nearly rolled back in exasperation. A man of goodwill? The same man who slaughtered over 20 American guards with fireworks, then personally finished off the rest after they surrendered? Don't try to tell me that wasn't you. If you're going to lie, at least put some effort into it. But Nick Fury kept all of that to himself and forced a polite smile instead. So, to what extent are you willing to compromise? The amount of adamantium stays the same. As for the Sentinel project, I only want the outdated research data. From the SHIELD Technology Archive, give me access just to anything from 5 years ago or earlier. Liu Yi shot Nick Fury a glance and stated his new conditions decisively. This time, Liu Yi was truly backing down. The value of his demands had dropped tenfold, if not more. Technology moves so fast. Every moment, the old is swept away by the new. Nick Fury only had a vague understanding of the Sentinel program. He wasn't clear on the specific details, but he was well aware of the situation in his own tech vault. When you project 5 years ahead in terms of technology, strictly speaking, it's no longer considered truly cutting edge. In the shadowy corners of the world, as long as one is willing to pay the price, it's possible to find such advancements. That was just about acceptable. But Nick Fury wasn't satisfied yet. He wanted to push things even further. Could you ask for a little less? I could. The amount of adamantium stays the same, but regarding the Sentinel program, I only want the results from the prototype model. As for the technology in SHLD's vault, just give me what was available 10 years ago. How about that? Is that sincere enough for you? That's enough. Nick Fury broke into a smile. It was a tough deal, no doubt about it, but by no means impossible. He would face much less resistance this way. Liu Yi really was a decent person. He was beginning to believe it now. The fact that Liu Yi hadn't used his power to break the law all those years suddenly felt well explained. Nick Fury thought to himself how blind he'd been. When do you think you can turn General Ross back to normal? In this lifetime? That's not going to happen, Liu Yi replied coldly. What? But we agreed on this before, didn't we? That was before. Now that my terms have been cut back, the way I deal with General Ross will also have to be scaled back. You get what you pay for. You of all people should understand that. Is there any chance? Nick Fury tried to persuade Liu Yi, but before he could finish, Liu Yi cut him off. No, Nick Fury, remember this. I am not your subordinate, nor someone you can control. Whatever I give you, take it. What I don't give, you'll never get. Liu Yi's gaze was deep and piercing as he spoke in a low, powerful voice. Under Liu Yi's stare, Nick Fury felt an icy chill pierce through to his bones. He dared not say another word. His sixth sense was sounding an alarm. If he uttered one more sentence, what awaited him wouldn't be Liu Yi's calm response, but a relentless, tempestuous onslaught. Might like a prison, grace as boundless as the sea. The phrase floated inexplicably through Nick Fury's mind. Nick Fury, let's leave it at that. If you encounter any resistance along the way, tell them. This is the bottom line. If they refuse, they'll have to face me personally. I haven't visited the White House or Congress yet. Liu Yi's words were spoken lightly, yet the threat in them was impossible to miss. Nick Fury could feel it all too clearly. Facing Liu Yi and thinking of the uncertain future, a deep unease settled over him. Liu Yi was like a walking, talking, unstable weapon of destruction. He could explode at any moment. This time it was a threat. But what about the next? There are plenty of foolish congressmen and clueless generals in America. Men who act without any thought for the consequences, who paint everything with an idealistic brush. What if they ended up provoking Lewis? What then? Nick Fury could take the fall for the military once, but he could not do it a second time. He did not want to wake up one day to news that some congressman, some general, or even the president himself had been killed. The plan he'd long buried at the bottom of his heart began to weigh on him again. Now, more than ever, he urgently wanted to turn that plan into reality. I know exactly what needs to be done. Fury thought 1,000 things in his mind, yet his expression did not betray a single one as he spoke calmly. All right, it's settled then. Send me what I want. And be quick. I have no patience to wait. All right. You'd best remember, came the stern reminder. With those words, Lewis did not linger a moment longer in the meeting room. In the blink of an eye, he vanished, a phantom flickering out of that chamber and out of Nick Fury's sight entirely. All that remained was Nick Fury, a look of utter disbelief frozen on his face, standing alone in the meeting room. This was becoming impossible to handle. Lewis was terrifying before. With this ability to teleport at will, he was even more monstrous. It meant he was nearer to perfection, his threat level unimaginably higher. Damn it all to hell, Fury muttered under his breath. Why does the world have to have someone so impossibly difficult? The morning was silent. The city's streets lay hushed in the early light. As the first rays of sunlight pierced the thinning mist, a new day began. Another busy morning for the city. New York was a metropolis that never truly slept. Even at this hour, when the day was still young, commuters emerged here and there from their front doors, headed to work. For now, the streets were wrapped in a gentle morning glow. Trees stood by the roadside, lowering their branches in greeting to the dawn, and a fragile stillness hung over the city avenues. It was not yet the rush hour roar, with streets teeming with people and rivers of traffic. Only a handful of cars could be seen gliding up and down the road. Suddenly, a line of black vehicles snaked across the horizon, a convoy of dozens of specially modified, bulletproof SUVs escorting a massive container truck, commanding the entire width of the street with an air of untouchable might. Every car pulled aside at their approach. Every pedestrian paused to snap a photo. What a show of force. People would be boasting about this for days. It looked like the convoy had been on the road for quite some time. Heavy dew marked their metal shells, but there was no sign they intended to stop. The procession kept rolling forward. "Sir, are we there yet?" An agent asked the middle-aged officer beside him, whose hair was slicked straight back. "To be precise, we've already arrived," that officer replied, eyes still on the passing view through the window. "Should I order the convoy to stop?" "No need, not yet. Take a turn around this street first." "Yes, sir." Though he was puzzled by his superior's decision, he didn't ask any questions, trusting that his superior had his own reasons. After issuing the command over the radio, he continued to drive, weaving through the city streets. The agent with the receding hairline frowned, gazing intently out the car window. He scrutinized every detail, eyes locked on the building numbers as they passed, his face registering utter disbelief. Just then, a sudden burst of static erupted from the radio. Someone was trying to reach him. He frowned and switched the radio on. "What's the matter?" "Carlson, what in the world are you doing? Why are you still circling the area after arriving? Don't you realize you're raising the risk for everyone?" A melodious voice came through the speaker, chastising Carlson. On the other end, inside another SUV, sat a striking woman with burgundy hair, an angelic face, and a figure that could steal the show, all wrapped in a sleek black leather outfit. Her dissatisfaction was written all over her face. "I know, but there's a slight problem." "What problem?" The woman arched her elegant brows, concern in her voice. "I can't find a target's house. It's as if it's vanished." "Carlson, this isn't the time for jokes." On the other side, the woman straightened up, her poised silhouette exuding seriousness. "I'm not joking. It's really gone. Did you get the address wrong?" "No, I've checked at least 10 times. It's definitely right. The street is correct, but our destination just doesn't exist here." "How could that be?" "It's the truth." "Then use the GPS to pinpoint it. There shouldn't be any way that fails," the woman suggested, thinking quickly. Carlson agreed it was worth a try. He instructed the agent in the car to activate the SHLD-issue GPS system, relayed their exact location, and began the search. A few seconds passed. The agent at the GPS stared at the screen in disbelief. "Sir, I really think you need to see this for yourself." Hearing that, Carlson turned his gaze to the GPS display, and what he saw left him gaping. The display showed they were parked directly in front of the destination. The address was correct. The place should be right there, plainly in sight. But as they looked out the window, the place simply wasn't there. What on earth is going on? Carlson was left just as stunned. It was as though magic were at work. After reporting their strange discovery to the woman on the other end of the radio, Carlson waited for her reply. "Do you think it's possible that it was just a trick of the eye? Or maybe the other side used some kind of special ability that messed with our perception?" "Well, that might be possible. If that's the case, let's have the convoy stop here. I'll go check it out myself." "Be careful." "All right." Without another word, the woman jumped out of the SUV and walked to the spot indicated by the GPS. "It really does seem like there's nothing here." She frowned, but instead of testing further right away, paused to think it over. Then she turned back to the SUV, borrowed a coat from one of the agents inside, tore it into pieces, and returned to the place she'd stopped before. Without a hint of hesitation, she tossed the pieces of fabric onto the open ground ahead of her. The cloth fragments fluttered and scattered in the air like butterflies, drifting to the ground in every direction. And then, something remarkable happened. Some of the pieces, after flying for a moment, simply vanished before her eyes, as if they had never existed at all. This must be the spot. She stood still for a second, then took a step forward, right into the space where the scraps of cloth had disappeared. In an instant, the scene before her cleared. Where just a moment ago there was nothing, a house that should have been there now appeared before her once again. "Knew it," she smiled, walked up the steps, and knocked on the front door, waiting for someone to answer. Creak. A few seconds later, the door opened, and there stood an Asian man with disheveled hair, looking like he'd just been woken up. He yawned and spoke. "To think someone managed to break my muggle-repelling charm, and it's the famous Natasha. So, you here to deliver something to me? A muggle-repelling charm doesn't actually make an object disappear. It works by distorting sound, light, and the way human eyes perceive what's nearby, causing people to unconsciously overlook what's hidden. Such a spell might fool ordinary people, but it doesn't work on world-class agents trained to the highest standards. Nor can it fool sophisticated equipment. The world's top agents are extraordinarily observant and possess strong wills, making them hard to influence, and the same goes for precise instruments. Working together, they can easily uncover the simple trick behind this kind of spell. Natasha didn't know this, nor did she care. She was still fixated on the word charm that Lu Yi had let slip earlier. There was something about those two syllables that held an odd kind of power. She simply couldn't ignore them. If he hadn't made a mistake, well, that made things truly interesting. There might just be magic in this world after all. What a headache. Natasha felt her head beginning to ache. She had another mission here as well, to collect any possible information about Lu Yi and analyze his personality and weaknesses. It's one thing to analyze Lu Yi's personality, but as for dissecting his weaknesses, she truly couldn't manage that. The intel she'd seen on Lu Yi already painted him as virtually flawless, and now he had yet another mysterious magical ability pending evaluation. How was she supposed to proceed with this mission? No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't shake the sense that this was all headed for failure. Could it be that I, the infamous Black Widow, might meet my downfall here? But then, how did he even know my name? 1,000 thoughts raced through Natasha's mind, yet to those around her, it happened in the blink of an eye. So quickly, in fact, that Lu Yi didn't even notice. "I'm here to deliver something for you," she finally announced. "The Commander-in-Chief approved your request and assigned S.H.I.E.L.D. to bring what you wanted. It's all outside, in the truck." "Oh." Lu Yi turned his head toward the truck. Instantly, his extraordinary X-ray vision activated, revealing exactly what he was hoping to see. Under Lu Yi's supersight, nothing could remain hidden. Even the contents of the truck's storage compartment were laid bare. Hundreds of hard drives, massive chunks of ore, altogether weighing nearly 10 tons, filled the cargo. Seeing all this, Lu Yi couldn't help but break into a delighted grin. "Excellent. Bring the truck inside." "Inside? The whole truck?" Natasha winced, a headache returning. Had she misheard, or had Lu Yi misspoken? She had to admit, Lu Yi's house was large, but not large enough to fit a truck, let alone drive one inside. "Don't worry. You heard me right, and I said exactly what I meant. Just have them bring the truck up to the door. Leave the rest to me," Lu Yi replied with a smile. Though she was baffled by Lu Yi's peculiar request, Natasha remembered his dossier and decided it best not to question him further. She took out her radio and told Coulson to personally drive the truck up to the house. Regardless of what strange trick Lu Yi planned, she wanted someone sharp to record every detail, and no one was better suited to that than Coulson. Coulson, for his part, seemed to understand this perfectly. He offered no unnecessary commentary, simply drove the truck slowly toward where Lu Yi and Natasha stood waiting. As the truck drew closer and closer, Coulson's tension mounted. The uncertainty about what was to come left him at a loss. At last, the truck rolled up near the front door. Coulson felt that the answer to this little riddle was within reach, and the anxiety weighing down on him began to ease. "So, what now?" he called out, head poking from the window, addressing Lu Yi, who now stood just a few yards away. "Keep going. Don't worry about anything. No need to be afraid." Despite his confusion, Coulson didn't stop the truck. Bit by bit, the vehicle inched forward, the front bumper closing in on the doorframe. And then, in that moment, something miraculous happened. The truck didn't crash into the doorframe. As it was about to approach the door, a strange force took hold of it, twisting the truck's body. Its front end was squashed, turning as soft as jelly. Oh my God! Even Natasha, who usually maintained an unbelievable level of composure, found herself unable to handle this scene. Her bright red lips formed a perfect "oh" as she couldn't help but cry out in shock. Her gasp was surprisingly melodious. Lu Yi found himself wondering, with a hint of mischief, if she sounded the same in more intimate situations. But those, for now, remained unsolved mysteries. He would need much more in-depth research to answer those questions. Lu Yi had no time for such investigations at the moment. While appreciating Natasha's astonishment, he focused on controlling the twisting force holding the truck. After all, he had no intention of letting his own home get blown apart by a runaway truck. A few seconds later, it was finally over. "According to regulations, I need to complete the necessary handover, just to avoid any unnecessary trouble. Would you be willing to let me step inside your house for a moment?" Natasha hadn't forgotten her duties. She recovered quickly from her shock, a captivating smile beginning to play about her lips as she made her request to Lu Yi. "Of course, please come in." He stepped aside with a gentlemanly grace, his welcoming smile as warm as a spring breeze, inviting Natasha into his home. What kind of spirit is this? No sooner had Natasha entered and taken in the view than she froze. The smile slipped from her face, leaving only naked astonishment. She stood there motionless, like a statue, no different from Coulson, who still sat stunned in the truck. What had they seen? A grassland. Yes, you heard it right, a grassland. A lush carpet of green beneath their feet, the unmistakable scent of fresh grass swirling in the air, a soft breeze ruffling their hair, and threads of warm sunshine filtering down from above. Everything pointed unmistakably to one conclusion. This was a grassland, real and tangible, not some painted backdrop or special effect, nor a three-dimensional projection. But how on earth could there be a grassland inside a house? Impossible. This had to be an illusion. Natasha and Coulson tried desperately to persuade themselves of this. It felt as though everything they'd ever learned, their entire worldviews, were falling apart right before their eyes. Watching Natasha and Coulson steadily unravel, Louis couldn't help but smile. With a snap of his fingers, the crisp sound jolted them back to their senses. Without offering much explanation, Louis gestured to Coulson to follow, then casually closed the door behind them. Next, he slipped his arm around Natasha's slender waist. She was still visibly shaken, and together they soared off the ground, flying toward a distant corner of the grassland. Coulson, seeing this, dared not waste another second. He floored the accelerator, driving his truck after Louis, struggling to keep up as they sped off in the same direction. Flight has always been mankind's dream, but Coulson didn't have Natasha's privileges, so he couldn't savor this thrill for himself. Natasha, however, was cradled in Louis's arms, enjoying every moment. With her arms spread wide, it was as if she herself were soaring through the sky. Most women would probably do the same in her position. But Natasha was far from an ordinary woman. She didn't display such girlish delight. Instead, her eyes darted around, keenly observing everything. She studied her surroundings, intent on discerning whether all of this could truly be real. There's no need to examine it so closely. Everything you're seeing and smelling is real. Your senses aren't deceiving you. Then how did you manage this? Some kind of spatial teleportation. She still couldn't believe a grassland could be concealed inside a house. The notion was simply too fantastic. She'd much rather believe that Louis had installed some portal device on his door, rather than accept the idea of an actual prairie indoors. It's exactly as you see, he replied. But your house just isn't that large. A spell of spatial expansion. I simply enlarged the space within my house, and turned the ceiling transparent. How large exactly? Curious, are you? Yes. Would you be willing to tell me? If not, that's fine. There's nothing to hide. Honestly, it makes little difference to me if you know, but it will certainly give S.H.I.E.L.D. even more reason to be wary of me. Natasha could only manage an awkward smile at that, because, truthfully, Louis was right. This was precisely the sort of thing that would make S.H.I.E.L.D. uneasy. My house now covers about 200 standard football fields in area, divided into two sections. You're looking at the first, the grassland. But now, we're heading for the second section. What's in the second section? See for yourself, we've arrived. Louis and Natasha were already descending, truly arriving at their destination, the second area. This second section radiated in hues of silver and white. There was a wide silver plaza, silver-white ornaments floating in the air, and towering landmarks gleaming with a metallic sheen. All of this, combined with the bottomless abyss surrounding the area, created an atmosphere that felt straight out of a science fiction tale. Is that abyss real, or just an illusion? Natasha asked cautiously, edging closer to the precipice, a touch of vertigo creeping up on her. Visually, the abyss could not have appeared more authentic. The minute, crisp images reflected on Natasha's retinas left no room for doubt. But if you go by how it feels, things aren't so certain. This place is just too quiet, and not even the faintest breeze stirs. How could the edge of an abyss be completely windless? It's fake. This is a special kind of painting. Everything seems so real, even things that can move. But it's all just an illusion. Follow me. With that, Louis stepped out onto the abyss, walking steadily toward the plaza in the distance. Natasha gritted her teeth and hurried after him, keeping close at his heels. At the same time, Coulson arrived driving a truck. After a slight hesitation, he too drove the vehicle forward to follow them. Compared to Natasha, who quickly let down her guard and proceeded casually, Coulson felt his nerves tighten the moment the truck rolled onto the abyss. The unease lingered until he finally drove up onto the square, and only then did the tension lift from his heart. All right, we're here. You can get out now. Let's do the handover. Coulson quickly clambered out of the truck, relief washing over him after the nerve-wracking journey. Finally, he was free from that ordeal. As soon as Coulson stepped down, Liu Yi wasted no time. With a wave of his hand, the doors of the container swung open without a sound. Another wave, and the contents inside, ordered like rows of armed troops, emerged slowly and neatly, stacking themselves in perfect formation on the plaza. Done. Everything's accounted for. Aren't you going to check what's inside more closely? No need. No one can fool me. Not S.H.I.E.L.D., not the American authorities, no exceptions. That's true enough. Natasha's voice was calm, but inside, anxiety brewed. She could only hope that the American government and S.H.I.E.L.D. had no thoughts of deceiving Liu Yi. If they did, things would get very troublesome. It seemed Coulson shared this concern. His worry was written all over his face. Coulson could, with effort, still trust S.H.I.E.L.D., but not the American government. Those scheming politicians simply weren't trustworthy. Damn it, may those politicians have the sense to keep things clean. A patient man rarely curses, but when he does, it means he's been pushed to his limit. And right now, that's exactly how Coulson felt. He had no desire to take the blame for those politicians. Well, since we're all here, how about a cup of coffee? Inviting them in for coffee was a spontaneous idea of Liu Yi's. It came to him when he saw Coulson arrive. After all, both Coulson and Natasha could prove useful and were worth befriending. Sure, the two exchanged a glance and answered in unison. They were deeply curious about this place, and now was the perfect chance to learn more, an opportunity they wouldn't let slip by. As for the agents waiting outside, they could just let them wait. It made no difference. Natasha and Coulson would soon come to regret this, truly, deeply regret it. Not, of course, because Liu Yi's coffee was bad. Apart from the coffee's slightly inferior quality, Liu Yi's brewing, timing, and all the rest was actually rather good. It was just that his method of making coffee was so exaggerated that it managed to further traumatize an already reeling worldview. While others made coffee with their own two hands, Liu Yi was entirely different. He used magic. Throughout the whole process, he never lifted a finger. The coffee brewed itself, poured itself into cups in front of them, even added milk and sugar according to their precise requests, all on its own. This scene was total magic, but even more, it assaulted everything they thought they knew. They could practically feel the fabric of their reality beginning to unravel. After finally gulping down 2 cups of coffee, they all but bolted out of there as if their lives depended on it. They were afraid that if they lingered any longer, their worldview might collapse beyond repair. After Natasha and Coulson had left, Liu Yi used a bit of magic to have the cups wash themselves, then turned his attention back to the hard drives and that stash of adamantium ore. It was the adamantium ore in particular that left him at a bit of a loss. Because once adamantium is refined and cooled, it becomes impossible to manipulate. So Nick Fury hadn't given him processed adamantium, but rather the raw ore itself. There was nearly a ton of it. That in itself wouldn't have been an issue if only Liu Yi had the proper equipment. But without it, refining the ore risked introducing impurities, which would degrade the quality of the adamantium. Even magic wouldn't let him cut corners here. Refining this much would take considerable effort and attention. Oh, never mind. I don't need adamantium right now anyway. I'll just leave it for later. Let's see what's on these hard drives. This is what really matters. With a casual motion, Liu Yi made a grabbing gesture, and a black hard drive flew neatly into his hand. Then he connected the drive to the laptop on his desk, opening up the files stored within. Now, it was time to show his real skills. He took a deep breath, flexed his fingers, placed one hand on the keyboard and the other on the mouse. Suddenly, Liu Yi's gaze sharpened, and his hand on the mouse began to twitch and click with inhuman speed. His pupils, dark as midnight, darted rapidly up and down. Both his clicking and his eye movements only grew faster by the second. In a matter of moments, his hands seemed to blur, as if several hands were working the mouse simultaneously. On the computer screen, formulas, blueprints, and text flashed by in an instant. So quickly they were impossible to decipher. Only the numbers at the bottom of the screen, indicating the page count, remained barely visible, and even those were quickly climbing, reaching several hundred pages in just a matter of seconds. There was a lot stored on the entire hard drive, but at the speed Liu Yi was moving through it, even a whole hard drive couldn't last long. In just over an hour, he had flipped through everything it contained. He was going so fast it hardly counted as reading. It was simply flipping through, pure and simple. With a long breath, Liu Yi exhaled, then unplugged the hard drive that had been connected to his laptop, holding it in his hand. There was a faint click as he crushed the hard drive effortlessly, turning it into a fine powder that sifted through his fingers and scattered across the clean surface of the desk, making it virtually impossible to recover. There was no reason to keep something like this anymore. Destroying it was the best way to prevent anyone from coveting it. Having dealt with the first hard drive, Liu Yi didn't immediately move on. Instead, he reached over and gathered several pieces of plastic and metal he had prepared in advance, fully applying his hands-on skills to give them an initial treatment. The metal, hard and unyielding in anyone else's hands, yielded as like soft clay, molded into a variety of shapes by Liu Yi, some of them even encapsulated slabs of plastic. Once he finished with this initial stage, Liu Yi didn't pause. Moving straight into the second phase, he stretched out his hand, his fingertips aimed at the protreated metal and plastic. Using his shape-shifting technique and guided by the designs in his mind, he began working again, reshaping them a second time. Compared to the initial preparation, this stage was far more meticulous. Under the influence of Liu Yi's manipulation, the metal and plastic underwent a stunning transformation. Their shapes shifted dramatically, turning into precise parts that existed only in his imagination. These components, both in size and form, didn't seem like anything made by human hands. If anything, they looked more like factory-produced artifacts. One by one, Liu Yi picked up each part, inspecting them closely. Once he was sure there were no imperfections, he began to assemble them, guided by the blueprint etched in his memory. These pieces were designed as a set, so assembling them was hardly a challenge. Familiar as he was with the plans, it didn't take him long. Soon enough, a weapon-shaped device sat complete before him. Satisfied with the result, Liu Yi nodded to himself. He picked up a component set aside, a piece that looked suspiciously like a phone charger, and connected it to his device, then plugged everything into a wall socket. Taking the finished contraption in hand, Liu Yi aimed the muzzle at a ceramic mug sitting nearby and pulled the trigger. A deep, pulsing hum filled the room. It was as if countless bees were buzzing in the air. The porcelain cup shattered in an instant, and what little coffee remained quickly spilled out, soaking the entire table. Soundwave weapons certainly are impressive. The fusion of magic and technology indeed works well. Now, the only thing I'm missing is a substitute for an energy source. Beep, beep, beep. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, in a room belonging to a special division, a large machine suddenly emitted a piercing alarm. As the shrill tone rang out, the lights in the room began to flicker erratically. The harsh red glow of the emergency lights replaced the fluorescent bulbs, casting the entire room under its crimson warning. What's going on? A man who appeared to be the supervisor burst in from the hallway, anxiety playing on his face. He addressed the scientists, who were sweating profusely as they worked feverishly at the instruments, his tones stern and urgent. This was a newly established department, one that didn't handle any other assignments, but its task was of the utmost importance, and absolutely nothing could be allowed to go wrong. Sir, the target just left the building. What? Are you certain? The supervisor's face drained of color, his shock barely concealed. Normally, just a target heading out wouldn't warrant such alarm. But this particular target was an extraordinary case. Labeled as an absolute threat by the higher-ups, the kind of person for whom terms like dangerous or violent simply fell short. A figure like that required special treatment. S.H.I.E.L.D. watched him even more closely than their most critical assets. From what he knew, aside from their own department, which monitored the target's movements, there was also a dedicated emergency team set up specifically to support him, ready to handle any trouble he might encounter, all to minimize the chances he'd have to take action himself. In other words, they treated him as if he were a living, breathing deity, constantly appeasing him, ensuring he neither needed to fight nor found any reason to be angered. Where did the target go? The supervisor asked, his anxiety growing as he pressed for details. We're not entirely sure, but based on the trajectory, it looks like he's heading out of the city. Out of the city? The supervisor exhaled in relief for a moment, then quickly asked, did he do anything unusual? Yes. The single word made the supervisor's heart leap into his throat. Any relief he'd felt evaporated instantly. He's carrying a metal case. Sir, should we report this? Of course, report it immediately. Keep a close watch on any updates. I'll go file the report. Yes, sir. But before the scientist even finished answering, the supervisor was already gone, having rushed out to make his report. Meanwhile, in the office of Nick Fury at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, the supervisor, now breathless, relayed the incident to his superior. Upon hearing everything, Fury grew tense. He immediately powered up his computer and pulled up the feed, the live footage of this extraordinary target, just as the supervisor had described. On the screen, it was unmistakably Liu Yi's figure. Only at this moment, he wasn't at home. Instead, he was soaring a high altitude, moving swiftly through the sky. Most striking of all was the large, person-sized rectangular metal box Liu Yi carried in his hands. Whatever was inside remained a mystery, but it was clear Liu Yi regarded it with unusual attention, cradling it carefully on his journey, as if handling something precious and fragile. Do you know what's inside that box? Nick Fury, his face dark and stormy, demanded. I'm not sure, sir. I arrived in such a rush that I didn't have time to get the team to scan it. The supervisor replied, a bit embarrassed. Monitoring someone like Liu Yi required far more than ordinary equipment. Ordinary tools wouldn't even register on his radar, let alone capture useful data. Instead, they used the most cutting-edge black tech available. Just the armored Omni detectors alone, they had 3 hooked up, cost a staggering sum, more than 200 million in foreign currency. These versatile devices could handle all sorts of tasks, and finding out what was inside that metal case should have been an easy job for such a machine. Well, what are you waiting for? Nick Fury barked, glaring at the supervisor who seemed more adept at making mistakes than achievements. All this incredible tech on hand, and yet he didn't think to use it. What a blockhead. Fury found himself wondering if it might be time to consider a personnel change. That's probably unnecessary now. The supervisor, oblivious to the director's simmering thoughts, glanced quickly at the screen and halted in his tracks. What is it? The target is starting to open the metal box. Nick Fury snapped to attention at these words, his anger forgotten. His gaze riveted back to the box. Sure enough, Liu Yi looked intent on opening it. Locking his eyes on Liu Yi, Fury was desperate to see what trick or secret Liu Yi would unveil. Perhaps it was all the frustration getting to him, but Fury suddenly thought he caught the flicker of an uncanny smile at the corner of Liu Yi's lips as he focused on the feed. Yet when Fury looked closer, the smile was gone. All he saw was Liu Yi's face, solemn and determined. In the end, Fury could only chalk it up to a momentary illusion. He continued to fixate on Liu Yi's every move, waiting to see what his true intentions were, and what might lie hidden in that mysterious box. Liu Yi didn't disappoint him. He seemed almost considerate in how directly he catered to Fury's burning curiosity. On the screen, Liu Yi pressed his palm against one side of the metal box. After the faint, inaudible scrape of metal upon metal, the box swung open. Where Liu Yi's hand had been a moment before, a hatch now yawned wide, revealing the contents to the sunlight. What on earth is that? Nick Fury was the first to break the silence. He sprang to his feet, his astonishment laid bare for all to see. This thing appeared far too unexpectedly. If it's real, not just a prototype, then the implications are even more troubling. But sometimes, that's just how it goes. The more you fear something will happen, the more likely it is to come to pass. The more Nick Fury worried this was real, the greater the likelihood it truly was. On the screen, after Liu Yi fiddled with the object a few times, the thing began to move in response. There was no room left for doubt. It was real. Even a fool could tell. This was genuine. With a deep, mechanical whir, the man-sized metal crate split open down the middle. 2 beams of red light flashed, and a robot covered in intricate magical runes emerged from the box. The robot looked extraordinarily rugged and imposing, nearly twice Liu Yi's size. Standing before him, it radiated a powerful sense of dominance. Not bad, Liu Yi remarked with satisfaction. It looks impressive enough. Time for a real combat test. After nodding approvingly, he continued, Engage Chaos Mode. The robot's full designation would be something along the lines of magical armor automatic machination and a jumble of other technical terms. A creation blending magic and technology, the culmination of all Liu Yi's amassed knowledge. Liu Yi had programmed the robot with 3 operational modes: defense, assault, and chaos. In defense mode, the robot would guard any target designated by Liu Yi, holding its ground until the very end. Assault mode meant relentless destruction of anything Liu Yi marked as an enemy, ceasing only when the target was obliterated. Chaos mode was different. With no specific target, the robot would perceive everything, except Liu Yi himself, as a hostile to be destroyed. As Chaos mode was activated, the red lights in the robot's eyes blazed far brighter. Both hands lifted, the arms shifting as their components reconfigured themselves. With a series of heavy clanks and electric hums, both forearms transformed into large cannons, the barrels swiveling to scan the surroundings as the robot's glowing gaze swept the area in search of a target. The robot's eyes briefly passed over Liu Yi, then quickly locked onto an abandoned car not far away. A deep thrumming vibrated the air as twin sonic blasts erupted from the cannons, striking the car at both ends. The abandoned car began to quake violently. Any glass that had remained intact shattered instantly, while rusted metal panels tore apart under the force of an invisible power. But that was only the beginning. Another mechanical groan came from the robot's shoulder as a smaller caliber gun extended and targeted the disassembled car. A dazzling beam of light shot from the barrel and swept across the remains. A deafening explosion erupted, sending a mushroom cloud rising from where the car had stood. The wreckage was obliterated, completely vanished in the blast. Impressive power. Let me try it myself. Activate combat mode. Target. Louis. Louis declared without a trace of hesitation. The robot responded instantly. Its eyes flashed a fierce red light as the sonic cannon swiveled to lock onto Louis. Without the slightest pause, it fired 2 bursts of sonic waves. Not bad, Louis remarked casually, rubbing his ears. The sonic cannon did have some punch, at least as far as Louis was concerned. With better energy sources and a bit more power, it would certainly be even more effective in the future. Just as that thought crossed Louis's mind, a laser beam shot out from the robot and struck him squarely in the chest. And the outcome was, well, there wasn't much of an outcome at all. For Louis, the laser was hardly more than a mild tickle. The robot seemed to notice this as well. Its arms shifted with a mechanical whir, and 2 gleaming silver longswords sprang out. As the swords appeared, flames burst out beneath the robot's feet, launching it toward Louis like a fired shell. Louis had programmed some special sword techniques into the robot's core. Now, these techniques, paired with the twin longswords that replaced its hands, were being used against Louis himself. Facing the 2 blades, Louis chose not to meet them head-on. Instead, he reached out with 2 fingers, pinching the back of one sword, and with a deft twist of his wrist. Clang! A crisp metallic ring echoed out as the blade Louis gripped whirled to intercept the edge of the second sword. Sparks burst in every direction. As the creator of these swords, no one knew their qualities better than Louis. He had never once intended to take them directly. These swords were special, forged by Louis using adamantium alloy entwined with enchanted runes. They had a truly unique property, utter indestructibility. This magical trait meant the blades could deal immense damage even to creatures of formidable constitution, with wounds that sheer physical might could not fend off. Only magic would do. Louis had once tested a blade's keen edge without using any protective magic. With the lightest touch, his finger was sliced open. Without employing magic now, Louis had no choice but to avoid taking the brunt of their edge. The reaction time's a bit slow, and the strength is lacking too. Powered only by magical particles, this just won't cut it, Louis commented, sidestepping yet another sword swipe and retreating a few paces. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The robot refused to let up, seizing its chance as Louis retreated. It surged forward, the swords on its arms slicing through the air with a relentless storm of slashes. Louis, for his part, merely tapped his toes and launched himself smoothly backwards, dodging each attack with effortless ease. When the robot saw that its blades couldn't harm Louis, its back panel clanked open, revealing 8 unusual missiles housed within. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 8 missiles were launched, all targeting Louis, sealing off every possible escape route. Taking advantage of the chaos, the robot attacked again, swinging its longsword at Louis with a deadly arc. This was one of the standard tactics Louis had programmed. Louis made no effort to resist forcefully. He simply pretended to be an ordinary person, allowing the 8 missiles to strike him directly. After the explosions, shrouded in a haze of smoke and dust, he let the robot attack under cover. The clash of metal rang out again and again within the swirling gray, each echo sparking faint flashes behind the veil. But when the smoke finally cleared, Louis remained completely unscathed, not even a scratch, while the robot's arm was left noticeably warped from the impact. The materials are just a bit lacking. Disengage, combat mode off. The red glow in the robot's eyes faded. With that, Louis was no longer its target. The simulation was at an end. Materials and energy are both slightly inadequate. Other capabilities are also affected as a result. Clearly, resolving issues with materials and energy is of utmost importance. Louis was hardly a rich tycoon. Rare materials were nearly impossible to come by unless he resorted to special means. Shapeshifting techniques could only alter a material's appearance, not its actual properties, which explained these shortcomings. Materials and energy truly are the key. Adamantium is simply too rare and, besides, it only excels in one area. Otherwise, I might genuinely be tempted to forge robot components out of adamantium. Of course, that was just a fleeting impulse. Louis had no plans to turn it into reality, at least for now. System, how did I do this time? Shaking off his impulsive thoughts, Louis turned to inquire of the system. Not particularly impressive. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1 standard draw. At present, you have accrued 1 standard draw, as well as 1 optimized draw. Before Louis could react, the system's voice echoed again. By the way, host, while this ticket grinding is clever, in the end it does nothing for your actual growth. All true strength is forged through real challenges. You know these robots inside and out, which won't help you develop further. I urge you to be cautious, very cautious. Louis couldn't help but frown at these words. He had to admit, the system had a point. Raw power was crucial for a strong contender, but practical combat experience was just as vital. What he was doing now offered little to improve his fighting skills. Reluctantly, Louis realized that the system had set a trap for him. With just a few words, his route to earning draws had been quietly taken away, which, ironically, he had agreed to himself. A suffocating sense of frustration weighed heavily on his chest. System, get out here. I swear I won't beat you to death. I'm not coming out. No matter what, I'm not coming out. System, do you know how hard it's been for me? I finally managed to find a loophole in these blasted rules, and before I could even take advantage of it, you sealed it up on me. Louis didn't do all this without a reason. Robots and the like were all well and good, but in truth, Louis didn't actually need them. Anything he truly wanted to accomplish, he could do himself. The real purpose behind his robotics research was to seize opportunities. The world of Marin was a peculiar place, full of powerful beings, yet the disparity between strong and weak was painfully stark. The strong were unimaginably powerful, while the weak had no chance to catch up. Worse yet, the powerful were hidden and hard to find. Left with no other option, Louis had to rely on his own two hands. He began developing powerful robots to serve as his opponents. Yet just as this path had only begun to unfold, it was abruptly blocked off, leaving Louis with no grounds to protest. Utterly infuriating. It's not entirely blocked, you know. As the host, you can still use the robots as training partners to test your strength. Doesn't that sound even a little satisfying to you? Satisfying? Like hell it is. Just you wait. I swear one of these days I'll drag you out and give you a proper thrashing. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. This temper of mine. Just you wait. I promise you'll regret saying that. With these words, Louis abruptly cut off all contact with the system, standing motionless where he was, seething in silence. After finally coming up with a new path forward, only to have it blocked halfway down, anyone would be angry. Utterly infuriating. Angry as he was, Louis wasn't about to let anyone else have an easy time of it either. Without so much as glancing up, he waved his hand sharply. A shimmer of magical light rose from his fingertips, drifting upward before erupting in midair, more than 10 meters above the ground. A thin energy shield unfurled, like an umbrella, hanging suspended over Louis's head. A moment later, the shield faded from sight, vanishing as if it had never existed. In truth, the shield hadn't disappeared. It had merely attached itself to the space over Louis's head, its protection still silently in effect. At the very same moment, at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Nick Fury's office, something major had just occurred. His computer screen had suddenly gone dark. No trace of Louis's image remained, just static snowfall. What's going on? Nick Fury's expression darkened as he spoke. He'd just seen Louis's face turning grim, and then, out of nowhere, this happened. Now he was genuinely worried something bad had happened. There's interference. The department head checked the computer, sweat streaming down his face. How long until it's fixed? The interference originates from the target himself. The specific mechanism is unknown, I'm afraid. Resolve this immediately. Nick Fury's face was stone cold as he addressed the chief engineer. The chief was startled. This was far worse than being scolded. Not daring to waste even a breath, the chief dashed out of Nick Fury's office in a frantic rush. Once the chief had left, Nick Fury paused for a moment, but didn't simply sit and wait. He pressed a button on his desk. Hill, get Coulson and Natasha in here now. Yes, sir. As for what was happening at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Louis neither knew nor cared to know. He was simply looking for someone, or something, to vent his anger on. If he couldn't take it out on the system, couldn't he at least beat someone else? Who's due for a beating at this hour? Iron Man? Spider-Man? Daredevil? Or maybe someone else? He knew exactly where these people operated, even knew their real identities. Easy to find. Suddenly, a look of startled curiosity flashed across Louis's face. On second thought, maybe not. Louis swept his gaze outward, letting it roam before settling on a thick patch of forest. A wheelchair? Frail? Twisted? Looks like it's him. Now, this is interesting. The corners of Louis's mouth curled up in a smirk, though his eyes were cold and murderous. Deep in the forest, the person Louis had spotted was none other than a formidable member of the X-Men. Mastermind Jason, a dangerous mutant controlled by Colonel Stryker, an expert in illusions who can manipulate a person's five senses, sight, sound, smell, touch, and taste, trapping them in inescapable hallucinations. Even Professor X had fallen under his control in the story, nearly killing all the other X-Men. Now, here he was, under the watch of a fully armed Special Forces unit. There had to be a reason for his presence. So, it seems I found the perfect outlet for my rage. Whoever they were, whatever their mission, if they'd gone to the trouble of deploying an armed escort for Jason, it made everything quite clear. I wonder. A sudden shockwave hit. It was as if a bomb exploded in Lu Yi's mind. A strange psychic pulse invaded his thoughts, hammering at his mental defenses, attempting to shatter his occlumency. The mental attack was intense. Had it not been for his occlumency, hallucinations would already have clouded his vision. In the world of magic, psychic attacks are common, and ever since gaining Dumbledore's experience and memories, Lu Yi had trained himself in mental defense, just in case something like this ever happened. And now, that training was being put to the test. So this is a direct attack on me. Let's see what happens next. Lu Yi's smile remained unwavering, but in his eyes, the murderous intent grew even more intense. Standing next to him, one could almost feel a chill slicing through the air. The hostility was nearly palpable. With his thought, Lu Yi did not erupt immediately. He simply stood his ground, waiting for his adversary's next move. Those people, however, had no idea they had already walked right into the trap. "Captain, we've got it. The target's under control." A guard from the Special Academy, lowering his binoculars, exclaimed with delight. "Don't let your guard down. Our target is far from ordinary. Double check." "Yes, sir. Move out." Without wasting a second under their captain's command, the guard signaled several others, and their team executed a precise tactical maneuver, swiftly advancing toward Lu Yi. They closed in, and seeing the vacant look in Lu Yi's eyes, their suspicions eased. One of them signaled the all-clear. Only then did the captain finally let out a sigh of relief. "Sir, mission accomplished." The captain pulled out a device, an invincible detector phone, and dialed an encrypted number. "Proceed as planned." A robotic voice responded from the other end. To maintain secrecy, nothing about this mission was recorded. There were no logs, not even a trace of the mastermind's identity. All the captain knew was that metallic voice issuing commands. He'd taken on such missions before and didn't give it much thought. After receiving the order, he motioned for the others to bring Jason along as they headed toward where Lu Yi was waiting. In no time, they stood face to face with him. "Lock him inside." Without hesitation, the captain ordered 4 special operatives behind him, each carrying a coffin-like box, to move forward, intending to trap Lu Yi inside. That coffin-shaped box was no ordinary vessel. Reinforced with adamantium alloy, it was virtually indestructible. Their plan was simple: confine Lu Yi, capture him. If they could study him, they would. If not, they'd seal the box forever, sink it to the depths of the sea, or banish it somewhere else, making sure Lu Yi vanished from their world, never to be seen again. And for the mastermind in the shadows, this last option was the true prize. But to achieve any of this, the first step was to lock Lu Yi away. "So this is what you've been scheming all along." No one knew when it happened, but the vacant look in Lu Yi's eyes disappeared, replaced by a piercing gaze that bore straight into them. Now, it was their turn to be shell-shocked. Their confidence shattered, panic took hold. What about trust between people? Wasn't the target supposed to be under control? Hell, if you were this formidable, why didn't you just say so? Did you really have to toy with us, ordinary mortals? The entire Special Forces squad fell utterly silent, not daring to ease their vigilance even a bit. Their eyes were filled with fear as they stared at Lu Yi. Before coming here, they had meticulously studied Lu Yi's files and thought that the presence of Jason would make all the difference. But now, they realized how mistaken they were. "I overheard your conversation just now," Lu Yi said as usual, "and to be honest, I truly admire your courage. Is there anything you'd like to say?" "Yes." The captain of the Special Forces School spoke up suddenly. "Oh, let's hear it. Open fire." With a thunderous shout, the captain brought up his weapon, reckless gunfire erupting in a wild barrage. The others quickly followed suit, forcing themselves to forget their fear for the moment. Raising their weapons, they aimed at Lu Yi and squeezed the triggers in a frenzy. Bullets of all calibers poured towards Lu Yi like a relentless storm, focusing especially on his eyes, as if with this desperate act, they had any chance of breaking through his defense. Spent rounds piled up at Lu Yi's feet, and in the end, their hopes remained nothing more than wishful thinking. Lu Yi didn't so much as blink, and his eyes remained untouched. Witnessing this scene, the captain remained outwardly calm as he set down his rifle and drew a rather unremarkable handgun strapped to his leg. He leveled the barrel at Lu Yi's eyes and pulled the trigger. In the midst of the chaotic cacophony of gunfire, a single, distinctive gunshot sounded. A unique bullet sped from the muzzle, flying straight toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi instantly noticed something unusual about this bullet. In a flash, he extended 2 fingers and effortlessly caught it between them, bringing it up to his eyes for a closer look. Adamantium alloy tip? Well now, that's clever. Adamantium, as mentioned earlier, is an extraordinary metal, virtually indestructible, and, once refined, almost impossible to alter, its form forever fixed. Adamantium bullets are no exception. Once forged, they're nearly impervious to change. In fact, due to the unique properties of the metal, adamantium bullets deliver an extra degree of power. Just look at Wolverine. He's a prime example. With his whole body bonded with adamantium, ordinary bullets do nothing to him. Even a shot to the head is meaningless. But switch to adamantium bullets, and a single shot to his skull can make him lose his memory on the spot. That's the difference. That, right there, is the power of adamantium. But trying to deal with Liu Yi with such a bullet? That's almost insulting. Liu Yi isn't some weakling like Wolverine, whose only real asset is his incredible healing and his adamantium skeleton, nothing more. Liu Yi is mightier still. His entire being, inside and out, is without a single weakness. Yes, adamantium alloy bullets can indeed boost a bullet's impact, but just how much stronger do they get? Not even all those missiles could break through Liu Yi's defenses. Did anyone really think he'd be worried about a tiny adamantium bullet? Who came up with this reckless idea? Do they really think it'll work? Or are they just hoping to make me forget everything for once? On Liu Yi's side, he seemed utterly unconcerned. Yet the captain of the Special Ops school couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. He wasn't losing his mind. It was just that he finally noticed something different. Against all other bullet types, whether depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds or anything else, Liu Yi had always reacted in exactly the same way. Not at all. He wouldn't even bat an eyelid. He just stood there, letting them hit him. The attacks always bounced off harmlessly. The bullets would get crushed and drop at his feet. But with the adamantium bullet, it was different. He actually reached out and caught it midair. That alone suggested, if only indirectly, that Liu Yi might actually fear adamantium alloy bullets. The Special Ops school captain saw a glimmer of hope. Damn, finally, there's a chance to get the job done. Staring at the seemingly fearful Liu Yi, the captain tightened his grip on his weapon and, without a moment's hesitation, pulled the trigger again. Bang! Another adamantium-tipped bullet burst from the barrel, whistling straight for Liu Yi's eyes. This time, Liu Yi didn't even try to catch it. He just let the bullet fly toward his face. Clang! The metallic sound rang out almost the instant the bullet left the barrel. Liu Yi's head jerked backward, presenting nothing but his smooth, unbroken jaw to the Special Ops soldiers standing before him. The scene instantly fell silent. All that was left was the ringing echo of the shell casing as it hit the ground. Those crisp, ringing notes, far from adding any confusion, only seemed to make the air even more quiet and tense. But that hush didn't last long. Suddenly, a cheer erupted from the Special Ops school team, loud enough to shake the place. They were tough, yes, but still human. Facing Liu Yi had filled them with dread. Now that it looked like something had finally happened to him, they couldn't help but let relief and excitement burst out. Captain, you're incredible. You actually took down that freak. Damn, you're the best. No matter how tough he was, our captain still got him in the end. Captain, nothing more to say. When we get back, I'm buying drinks. Buy drinks? It's my treat, man. I can grill up a feast, and the beer's on me. I don't care who's buying. Let's hurry up, get him the box, and get the hell out of here. Let's just finish this damn mission already. Christ, I thought we were all goners for a second. You're not kidding. Good thing the captain's a beast. One by one, they started singing the captain's praises, each grateful to him for saving their lives. All right, enough with the flattery. The captain barked, Ryan's right. Hurry up and get him boxed up. Who knows what might happen next? Unlike the optimistic members of the Special Ops Academy, the captain was far more cautious, uneasy about any unexpected developments, and eager to put an end to this whole affair. What could possibly happen? One Academy team member scoffed, unconcerned. Oh, and why couldn't something happen? A voice rang out, but it didn't belong to anyone from the Special Ops Academy. The team members, who all knew each other well, immediately sensed something was amiss. They followed the sound to its source, none other than Liu Yi, the very person they thought was already finished. How is this possible? The captain's face drained of all color, terror blazing in his eyes. Why wouldn't it be possible? Liu Yi's voice echoed again. As he spoke, Liu Yi slowly turned his head back to its original position, one eye narrowed, locking eyes with the captain from the Special Ops Academy. At this moment, Liu Yi looked far more terrifying than before. For hanging from his half-closed eyelid was a bullet, a still-smoking adamantium slug gripped delicately. Held in the eyelid? Was this some kind of supernatural movie shoot? Had he wandered onto the wrong set? You all, what a disappointment you turn out to be. Run! Get out, run now. The captain's face was ashen, screaming desperately at his team, wild with fear. There's no point in running. All of you will remain here. This land will be your final resting place." With those words, Lu Yi wasted no more breath. His eyes reddened and glowed hot, and twin crimson beams erupted from his gaze. The sweeping red light tore through the air, mercilessly striking the special ops team, splitting bodies in half and scattering entrails and gore across the ground. The sight made Lu Yi's face pale involuntarily. He'd killed before, but with fireworks and hand strike. Their only mark was scorched, twisted bodies. But now, seeing severed torsos and viscera splattered everywhere, was a new and revolting experience. Even Lu Yi found himself a little queasy. Thankfully, that discomfort passed as quickly as it came. Soon enough, Lu Yi was back to normal. So quick, in fact, he barely had time to register it. Does this mean I'm turning into a killer? Or have I just watched too many gory shows and become numb to it? He couldn't really say, but whatever the case, it worked in his favor. Not wasting time with further overthinking, Lu Yi turned his gaze toward Jason, who was, remarkably, still alive. Lu Yi purposefully controlled the direction of his attacks, deliberately ignoring Jason, which was the only reason Jason was still alive. "Do you know why I haven't killed you yet?" Lu Yi stepped up to Jason and asked him directly. "You want to find out who's pulling the strings behind all of this?" Jason replied coolly. Though the odds were stacked against him, Jason was no fool. He knew his only bargaining chip was his knowledge. If Lu Yi wanted to unmask the mastermind, he had to keep Jason alive. "No, I already have a good guess about who's behind it all. That's not why I'm letting you live. So you're trying to trick me." Colonel Stryker is one of them. There were countless connections between Colonel Stryker and Jason. Of that, there could be no doubt. When Jason heard Stryker's name, his face changed immediately. The calm facade vanished, and he fell silent, realizing at once that Lu Yi spoke the truth. He'd always been Stryker's secret, known to only a select few. For Lu Yi to know about Stryker's involvement meant something significant. "Then why won't you kill me? What's the real reason?" "The reason is simple. I haven't had enough fun yet. I want you to attack me, with your illusion crafting abilities." Lu Yi's tone was detached, almost casual. Jason had never heard such a strange request. For a moment, he was caught completely off guard, staring at Lu Yi as if he were mad. "You get only one shot," Lu Yi warned. "Attack now or die." Lu Yi had no interest in being tormented. He had his own reasons for doing this. Jason couldn't fathom Lu Yi's true intentions, but he understood this much. It was his only chance at survival. His eyes sharpened. In the next instant, Jason launched his attack. He knew Lu Yi was no ordinary opponent. So right from the start, he unleashed his strongest illusion, pouring everything he had into conjuring a vivid battlefield scene filled with carnage. A wave of murderous intent crashed toward Lu Yi's mind, trying to shatter the fortress of his mental barrier. But Lu Yi's mental shield was not easily broken. A frontal assault alone would never crack it at first strike. Still, for the first time, Lu Yi felt something unusual, a deep primal urge for bloodshed stirring inside him. His mental safeguard didn't entirely block the illusion. While his five senses remained largely intact, some effects did get through, leaving Lu Yi faintly affected. "So this is your strongest attack?" Lu Yi's eyes flickered with killing intent. He fought down the impulse to destroy Jason on the spot and spoke in a low voice. "If that's truly all you've got, I'm afraid I have no choice but to kill you." Lu Yi's murderous intent was palpable, and Jason had no doubt he meant what he said. Jason was desperate to live. Channeling all his power, he pushed his illusion to the limit, determined to breach the stubborn defenses of Lu Yi's mind. Unfortunately, Lu Yi's mental blockade was like a pane of reinforced glass with embedded wire, while Jason's illusions were nothing more than a hammer. Time after time, the hammer struck the glass, spreading countless cracks across its surface, but it could never shatter the pane completely, never force its way through to the other side. After so many futile attempts, it was unclear whether it was despair or sheer exhaustion from overextending his illusionary powers, but Jason's twisted face was slick with sweat, his eyes staring at Lu Yi with undisguised terror. "This is all you've got? Don't blame me for being ruthless. It's just that you're not nearly strong enough." With these words, Lu Yi moved in for the kill. Jason realized instantly that Lu Yi was not simply posturing. He truly intended to strike. The resolve in Lu Yi's crimson eyes, now glowing just as they had when he unleashed the deadly eye beams before, left Jason paralyzed with dread. Between life and death, terror is at its greatest, but so too are the chances for fortune and revelation. In that split second when he hovered on the edge of oblivion, Jason's illusion suddenly gained tremendous force. Where before the shield of glass was impenetrable, a tiny fissure now appeared. For anyone else, that minuscule crack would have meant little. For Jason, it was all he needed. Power surged through the opening, the illusion pouring through and breaking past the barrier. He suddenly felt his vision blur. Jason had inexplicably changed positions. On instinct, he fired his heat vision at Jason's new location. The beam cut Jason in half, cleaving him cleanly, just as it had those trainees at the Special Ops Academy. Yet he felt no satisfaction, no urge to leave. Without a pause, he unleashed his heat vision again, this time sweeping the beams over the spot where Jason had first stood. There was a wet, explosive splatter, a mess of flesh and blood spraying into existence, as if conjured from nothing, reds and whites spilling out across the floor. Meanwhile, the body that had been sliced in two began to fade away, gradually dissolving until all trace of it vanished within seconds, just like everything else so far. How stupid can you be? Seriously, even if it's just an illusion, at least try to make it convincing. Suddenly changing direction. Who do you think you are? Outside of your mind tricks, you're useless. If you want to play tricks, at least make them believable next time. Maybe you'll have better luck in your next life. Louis barely spared a glance at Jason's corpse, not interested any longer. What was there to care about the dead? He quickly set his focus back on the true matter at hand. Congratulations, host. You have earned a perfect rank draw. At this moment, the host possesses 1 standard draw, 1 optimized draw, and 1 perfect draw. Congratulations, host, on collecting a complete set of extraction opportunities. I should mention, though, that this congratulations is entirely ceremonial and serves no actual purpose. Don't get your hopes up about making a wish or summoning a dragon just because you've finished a full set. Did I ever say I wanted to? You talk too much. Louis couldn't help but retort. Even so, he was genuinely delighted. Complaints aside, this was a moment to celebrate. A perfect extraction opportunity was a truly precious thing. The last time Louis obtained one, it granted him all of Dumbledore's powers, an incredible windfall, and proof that all his efforts had not been in vain. He deliberately let Jason attack him just for this chance. Looking back now, it had certainly paid off. The reward was immense. The intensity of the battle played a pivotal role in determining the quality of the extraction opportunity. By amplifying the stakes, Louis had raised the evaluation, and in turn, earned a perfect chance. Had he not upped the ante this time, he might have gained only an optimized grade extraction opportunity, not the flawless one he was holding now. Does the host wish to use this perfect extraction opportunity right away? Not yet. There's something I need to do first. A perfect grade extraction was an incredible prize, and using it immediately was the obvious choice. But Louis genuinely had unfinished business. He couldn't afford to waste any time. What is it you must do so urgently? The system sounded rather curious. Louis' system was quite humane. It would never pry into his thoughts, and so had no idea what was on his mind. Its job was simply to assess his battles and hand out rewards. Run. What? The system thought it had misheard. Run for it. With that, Louis shot upward, breaking the sound barrier as he streaked away. What's going on? Someone wants to plant mushrooms. Huh. The system barely had time to voice its confusion when, right where Louis had just been standing, a violent explosion erupted. An earth-shaking blast followed immediately. A deafening boom rolled across the land as a mushroom cloud silently blossomed from the ground. The searing heat instantly vaporized everything left behind. Corpses, weapons, wheelchairs, instruments. Everything was gone, save perhaps the box reinforced with adamantium. Someone had unleashed a small-yield doomsday weapon right where Louis had stood, eradicating everything in that spot. That was precisely why Louis needed to flee. Missiles weren't worth worrying about. No matter how many came, he could handle them with ease. But a weapon of pure destruction was another story altogether. With his current physical body, even Louis wouldn't survive the epicenter of such an explosion. Of course, if Louis were to use magic, things would play out quite differently. With a single spell cast before the destructive weapon detonated, even the most devastating device would become nothing more than fireworks. As for why Louis didn't resort to magic, instead choosing what looked like the coward's way out by fleeing, he could only say that he was looking for an excuse, a pretext to have a little game with the country of America. As long as the destructive weapon didn't go off, there was still room for negotiation, still reasons for explanation. But the moment it exploded, all such possibilities would vanish. And that was exactly what Louis desired. Besides, Louis was genuinely curious about where his limits lay when it came to defense. This was a perfect opportunity to find out. Normal attacks meant nothing to Louis, so only the explosion of a superweapon would serve as a valid test. In any case, as long as he avoided the very epicenter of the blast, nothing serious would happen. Once he was clear of the blast core of the destructive weapon, Louis stopped running. There was no longer any need to run. With a faint smile, Liu Yi spread his arms wide, bracing himself to welcome the oncoming shockwave. Come on, show me what you've got. Let it come even harder, he called out. No sooner had the words left his lips than the raging blast wave swallowed Liu Yi, and a crimson blaze filled his vision. Yet, Liu Yi didn't pause. Embracing the explosion, he accelerated toward the heart of the blast at supersonic speed, treating this eruption as a superweapon experiment to test his limits. While Liu Yi seemed at ease, treating the superweapon explosion as a mere experiment, others were far from calm. Nick Fury, for one. A thud echoed through the office as Nick Fury slammed his fist down hard on the desk, the sound reverberating through the room. Who did this? Who exactly? Nick Fury roared in fury. Standing by his side, Coulson and Natasha looked just as grim, their anger written plain across their faces. It was the military's orders. The specific culprit is still unknown. A perspiring clerk answered nervously. Find out for me. Nick Fury bellowed again, his patience at its limit. Nick Fury was already aware that a destructive weapon had detonated. But it hadn't been easy for him to discover this. A low-yield destructive weapon exploding near a metropolis like New York. That was bound to get his attention. Yet even this wasn't the main issue. What mattered most was that the explosion had occurred at the very place where Liu Yi had last been detected. A troubling development indeed. Destructive weapons represented the pinnacle of human military power, but Nick Fury was certain a low-yield device was nowhere near enough to kill Liu Yi. On the contrary, it would only provoke him further, which made Nick's anxiety mount. Executive leadership. Let's not waste any more words. I have a mission for you right now. Apart from myself, you are the only ones who have come into contact with Liu Yi. Board the plane and go find him. I need you to track him down before he engages us in battle. Yes, sir. Nick Fury assigned the mission to Coulson and Natasha, while Liu Yi was soaring at supersonic speed through a fiery inferno, thick with radiation. The fringes of this low-yield, destructive weapons blast posed no threat to Liu Yi whatsoever. He needed to rush directly toward the heart of the explosion. Only there could he truly test his own limits. The energy unleashed by such a catastrophic detonation was truly staggering. Yet even this awe-inspiring force could not harm Liu Yi. His clothes were untouched, not a thread out of place. If anything, it was Liu Yi who seemed to affect the fire and shockwaves from the explosion. His supersonic flight created thunderous sonic booms and powerful shockwaves, churning up colossal waves behind him. In his wake, a void opened up, flames, aftershocks, and clouds of dust swept aside by the force. If one could observe from above with an invincible military-grade detector, they would notice a strange scar atop the mushroom cloud, as if a chunk had been forcibly sliced away. All of this did not escape the notice of others, a world so full of idle eyes. And, after all, the weapon had been detonated frighteningly close to New York. While the calculations said the impact wouldn't reach the city, its seismic rumblings could not simply be ignored. The military's lost their minds, planting mushrooms out here like that. Do they want us all to die from radiation? Damn it, what's that thing on top of the mushroom cloud? How is that even possible? Is that what we should be worried about? Hello? How about focusing on the actual mushroom cloud for a minute? Or do you want to end up under one someday? Would the military really dare? Why wouldn't they? They've done it right next to New York. Can you seriously guarantee they won't do it in the city next time? I'm going to protest right now. I want those responsible for planting mushrooms dragged before a military tribunal. This one opinion sparked a passionate response from many. Their own safety was not taken lightly. If the military dared to plant a mushroom cloud near New York today, who's to say it wouldn't be New York tomorrow, or other cities the day after? For the sake of themselves and their loved ones, such threats simply could not be tolerated. Almost every citizen in New York embraced this mindset. Once the truth spread among demonstrators in the streets, people dropped whatever they were doing and poured into the ranks of the protest. All of New York's daily bustle had drawn to a close, and a long line of people had gathered outside the New York City Hall. The American government agencies were at their wits' end. They wanted to send security forces to suppress the crowd, but that was simply not an option. Even the security officers were participating in this march. They had families in New York, they themselves lived here. Would they really help the military, knowing it could mean death for themselves and their loved ones? Or would they stand with their own families? Jobs? Salaries? Let those worries fade into the ether. The lives of themselves and their families were what truly mattered above all else. The authorities, helpless, could only proceed on two fronts: deploying armed forces to crack down on the demonstration and, at the same time, discrediting the movement by blaming it all on violent agitators. This, after all, was the government's favorite trick. But those are stories for another time. Liu had already seen this coming. Although he was conducting a superweapon explosion experiment, he never failed to spare a shred of attention for the developments in New York and he'd noticed the warning signs in time. This is about to turn into something big. But honestly, I'm looking forward to it. He couldn't help but chuckle as he stood at the epicenter of the blast. After a few seconds of flight, He entered the heart of the superweapon explosion. To his surprise, he emerged completely unscathed. The blast hadn't harmed him at all. He speculated that perhaps the explosion's power had waned after some time, or perhaps he himself had grown stronger. System, do you think the explosion lost its force, or did I get stronger? A bit of both. The power of the explosion waned with time, and you, host, have grown more formidable as time has passed. Time itself is the ultimate wonder. How powerful am I now? You are now able to withstand small-yield weapons of mass destruction, like the one we just witnessed. Your strength, speed, and other attributes have all been enhanced, and this growth shows no signs of stopping. Unlike a comic book superhero who would construct a device just to measure his strength, He could only sense his power in rough terms. He had no idea exactly how much he'd improved. Strength is a hard thing to quantify. All he could do was rely on the system, letting it provide him with the latest data on his progress. Is there a limit to my abilities? After reaching complete optimization, there's theoretically no limit. But in practice, that's not quite true. After all, even the energy of the sun isn't infinite. You have to absorb solar power, and when the sun's energy is exhausted, you won't be able to keep leveling up, no matter what. So, if I ever had an inexhaustible sun, things would be different, wouldn't they? Yes, but don't you think you're getting a bit ahead of yourself now? With your current abilities, you can't even absorb the full power of one sun. You're right. Maybe I'm overthinking things right now. He stopped dwelling on it. He stayed in place for a moment, picked a direction in the sky, and flew off at full speed. Boom! In an instant, Yi's speed broke the sound barrier, and a shockwave cloud, bigger than any before, bloomed in his wake. In a blink, Yi had vanished from sight, moving so fast he was impossible to track with the naked eye. He had pushed his speed to the extreme. But this incredible speed also gave the radar an opening. Since He didn't bother to hide himself, he quickly showed up on radar, catching the attention of those who were watching closely. He's been spotted, but he's moving way too fast. There's no way we're catching up. On a fighter jet, Coulson called out to Natasha, who was focused intently on the controls. No problem. We'll take a shortcut. Natasha banked the jet sharply in the sky, turning toward a different heading and racing away in pursuit. He was by no means a harmless sort, nor the kind to let a grudge go unanswered. Given that, the situation became clear. This time, He was definitely out for revenge. Before setting out, Natasha had asked Nick Fury for a file on that special academy and found one very useful piece of intelligence on Jason. She wasn't sure whether He actually knew about Jason or not, but considering his near-omniscient abilities and the way he'd spoken her name the moment they met, she felt compelled to give it a try. An agent has to make the right call in a crisis. Since there was no way to catch up to Yi now, there was no harm in trying to intercept him ahead of time. If it worked, great. If not, nothing lost. They weren't catching him anyway. This time, Natasha had actually made the right choice. Unfortunately, the judgment was sound, but the jet just wasn't up to the task. For all her effort, they still failed to cut Yi off. By the time Yi arrived at Lake Yukali, they were still en route. Lake Yukali, a perfectly ordinary-sounding place, one of hundreds if not thousands, just like it in a country as vast as America. Like most places of its kind, it was just another picturesque lake. Lush vegetation, abundant water resources, and few people. Nothing more. But Louis knew there was more to this place than met the eye. Long ago, it had been the site of a secret military base. Here, Colonel Stryker had carried out a highly classified experimental program, aimed at researching mutants and developing Weapon X. Back then, something went wrong. Wolverine, for whom Weapon X had been created, rebelled unexpectedly. With his brother by his side, he destroyed everything here. The base was abandoned for a time, and Colonel Stryker was left a lost soul. Soon after, the military witnessed the formidable power of the experimental subjects, Wolverine and another scoundrel, and turned to the wayward Colonel Stryker. Adhering to the belief that the most dangerous place is often the safest, they decided to reactivate this facility. Underneath the ground, the military constructed a subterranean base. This new installation was even better equipped than the previous one, eliminating any possibility of test subjects escaping. It was a fortress in every sense, impervious to attack. Yet, alas, even the strongest fortress is destined to fall one day. And now, that day had come for this place. With a thunderous crash, a human figure plummeted from the sky at more than 20 times the speed of sound, striking the earth with the force of a missile. At the point of impact, a deep crater, akin to one left by a meteorite, yawned open. The shockwave from the impact radiated outward, its violent wind pressure splitting the air. Grass and trees were bent low, and the once calm surface of the water turned into a churning tumult. Ironically, the figure who had caused such chaos stood in the very center of the crater, completely unharmed. Surveying the inner edge of the pit, he walked casually toward a section of steel corridor that had been flattened beneath the force of his landing. Arriving at the corridor, he extended arms that seemed wholly out of proportion with the twisted metal, placing his hands upon steel. Without any apparent effort, his fingers sank into the metal as if it were only warm butter, accompanied by the piercing screech of tearing steel. He curled his fingers inward and gave a sharp tug. Metal shrieked and clawed at itself as he pulled open a passageway in the steel corridor, barely wide enough for someone to stoop through. But the figure did not enter immediately. Instead, he braced both hands atop the passage and his feet beneath, yanking upward with enough force to make an opening tall enough for a person to walk through without stooping. Only then did he step inside. He moved down the corridor, each footstep ringing out with a bright, echoing note. Yet, as the sound traveled along the metal tunnel to the far end, it transformed, becoming an eerie, uncanny rhythm that sent chills through the guards already waiting in tense readiness. The commotion he caused was impossible to ignore. The underground base's alarm was raised, and defensive measures sprang into action. Every armed soldier, as well as the brainwashed and altered mutants, joined in the effort to bring him down. They gathered at the far end of the steel corridor, eyes fixed on its dark, ominous depths, bracing for his arrival. Step, step, step. Instead of appearing right away, only the faint sound of footsteps could be heard, sometimes near, sometimes distant, growing steadily closer, each one landing with an ever-increasing sense of foreboding. Instead, this only piled immense pressure on them, making them itch to storm directly into the steel corridor and join the fight with the figure head-on. Fortunately, the steel corridor wasn't long. Soon, a shadowy figure flickered into view within the passage, bringing an end to their agonizing wait. Fire. No one could tell who shouted, but as soon as the word rang out, everyone pulled their triggers in unison, unleashing a wild storm of bullets at the figure. A torrent of bullets poured forward like a relentless rain, yet the figure seemed completely unfazed, his pace steady and unwavering, not slowing down in the slightest, closing the distance bit by bit. At first, they thought he must be clad in heavy armor, something like Tony Stark's suit. But as the silhouette emerged into the open, they realized with shock that he wore nothing at all. Relying solely on his own flesh, he weathered the full brunt of their firepower, remaining entirely unharmed. These guards had worked at the base for quite some time, and their experience made them more resilient in the face of the extraordinary than ordinary security personnel. Instead of panicking, they recovered their composure quickly. Immediately, they gave the order, send in the mutants who had been modified and weaponized, commanding them to face the figure ahead. Only a monster could deal with another monster. Four unusual figures, one of whom looked more beast than human, stepped forward, preparing to confront the mysterious intruder. He stepped out from the steel corridor just in time to catch sight of the four. What a pointless struggle. None of the four mutants were particularly powerful. At best, only level 1 or 2. The idea that they could even slow Liu Yi down was laughable. All four of the mutants had been mind-controlled, and seeing Liu Yi's utter disregard for them, waves of different emotions flickered across their faces. Their expressions darkened as they launched their attacks. Suddenly, one of them spat. A glob of greenish liquid shot straight toward Liu Yi. Without any hesitation, Liu Yi shifted aside, dodging the foul projectile. Whether it was acid or some other disgusting substance, it would never have harmed Liu Yi. Still, he preferred not to be touched by anything so repulsive. After all, it was little better than being spit on, and Liu Yi had no desire for that kind of contact. That was this mutant's trick, but the others weren't any more formidable. One could sprout spikes all over his body, another could morph his arm like pliable clay. The last one was nothing but speed. Yet, none of them posed the slightest threat. Against ordinary humans, perhaps these abilities might be impressive, but going up against Liu Yi was pure suicide. Except for the one doing the spitting, the other three foolishly tried to provoke Liu Yi, daring to come up close, as though they could take him on in hand-to-hand combat. Especially striking was that mutant whose arm seemed as malleable as clay. He appeared to believe in the incredible flexibility of his limb, giving it a whip-like swing, making it ripple like a noodle before aiming to wrap it around Liu Yi's upper body. Yet, before he could put his plan into action, Liu Yi simply flicked his finger lightly against the mutant's so-called flexible arm. In an instant, as if several grenades had detonated at once, that arm was blasted away by a surge of force, sent crashing into the steel wall nearby. With a sharp, sickening smack, it splattered into a heap of useless, formless pulp. The mutant's reaction was bizarre. almost as if the ruined arm were not his own. He paid it no heed, his face drained of color yet utterly expressionless, undisturbed by his injury. What remarkable self-control. Stryker really did an impressive job. Years of research have not gone to waste. Louis could not help but marvel. Impressed as he was, Louis nevertheless showed no mercy toward these mutants. His figure flashed swiftly among the four foes, his hand slicing through the air in a knife-hand strike, landing a light yet precise blow to the back of each of their necks. There came 4 sharp cracks in rapid succession. All 4 mutants collapsed to the ground simultaneously, their necks twisted at unnatural angles, life leaving their bodies in an instant. Louis's 4 strikes had severed their spines cleanly, leaving them as they were now, crumpled and lifeless. He didn't pause for a heartbeat. Moving like the wind, Louis darted behind each guard station nearby, his hand continuing to arc in practiced, lethal strokes, cutting down lives with every motion. A few tried to evade him, yet all such attempts were in vain. No matter how they dodged, Louis's hand strike inevitably found the opening, delivering a fatal blow to the neck and ending their struggle in silence. This is only the beginning. Standing amidst the slain guards, Louis suddenly looked up, speaking directly to a surveillance camera above. On the other side of the camera, Stryker sat watching, his eyes fixed on the image of Louis below. When he heard those words, "This is only the beginning," utter terror seized him. It wasn't merely what was said, but the manner in which it reached him. Louis's message had not come through the camera or any ordinary channel. Instead, it was conveyed in another, supremely secretive way, directly echoing inside Stryker's mind. It felt like the whisper of a demon at his ear, sending an uncontrollable shudder down his spine. He had to admit, he was afraid. In the past, he had never flinched before Professor X. He had never faltered before Magneto. But now, confronted with Louis, he was paralyzed with fear. Staring at the screen where Louis stood at the center of a circle of corpses, Stryker felt as though he was witnessing the emergence of a true demon. Regret swelled within him, a gnawing remorse for having ever let himself be manipulated into launching those devastating weapons against Louis. But it was far too late for regret. Louis would not let him go. Stryker abruptly sprang to his feet. "No, I can't just sit here and wait for death. Yuriko, stop him." With a hurried command to the female secretary at his side, he didn't hesitate for a moment, choosing to flee. He planned to stay hidden for a while, waiting either for Louis's vengeance to fade or for Louis himself to be killed. He no longer had the courage to face Louis directly. He even abandoned one of his proudest creations, Yuriko, just to buy himself a few more moments to escape. Yuriko, her will controlled, felt nothing about Stryker's decision to leave her behind. All that mattered was carrying out the task he'd given her. She cracked her knuckles with a sound more metallic than bone, then hurried to intercept Louis. She had to stop him, but as she reached the doorway and hadn't yet pushed open the metal door blocking her path, a thunderous crash echoed through the room as the door shattered before her. A metal door, at least several dozen centimeters thick, had been smashed clear through with overwhelming force, leaving behind a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through. But that wasn't the worst of it. Just as Yuriko was brimming with resolve to confront Louis, a hefty shard of the door struck her squarely, slamming her against the metal wall behind. Her skeleton, like Wolverine's, was bonded with adamantium. The bones survived unscathed, but her flesh was crushed beyond recognition, blood and tissue torn asunder, her former appearance obliterated. "Well, I didn't expect you to be standing right behind the door." Louis strolled in through the breach, utterly unapologetic. "Sorry about that. Are you okay?" With a sharp clang, the fragments of the metal door clattered to the steel floor as the bloodied Yuriko slid down from the wall, collapsing atop the debris. That one blow had severed her tendons, leaving her unable to control her body, at least for the moment. But it made little difference. To Yuriko, such wounds counted as mere scratches. Her extraordinary healing abilities would soon set things right. No sooner had she hit the debris than those powers began their work. As if time were running backward, tattered flesh seamlessly knitted itself together, ruptured tendons bonded in an instant. In just over 20 seconds, injury severe enough to kill a normal person vanished without a trace. If it weren't for her ruined, ragged clothes hanging askew, exposing more skin than intended, one might imagine Yuriko had never suffered any harm at all. Not a bad figure. Louis whistled appreciatively, then added, "And that's some spectacular regeneration, too. Almost as fast as mine." Louis also possessed an extraordinary regenerative ability. Yet, unlike Yuriko, whose powers stemmed from an X-gene mutation, Louis's remarkable recovery was rooted in the extension of his biological prowess. When a living being is injured, Its wounds heal through cellular metabolism. Lu Yi's exceptional healing worked precisely in this way. His body accelerated that very process. Though this rapid regeneration consumed immense energy, it was but a trifling cost for someone of Lu Yi's reserves. To him, it was almost as if he had achieved immortality. Across the entire Marin world, within the ranks of those relying purely on flesh and blood, only the likes of Yuriko, Wolverine, and Deadpool could hope to match Lu Yi's recovery abilities. As for those whose power came from elemental or rule-based mastery, that was an entirely different realm, one in a class apart from mere flesh and blood. Precisely because of this, Lu Yi found himself rather interested in Yuriko. She's quite attractive, possesses an extraordinary healing factor, and, with her skeleton forged from adamantium, her strength is more than respectable. Yes, she's certainly worth keeping around. Yuriko, however, showed no response to Lu Yi's interest. Her hands sprang forth, each brandishing steel claws over 20 centimeters long. Like a wild kitten, she lashed out at Lu Yi, all claws and fury. What a naughty little thing you are. Amusement flickered in Lu Yi's gaze. In a flash, his hands shot out, fingers curved like talons, locking around Yuriko's pale neck with the unyielding grip of steel. Yuriko thrashed desperately, driving both feet against Lu Yi's legs in a futile attempt to break free. Her adamantium claws slashed down, seeking to pierce the arm that held her captive by the throat. But only the crisp clash of metal rang out, again and again, a sharp, echoing sound. Her claws unable to so much as scratch Lu Yi. Her feet, too, pressed hard against his legs, met the immovable resistance of iron. For all her effort, she could not make him shift, not even an inch. Were it not for Lu Yi restraining her, Yuriko might never have recognized her own powerlessness. As it was, there was no surrender, only useless struggle. All your resistance is in vain. You're still far too weak, Lu Yi remarked, shaking his head at her efforts. Then, as if he had all the time in the world, he lifted his free hand and pressed a finger against the center of Yuriko's brow. All is forgotten, emptied from your mind. Uttering the incantation with an air of nonchalance, Lu Yi's fingertip blossomed with white light, striking Yuriko square on the forehead as she struggled. Instantly, Yuriko's eyes lost their icy indifference and cold defiance. Uncertainty and wonder took their place, as though the woman before him were a newborn, untouched by the world, a creature brimming with innocent curiosity and utterly unmarked by past experience. And while Yuriko gazed at the world with childlike wonder, Lu Yi began to speak. You must be very curious about why you're here. Well, that's because of me. I brought you into this world, gave you new life. I am your god, your master, your everything. From now on, you must obey my every command. Even if I order you to die, you must not define me in the slightest. There was a strange, almost hypnotic power in Lu Yi's voice. Under its influence, the curiosity and confusion in the newly reborn Yuriko's eyes faded, replaced by a fervent, blazing devotion. That fervor continued to intensify with each word Lu Yi spoke, growing stronger by the second. By the time he finished, the only thing left in Yuriko's eyes was that feverish zeal, a devotion so complete it blotted out every trace of curiosity or doubt. Every last shred of wonder and hesitation had vanished without a trace. My God, my Lord, you are everything to me. You have given me new life. I will never defy any of your commands, not even if you send me to my death. Yuriko ceased all resistance, retracting her claws, surrendering utterly. Her expression grew steadfast, her gaze ablaze with fanatic devotion as she spoke. It's no exaggeration to say that if Lu Yi ordered Yuriko to take her own life right now, she would go to any lengths to carry it out. Yuriko had become Lu Yi's most loyal servant, utterly willing to sacrifice her life for him. There's a reason mind control is so powerful. It forcibly implants a new belief into someone's mind, making them perceive it as truth. That way, they can act without inner conflict. Sometimes, they even feel pleasure from obeying. But Lu Yi's method far surpassed ordinary brainwashing. He wiped away all memory, leaving a mind as blank as new paper, free to be painted with whatever vision he wished. He could shape someone's identity to his will. Whatever he wished them to be, that's what they became, just as Yuriko now was. Ordinary brainwashing couldn't even compare. In the world of magical boys, memory-erasing spells like Obliviate were used for nothing more than erasing someone's recollections. Not a single wizard considered what could be achieved after that, even Voldemort. To them, Obliviate was strictly for erasing memories. Their thinking was rigid. They saw things only as they were, and never thought to explore alternatives. Memory erasure, to them, was just that, memory erasure. Unlike Lu E, who treated it as a tool with endless possibilities, never resigned to a single, unchanging use. Yuriko, as his experimental subject, had shown extraordinary results. Lu E was more than pleased, and was already considering whether he might take this power even further someday. Yuriko, fetch me a chair, Lu E said, releasing her and setting her down on the floor. Yes, master. To Yuriko, Lu E was everything. Carrying out his command filled her with boundless honor and joy. Yuriko promptly obeyed the order and went to fetch a chair for herself, while Lu E wasn't idle, raising his arm high into the air. Achio Striker. This time, Lu E used the summoning charm. Given his current understanding of spellcraft, there wasn't much difference in using it on a person. At most, people just resisted harder. As soon as the incantation left his lips, Lu E began to picture Striker vividly in his mind, then made a seizing gesture with his hand. With these steps complete, Lu E could distinctly sense the presence of something enormous, a veritable giant, and that giant was none other than Striker himself. He's got some fight in him. The biggest difference between the living and the lifeless is that the dead never struggle, but the living certainly do. At this very moment, Striker was struggling with everything he had. Through his senses, Lu E could feel that Striker was grabbing onto the airplane's door with steely determination, resisting the pull of the summoning charm. The man's entire body hung in the air, yet he stubbornly refused to let go. This could get troublesome. Well then, let's try this. Lu E kept his left hand in the gripping posture, while his right arm rose, palm aimed squarely in Striker's direction. Cruciatus. Ignoring the layers of steel and earth overhead, Lu E and Striker were not far apart, giving Lu E the perfect chance to cast the Cruciatus Curse. Multitasking, he unleashed the spell right at Striker. The Cruciatus Curse was utterly unlike the summoning charm. While the summoning charm was merely practical, the Cruciatus Curse was one of the 3 unforgivable curses. As soon as Striker became the target of that curse, he felt the difference immediately. Excruciating pain washed over him in relentless waves. Striker could no longer cling to the airplane's door. Amid unending wails of agony, he was pulled inexorably through the air back toward Lu E. Did I just see what I think I saw? Was that a screaming pig flying past? At that very moment, Coulson and Natasha had just climbed out of their jet, catching sight of this astonishing spectacle. Natasha, with sharper eyes, saw clearly who was flying by. That wasn't a pig. It was a person. A person. Yes, a person. And not just anyone. That was Striker. Striker? Then how is he flying? Looks like Louis got here first. We need to catch up. Natasha's face grew grim as she spoke. Sparing only a glance at Striker's vanishing form, she darted off, not bothering to wait for Coulson. With no alternative, Coulson sighed inwardly and hurried after her, pushing his questions aside. Twisting and turning through shadowy corridors, they raced along, at times nearly losing sight of Striker's battered figure. Finally, drawn by his tortured screams, they reached their destination, where they found Striker writhing in pain on the floor and Lu E calmly seated in a chair. Oh, it's you two. Lu E sounded mildly surprised to see them. It's us. And who's this person behind you? Ignoring Striker's wailing as if she hadn't heard it at all, Natasha cast a quick glance at the woman standing respectfully behind Lewis, her brows knitting slightly in suspicion. From the intuition of a woman and the instincts of a seasoned agent, Natasha immediately sensed that this woman was unusual. The way she gazed at Lewis was far from ordinary. She's my new servant, Yuriko. Why? Do you have a problem with that? No problem at all. Natasha's pupils contracted for a moment, but her voice remained calm and composed as she replied. She had some basic intel on this facility. Although she didn't know that Yuriko was one of the Weapon X subjects, Yuriko's frequent appearances as Striker's so-called secretary had left a mark on Natasha's mind. But now, hearing what Lewis just said, it left her momentarily stunned. Striker's secretary now stood demurely behind Lewis, as if she were his assistant, showing not a trace of resistance. That said plenty. Mind control. The phrase surfaced in Natasha's mind almost instinctively. As long as it's not a problem, just wait over there for a bit. I've got some things to take care of. I'll hide. What else could she say? Natasha made the wise choice to agree and stepped aside with Coulson, waiting for Lewis to finish his business. Lewis had never intended to spare Striker. Anything they said at this point would only further erode the meager goodwill he had for them, a pointless risk. It was better to give up on Striker now. In the grand scheme of things, exchanging someone irrelevant to them for an impression of reasonableness in Lewis's eyes was a bargain they could hardly refuse. Of course, Lewis had no idea what they were thinking, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of respect for how sharp they were. Smart people, indeed. Lewis offered them a faint, approving smile, then turned his attention back to Stryker, who was still sprawled out on the ground. With a simple wave, he summoned Stryker through the air and brought him directly before him. Placing a fingertip on Stryker's forehead, Lewis spoke. Extraction of memories. He slowly drew his hand back, and entwined around his fingertip, a slender, glowing thread appeared, shimmering in pearly white. This technique, soul string extraction, was a unique spell that allowed its wielder to delve into another's emotional memories, akin to an advanced form of mind reading. By using this magic, Lewis could have plunged into Stryker's memories himself. But he didn't bother. There was nothing in Stryker's mind that interested him. It was faster and just as effective to pull out only the relevant strands of thought. Once the memory thread was extracted, Lewis didn't bother storing it. Instead, he brushed against it gently with his own spiritual energy. A scene flickered suddenly into Lu Yi's mind. It was Stryker's memory. Lu Yi watched it unfold as if he were sitting in a cinema, reliving the recollections stored inside Stryker's head. What are you doing? Although Lu Yi could see Stryker's memory, Natasha and Coulson could not. Natasha voiced her curiosity right on cue. Her mission to gather intelligence on Lu Yi had never ceased, and this moment was no exception. Extracting a memory, Lu Yi replied. Extracting a memory? Now that's quite the special technique. Natasha responded, clearly intrigued. Are you interested? Lu Yi asked with a faint smile. Definitely. Is there a way for me to experience it? After a brief moment of hesitation, Natasha steeled herself and made her request. Of course, Lu Yi replied. A glimmer danced in Lu Yi's eyes, and he flicked a strand of psychic energy from his fingers towards Natasha. It slipped into her mind without a trace. Natasha's surroundings shifted in an instant. She felt a sudden sensation of weightlessness, and when she regained her bearings, she found herself inside a room within the base. People bustled about in an orderly fashion. Stryker, who moments before had been kneeling on the ground, now stood up. At some point, he had taken a seat and was now facing a screen, attending to some business. Where is this? Instinctively, Natasha's hand moved to the sidearm at her waist as she scanned her surroundings. Something's off. Very off, she realized. Her sudden appearance in this place hadn't caused the slightest stir. There was something wrong here. Natasha moved lightly across the floor to approach a staff member. After a moment's contemplation, she reached out toward him. To her astonishment, though not entirely surprised, her hand passed straight through the staff member's head. He was as intangible as a ghost, a mere illusion. This is truly surreal. I suppose these must be Stryker's memories, Natasha deduced, piecing it together with fragments of intelligence she possessed. Wasting no more time, she decided to observe everything as it played out. After all, this was her request, and this rare opportunity could not go to waste. Eyes wide with focus, Natasha watched every detail, afraid to miss even a single moment. Everything seemed to flow with perfect harmony. Suddenly, that harmony was shattered. A sound reminiscent of a ringing bell interrupted Stryker's actions, causing him to frown. He glanced at his computer and clicked on a pulsing notification window. I told you, don't disturb me. Stryker barked at the screen. I'm sorry, sir, but someone from the military is here. They specifically requested you by name, came the apologetic reply. Is that so? Then bring him in, Stryker said, his expression shifting ever so slightly. The scene shifted again. A staff member led a general into the room. We need your cooperation. The general wasted no words. After dispersing everyone else, he got straight to the point. What kind of cooperation do you need? The United States is currently facing a grave threat. A powerful individual who may be either a mutant or a superhuman is threatening our national security. As an expert in mutant studies, you've received substantial funding from us over the years. It's time for you to give something back. Is that your personal request? Or is this order coming from the president? It's neither the president's order nor my own personal agenda. This comes from a group of visionaries within the military. They fear this being and have chosen a compromise. What about you? Are you going to give in as well? The general fixed an intense gaze on Stryker. No, I won't compromise. But before Stryker could finish, the general's expression softened. You don't need to worry about anything else. We'll handle it. This operation is top secret. No one will leak your involvement, and we'll guarantee your safety. The president won't find out a thing. And when it's over, regardless of the outcome, you'll have our support. Didn't you want more mutants for your research? We can make that happen for you as well. The general's proposal greatly tempted Stryker. After a moment's hesitation, he didn't refuse. What do you need me to do? We need you to provide us with a mutant capable of disabling the target's mind, and an adamantium alloy case. I can guess the broad outlines of your plan. That's not a problem. But what if the plan fails? Don't worry. We have a backup. A devastating weapon is already standing by. the general replied, his expression tinged with madness as he stared at Stryker. At that point, the memory ended. The general and Stryker began to blur before Natasha's eyes, becoming wispy and indistinct like vapor, followed shortly by the scenery around them. Finally, Natasha felt herself being pulled swiftly skyward. In the next instant, she was back, facing Lu E and a visibly anxious Coulson. Natasha raised her hand, silencing Coulson before he could speak. She turned to Lu E, her voice low and grave. I really didn't expect that things would turn out like this. But rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. will never let them get away with it. Lu E looked at her with a teasing smile. I appreciate the sentiment, but I don't need S.H.I.E.L.D. to settle my scores for me. Catching the look in Lu Yi's eyes, Natasha instantly realized that her calculations had failed. With a wry smile, all she could do was silently pray for those generals, hoping, perhaps, that their end would at least be a clean one. Natasha had originally planned to handle these generals, hoping to intervene in the matter, smooth things over, and spare the American authorities too much embarrassment, essentially to offer them a graceful way out. But Lu E was far too shrewd. In an instant, he saw through her intentions. With just one sentence, he cut off all her plans. Yuriko, kill him. Having obtained the information he wanted, Lu E had no intention of keeping Stryker alive. He signaled to Yuriko to kill him. In a way, this was Lu E giving Yuriko a chance for vengeance. Yet for Yuriko, newly reborn, Stryker inspired no feelings at all, making the prospect of revenge oddly dull. Driven purely by the honor she felt in carrying out Lu Yi's command, Yuriko extended her adamantium claws. Under Stryker's panicked gaze, she drove them into his brow, ending his life. To his last breath, Stryker never imagined he would meet his end at the hands of his own subordinate. Not just any subordinate, but one he had painstakingly kept under strict control. He died with bulging eyes, unable to find peace even in death. With Stryker's corpse lying before them, Lu E felt nothing. But Natasha and Coulson were a loss, unsure what to do next. They exchanged a glance, both wearing the same look of helpless resignation. What now? Coulson asked Natasha quietly, glancing at Stryker's body on the floor. Let it be. We're staying out of it. Shouldn't we at least clean up the body? Let the military handle it themselves. This is their mess. Let them clean it up and take the fall. All we need to do is coordinate from the sidelines. Understood. Coulson nodded in agreement and said nothing more. Natasha, did you guys come here in a jet? Seeing how sensible Natasha and Coulson were, Lu E suddenly turned to Natasha and asked, Yes, we did. Why? Nothing much. I just want to borrow your jet, take your eco, and me to the White House. The White House? Natasha couldn't help but inhale sharply. What exactly are you planning? Going to the White House, when others say it, it's obviously just bluster, empty bravado. But with Lu E, it was different. Nobody would think he was bluffing. In fact, it was hard not to imagine a lot more. The weight of words changes completely depending on who says them. In her mind's eye, Natasha already saw scenes of Lu E tearing through the White House, and she shivered involuntarily. Relax. I'm not planning anything drastic, just a simple conversation, Lu E said with a smile. Although he put it that way, Natasha didn't believe a word. With Lu Yi's decisiveness and penchant for violence, there was no way he merely intended to have a talk. Even if a massacre wasn't on the table, a certain degree of intimidation was inevitable. For the harmony of the world, and for the sake of her own salary and bonuses, Natasha couldn't help but start considering how to persuade Lu E to abandon this idea. Why are you quiet? Is there a problem? Lu E grinned, appearing completely oblivious to Natasha's concerns. It's not really a problem, Natasha replied, carefully choosing her words as she watched Lu Yi's expression. I just think we don't actually have to go to the White House. It would be such a waste of time. Didn't you already learn the identity of one of the participants? We could just go straight to him. That way, we save a lot of time. What do you think? The White House, and what the president represented, was on an entirely different level from any ordinary general. Sometimes, you have to sacrifice a pawn to protect the king. As for that general, if he dared to make a move against Lu E, he should have been ready for revenge. Sometimes, it only takes the loss of one to bring peace to many, so for the greater good, he would have to go. That's what she thought to herself, and what she said out loud. Yet the moment the words left her lips, Natasha felt a pang of regret. What if Lu E suddenly lost patience and ended her right there and then? The thought sent an involuntary chill down her spine. Fortunately, Lu E didn't lose his temper. That's actually a good suggestion, but I have no idea where this man is hiding. So tell me, what do you suggest we do? Lu E responded with a smile that said he had everything under control. At that moment, Natasha understood. Lu E was sounding her out, testing the waters. He didn't know where the general was either, nor did he want to waste his own energy searching. So he wielded the threat of storming the White House, using it as leverage to have her tap into S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network and hand over the general's whereabouts. Refusing wasn't really an option. His strategy couldn't be more masterful. Chances were, Liu Yi had planned this from the very beginning, ever since she first arrived, and he chose to show her that memory. Now that she saw the whole picture, Natasha kept her emotions tightly in check. Not a hint of anger, not even the slightest trace of resentment showed on her face. For a spy, letting emotion rule was an unforgivable mistake. I'll look into his location immediately using S.H.I.E.L.D.'s intelligence network. I'll make sure you get right to him, she replied. Excellent. I'll be waiting, Liu Yi said, his smile one of complete satisfaction. Watching that satisfied smile on Liu Yi's face, Natasha was suddenly struck by the absurdity of her own position. She was the one being maneuvered, yet still forced to play along, to paste on a smile and swallow any indignation. Perhaps this was the very purpose of power. She managed a wry smile. Without wasting another moment, Natasha walked to the corner, pulled out her communicator, and reported the situation to Nick Fury. You did well, Nick Fury said after thinking it over for a moment. What should I do next? Let's do as you said. Tell me what that general looks like, and I'll help you with a thorough investigation on my end. Shouldn't we do something more? Natasha, perhaps feeling this sounded a bit passive, shot a covert glance at Liu Yi and asked in a low voice. No need. The more you do, the more chances for mistakes. You and Coulson, just keep a careful eye on him. Try to handle some minor chores on the side to minimize any obstacles. That will be enough. Whether it was because Nick Fury was concerned that Liu Yi might grow impatient, information about the general's whereabouts soon came through to Liu Yi over the radio. We got the location now. Can we go? Natasha put away the radio and turned to ask Liu Yi. Yes, we can. With that, Liu Yi led the group out of the base and over to the aircraft that Natasha had flown in. How did you know our jet would be right here? Coulson couldn't help asking, curiosity playing on his face. I'm actually curious about that too. You seem to know an awful lot, calling me by name the moment we met, knowing so much about us. Would you care to explain that? Natasha, not to be left out, followed up with her own question. It's nothing mysterious. I suppose I can explain. See these eyes and ears of mine? They're not ordinary. They give me extraordinary sight and hearing. Liu Yi replied mischievously, casting a playful glance at Natasha's prominent figure. Natasha felt a chill as Liu Yi looked at her, as if his eyes could see right through her clothes. Instinctively she asked, just how strong are they? I can see through buildings 100, even 1,000 miles away. I can hear sound from just as far. That's about the scale we're talking about. X-ray vision? Super hearing? Natasha quickly covered her chest and guardedly shifted her stance, casting a wary glance at Liu Yi. After all, Natasha was still a woman, and the idea of a man seeing right through her unsettled her deeply. Yuriko, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. She considered everything she had to belong to Liu Yi, so she responded with complete composure. Relax. As long as I don't focus, it's fine. These eyes are so powerful that if I don't concentrate, I only see the bones beneath like looking through an X-ray. That's a bit of a relief, Natasha admitted bashfully. Still, she did not lower her guard. It's awfully bold of me to ask, but is there any way to prevent this from happening? Honestly, there isn't, Liu Yi said without pretense. Thanks to certain systematic upgrades, not even lead could block his sight anymore. Nothing could truly obstruct his eyes now. Put your hand down. Your hand is nowhere near as thick as a wall. If I want to see something, it's all too easy. Leaving those words behind, Liu Yi didn't linger. He simply led Yuriko onto the aircraft without another glance. Natasha and Coulson exchanged a brief look, then dropped their hesitation and followed in after him. This was nothing more than a minor interlude. Both Natasha and Coulson were far from ordinary. They adapted quickly. As soon as Liu Yi and Yuriko settled into their seats, Natasha started up the jet. The craft surged forward at supersonic speed toward the location of that general. All along the route, Nick Fury had already cleared the flight path, so no one caused any trouble. Even the Air Force Base didn't dispatch any planes to intercept them. Without anyone getting in the way, a great deal of trouble was quietly avoided. The jet sped on for nearly half an hour before finally beginning a gradual descent at a military base. Is this the place? Louis glanced at the base and asked Natasha, who was in the pilot's seat. That's right. This is it. When the general wanted Louis dead, he put on quite a show of bravado. But now, he was shrinking away like a turtle, hiding inside this military fortress. Typical cowardice. If you don't have a nerve, just say so. What's the point of all this? If you want yourself dead, fine, but don't drag innocent people down with you. By taking shelter in a military base, the moment Liu Yi storms in, conflict becomes inevitable. You'll have no choice but to order your men to attack. Clever plan, isn't it? Too bad for you. We're already here. There might be some trouble ahead. Let us handle it, Natasha said to Lu E. The reason Natasha and Coulson accompanied Lu E here was to help him resolve any difficulties and, more importantly, to save innocent lives along the way. You too? That's fine, but I won't give you too much time, Lu E replied offhandedly, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Through the armored shell of the jet, Lu Yi's gaze had already taken in much of what lay ahead. He realized that things wouldn't be so straightforward for Natasha and Coulson on this trip. Once the jet came to a stop, Natasha and Coulson asked Lu E to stay inside for the moment. The two of them took out their identification and began negotiating with the soldiers outside, trying to convince the base's guards to stand down. Truthfully, this was all just procedure. Nick Fury, ever resourceful, had made a few friendly calls to the president during their flight, explaining that someone had to calm Lu Yi's wrath. The president, concerned for his own safety, had resolved to abandon the general. Before Lu Yi ever arrived, he had already issued orders for the entire base to cooperate with Natasha and Coulson. Now, it was just a matter of going through the motions. Natasha and Coulson had thought the same at first, but when they showed their credentials to the guards, they soon realized they were mistaken. At the sight of their badges, the guards immediately grew hostile. Armed to the teeth, they quickly surrounded the two of them. We have credentials, the Supreme Commander had previously. We haven't received any orders. All we know is there are spies trying to break in, and you might just be the spies. Cooperate with our investigation. A major stepped out from the crowd, and, without waiting for them to finish, curtly cut them off. You. Enough. Keep an eye on them. Not a word out of their mouths. If they speak, shoot them on the spot. At the major's command, the guards instantly trained their weapons on Natasha and Coulson. It was clear the major didn't want them to spill the truth, shutting down any chance they had at explaining themselves. At such close quarters, even top agents like them didn't dare make a move or utter a single word. Their eyes met, and both could see the worry mirrored on the other's face. It seemed that a river of blood was about to flow. With Natasha and Coulson held fast, the major turned and led a squad of guards over to the aircraft. Prepare the portable rocket launchers. At his command, the guards behind him pulled out single-use rocket launchers, hoisting them to their shoulders and targeting the aircraft. Natasha and Coulson watched this unfold, anxiety twisting inside them. They wanted to shout for the guards to stop, but with the guns fixed firmly their way, they didn't dare utter a word. All they could do was watch helplessly. Fire. At the major's order, all the rockets launched in unison. A trail of flames streaked behind every missile as they surged toward the nearby aircraft. Witnessing this, Natasha and Coulson both felt a wave of hopelessness crash over them, darkness clouding their vision. Only one word echoed inside their hearts: doomed. Of course, they weren't speaking about Lu E, but about everyone in this base. They were all doomed. Natasha and Coulson exchanged wry, bitter smiles. Their faces were drained of color, ashen like two slabs of pig's liver. They could already imagine what would happen next. A real, bloody massacre. The rockets soared toward the aircraft, but before they could even make contact, a figure suddenly shot into view, hovering midair directly between the rockets and their target. Twin beams of dazzling light burst forth, sweeping across the sky, intercepting every single rocket. A moment later, a series of explosions tore through the air, fire and dense black smoke billowing outward. As the fire and smoke threatened to engulf the hovering figure, he suddenly inhaled deeply, and then, facing the billowing flames and darkness, exhaled with force. A chilling breath escaped from the shadowy figure's mouth, spreading outward before him. The blast stirred the black smoke and snuffed out all the flames, while a thick layer of frost quickly formed on the ground where his breath touched. Had the figure directed his breath toward the guards, they would surely have been frozen solid on the spot, brittle as icicles, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. It seems talking with you is pointless, the figure remarked, his gaze settling on Coulson and Natasha, who were trapped at the center. Coulson and Natasha recognized the figure, Lu E, and both heard his words clearly. Yet, even so, neither dared to utter a sound. All around them, the guards, despite their obvious terror at Lu Yi's dramatic entrance and display of power, did not abandon their duty. They continued to encircle Coulson and Natasha. Need a hand? Lu E asked, noticing their predicament. Natasha and Coulson bobbed their heads fiercely, desperate for any edge. Free of their bonds, with a hope to stop Lu E, they could not afford to let this chance slip away. Yuriko, save them. Lu commanded. At his word, the hatch of the aircraft burst open, and Yuriko leapt out in a blur, her slender adamantium claws flashing as she charged at the guards surrounding Natasha and Coulson. The rhythmic thud of boots echoed as the guards, already unnerved by Lu Yi's power, snapped to attention at Yuriko's sudden appearance. Before she could close the distance, They opened fire. Bullets sprayed through the air, but Yuriko moved with the agility of a lynx, springing and twisting across the ground, every round missing its mark. Not a single bullet found her. In a few nimble leaps, Yuriko was upon them. In the terrified eyes of the guards, her razor-sharp claws drove straight into the heart of the closest one. An instant kill. She used his body as a shield, pushing forward to close in on the others, striking with lethal precision. Yuriko wove through the guards like a harbinger of death, each leap claiming another life. In barely a dozen seconds, every guard encircling Natasha and Coulson lay dead. The remaining guards wanted desperately to intervene, but Lu Yi blocked their path. Powerless to act, they could only watch as the massacre unfolded before their eyes. "Kill them all!" The major roared in fury, unable to believe the carnage before him, as his loyal guards fell one by one. The other guards could hold back no longer. Gripping the various models of weapons in their hands, they opened fire indiscriminately, paying no mind to whether there was truly any issue with Natasha and Coulson's identities, targeting anything in their path with wild abandon. Natasha and Coulson, being ordinary humans, didn't dare face such a storm of firepower head-on. Even though Yuriko was a mutant with astonishing regenerative abilities, the pain of being hit was real. She too had no desire to take the shots directly. Together, they all chose to dive for cover, shielding themselves behind whatever they could find. Only Lu Yi remained perfectly calm in the middle of it all. His extraordinary strength left him unbothered by the chaos. He simply stood there, allowing the barrage to rain down upon him. Shots flew fast and fierce, but Lu Yi stood untouched. Not even a single strand of hair had been harmed. How is that possible? Why isn't he hurt? What the hell is he? I don't care who he is, kill him. But how? How are we supposed to kill a guy like this? Damn it. What kind of monster have we provoked? It doesn't matter. Damn it. I refuse to believe he can withstand a tank. Our tanks will be here any second. The guards clamored, voices overlapping one another, panic plain in their eyes. Yet, though rattled, none were ready to give up. Their fear of Lu Yi hadn't reached its peak. There was still some fight left in them. Coulson and Natasha found this situation deeply bizarre, but Lu Yi himself understood well where their confidence came from. Strictly speaking, these men were merely the vanguard, meant to stall for time. Within the military base, more personnel had already mobilized, forming a vast encirclement. All manner of advanced weaponry was now aimed their way. By now, the entire military base had become a veritable lion's den. Save for the central helipad, where military presence was surprisingly sparse. Every other corner bristled with thousands upon thousands of guards. Tanks had already taken their positions. Gunships climbed into the air. All manner of heavy weaponry now took aim at Lu Yi. And standing just outside this wall of armed men, Lu Yi's true target, the general. His face was stone cold, shadowed by a deep scowl. He'd witnessed every moment of the chaos through the surveillance feeds. On his own turf, someone had come to kill him. It didn't matter who cast the first stone. He saw all of this as a direct provocation to his authority. Mobilize the entire force. Kill him. The previous failure to kill Lu Yi with advanced weaponry didn't make the general believe Lu Yi was truly that formidable. He chalked it up to luck, a fortunate insight on Lu Yi's part that let him spot the trap and escape. Now, with tens of thousands of guards and the full might of the base behind him, even if Lu Yi thought himself a god, the general had every confidence in victory. There was not the slightest trace of fear in him. Sitting inside the command vehicle, watching the feed as the armed divisions tightened their net, a smug satisfaction crept onto the general's lips. He felt, in that moment, like a master conductor directing a crushing overture, confident that, with the snap of his fingers, his enemy would be utterly wiped out. In the sky, the thunderous roar of attack helicopters, and on the ground, the rumbling advance of tanks, all lent him unwavering confidence. Not to mention, between the helicopters and the tanks were countless specialized military vehicles, a sea of troops so densely packed that they filled every corner of the base with watchful sentries. The base's entire combat force had gathered, relentlessly advancing toward Lu Yi's position. I refuse to believe that even with all this, I can't kill you. Are mutants supposed to be so invincible? Think superpowered freaks are unbeatable? No matter how strong they are, before the might of our great America and its military, they'll all kneel just the same. The general's face twisted with a bloodthirsty grin, radiating deadly intent as he spoke. He could already picture Lu Yi being slain at his hands, vindicating his own authority. Imagine being removed from office for some cowardly blunder, only to stage a stunning comeback and become the next commander because of this triumph. The sheer excitement made his mouth water. It was enough to make a man delirious. "General, The armed units have reached their designated positions. A voice suddenly sounded from behind, snapping him out of his gloating fantasies and pulling him back to reality. Excellent. Tank units and attack helicopters, open fire at once. Kill him for me. He wasn't without sources. He already knew bullets posed no threat to Liu Yi. So from the very start, he didn't send in ordinary guards but deployed the mightier tanks and attack helicopters. A barrage of fire exploded. Shells, rockets, and missiles shot forth from tanks and helicopters, weaving a symphony of destruction charged with murderous intent. For nearly 10 minutes, the assault continued, ceasing only when every last shell was expended to ensure Liu Yi's obliteration. By the end, the spot Liu Yi occupied was engulfed in thick smoke and dust rising from the relentless bombardment. A hush fell over the world. Every eye was fixed, unblinking, on that shrouded spot, all waiting for the outcome to be revealed. As the smoke gradually drifted away, a scene emerged that sent a chill down every onlooker's spine. Liu Yi was still hovering there, utterly unscathed, with only a deep crater beneath his feet and not a scratch on his body. In fact, it wasn't just that he was uninjured. His clothes weren't even so much as singed. Yes, you heard right. Not even a mark on his clothing. Terrifying. Those two words surfaced in everyone's mind, their spirits shaken as they stared in numb disbelief at the levitating Liu Yi. And no one was more dumbfounded than the general himself. This was nothing like the outcome he had imagined. Before he could say a word, the next thing that happened sent his fury through the roof. Right before their eyes, Liu Yi calmly raised a fist, slowly extended his thumb, then, with a disdainful smile, rotated it downward in a deliberate, mocking gesture. Damn it, that bastard. The general felt the veins on his forehead bulging. All rationality melted away in a blaze of rage. Whatever fear he'd previously felt evaporated completely. His head buzzed as if someone had slapped him hard, over and over again. Provocation. A slap in the face. Utter contempt. Damn it. We're the new sonic weapons and laser weapons. Use them now. I want him dead, he roared at his subordinates, his whole frame trembling with fury. Since becoming a general, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? If he didn't kill Liu Yi today, there would be no place for his dignity. Liu Yi must die. Liu Yi must die. Out on the battlefield, a dozen or so specialized vehicles loaded with strange devices suddenly surged forward. After covering some distance, they came to an abrupt halt. The guards on the vehicles quickly adjusted their equipment, aiming their devices at Liu Yi. Each of them pressed a special button. A low, resonant hum filled the air, followed by a series of sharp, piercing beams. Waves of sound and streaks of laser burst forth from the equipment on the vehicles, all locked onto Liu Yi, surging ahead with a desperate, unyielding momentum. What an extravagant display. Liu Yi's lips curled into a wicked smile. Under the panicked gaze of everyone present, he suddenly vanished from sight. Where'd he go? The guards gasped in unison, each scanning the battlefield, searching urgently for any sign of Liu Yi. There, over there. One of the guards spotted him, pointing frantically at the cluster of specialized vehicles. All eyes instinctively swung in that direction. And there he was. No one had seen when he moved, but Liu Yi now stood beside the vehicles, raising a fist and bringing it crashing down onto the nearest one. Two earth-shattering crashes rang out, echoing across the field. The vehicle struck by Liu Yi was sent flying, colliding into another vehicle nearby. Both vehicles were instantly reduced to so much twisted metal, completely destroyed. Crunched together, their thick armored hulls might as well have been made of paper against Liu Yi's overwhelming strength. The two destroyed vehicles were now fused together under the pressure. Inside, the guards had been crushed into pulp, grisly smears of red and white oozing slowly through the gaps between the mangled wrecks. Cries of horror erupted from the crowd. No one bothered to hide the terror in their eyes. Moments ago, these were living, breathing men, but in the blink of an eye, the change was so sudden that hardly anyone could process what had happened. Before they could react, Liu Yi vanished again, reappearing in an instant beside the remaining vehicles. With every flash, one of the specialized armor vehicles would inevitably be shattered by a fist or a foot, colliding with another vehicle and crumpling into worthless scrap metal. The guards inside had no chance to escape their fate either. They were crushed into pulp, without exception. In just a single second, every vehicle outfitted with ultrasonic and laser weaponry had been completely destroyed, not a single one left intact. The general's last hope evaporated before his eyes. Why? Why has it come to this? The general murmured to himself, his face ashen and drained of all color. Within his base, these weapons represented the full extent of his controllable power. But none of them could so much as touch Liu Yi. He was being driven to the edge of despair. Could this truly be the end? He couldn't stop himself from silently questioning, over and over. And in that moment, he suddenly and inexplicably recalled Lu Yi's look of blatant disdain. The way Lu Yi's gaze had cut into his heart, stripping him of all dignity before his subordinates. The memory alone filled him with a bitter unwillingness. That simmering resentment pushed him further, his eyes bloodshot, and like a cornered beast, he turned to question the man standing behind him. "We still have Jericho missiles in the arsenal, don't we?" "Yes," came the answer. "And what about missiles armed with destructive warheads? Do we have any left?" Well, right now, he was terrifying to behold. Even asking about missiles tipped with destructive warheads made that subordinate uneasy, fearing the general might do something terribly wrong. "Well, do we or don't we?" "There's one missile left, with a low-yield destructive warhead," came the reluctant reply after a tense pause. "Good. Prepare to launch it. But, do you have a problem?" the general snapped, fixing the man with a hard, unforgiving stare. "No, no, sir. Prepare to launch." "Shouldn't we recall the guard from the battlefield first?" the man ventured. "No, that won't be necessary." "What? General, you can't do that," a staff officer cried instinctively when he heard this. There were tens of thousands of guards packed tightly on the battlefield. Even a single powerful missile could easily wipe them all out. If a low-yield destructive warhead exploded out there, not a soul would be left alive, ordering the death of tens of thousands of guards. Such an action would earn him a place before a military tribunal. Facing a firing squad would be a mild punishment. He couldn't accept that. He absolutely couldn't let the general proceed. So what if you're a general? Crazy if you want, gamble your own life if you must, but don't you dare take ours with you. So what if you're a general? So what if you go against orders? Who cares? I know I'm in the right. So you mean you're not planning to go through with it? For the lives of tens of thousands of guards, I'm sorry, but I won't allow it. Not only will those doomsday warheads stay grounded, not a single missile will be launched again. Then how do you plan to deal with that creature? There's no need to deal with it. We surrender. All personnel. This is the last way we have to preserve our strength. The lives of tens of thousands of guards cannot be thrown away in vain. Coward. That's just your opinion. If you're truly so courageous, then why are you hiding out in here? Go on, step outside. Don't think I don't know. That creature is here for you, and the two with him are from S.H.I.E.L.D. The Supreme Commander has also issued your arrest order. The staff officer spoke with a look that said, "I've seen right through you. How did you find out? Nobody's secret stays hidden forever. You thought that arresting those people would keep things quiet, didn't you?" I got the Supreme Commander's message, too. At first, I thought it was a fake. But seeing how ruthless you are now, it seems everything was true after all. So that's how it is. Now you understand? Too late. I'm issuing the order to surrender, right now. As the staff officer spoke, he picked up the communicator, intending to order all the guards to surrender. A shot suddenly rang out. A bullet hole appeared in the staff officer's chest, and blood began to well up, slowly at first, then flowing like a small fountain. The staff officer, desperately trying to staunch the wound with his hand, pressed down over it, but the blood simply wouldn't stop. It trickled between his fingers, spreading through the fabric of his uniform and staining it deep red. Summoning the last of his strength, he turned to face the general. But he barely managed a single word before collapsing to the floor, lifeless, dead. Who else? Who else dares to stand in my way? The general, gripping his smoking sidearm, shouted wildly, his voice echoing with delirium. After the fate of the staff officer, who would dare oppose him? The incident happened so quickly, and Lu Yi was the only one to barge in carrying a weapon. The rest, staring at the still smoking barrel, could only lower their heads, cowed into silence. Launch the Jericho missile first, then fire the one with the doomsday warhead. I want that creature blown to pieces, the general cackled, mad with power. Madness. Utter madness. Everyone in the command vehicle exchanged uneasy glances. The general's condition was plain to see, and fear for their own lives and futures gripped their hearts. With the staff officer dead and the general's gun in hand, everything that followed became chillingly simple. Cowed by the general's brutal dominance, they began the launch sequence for the Jericho missiles and that other warhead tipped with a weapon of mass destruction. All it would take was a simple double press of a button, and the launch would begin. Outside, the guards knew nothing of this. They were busy fighting an enemy for whom they had no answer. Lui, a low, resonant hum rippled through the chaos. Twin beams of dazzling light burst from Lu Yi's eyes, slashing down into the swarm of guards like a plague of locusts. With sharp, wet bursts, one after another, guards hit by the beams disintegrated on the spot, like watermelons smashed by bullets. Colorful entrails, shattered limbs, and fragments of viscera spilled across the ground, swiftly filling in the empty patches below. A single sweep of Lu Yi's gaze meant the deaths of hundreds, if not thousands. Tens of thousands of guards might seem like a formidable force, but they were nowhere near enough for Lu Yi's relentless slaughter. In less than 10 seconds, a battlefield once packed shoulder to shoulder had emptied into an eerie, desolate wasteland. Those who survived stood rooted to the spot, the last traces of courage draining from their souls. Numbers and equipment no longer brought any confidence. What was left inside them was just a hollow void. Terror, panic, a surge of dread and unease swept in, overwhelming their hearts with waves of negative emotion. For those standing closest to the carnage, the shock was even deeper. They had witnessed the massacre at point-blank range, the gore, the horror. Each survivor found themselves baptized in blood, their uniforms stained in wild splashes of color. No one but a madman could endure it. No matter how strong their heart, they cracked. No, please don't. Just get away from me. I can't take this anymore. I want to go home. I don't want to be a soldier. So much blood, so many entrails, so much brain matter. Stay away from me. Stay away. Damn all. Get back. I'm not scared of you. I'm not. I'm a god. Do you hear me? A god. Ha ha ha. So many bodies. So many corpses. Amidst this living hell, the once disciplined guards crumbled. Reason gave way to chaos. Insanity swept through their ranks. For most, madness was all they had left. The more this scene unfolded before them, the deeper their terror grew. The frenzy spread like wildfire, blanketing the field in fear and panic. A legacy from Lu Yi they would never, ever forget. A chilling laugh echoed down from above. So, now you finally know fear. Tens of thousands of you, and I've already killed a 10th. Only now do you realize just how powerless you are? I have to ask, are you really so resilient? Lu Yi hovered high above, finger resting on his throat. Watching them from the sky, like a god or a demon, he demanded his answer. Magic amplified Lu Yi's voice, allowing even the remaining guards at the scene to hear him clearly. As Lu Yi's voice echoed around them, their frenzied shouting finally came to an abrupt end. A hush fell over the crowd. One by one, the guards lifted their heads to look up at Lu Yi, suspended in the sky, unsure of how to respond. What's wrong? Cat got your tongue? Lu Yi asked again, his eyes sweeping over the numb faces of the guards below. Once more, only silence answered him. It's very troubling when you all act like this. How about this? I'll give you a chance to save yourselves. A devilish smile tugged at the corner of Lu Yi's mouth as he spoke. A smile only a true demon could muster. At that, every guard's eyes brightened at once. A flicker of hope, faint but undeniable, stirred within their hearts. Yet while hope stirred among the guards, those hiding in the shadows, Coulson and Natasha felt nothing of the sort. From the look in Lu Yi's eyes, they glimpsed an ominous warning. They were far less optimistic. Even so, they knew they had little choice. At a moment so soaked in despair, even the smallest hope could drive these desperate guards to madness. And if someone shattered that hope now, the guards might turn on them in a frenzy. Having held out this long, Coulson and Natasha had no desire to antagonize Lu Yi at such a critical moment. Hold, Coulson whispered. Understood, Natasha replied. As the brief exchange passed between Coulson and Natasha, Lu Yi spoke again. Do you know something? None of this was truly meant for you. Before I arrived, the Supreme Commander had already issued an order relieving your commanding officer of duty. That means everything you've done here shouldn't have happened at all. Lu Yi's words, spoken with deceptive lightness, revealed far more than they seemed. The revelation left every guard momentarily dazed, and then waves of shock rippled through the crowd. All their struggle meant nothing in the end. Every last effort had become pointless. How could it come to this? Damn it, when my brothers in arms fated to die for nothing. That bastard of a general. This is all his fault. If not for him, none of this would have happened, and I'd still be resting in my barracks right now. He deserves it. He has to pay. He must die, he must. Cries of outrage burst forth from the guards, their faces twisted by hatred they could no longer contain. So many have died here today, thousands perhaps. It's only natural for you to hate me. I don't mind. But beyond me, there's someone else who truly deserves your hatred. The one who gave the order, the general. As Lu Yi spoke, a missile suddenly appeared in the sky. In an instant, the missile broke apart mid-air, releasing dozens of smaller missiles from its body. These mini-missiles streaked through the sky, all aimed directly at Lu Yi and every single guard present. Isn't this interesting? Did you see that? Your general has abandoned you. Now you have yet another reason to hate him. Lu Yi's calm and unhurried voice echoed in the ears of every guard, stoking their hatred for the general even further. His words, combined with the launch of the Jericho missiles, fanned the flames of anger among the guards. They stared up as the streaks of Jericho missiles drew ever closer, then glanced back toward the command vehicle. Rage burned in their hearts, a furious desire for vengeance almost driving them to act without a second thought. Yet deep inside, they knew it was too late. They were about to face the onslaught of Jericho missiles. The reputation of the Jericho missile preceded it. It was, after all, the last openly sold weapon crafted by Tony Stark. None of them believed they could escape. To their minds, death was inevitable. It seemed the only one likely to survive was Liu Yi, a man whose ruthlessness breathed an air of invincibility. Once again, they found themselves descending into utter despair. But this time, just as hope seemed lost, an unexpected glimmer appeared, brought by none other than Liu Yi himself. In that moment, beams of crimson light burst from Liu Yi's eyes, dozens of them. With uncanny precision, every pair of rays struck and destroyed a mini-missile as it broke away from the main Jericho missile. In a dazzling display, the storm of red beams swept across the sky, setting off every single Jericho missile in a chain of premature explosions. Thunderous booms reverberated through the sky, each one shaking the air. A torrent of shockwaves rained down from above, tossing every guard on the ground off balance. But none of the guards paid any mind to the aftermath. They all stood frozen, unable to hide their astonishment. Never in their wildest dreams had they expected Liu Yi would save them. The panic and fury that had consumed them moments before now gave way to an indescribable sense of gratitude. "Don't misunderstand me," said Liu Yi, his voice cool. "I didn't save you for your gratitude. It means nothing to me." "Well then, so much for being touched. Maybe we should just stick to being angry instead." For a brief moment, the guards realized that perhaps anger suited them better after all. "Now, let's get back to our previous topic," Liu Yi continued. "I'm giving you a chance to survive. But this opportunity is something you'll have to earn for yourselves. Your general is right there in that command vehicle. He's preparing to launch a missile armed with a weapon of mass destruction." Liu Yi pointed casually toward the command vehicle, as if mentioning something completely trivial. "What? This has to be a joke." An uproar broke out on the field. The voices of the tens of thousands of guards rose up, filling the air and drowning out even the lingering sounds of the explosions. "Silence. Your general has no intention of sparing you. First, it was the Jericho missile. Now it's a warhead capable of complete destruction. But now, here's your chance for revenge. I'm inviting you all to play a deadly game of survival." Liu Yi's voice rang out, as cold and merciless as ice. "He's your target. If you kill him, you live. Fail, and you die. You have just 5 minutes. After 5 minutes, the warhead will launch, and none of you, made of flesh and blood, will stand a chance." Liu Yi's words sent a chill through every guard present. 5 minutes was an unforgivingly short window. What are you all waiting for? Do you want to die? The guards finally snapped out of their shock and surged like a tide toward the command vehicle. A few quick-witted ones jumped into cars, engines roaring as they sped toward their target. "How are you holding up?" Descending from above, Liu Yi turned to address Coulson and Natasha. "We're both all right," Coulson replied. "The barrage just now was intense. Came within a hair's breadth of being hit by stray shells, but we're fine." "Oh, that's good to hear." "Mr. Liu Yi," Coulson hesitated, then spoke. "Do you really intend to let the rest of those guards go?" The deaths of thousands had caused enough havoc. If the entire base's personnel were wiped out, there was no telling how it might end. For the sake of responsibility, he felt he had to ask. "Who can say? Depends on how they perform." Liu Yi offered a faint smile. "Maybe, just maybe, could you spare them? They're innocent. They weren't supposed to resist in the first place." Coulson's voice was tense. "I understand, but they fought back anyway, and all of them opened fire on me. You saw it yourself. Look at the spent shells, they're piled up like small hills." "I suppose that's true, but—" "Coulson, enough." Natasha cut him off. She cast Liu Yi a glance, then said to Coulson, "Don't worry. It's over. As long as those guards can finish off the general in 5 minutes, no more harm will come to them, right?" Her last words were directed at Liu Yi. "I suppose so, if they can really pull it off." These guards were, in Liu Yi's eyes, nothing more than ants. Whether they lived or died made no difference to him. He was unmoved either way. If they succeeded in this so-called battle royale, it would be an amusing diversion. Sparing their lives would cost him nothing. Ants were always just ants. In that case, I'm relieved. 5 minutes to take down one man, even a general, that shouldn't be hard, Coulson said with conviction. In the face of tens of thousands of lives and the life of a single general, Coulson unmistakably chose to save the former and abandon the latter. And this, undeniably, was the right choice. "That's not how I see it," Liu Yi remarked, his eyes blazing with heat vision as he dispatched a fleeing guard with lethal precision. "What do you mean?" Coulson purposefully ignored Liu Yi's latest killing and pressed on with his question. 5 minutes is too short. If he had truly intended to escape and made a run for it with a command vehicle, he just might have gotten away. Is that so? Well then, if that's the case, you won't mind having a few more players in your little game, right? Gritting his teeth, Coulson responded. Of course I don't mind. But if you join in, you only get 5 minutes as well. And what about me? This time, it was Natasha who spoke. 5 minutes. Can't you give us a little more time? Even 6 minutes would help. From now until the warhead detonates, there's only 5 minutes left. All right then. After several rounds of haggling proved fruitless, Natasha gave up. Not wanting to waste any more time, she hurried off with Coulson in the direction of the general's headquarters. 5 minutes. There really wasn't any time to spare. Master, you haven't extracted the memories from that general's mind yet. Should I bring him to you, so you can finish the job before killing him? Yuriko glanced at the two retreating figures, a thought suddenly occurring to her. Who said I haven't already extracted everything from his memory? But you didn't put your finger on his head like you usually do, Yuriko said, her face showing puzzlement. And who told you I need to put my finger on someone's head to extract their memories? You don't need to, Master? Of course not. That's only necessary when I have to extract psychic threads. For just reading memories, it's not needed at all. From the moment I arrived here, I was already inside the general's mind, pulling out everything I wanted. I see. That explains why you went straight for the kill. A flash of understanding lit up Yuriko's face. Just moments ago, she had wondered if he had simply forgotten, but without a sound or a sign, he had already gained everything he desired. The admiration and awe in Yuriko's eyes deepened even further. Rumbling, roaring, thunderous engines suddenly shattered the distance. The deep rumble was clearly the rapid approach of a motorcycle, its speed formidable. Why is it that guy? Louis couldn't help but frown slightly. Seeing Liu Yi's subtle frown, Yuriko grew even more curious about the rider coming towards them. Whoever could elicit such a reaction from Liu, he must certainly be somebody out of the ordinary. With this thought in mind, Yuriko turned toward the direction from which the sound was coming. In that instant, Yuriko froze in place. The source of the rapidly approaching noise was indeed a motorcycle, but it was no ordinary bike. Instead, it was completely engulfed in flames. Seated atop it, if seated could even describe it, was a skeleton faintly visible through the fire. The skeleton bore no trace of flesh or blood. It was nothing but bare bone. Strangely enough, every single bone was ablaze, yet the flames did not appear to harm it. Despite the intense and prolonged burning, the bone showed not the slightest sign of change, nor did the outlandish clothes hanging off its frame. Yuriko couldn't help but study the skeleton more closely. It was simply too bizarre. Her gaze traced upwards from the motorcycle to the skeleton's clothing, finally landing on its eyes. Those eyes were nothing but two blazing orbs of fire. Looking into them, she suddenly felt as though a torrent of flames surged up from within her, and wisps of smoke even began to rise from her own skin. Then, the guard she had killed only moments ago, faces utterly unfamiliar to her, began to appear before her eyes. Each wore a twisted, menacing grin, reaching out with claw-like, skeletal hands, eager to tear her to pieces. A nameless terror seized Yuriko, wringing from her an unconscious wail of agony. Don't look into its eyes. Even as she cried out, a large hand reached out and firmly turned Yuriko's head, shifting her gaze away from the skeleton's burning eyes and down toward the corpse-strewn ground. Staring at the dead bodies was revolting, but it was far better than meeting those fiery eyes. In an instant, the terrifying apparitions vanished, though the searing heat inside her remained. Master, what's happening to me? Why am I reacting this way? Yuriko forced herself to speak, despite the burning sensation raging within. You merely looked into the eyes of a ghost rider. That's all. In Marin, there exists a special kind of being, the ghost rider. These are individuals who, either tricked or willingly corrupted, form pacts with demon spirits for some purpose of their own. Their souls were transformed by the hellfire that eternally burns them, cursing them forever. They act as agents of the demon spirits, carrying out the tasks their masters cannot do themselves. Because of the hellfire that surrounds them, fire capable of consuming the soul, their eyes possess the power to pass judgment. Anyone whom they deem guilty, if they so much as meet a ghost rider's gaze, will experience the judgment of hellfire, flames that devour from the inside out, leaving not even the soul behind. Yuriko looked into Ghost Rider's eyes and, deemed a sinner, was judged, consumed once by hellfire. If not for Liu Yi's swift reaction, and the fact that Yuriko wasn't Ghost Rider's primary target, she might not have survived. Otherwise, Yuriko would already be dead. You are guilty. Ghost Rider fixed his hollow gaze on Liu Yi, his voice rasping, thunderous. Indeed, Liu Yi was exactly the one Ghost Rider had come for. Only those tainted by heinous crimes could draw Ghost Rider's wrath. Moments ago, Lu Yi had slaughtered thousands. By Ghost Rider standards, he was the embodiment of evil, a sinner so foul, his very presence summoned judgment. After all, this was the territory where Ghost Rider dispensed his own brand of justice. It's hard to say why, but every superhero seems to have their own haunt, and Ghost Rider, for all his reluctant heroism, was no exception. This place knew Theo's state was his ground. Yes, I am guilty, but what can you do to me? Lu Yi glanced at Yuriko, still racked with pain, then without looking up, pressed his finger to the center of her brow. He held his finger there for a few seconds, then sharply pulled it away, extracting a tiny ball of flame from Yuriko's forehead. The torment etched on her face vanished as soon as the blaze left her body. Removing the trace of hellfire from Yuriko didn't provoke any noticeable reaction from Ghost Rider. It was as if he'd anticipated this outcome. Instead, he revved his infernal motorcycle and roared straight at Lu Yi. The engine, empowered by hellfire, sent the bike hurtling forward at tremendous speed. In a blink, it bore down on Lu Yi, who stood unmoved. The hungry flames threatened to engulf Lu Yi, poised to let him taste the agony of judgment. But in that split-second crossing of light and shadow, Lu Yi seized a nearby wrecked SWAT van. With a mighty heave, he smashed it down at the approaching Ghost Rider. The impact rang out with a thundering blow, the kind that would sort of fly. Ghost Rider, caught off guard and at point-blank range, was sent hurtling like an insect, his hellfire-fueled bike instantly shattered to pieces. The scorched, flame-wreathed bike scattered its smoldering parts across the ground and atop corpses, fire trailing behind in a long, luminous path. Ghost Rider fared no better. His bones nearly ground to dust, he crashed to the earth, the flames about him snuffed out. Is that all it took to kill him? Yuriko asked incredulously, having recovered her composure. No, Lu Yi replied. As if on cue, the flames on Ghost Rider's body blazed back to life. Scattered bones and shattered fragments, compelled by some unseen force, flew back together, reintegrating seamlessly into Ghost Rider's form. After the bones and fragments returned, the cracks that had formed in his body slowly faded away, and the Ghost Rider was restored to his original shape. If there was any change at all, it was that the hellfire blazing on the Ghost Rider's body now burned less fiercely, its glow dimmed to shade. A sharp, harsh laugh burst from the Ghost Rider's mouth, his jaw opening and closing as if to mock Lu Yi's futile efforts. Master, let me kill him. Before Lu Yi could even show a hint of anger, Yuriko could no longer hold back, her voice ringing out with righteous fury. To Yuriko, Lu Yi was her everything, her god. Now that her god had been insulted, as a servant, there was no way she could possibly let it slide. You're still not ready. He's not someone you can handle, Lu Yi calmly replied, deftly evading the Ghost Rider's chains, serpent-like, wreathed in hellfire, by tilting his head aside. Why not? If your opponent were flesh and blood, there'd be no issue. You could have easily slain him. But he's not. He's wrapped in hellfire, and you're a close combat fighter. You're simply outmatched. Yuriko seemed ready to argue, but before she could utter another word, the Ghost Rider seized on the lull in conversation to launch his next attack. A torrent of bullets, shrouded in hellfire, shrieked through the air, cutting Yuriko's retort short. Perhaps realizing his chain attacks were too slow to land hit on Lu Yi, the Ghost Rider stooped to snatch up a battered, twisted Gatling gun from the ground. With hellish energy, he performed a bizarre upgrade. Hellfire, capable of transforming both machines and living things, infused the weapon, amplifying its destructive might, just as it did with everything it touched. When modification ended, the Gatling gun was unrecognizable, its battered frame restored, 6 barrels coiling with hellfire, and across its surface crawled a nightmarish demon relief. Like his infernal motorcycle, the souped-up gun radiated a wild, rebellious style. The Ghost Rider let out another grating laugh, clearly emboldened as he clutched his hellfire-spitting weapon. Leave your weapon. But before the last note of his cackle faded, a strange force rippled through the gun, passing into the Ghost Rider's bony hands. In an instant, the modified Gatling was yanked free, torn from his grasp, and flung far into the distance. What? Staring at his now empty hands, the Ghost Rider was baffled. He couldn't comprehend why his own weapon had abandoned him. This had never happened before. Golden Gong Hang. Before he could figure out what was happening, his body was suddenly hurled into the air, completely out of control, and then he crashed heavily onto the ground. What's going on? Ghost Rider was utterly bewildered. What the? Why is this happening? All he saw was Lu Yi's lips moving, a few words spoken, and now he'd ended up like this. Shattered to pieces, pulverized bone and flesh. This time, Lu Yi uttered 8 words in total. As soon as the words left his lips, Ghost Rider felt a force surging from deep within, a terrible power tearing him apart from the inside out. ripping and crushing his body into fragments. "He's still not dead?" Yuriko asked, glancing at the shattered remains of Ghost Rider. "No, it's not that easy to kill, but this actually works out well. I can use him to study a few things. Evil creatures are hard to come by." Yuriko was quite curious about Lu Yi's plans. She turned her gaze toward him, eager to see what he intended to do next. Expecto Patronum. Lu Yi didn't disappoint her. He made his move, casting the Patronus charm. A beam of brilliant light shot from Lu Yi's fingertip, expanding in midair and taking shape, transforming into a majestic, radiant dragon, its ivory glow lifelike and imposing. The dragon let out a voiceless roar, then charged straight toward the Ghost Rider, whose shattered form was beginning to reassemble. At the moment of impact, the dragon struck Ghost Rider square in the chest. It was as if a gush of acid had been thrown at him. A cloud of black mist burst out from his body, swirling in torrents, and a gaping hole appeared where the dragon's attack landed. Strangely, this wound in his chest did not heal. It really works. Seeing his Patronus take effect, Lu Yi withdrew his shining dragon with a wave. After making it disappear, he continued his magical assault with further spells. Soul Severance. Cruciatus. Over the next few minutes, Lu Yi used every tormenting spell he could recall, running the Ghost Rider through a barrage of magic that left deep psychological scars. Now, every time Ghost Rider looked at Lu Yi, there was a fear in his eyes that could not be concealed, and his body even trembled slightly. Lu Yi's arsenal consisted of highly specialized, torturous spells. Even if a few had no particular effect on Ghost Rider, the rest were enough to leave unforgettable torment. Spells that target the soul seem ineffective, but those aimed at dark creatures work. Could it be because Ghost Rider's soul is in someone else's hands? Lu Yi mused aloud, stroking his chin and considering the situation, paying no mind to the terrified Ghost Rider. The Ghost Rider, after all, had sold his soul to the demon. This one was no exception. Aside from this one explanation, Lu Yi really couldn't think of any other reason why soul-targeting spells were ineffective. But now there's another troublesome issue. I can torment the Ghost Rider, but killing him is genuinely a headache. Because his soul was no longer inside his body, the Ghost Rider had become practically immortal. Trying to kill him was incredibly difficult. At the moment, Lu Yi didn't even have a method for it. At most, he could shatter the body. But as time passed, the power within the Ghost Rider's body would gradually recover, piecing him back together until he was once again whole. Over and over, he'd rise anew. This sort of immortality was the trickiest kind to deal with. Facing an immortal foe like this, Lu Yi's strength was useless. Even magic was ineffective. I guess it's true. Worlds of higher levels really are different. Brute force doesn't work, and neither do ordinary spells, Lu Yi said with a helpless, bitter chuckle. Host, wouldn't it make sense to seek some higher-level powers? At last, the system couldn't hold back any longer and popped up to speak. And what brings you out? Lu Yi asked. I could hardly stand watching the host get stuck. Honestly, you're something else. You've got 3 regular draws, 2 optimized draws, and a perfect draw waiting. What are you saving them for, incubating them like eggs? Think they'll hatch into something useful? Of course not. That said, how come I have so many more draw chances? Host, remember to tally your recent battles next time. Every fight can earn you a draw. Is that so? Lu Yi considered for a moment, and then suddenly protested. Wait, that can't be right. Some are missing. None are missing. Some battles weren't enough to grant you even a regular draw, so they're not counted. And besides, your current fight hasn't resolved yet, so you haven't earned a new draw from it. Fine, you have a point. System, give me some advice. Which draw should I use? Given your situation, either a perfect draw or an optimized draw will work, but a perfect draw fits best. 100% guaranteed power and flawless abilities will make you much stronger. Right now, your strength is still rather lacking. It's true, I'm still a bit weak. All right, a perfect draw it is. Tens of thousands of tons of force might seem impressive, but in the world of Marin, such people are everywhere. Some wield abilities that defy common sense. Here, the kind of power really isn't so special. It's only because they haven't shown up that Lu Yi can play the king for now. But once they do, and if they set their sights on him, Lu Yi won't even have the chance to escape. Take, for instance, the master of the Ghost Rider standing before Lu Yi. He's a perfect example. The Ghost Rider himself may not seem remarkable, but his master is far from ordinary. He is one of the fabled 7 lords of hell, the king of hatred, a formidable figure mentioned even in the Bible, Mephisto. With such an incredible reputation, one can easily imagine how powerful he must be. The only reason he needs someone like Ghost Rider to act on his behalf is because he himself cannot leave the depths of hell. Otherwise, well, let's just say things would be very different. As these thoughts ran through his mind, the familiar voice of the system chimed in. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Supreme Merlin, a formidable figure from the Magician's Apprentice universe. Supreme Merlin? He had seen The Sorcerer's Apprentice before. Back when he watched the film, he even took the time to study its characters and magic. The characters were nothing particularly special, but the magic, now, that was something else entirely. In that story, magic was defined through a scientific lens. In this world, magic is the result of one's brainwaves influencing the physical world. By manipulating these waves, one could disrupt matter and unleash spells. And honestly, the magical system, there was both more varied and potent. Some spells could even grant immortality or touch on the mysteries of death and space itself. Granted, this wouldn't solve the Ghost Rider problem completely, but it should be enough to at least temporarily strip him of his immortality. All in all, it was a good draw, even if it fell a bit short of Liu Yi's own hopes. Oh well, better than nothing. System, give me everything. As soon as Liu Yi finished speaking, a torrent of specialized knowledge surged into his mind, instantly setting off a familiar, splitting headache. Can't you be a little gentler with this? It really hurts. You'll just have to put up with it, the system replied indifferently. Either way, you've received what you wanted. You could try taking action against Ghost Rider now. Magic in this world offers alternative ways to end him. I know, but at least let me take a breather. I've got a terrible headache, Liu Yi muttered, rubbing his temples. Take your time, then. With that, the system vanished, leaving Liu Yi grimacing in pain, Yukiko full of worry, and Ghost Rider desperate, yet unable to escape, each lost in their own thoughts. What happened here? Natasha and Coulson finally returned, their eyes widening in shock at the hellfire still burning bright all around them. 5 minutes had already slipped away. Nothing much. Just ran into a vigilante, Liu Yi said, massaging his brow, feeling the worst had finally passed. A vigilante? You mean like a superhero? Coulson instantly latched onto the intriguing term, pressing for more. No, a human who made a pact with a demonic spirit, Liu Yi answered calmly. Liu Yi's words caught Natasha's attention as well. A demonic spirit? A pact? What kind of spirit? What kind of pact? Mephisto. A demonic pact. Hearing those two words, Coulson and Natasha were both stunned into silence. There was a strange, inexplicable power in them that made them both shiver. Suddenly, neither of them knew what to say. Is it the same one mentioned in the Bible? After a moment of silence, Coulson's voice sounded hoarse as he asked. Coulson desperately hoped it wasn't true. If it really was, this would be absolutely outrageous. If Mephisto truly existed, did that mean God was also real? Damn it, please don't let it be true. Yes. With just this single word, Liu Yi shattered his hopeful illusion. Ah, that's a terrible joke, Coulson replied, his smile awkward and forced. Just pretend it's a joke. That'll help keep your worldview from completely falling apart. Coulson was speechless. My worldview is already in pieces, isn't it? What's the point in saying this now? Coulson, whose entire outlook had been shattered, was unwilling to accept it. He turned his gaze to the trembling Ghost Rider, hoping he could piece back together his understanding of the world. Don't look. Before Coulson could actually turn his eyes toward Ghost Rider, Liu Yi's voice rang out like a thunderclap by his ear. What? Coulson instinctively glanced back and asked. He had only just escaped unscathed and hadn't glimpsed Ghost Rider's eyes. He'd been lucky, but not everyone shared that fortune. Coulson hoped to rebuild his worldview, but so did Natasha. She, too, looked toward Ghost Rider. But unlike Coulson, Liu Yi's warning startled him into looking away, while Natasha did not stop. Her gaze met Ghost Rider's eyes. In Ghost Rider's judgment, Natasha was far from innocent. The moment their eyes met, all the torments Yuriko had suffered before, she experienced herself. Gazing into Ghost Rider's eyes, Natasha instantly felt a searing pain rise from within her. The world flashed crimson before her, and all the people she had once killed appeared before her eyes, forming a vast and crowded sea of faces that encircled her completely. Due to the nature of her profession, the number of people Yuriko had killed was nothing compared to Natasha's tally. In Natasha's vision, it became an ocean of souls. What's happening to her? Noticing Natasha's distress and the wisps of smoke curling from her body, Coulson quickly asked Liu Yi. Liu Yi shot Ghost Rider a glare, making him turn away in fright. Only then did he answer Coulson. I told you before, he's a vigilante, and now he's doing exactly what a vigilante does, delivering judgment against evil. After a pause, Liu Yi continued. Ghost Rider has his own standards for judging wrongdoers. Natasha has been found guilty. She's a sinner. What's going to happen? Her soul will be burned. What? Coulson's expression suddenly darkened. He hurried over to Natasha and was about to check on her condition. But the moment he touched Natasha, he jerked his hand back as if struck by lightning. She's burning up. Of course she is. There's a pulse of hellfire inside her. Is there anything you can do? Please help her. Lu raised his left hand, palm facing upward, and gently curled his fingers toward Natasha from a distance. From between Natasha's brows, a flickering flame emerged, drifting straight into Lu Yi's palm. The fire hovered and danced there like a living spirit. How is she? She's all right now, just a bit worn out. She'll need some time to rest. Thank goodness. That's a relief. Coulson exhaled in relief. He nodded at the Ghost Rider, who had been so frightened by Lu Yi that he couldn't even look their way. What about him? How should we handle him? Leave it to me. Your methods are useless. After all, he serves Mephisto. With that, Lu Yi strode toward the Ghost Rider, stopping just a step away. He flicked away the hellfire from his palm. Standing tall over the Ghost Rider, Lu Yi ignored the flames swirling around the demon's body. He lifted both hands and began to trace deliberate, intricate patterns through the air. As Lu Yi's hands moved, mysterious lines began appearing on the ground, one circle within another, large and small, overlain by countless complex patterns, until the outline of a magical array formed beneath the Ghost Rider. A chill wind swept through. Ghostly blue flames flared up from the lines of the magic circle. The spell was complete. The Ghost Rider howled in agony, like a man set upon by 100 powerful tormentors, as soon as the circle ignited. He thrashed, desperately trying to break free from the binding magic. But the force beneath him was inescapable, dragging at his very soul. All he could do was wail helplessly, "Go back to hell where you belong." The blue hellfire on Lu Yi's array surged, weaving itself into a massive net that ensnared the Ghost Rider completely. Suddenly, the fiery net tightened and pulled downward. A shadowy, winged figure, an ethereal black silhouette, was torn from within the Ghost Rider, spiraling through the air before crashing into the cement outside the circle, smashing a gaping, bottomless hole into the ground. Lu Yi had cast the fallen angel from the Ghost Rider's body back to hell. The Ghost Rider reverted back to his true form, revealing a face still well known around these parts. Johnny Blaze. This was the original name of the Ghost Rider, though he was also famously known as Blaze Johnny, a master of motorcycle stunts with quite the reputation around these parts. His life could be summed up as one reckless gamble after another. Yet due to his extraordinary nature, not only did he defy death time and again, but he became even more renowned because of it. But now, Blaze Johnny, as he was called, no longer carried that swagger of old. He looked more like a fish thrown on a dry land, gasping for breath, eyes wide in shock. What had just transpired left him feeling utterly drained, as if he'd spent 3 relentless days and nights being completely sapped by a pack of ravenous women. "Thanks for saving me," Blaze Johnny finally managed, catching his breath and forcing out the words with difficulty. All his life, Blaze Johnny had resisted the fallen angel dwelling inside him, convinced that this curse only brought him ruin and robbed him of the chance for a normal life. "No need for thanks. Just lend me something of yours, that'll do," Lu Yi replied, arching an eyebrow coolly. "Well, what do you want? If I have it, you can borrow it." "Don't worry, you definitely have what I need." With those words, Lu Yi motioned with his hand, and a bullet tip floated effortlessly into his grasp, held delicately between 2 fingers. With a sharp flick of the wrist, the bullet was launched, not just fast, but blindingly so, racing toward Blaze Johnny. Never in his wildest dreams did Blaze Johnny expect this. Instinctively, his hand shot up to block the projectile. But how could he ever hope to match the speed of that flying bullet? His arm had barely started to rise before the bullet struck him square between the brows, leaving a bloody, gaping wound at the center of his forehead. "This is what I came to borrow, your life. Let me use it for a while," Lu Yi said quietly to the lifeless Blaze Johnny, whose eyes would never close in peace. "Why did you kill him?" Coulson frowned at Lu Yi, unable to restrain his outrage at Lu Yi's ruthless act. "Does that bother you?" Lu Yi shot him a cool glance. Before Coulson could retort, Natasha interjected, cutting him off. "No, not at all. Not a single complaint." Natasha had been watching Lu Yi closely. Since a while ago, she'd sensed that something was different about him. Beneath his calm exterior, she suspected something dangerous and hidden lurked. Whatever the case, now was not the time to provoke Lu Yi. Really, Natasha affirmed. To drive the point home, she gave Coulson a sharp kick to the leg, signaling him to back her up. "No complaints whatsoever." Coulson quickly gathered himself and answered Lu Yi in earnest. Lu Yi listened to Coulson's words, but gave no response. Instead, he turned to look at Johnny Blaze's corpse. After this short passage of time, Johnny Blaze's corpse was indeed undergoing some changes, unexpected yet oddly fitting. Though the transformation was slow, a wound at the center of Johnny Blaze's brow was, astonishingly, starting to heal, if only just a little. So it's true, Lu muttered to himself. Even with the fallen angel inside him gone, a trace of that power remains. Hellfire is still burning within his body. The previous generation's Ghost Rider was much the same. Even now, he could transform one last time, the power of the fallen angel still lingering within him. I just don't know if this leftover power will be enough to bring him BA. Lu Yi's words were suddenly cut off as the sky overhead was swallowed by a thick mass of clouds, darkening the world. A low, rumbling thunderclap rolled through the air. That changed so suddenly? Yuriko's face was full of confusion. I don't think this is just a shift in the weather, Natasha said, her tone heavy with caution. Skies don't turn like this for no reason. Someone must be tampering with the weather. She finished speaking, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Yi, only to find his expression was even graver than her own. The realization sent a jolt through her. Whatever could make Lu Yi show that kind of face, she shuddered to imagine. While this thought flashed through her mind, the very thing she was dreading appeared before them with a shattering crack of thunder, materializing out of thin air without the slightest warning. Everyone, except for Lu Yi, was startled out of their wits. Once Natasha got a good look at the figure, she realized it wasn't some blue-skinned fang monster. Instead, standing there was an old man, white-haired and stooped, seemingly ordinary, gentle even, just like the kindly grandfather next door. The old man was approaching them with slow, measured steps, a benevolent smile on his face, radiating the warmth of a friendly neighbor. But for all the appearance of this neighborly old man, Natasha and Coulson snapped instantly to high alert. This was a military base, not a suburban backyard garden. There shouldn't be any genial old grandpas wandering in here. Something was definitely not right. Put down your guard, Lu Yi said quietly, not even glancing at the tense Coulson and Natasha beside him. He looked directly at the old man. It's no use. The person before you is no ordinary man. As if to underscore Lu Yi's words, the sky was split by another sudden flash of lightning. The pale, flickering light illuminated the old man's face, and in that instant, another visage emerged. Pale skin, eyes crimson and wicked, razor-sharp teeth, a smile twisted with cruelty. All these dark features were melded together on one monstrous face. The face a true demon. A single phrase surfaced in the minds of everyone present, unbidden and undeniable. Mephisto seemed oblivious to the shock on everyone's faces. He walked over to Johnny Blaze's corpse on his own terms, glanced at it, then turned to look at Lu Yi. You kill my knight? Mephisto asked with a kindly smile, his tone genuinely reminiscent of a grandfather next door. Yes. Well, the younger generation truly is formidable. Compared to you all, I'm practically ancient. Anyone who believed that would be a fool. Don't be tricked by Mephisto's elderly appearance. No one knows how many ages he has already endured, yet he's still brimming with vigor. In fact, he's so vigorous it drove his own son to turn against him. Blackheart, the son of Mephisto, is quite the unfortunate figure in hell. As Mephisto's heir, Blackheart held a natural position of power in hell. On his father's turf, he was the absolute young despot, lording over and tormenting others without restraint. Whenever a beautiful woman appeared within Mephisto's territory, none could escape Blackheart's grasp. This sort of privilege was what countless others could only dream of. By all accounts, he should have been living at the pinnacle of his life, content to while away his days in idle luxury. But Blackheart was different. He had ambitions of his own. Years of being called so-and-so's son, seeing the envy, jealousy, and resentment in others' eyes. He was thoroughly sick of it all. He longed to prove himself. As long as Mephisto remained, his presence loomed over Blackheart like a mountain, preventing him from doing anything meaningful. All Blackheart could do was hope his father would keel over, so he could ascend the throne at last. He hoped and hoped, waited and waited, wishing Mephisto would just die already. But in the end, he realized it was all just an empty dream. Despite looking every bit the decrepit immortal, Mephisto simply refused to die, becoming the truest, undying old fiend. How many years he had left, no one could say. That's the tragedy of crowned princes and heirs. As long as the Father King refuses to die, the coveted throne will always be just out of reach, so close, yet utterly unattainable. Ordinary mortals only need to wait 100 years at most. But demons like them, who could guess their lifespan? Thousands of years? Tens of thousands? Damn it. So what's next? What else can you do? Rebel. That's right, rebellion. And that's exactly what Blackheart did. He went on to rebel, and thus began a whole new chain of events. Anyone who thinks Mephisto, the undying one, is truly about to die is the real fool. Lu Yi knew this as well, but he kept his thoughts to himself. If you really think you're old, he asked, then why show up here? Wouldn't it be better for you to just retire in your hell and enjoy your twilight years? Oh, come now, These old bones of mine may be aged, but I'm not quite ready for retirement yet. As long as I can still move, I'd best make use of whatever fire I have left." Mephisto chuckled lightly as he spoke, his tone calm and serene. "Is that so?" "Yes, indeed." The two of them exchanged a knowing smile, as if sharing a private joke. This left your Eco and her companions staring at each other in bewilderment, thoroughly perplexed by what was unfolding. Something about this scene felt off. Weren't they supposed to be fighting? After all, one of them had already killed the other's knight. Yet here they were, all smiles, as if they were long-lost friends reunited by fate. "Young man, I find you quite intriguing. How about making a deal with me? I can offer you anything your heart desires. Power, wealth, women, strength, you name it." Mephisto's voice was laced with temptation as he turned to Lu E, a lure that kindled wild yearning in Natasha and the others. "Power means nothing to me. It's as fleeting as mist. I alone stand as my own nation. When I speak, even emperors must bow, and none dare dismiss me. Where there is power, there is always wealth, so I have no need for money. As for women, much the same. And strength? That's something you simply cannot give me." Lu E met each of Mephisto's temptations with complete indifference, rebutting every offer with cool, rational certainty, turning each one aside almost dismissively. "You truly are a picky man, but it seems like your last point might be mistaken." "Oh, how so?" "The very strength you seek. I can provide it." "No, you can't." "Oh, but I can," Mephisto answered, his conviction unwavering. "Well now, you've piqued my curiosity. What sort of power could you possibly offer me? Go ahead, let's hear it." Lu E allowed himself a display of curiosity, inviting further explanation. "How about the body of a demon? I could turn you into a mighty demon. What's so good about being human, anyway? Frail bodies, lifespans barely a century at best. A mere blink to a demon." "Is that so?" Louis replied, non-committal. "Being turned into a demon? What a joke. Never mind what would become of his will, or whether he would end up enslaved. Louis's current body was already leagues beyond what any demon could hope to match. Why take such a senseless risk?" It was obvious that Mephisto was up to no good, itching to turn him into a demon under his own control. Did Louis look like the sort to knowingly leap into a pit of fire? "Not interested. No matter. What if I gave you a demon's power?" "Still not interested. Is there anything else?" "How about a weapon of immense might? Relying on weapons is no substitute for relying on oneself." Mephisto's brows furrowed slightly. He glanced at the magic circle on the ground, then broke into a genial smile and said, Now, there's no need for that. I see you're a student of magic. Over the centuries, I've collected quite a trove of spells. Interested in taking a look? Well, oh, so you're interested?" Mephisto's grin grew broader. "A little. A peek at what you've got wouldn't hurt, right? But of course." With a flicker of fire in his hand, Mephisto suddenly produced an ancient magic book, its worn pages yellowed by time, as if conjured from thin air. "Here, take a look. What's the matter? Aren't you going to examine it?" But as Mephisto offered him the book, Lu E made no move to accept. This subtle hesitation made Mephisto raise an eyebrow in curiosity. "I'll certainly take a look," Lu E replied, without lifting a hand. "But set it down over there first. You don't trust me? Trust? You dare bring up trust? In all the annals of history, has there ever been a mention of you being trustworthy? If anyone believes in your honesty, they deserve to be tricked by you." That was what Lu E was thinking, and he didn't bother to hide it. "I really don't trust you. Since your name first appeared in written record, you've been synonymous with lies. Who in their right mind would trust you?" With the conversation at such a point, Mephisto could only maintain his composure as he tossed the magic book onto the ground before them. Louis eyed the tome, but didn't pick it up right away. Instead, he cast a thorough array of detection spells, 20 in a row, over the book before finally using his mind to draw the book into his hand. With deliberate care, he opened it and began to leaf through. My word, this really was Mephisto's private collection. Every spell was related to demons summoning and sacrificial rites, steeped in pure evil. Anyone studying these arts risked losing their sanity, above all else. That's the trick. Mephisto hadn't tampered with the surface of the book. No, his cunning lay within its pages. A trap woven into the very fabric of the spells themselves, far harder to detect than a superficial curse. Study them, and a snare would spring shut. This was the game Mephisto was waiting to play with Lu E. Were it not for the fact that Lu Yi's mind housed the memories of two master magicians, each with decades of expertise, he might never have spotted the danger. What do you think? Mephisto's smile grew mysterious as he watched Lu E become absorbed in the book. It's impressive. Bring out the rest of your spellbooks. I can do that, Mephisto replied, but don't you think it's time you paid your price? Oh, and what price would you have me pay? What would you think if, after your death, You gave me both your soul and your body. I could even reserve a spot for you in hell. You could become a demon and go on living after death. How does that sound to you? I think it sounds great. Ha ha, excellent, excellent. Mephisto replied, his laughter rolling out smoothly. Of course, that was just a show. Outwardly, Mephisto wore a cheerful smile, but a glimmer of suspicion flickered in his eyes. He had agreed far too easily. The whole deal was progressing almost suspiciously well. Normally, people who are unaware of Mephisto's true identity might walk into his snares unwittingly. But anyone who knew who they were really dealing with would instantly grow wary, doubling their guard. Liu Yi's unhesitating acceptance was odd. Still, even so, all that mattered to Mephisto was that the transaction be completed. It never concerned Mephisto whether the other party would try any tricks. The only thing that mattered was fulfilling the deal. Once the bargain was sealed, the other side would have no say in what happened next. Mephisto began to prepare his goods. While he busied himself, Natasha cast a wary glance toward him, then turned to Liu Yi, worry etched in her voice. Are you really going to make a deal with him? Mephisto's reputation was infamous, especially and exceedingly so. Anyone who ever got entangled with Mephisto rarely met a good end. That was a lesson hammered home by history itself. I really am going through with it. You think there's a problem with that? Well, Natasha faltered, unable to finish. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak her mind. She was simply overwhelmed by a tremendous pressure that seemed to press down on her, crushing her voice. The source of that oppressive force could only be one person, Mephisto, who was still making his preparations. He turned his eyes toward Natasha, and the murderous intent in their depths was naked, undisguised, and chilling. Natasha felt the rest of her words die in her throat. Over the years, Mephisto had killed far more people than Natasha had meals. His aura of killing intent was so intense that, even in this form, it could pin down anyone with thoughts of meddling. That's enough. There's no need for more words. I know what I'm doing. Liu Yi brushed off Natasha's warnings, instead immersing himself in the magic tome he held. Dangerous as it was, a book that could so easily cloud one's mind, it was also deeply inspiring. With a few subtle modifications to the spells inside, it might yield unexpected results. Liu Yi ignored her, and Natasha found herself helpless. Under Mephisto's crushing presence, she couldn't do a thing and had no choice but to give up. Mephisto, satisfied by Natasha's newfound sense of her own limits, withdrew his gaze and hastened his preparations. There had already been too many unforeseen twists. The sooner this deal was finished, the better. After carefully sorting through his collection of magical tomes, Mephisto selected the ones most adept at ensnaring the mind. Satisfied, he completed the preparation of goods for his trade. Shall we proceed with the exchange? Mephisto asked with a smile, gesturing toward the more than 20 spellbooks laid out before him. We're ready, Liu Yi replied, an odd smile suddenly appearing at the corner of his lips. In the next instant, his hands moved swiftly, and with a surge of psychic power, he bound Mephisto where he stood. What are you trying to do? Mephisto inquired calmly, as if the invisible bonds had little effect on him. He had weathered too many storms to be agitated by such a minor development. After all, who knew how many times he'd faced situations like this before? Surely, you've already guessed? Liu Yi answered. What you're doing is really rather troubling for me. You should let go of this little trick, Mephisto retorted. But what if I have no intention of letting go? Liu Yi countered. Then by all means try, Mephisto said, a cold gleam flickering in his eyes as a wicked smile crept onto his lips. This is merely a projection, not my true self. You can banish me, but you'll also have to live with the consequences of defying me. His goods are never so easy to take. Liu Yi seemed unfazed by Mephisto's sinister expression. One hand kept his psychic grip firm, while the other made a decisive downward gesture. With a sudden whoosh, a circle of ghostly blue fire ignited around Mephisto, hemming him in. The force rejecting him from this world grew even stronger. Just as creatures of higher realms are resisted by lower worlds, so too did the dimension of Marin, Earth's own realm, begin to fiercely repel the Hell Lord, Mephisto. And now, Liu Yi was amplifying that rejection. I won't let you get away with this, Mephisto cried, his face twisted not by choice, but under the overwhelming repulsion that bent his very form. If you truly wish to seek vengeance, you'll have to wait until I'm dead. But if I never die, what then? What do you do to me? Mephisto, the dreaded name, carried weight. But if his true self couldn't even cross into this world, what power did his name hold? If you're so capable, climb out of hell and come find me yourself. Everyone dies sooner or later. Now, that's where you're mistaken, Liu Yi replied. I possess a magic that grants me eternal life. So as for killing me, that's simply out of the question. Why don't you just return to hell and enjoy your own purgatory? As Lu Yi's raised hand flicked upward, the blue flame blazed a bright azure. Mephisto's form twisted, and then, in a swirl of black mist, he vanished into the earth. At that moment, the sky above cleared. The heavy clouds dispersed, revealing sunlight once more. Was that really it? Coulson asked, looking utterly bewildered. The grand entrance Mephisto had made, his menacing aura, his formidable reputation, vanquished and banished so quickly. It was almost too anticlimactic. Director, this wasn't in the script. It's just a projection. What's so difficult about that? Any halfway competent sorcerer can dispel him. It's not like you're dealing with his real form. So that's how it is. Coulson couldn't help but exhale in relief. If Mephisto could be handled that easily, things would get much simpler for them. Don't relax just yet. It's not as simple as you think. Mephisto is, after all, the Lord of Hell. He's not someone you could defeat so easily. Even if you manage to banish him once, he'll keep coming back, and you might find he brings a whole horde of demons with him next time. What? Is there any way to keep him from ever coming back? Well, there is a way, but it's a bit of a stretch. Lu Yi glanced at the anxious Coulson and continued with what he was thinking. What way? Coulson felt a flicker of doubt at Lu Yi's words. Something about all this seemed off, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. He could only keep his suspicions to himself for now, and looked expectantly at Lu Yi. The Darkhold. What? The Darkhold. What exactly is the Darkhold? It's a unique grimoire, a book of dark magic with the power to corrupt anyone who uses it. Its origins trace all the way back to a death god from billions of years ago, a being of unimaginable power who wrote this very book. Rumor has it Mephisto himself gained his strength by borrowing power from this god. Mephisto relies on it? Then just how powerful is this being? Coulson was visibly stunned. Natasha, standing nearby, was just as shocked. Neither of them had imagined that a single book could have such a history, entangling itself with a primordial deity of such immense strength. No one knows for sure, but there's one thing I can tell you. The Darkhold might hold secrets or methods to counter Mephisto, perhaps even a way to bind him in hell forever. Before Lu Yi could finish, Natasha jumped in. Exactly. If you know this much, then I assume you already have some clues to help us find it, right? I do, and that's exactly why I need your help to track it down, Lu Yi said, laying out his true intent at last. Yet as soon as Lu Yi revealed this, Coulson and Natasha exchanged a troubled glance. Both recognized the predicament in each other's eyes. This was no ordinary book. Under their protocols, it was something that had to be securely locked away. What's more, once certain people learned of the book, they would never allow it to fall into Lu Yi's hands. Handing it over to Lu Yi, that was nearly impossible. But the real issue was that Lu Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with. If they did find the book and refused to give it to him, there would be consequences. Either way, they were caught between a rock and a hard place. They were now deeply regretting ever hearing about this book. Perhaps it would have been better if they'd remained in the dark. Why don't you look for it yourself then? Natasha asked, her head aching at the thought. I tried, but I just couldn't find it. Lu Yi spread his hands wide, his face radiating sincerity. In truth, Lu Yi hadn't bothered to look at all. From a moment he'd entered the world of Marin, he'd taken a keen interest in this book, but the contents were notoriously troublesome. Just a glance was enough to be affected. Lu Yi had been tempted, yet never took any action for fear that he might accidentally stumble upon it and give in to the urge to read. This caution persisted, right up to the moment Mephisto appeared. On the surface, Lu Yi acted unconcerned about Mephisto's threats, but deep down he was uneasy. Who knew what tricks that old fiend, alive for who knew how long, might have up his sleeve? Feeling insecure, Lu Yi wanted something to give him a sense of safety, namely, that black book of darkness. And so, the conversation just now had taken place. The reason Lu Yi had deliberately befriended Natasha and Coulson beforehand was for a moment like this. In the coming days, with Mephisto watching his every move, he couldn't search for the book himself. He had no choice but to trust them with the task. It wasn't that Lu Yi had cultivated their friendship specifically because of Mephisto, but just as luck, Mephisto had shown up now. Unlucky, that's all. We really should steer clear of this mess. With a glance, Natasha signaled to Coulson, silently sharing her thoughts. Even though Natasha outranked Coulson, she didn't choose to make a unilateral decision this time. Instead, she turned to him for his opinion. This was no trivial affair. It had the shadow of Mephisto looming over it. To hear both sides is wisdom. To trust blindly courts disaster. Not wanting her decision to lead them into unforeseen danger, Natasha wanted to hear the judgment of the ever-steady Coulson. Coulson's eyes were clouded with hesitation. Seeing the uncertainty in his gaze, Natasha could only sigh in resignation. She understood his meaning. They couldn't simply back away. And just as Natasha saw that, Lu Yi saw it too, A subtle, knowing smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. There's no use pretending otherwise, Lu E pressed, fanning the flames. You know better than anyone what kind of being Mephisto is. Do you really think he's come to Earth without a hidden agenda? Mephisto's reputation was anything but good, and Lu E was voicing the very fear that tugged at Coulson and Natasha. The idea that Mephisto could be on Earth without some world-ending scheme was laughable. They tried to set that worry aside, but Lu E ruthlessly brought it into the open. After a brief shift in her expression, Natasha said, "All right, we'll help you look for that book." "Very well. Since you're willing to help me find this book, there are some things I need to explain to you in detail." "What is it?" "Some precautions for handling the Dark Gods book." With that, Louis laid out the special precautions regarding the Dark Gods book to Coulson and Natasha. When he finished, both Coulson and Natasha couldn't hide how uneasy they looked. To them, retrieving the Dark Gods book seemed like falling into a massive trap. First, one had to withstand the seductive pull of the Dark Gods book. Along the way, they might even encounter spirits and other beings they had only imagined in their wildest fantasies. It all felt a bit much for them to swallow. "Don't worry. Since you're finding the book for me, I won't let you fall into danger. I'll prepare some magical artifacts for you." Lu Yi's words gave Coulson and Natasha some reassurance, and their faces eased a little. "When will these magical artifacts be ready?" "Right now." Lu Yi stretched out his hand, and as if guided by invisible hands, bits of shattered weapon racks and the wreckage of the equipment van floated toward him. Clang, clang, clang. The broken racks and van parts collided, producing a series of heavy, metallic thuds as they clustered together, forming a roughly rounded sphere. Then, like ice cream melting under the blazing sun, the sphere began to dissolve, dripping into a pool of molten metal that shimmered but radiated no heat. Under Lu Yi's control, this metal shifted and flowed into different shapes. Before long, he had forged a pitch-black longsword etched with magical runes, a dagger covered in similar markings, 2 special black necklaces, and a long chain strung with a tiny lock, all arrayed in front of him. After finishing, Lu Yi exhaled and said, "The conditions were pretty rough, but this is the best I can do." "What do these things do?" "The sword and dagger are for killing evil beings. The black necklaces will let you see them and help you fight them. And the chain is for securing the Dark Gods book. I'm worried you might not be able to resist its pull." "That's surprisingly considerate," Coulson couldn't help but remark. It was considerate, but if they knew the chain's other function, they might not think so, Lu Yi thought to himself. In truth, the chain could also teleport the Dark Gods book directly to Lu Yi once they secured it, something Coulson and Natasha knew nothing about. With these magical artifacts, things should go much more smoothly for you. Just remember, if you can, avoid touching anything you shouldn't. Despite the extra precautions, Lu Yi still couldn't shake his uncertainty about how things would unfold. Even after equipping them, he couldn't help but give them one last word of warning. "Don't worry about that. We're professionals." "That's exactly what makes me worry. Among S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, you so-called professionals have a talent for overanalyzing everything with your expertise, and that's gotten us into more than enough trouble. Especially that robot. If it weren't for you, she wouldn't have existed and stirred up so much chaos, dragging the story out for ages. But then again, after getting hold of the Darkhold, I have to admit your method was worth borrowing. My own robot could definitely get an upgrade, and I could rack up a few more draws." These thoughts played out in my mind, but I didn't voice them. Instead, I gave both of them a few words of encouragement, shared what information I had, then went my own way, leaving them to hunt for the Darkhold. Coulson and Natasha left, but Lily and I stayed behind. "Master, aren't we leaving?" Lily asked, her voice touched by curiosity as the scent of blood and gunpowder hung in the air. "I still have a few things to take care of before we go." Lily was even more curious, but, thoughtful as always, held her questions back. She simply stepped aside and watched to see what I would do next. Not making her wait long, I spread my arms, raising them gracefully over my shoulders, and then moved my hands in a deliberate, rhythmic pattern. With each motion, I drew on the blood that was not yet fully dried on the ground. The liquid responded to a hidden force, gathering from the floor in streams and rivers, all of it flowing to my feet, until it formed a massive, blood-red magic circle. Standing before the circle, I chanted, "By the blood of 1,000 souls, I summon thee. Come forth, demon of blood." As my chant ended, the magic circle blazed with crimson light. Amid that glow, a figure took shape, a silhouette of blood, accompanied by a jarring, screeching noise at the very center of the spell. The material world. This is the material world. Huh, I never thought I'd actually get summoned here. Who dare summon me? Step forward, and I'll grant you the honor of becoming my servant. A sharp, grating voice rang out from the heart of the magic circle. Now that's some nerve. "Master, shall I kill him?" Lily asked, her expression darkening, clearly provoked by the blood demon's arrogance. No need. He still has his uses to me. Just then, the last of the crimson light faded from the magic circle, fully revealing the demon within, a creature whose wild grin matched his madness. His horns were sharp as blades. The blood-red carapace covering his body replaced any trace of skin. Vicious claws had taken the place of both hands and feet, and wicked spikes jutted from his elbows and knees. Although the blood demon still barely maintained a human form, anyone could tell at a glance that it was a killing machine, an embodiment of demonic malice in every sense. I'm the blood demon, Insk. You insect kneel. Offer your loyalty and the blood of the woman beside you, and I may forgive your insolence. As soon as blood demon Insk appeared, he pointed at Lu Yi, his voice brimming with arrogant menace. Having overheard Lu Yi's conversation with Hayakuko earlier, the blood demon made this grandiose announcement to impress these ignorant mortals with his might. As these words left his lips, the blood demon's face instinctively twisted into a bloodthirsty grin. His crimson tongue flicked lasciviously across serrated teeth, a display of utter madness. Ha ha! They say a barking dog never bites. At first, I thought it was just an empty saying, but now I see it's true. Lu Yi burst into laughter, pointing at the blood demon as he spoke. The blood demon's body froze, as if turned to stone, the insult striking him hard. To be called a dog, how utterly humiliating. In hell, he might not be among the most powerful demons, but even a lesser demon had his pride. Insk was a creature of ferocious self-esteem. Tracing his demonic lineage, he knew that before Mephisto, he might truly be less than a dog. But this was not hell. Here, in the material world, things are different. Lu Yi's comparison was like an invisible thorn piercing his heart, stirring painful memories of being looked down upon in the past. Lu Yi's laughter rang in his ears, unbearably grating, stripping him of all dignity. If his skin weren't already replaced by crimson, horn plating, his face would surely have turned livid with rage. He was a formidable demon now, not a mere dog. He needed this belief. He would show his power in blood and cruelty to prove his strength. No one would look down on him again. This was Insk's cry from the depths of his soul. But Lu Yi could not hear this inner outcry. All he saw was the bloodthirsty gleam on Insk's face, which made him chuckle instead. Without so much as a spell, he charged forward with nothing but his flesh and fists. Insk hadn't expected Lu Yi to approach with such reckless abandon. Faced with Lu Yi's apparent foolishness, he grinned coldly, his razor claws arcing toward his opponent. He could already picture Lu Yi dying beneath those claws, his grin twisted from chilling to triumphant. But everything changed in a heartbeat. With a slap, the sneer on Insk's face froze, and he stood there, staggered. A split second before his claws could end Lu Yi's life, Lu Yi's palm landed squarely on Insk's face. His attack distorted, and instead of killing Lu Yi, Insk was the one left humiliated. Insk's expression darkened, his eyes now burning with murderous intent as he stared at Lu Yi. Damn bug, I'll kill you. I'll throw your soul into the fires of hell and have it tempered for 10,000 years before. Smack! What greeted him again was another slap. Insk had considered fighting back, but it was futile. The slap landed on his face once more. This time it was even harder than before. Insk was spun in place a dozen times, and his razor-sharp teeth were knocked loose. Koishin monontai veoen xio, vuf. With several teeth missing and his cheeks swollen, Insk's words came out slurred and mangled. But before he could even finish his garbled sentence, Lu Yi's palm crashed down on his face again, cutting him off mid-speech. This strike was even fiercer than the last. Insk didn't even have time to register what had happened. The pain hadn't reached his mind before he was sent flying, spinning like a top, blood flying from his mouth. Perhaps he was spinning so fast that an updraft lifted him. He actually rose 3 or 4 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. And just then, Lu Yi strode up to him again, hand raised, ready to deliver yet another slap. Done. I was wrong. Insk nodded frantically. Dignity? Let the damned spirits have it. He finally understood. His summoner was incredibly powerful. A wise demon knows when to yield. There was no sense in stubborn resistance. Now do you realize who is the master and who is the servant? Yes. Insk nodded even harder this time. Much better. Don't waste my time any further. Get up. I have a task for you. Don't you dare play dumb with me. After 3 consecutive slaps, Insk was cowed on the surface, utterly unwilling to defy Lu Yi's orders, and scrambled to his feet. I'm your summoner. You are the summoned. Behave yourself, or, with a single thought, I'll send you straight back to hell. Maybe even kill you outright. Do you understand? Ido. Have you got all that memorized? Lu Yi looked Insk up and down, stern as a judge. It was clear that if Insk dared utter so much as a word of protest, he'd be struck down on the spot. I remember everything, Insk said promptly, his spoken language now perfectly fluent. Truly, demons have astonishing healing abilities. Before long, the injuries on his face had mostly healed, and even the teeth knocked out at the root had grown back. So hurry up and get moving. Why are you still standing around like an idiot? As if I had a choice. I would have been gone ages ago. If only I weren't so afraid of you. Are you thinking something you shouldn't? Lui Unsk suspiciously. No, absolutely not. Insk shook his head frantically, in denial. Getting slapped in the face was never pleasant. Not in the slightest. Get out of my sight. Granted a reprieve like a condemned man, Insk wasted no time. He kicked off from the ground and vanished into the sky as a streak of crimson light. Once Insk had disappeared, Yuriko spoke. Master, he might have agreed on the surface, but he's far from convinced inside. I've always known that, Lui replied unconcerned. It doesn't matter as long as he gets the job done. Let's get going as well. He walked over to Yuriko, slipped an arm around her waist, and with her still bewildered expression, he whisked her home using a phantom-like shift. The next morning, Yuriko carried a tray laden with delicious breakfast and, with light steps, approached Lui. After placing the food on the table, she stood by his side, perfectly at ease in her role as maid. Master, this morning when I went out to buy breakfast, I heard a rather intriguing piece of news. Oh, what news? Lui asked, genuinely interested. Yesterday, there was an extremely vicious incident. A group of violent criminals attacked a military base in the state of New Siaguo, resulting in thousands of deaths. Even the White House spokesperson offered condolences. At this, Lui set down his food, unable to suppress a laugh. The American authorities really have it tough, coming up with such an explanation. Of course, as someone directly involved, Lui knew exactly what had happened. He even felt a touch of sympathy for the officials, impressed they'd managed to invent such a reason. Master, that's not all. The White House spokesperson also claimed that those previous catastrophic weapon explosions were linked to the same violent gang, that the two incidents were causally connected. There's more. The spokesperson said this was a premeditated operation. The White House has already issued direct orders to form a special task force just to handle the case. And people actually buy it. Not many do, most don't. But what? Ever since the spokesperson's announcement, all sorts of evidence started flooding the internet, spinning the story in their favor. Suddenly, those who believe it are growing, and the skeptics are becoming fewer. Quite the clever tactic. Lui smiled wryly, picked up his knife and fork, and resumed his breakfast. Their methods go even further. They've blamed the deaths of 4 generals on this gang too. That's only to be expected, Lui replied, not at all surprised by such a move. Lui had personally killed 1 general, and then ordered Insk to eliminate the remaining 3 generals involved in deploying the weapons of mass destruction. After a night for the news to ferment, he figured the task had been completed, and soon after, word reached the White House. The people of the White House weren't fools. They immediately guessed who was behind it. They simply couldn't reveal the real culprit, and had to come up with an alternative explanation. The deaths of 4 generals were no small matter. They needed a plausible cover story. So, as always, everything was pinned on the all-purpose scapegoat, the terrorists. If terrorists could attack a military base and unleash weapons of mass destruction, surely they could kill 4 generals too. Their narrative, linking cause to effect, was ready to go. A ruthless and fanatical group, calling themselves freedom fighters, had infiltrated America, sneaked a weapon of mass destruction out of the military base in Neo, Ohio, using covert tactics, and started everything in motion. Of course, the U.S. military wasn't going to look weak, either. In the fabricated account, the intruders were detected during their operation, and to prevent greater losses, the military had no choice but to detonate pre-planted high-yield explosives, resulting in the deaths of several thousand armed personnel and 4 generals in the midst of a top-secret meeting. Despite such heavy casualties, the terrorists still managed to escape with the weapon and try to set it off in New York City. But none of that mattered. After all, the U.S. military prided itself as the most powerful force on Earth, having battled everything from aliens to superhumans. To them, a group of terrorists was hardly worth fearing. In the aftermath, the surviving guards and officers at the base swiftly pulled themselves together. Even with their backs to the wall, they decided at any cost to keep the weapon from detonating in New York. A special operations team was rapidly mobilized and, after a series of life-and-death clashes, successfully removed the weapon from New York. They perished along with the terrorists trying to trigger the explosion, ultimately saving the city. What? You say the timeline doesn't add up? What do you know? The timeline is perfectly fine, isn't it? To make everything line up, the authorities adjusted the official timeline of the military base attack, issued a gag order, and suddenly the narrative was airtight. And so, it spread far and wide. A heroic tale. A group of brave special forces foiling a sinister plot, saving New York, saving the world. In America, stories of heroism are always a hit, especially ones where ordinary people beat the odds and save the world. With a mountain of evidence and such a stirring legend to back it up, everything fell seamlessly into place. Rumors, after all, stop with the wise. That statement is true. In fact, it's not just rumors. Sometimes, even so-called truths are just as hollow. However, true sages are few and far between. Most people are, after all, fools. With the diligent efforts of the American administration, peace was restored across the world. Everything that went wrong was blamed squarely on violent troublemakers. The fallen guards? Victims of violence. The slain general? Also the fault of the violent ones. Neither the guards nor the general bore any guilt. The blame rested entirely with the perpetrators of violence. Yes, it was all the fault of those violent agitators. In any case, they already carried enough blame on their shoulders. A little more wouldn't make much difference to them. Throughout the aftermath, He kept a close watch over developments. He could not help but admire the American administration's mastery at turning the tides, conjuring storms with a flick of the hand. Silently, He offered the administration a figurative thumbs up, and then quietly turned back to his own affairs, a task that now consumed his thoughts, bringing to life the equipment stored within his mind. When He acquired the powers of Superman, he also received fragments of memory. Though these memories held few secrets of Krypton's advanced sciences, they did contain invaluable knowledge about crafting Superman's gear. Drawing from this recollection, He set out to forge a suit of his own, a fusion of science and magic, with the ability to counter both technological and mystical threats, each reinforcing the other. Thanks to the seamless blending of magic, He had already completed 80% of the work. All materials had been gathered and cut to his exact proportions. If he disregarded the magical enhancements, the ensemble already qualified as perfect, virtually identical to Superman's own suit. Of course, by identical, he didn't mean the famously odd suit with underwear on the outside, but rather the Superman uniform from Man of Steel. He had always thought the underwear on the outside design was laughable. The true Superman suit, he believed, was the one from Man of Steel. Whoever thought underwear on the outside was a good idea. Once he discovered the crafting technique locked within his mind, He had considered making a suit for himself, but until now, the resources simply weren't available. Kryptonian science was leagues beyond anything on Earth, and Earth's technology couldn't hope to replicate the necessary materials. But things were different now. With powerful magic on his side, he finally had what he needed to create the suit, perhaps even something superior. For example, the power armor worn by General Zod and his allies. That's right, General Zod's power armor could be within reach, too. The only regrettable thing was that Superman's memories only included partial schematics for the armor. He had no clue about the power systems, so, even if he managed to piece it together, the result would be a rather cumbersome set of armor. For now, there was nothing he could do about that. He would have to settle for completing this Superman suit from Man of Steel and let it serve as his own gear for the time being. Master, the equipment is now 80% complete. There were no problems found during inspection. It fully meets your requirements. Standing next to the equipment crafted by Yuriko addressed him with her report. At this moment, Yuriko was fulfilling the role of an assistant, helping with the forging of the equipment, something she had personally requested to do. She delighted in being involved in everything did. Every time she could lend him a hand, it brought her a unique sense of joy. Perhaps this feeling was tied to what had initially imprinted in her mind. It made her believe that serving was the greatest thing she could do. It was her everything, her true calling. In that case, this is good enough for now. What a pity, though. What's a pity? Yuriko asked, her face full of confusion. The equipment had been forged smoothly, with no problems at all. Yuriko couldn't understand what found regrettable. You don't know magic, so you wouldn't realize this. These materials are quite good, but they just don't conduct magic well enough. Their capacity for magical enhancement isn't outstanding. When it comes to inscribing magical runes or arrays, it can only be ordinary. He had never been one to settle for ordinary. What he wanted was perfection. But as the saying goes, even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. For now, this was as far as he could go. If you need any other materials, just tell me. I can go get them. Materials like these aren't available on the market. They can only be found in a few very special places. But I can go there. He smiled at her words. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but those places aren't somewhere you, or even I at the moment, can reach. Let's be patient. One day, I'll take you with me. All right. Now, then, let me handle the final step. Yuriko immediately stepped back, worried that she might interfere with Lu Yi. In truth, Lu Yi wasn't worried about being disturbed by her. She couldn't affect his work. But her stepping back was still a good thing. With barely any visible movement from Lu Yi, the equipment, now 80% complete, slowly floated into the air, filling rapidly with energy as if an invisible figure were donning it. Facing the suspended equipment, Lu Yi commenced the inscribing of runes and magical arrays. Crimson flames rose from beneath the gear, shimmering firelight darting and dancing across its surface. In an instant, the equipment turned a fiery red. The transformation was startling, immediate, and dramatic. This state didn't last long. When the flames reached the collar of the equipment, the red hue rapidly faded within a second. The gear cooled and reverted to its original form, as if nothing extraordinary had happened at all. This process repeated 9 times. After the 9th round, the equipment began to show signs of warping, and at last, Lu Yi had to reluctantly halt the ritual. After all, without proper magical metals, this was the absolute limit of what could be achieved. Having finished inscribing the runes and magical arrays, Lu Yi wasted no time. He reached out toward the equipment, and with a flash of light, the gear that had been lying motionless vanished, instantly appearing on his body as if by magic. The first array, the ownership recognition array, had been successfully activated. Come to think of it, is this what you call one-click outfit changing? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A streak of red darted back and forth across the vast, endless grasslands, stirring up gusts of wind in its wake. No one knew how much time had passed before the red figure finally came to a halt, revealing a person cloaked in a crimson cape. Lu Yi himself. Not bad at all, Lu Yi said with a laugh, still hovering in midair. After several flights, not only did he feel completely at ease, but the magical enhancements worked perfectly with not a single problem. Just now, he had tested every magical array on his gear, save for the automatic change array and another one. Each array functioned exactly as intended. Divine Guardian, Power of Nature, Malice Sense, Auto Cleanse, Aura of Renewal, Bramble Ring, and Perception Shield. All 7 arrays worked perfectly. Lu Yi considered this reasonably satisfying. With these 7 magical arrays, he could save himself a great deal of time. With everything checked and no issues found with his setups, Lu Yi decided not to linger in the skies any longer. With a thought, he issued the command to reclaim his equipment. The command given, his gears shimmered into countless points of starlight, drifting toward his neck. There, the lights coalesced into a necklace bearing an S-shaped emblem. This was the final magical array, a transformation array, allowing the equipment to shrink down into a necklace for easy carrying. After all, he couldn't very well follow Superman's example, stashing the suit under his skin, wearing oversized clothes, and transforming into a hero at the drop of a hat. Could he? Sure, Superman's suit was superb, wrinkle-free with astonishing defensive power. But come on, there had to be an easier way. So Lu Yi simply crafted this transformation array, simple and convenient. Master, someone is here to see you. He had only just reclaimed his gear, still hovering in midair, when Yuriko appeared at the edge of the grassland, her voice floating over with perfect clarity. She was speaking at a normal volume, but with Lu Yi's extraordinary hearing, he could catch even the slightest insect's movements across miles. Yuriko's message reached him without effort. In an instant, Lu Yi flew to Yuriko's side. Who is it? A one-eyed black spirit. He says his name is Nick Fury. Him? What took him so long? Bring him in. Hearing Lu Yi's words, Yuriko turned and headed toward the house to receive their guest, while Lu Yi remained where he was, patiently awaiting Nick Fury's arrival. Yuriko didn't keep Lu Yi waiting for long. Soon enough, she arrived with the one-eyed man she'd mentioned, Nick Fury of the Black Order. Perhaps Yuriko was in such a hurry that even someone as fit as Nick Fury was a little out of breath. What's wrong? Too much time in the office? Can't handle a little exercise? Need a break? Lu Yi teased. No need for a break. Nick Fury declined the offer, his tone serious. I'm here because I have important matters to discuss with you. What matters? First of all, the deaths of those thousands of guards and 4 generals. That's a huge deal. Things have calmed down for now, but within the American military and political circles, opposition against you is only growing stronger. I expected as much. Did you come here for their sake? Partly, Fury admitted after a brief pause. They want me to convey a message to you. What kind of message? They hope you'll agree to shield supervision, and at the same time, promise not to use your abilities again. Otherwise, they may take necessary measures. Nick Fury truly didn't want to say these words, but he had no choice. It wasn't just the will of the American authorities, it also came from S.H.I.E.L.D.'s governing body, the International Security Council. Lu Yi's recent killings had really struck a nerve. None of them wanted to see a day when one of their armed forces, generals, or even their highest leaders might be killed by him. That's why Fury had come in person, partly to deliver this final warning and partly to smooth things over of his own accord. He understood the Security Council's urgency, and he knew how the U.S. government and military leaders felt. In fact, he shared some of their concerns himself. Still, he thought now was not the time for such drastic measures. This should all be handled more slowly and carefully. He had no idea what schemes might be brewing within the Security Council, so he had to buy as much time as possible. That's why he'd acted on his own initiative and come here. And you dare deliver this message yourself? Aren't you afraid I'll just kill you outright? Afraid? Of course he was. But it didn't matter. He still had to come. Not because he was especially brave, but because he had just enough confidence in his ability to survive. With Natasha and Coulson currently helping Liu E look for something, Liu E probably wouldn't kill him now. That's what Fury was thinking, though he wisely kept it to himself. I trust your judgment, he replied instead. I know you're lying, but it sounds nice enough. Don't worry, I'm not going to kill you. They need you to deliver their message, and I need that too. Fury, who'd been anxious up to this point, finally relaxed the moment he heard Liu Yi's reassurance. Tell them I'm a kind and modest person. Everything I do is because they forced me. You kind of modest? Modest? Sure, maybe you could have called yourself modest in the past. But now? Nick Fury scoffed to himself. But that was just what Nick Fury thought. The previous Liu E he knew was never the real Liu E. The low-key Liu E Fury remembered was someone who'd already died. Liu E had always been bold and ostentatious. So really, if you want to get through life, don't try to be like Liu E. Of course, Liu E himself showed no such awareness. He said coolly, they want to keep me under surveillance? Fine, let them try. But I'm not making any promises that I won't find out and pay them a deadly visit. Anyone who wants to die can come. Faced with Liu Yi's barefaced threat, Fury wanted nothing more than to assert his authority and tell this man no. But reality, I'll pass on your message. Fury thought better of it. The dignity of his high office was left, discarded, in some corner next to the trash bin. Even a great, high-ranking official like himself had to admit his authority meant nothing here. Anything else? If not, go ahead and get the word out. I'm waiting, Liu E said, glancing at Nick Fury, whose expression was as calm as before, and, with skin dark as charcoal, just as inscrutable. It was truly impossible to tell any change in Fury's expression. Liu E figured, surely there must be some change, but you just couldn't see it. I do have one more thing, Fury said. Go ahead. Do you know Tony Stark? Tony Stark? Nick Fury actually brought him up? Come to think of it, that flamboyant guy's about to die. Is that what this is about? Who hasn't heard of him? The famous playboy, the head of Stark Industries, the legendary billionaire. Why? Do you want to introduce us? Louis played dumb, cracking a joke. Well, not entirely. An introduction is part of it. But I want to say, Tony Stark is rich. Extremely rich. To him, money is just a number. He could get his hands on plenty of useful things. And? You're not trying to rub it in my face, are you? Louis replied, just as calm. Of course not. What I mean is, Tony Stark is dying. He needs someone's help to save him. This is a great opportunity to squeeze quite a few valuable things out of him. Fury's words sounded as if he was looking out for Liu E, but Liu E knew better. This was temptation. Fury wanted him to save Tony Stark. Tony Stark's necromancer of a father was not only one of the founders of S.H.I.E.L.D., but also a brilliant genius in his own right. Now, with Tony Stark hovering on the brink of death and yet no cure in sight, this situation simply defies logic. So, he turned his sights on Liu E. The intelligence he'd gathered previously indicated that Liu E was a master of magic. If a problem couldn't be solved by technology, then maybe magic was worth a try. After all, a desperate cure is sometimes better than none at all. If it worked, that would be ideal. If it didn't, well, things couldn't get much worse anyway. Either way, there was nothing he had to lose, especially since Tony Stark, the billionaire, could foot the bill. High reward, almost no risk. It's a tempting opportunity, only... What is it? Nick Fury cut in before Liu E could finish. I just wonder what exactly Tony Stark could offer me. Is there anything worth my effort? My services don't come cheap, you know. I'm well aware of that, Fury replied. But you should also know that in America, there's almost nothing that can't be solved with money. And Tony Stark has plenty of that, so I'm sure you get my meaning. To be honest, I don't. Fury couldn't help but let out a stifled laugh. They were both smart men. Was it really necessary for him to spell things out so clearly? All right then, you could just wring some things out of him, maybe even hand him a list. Tony Stark's wealthy, he won't care. Nick Fury was quite happy to treat Tony Stark as a cash cow and outright sold him off to Liu E. That does sound quite tempting. At these words, a sly smile crept across Fury's face. He knew Liu E was interested. Of course, he also knew that Liu Yi could see right through his little scheme, but Fury didn't mind. He'd expected as much from the start and never thought he could hide any tricks from Liu Yi. His only real tactic was to lure Liu Yi in with the promise of reward, nothing more. Then have him come to me. Having achieved his goal, Nick Fury saw no reason to linger. He returned to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, quickly issued orders for Hill to notify Tony Stark, and then dove right back into a whirlwind of work and endless bureaucratic wrangling. As a man in his position, there was much to do, passing messages for Liu Yi, bridging communications, and smoothing relations between the two parties. He couldn't afford to waste any time. Fury was busy, and so was Hill, her schedule so packed that she could barely spare a moment to contact Tony Stark. So what you're telling me is that the higher-ups at your so-called S.H.I.E.L.D. are inflicting me with a sorcerer, someone who plays with voodoo dolls and stirs cauldrons in shadowy corners, to treat my illness? Tony Stark, stuck at home, felt like he was about to lose his mind. What's going on here? The fact that he was on the brink of death. Originally, only he knew about it. But today, out of nowhere, a call came in, and suddenly someone told him that he wasn't the only one who knew after all. An organization called S.H.I.E.L.D. was in on the secret too. And to make things even more unbelievable, they found him a wizard to cure his condition. Seriously, how absurd could things get? To be exact, not a wizard, a sorcerer. Beep. Tony Stark hung up the phone without hesitation. Maria Hill stared at the disconnected call, at a complete loss for words, but she couldn't just let things rest. She immediately dialed Tony Stark's number again. We're sorry, the number you have called. Wonderful. He was straight up rejecting any calls now. Hill couldn't believe Tony Stark's line could really be out of service like this. No matter how many times she dialed, there was no answer. Defeated, Hill finally sent a text message instead. Maybe you think this is all a hoax, but what if it's real? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of survival, you shouldn't give up and die in vain. You have a future waiting, people who love you. Don't you think that's worth fighting for? Below that, she included Liu Yi's address. Whoosh! A deafening roar rolled through the sky, announcing the arrival of a red-in silver armored figure. Iron Man touched down gently on the concrete, jets from his boots flickering as he settled without so much as a thud. Jarvis, do you think I've lost my mind? Actually buying into all of this? Iron Man's voice rumbled out from behind the mask, full of doubt, but edged with irony. When facing death, people often act out of character. Sir, your actions are entirely consistent with human behavior in the face of mortality. So, by your logic, that makes me normal, doesn't it? Tony let out a dry, self-deprecating laugh as the Iron Man mask slid open with a mechanical whir, revealing a face etched with weariness and sorrow. None other than Tony Stark himself. In the end, Tony Stark had come after all. It was Hill's message, more precisely, the words, people who love you, that made the difference. There was no denying it. Sometimes the power of love was just that overwhelming. Is this the place? According to the unbeatable locator, there's no mistake, sir. Well then, let's see what sort of wizard S.H.I.E.L.D. has found for me. Even now, Tony still stubbornly thought of Liu Yi as a traditional wizard. He was clinging to hope, treating this as his last, desperate effort. With this mindset, Tony Stark walked to the spot Jarvis had marked, then paused, standing silently as doubt and uncertainty weighed him down. It wasn't that he didn't want to move forward, but rather that he simply couldn't. He found himself in the same predicament that Natasha and Coulson had encountered before. He couldn't see Liu Yi's house. What's going on? Did we get the address wrong? No, there's no mistake. It's right here. Jarvis wasn't relying on human eyes, nor was Jarvis a human being at all. He was an artificial intelligence, governed by pure logic. The enchantment on Liu Yi's house had no effect on him. How can it be here? I don't see anything. It's definitely here, without a doubt. Jarvis insisted after double-checking. At last, Tony Stark gave in and chose to trust him. Human eyes might be unreliable, but electronic ones, while not infallible, failed far less often. He had more faith in the electronic sensors, and in Jarvis, whose calculations were nearly flawless. That could only mean something was wrong with the location itself. Scan this area, Jarvis. Tony Stark ordered without hesitation. A dozen seconds later, I've detected a peculiar electromagnetic fluctuation. Any idea what it's for? There isn't enough data to determine. I see. Tony Stark stared intently at the empty space ahead of him, falling into deep thought. When it came to new discoveries, Tony Stark never lacked curiosity, not even at a time like this. While Tony Stark was mulling things over, Yuriko, acting on Liu Yi's instructions, arrived at the doorway. She caught sight of the curious Tony Stark and calmly walked up to him. Tony Stark, I presume. Her words snapped Tony out of his reverie and startled him so badly that his hands instinctively shot up, palms glowing with energy as he aimed at Yuriko. Because of the enchantment, Yuriko had seemed to appear out of nowhere, which was, to say the least, a shock for Tony Stark. Yuriko, however, remained cool and unfazed by Tony's move. She simply stared him down, her expression icy and silent. "Miss, do you realize that jumping out at people like that could scare someone to death?" Tony Stark said, exhaling in relief only after he confirmed she meant him no harm and relaxed his stance. "I didn't know. Are you Tony Stark?" Yuriko asked again. Yeah, that's me," Tony replied, momentarily caught off guard, but managing an answer. "Follow me." Once she had confirmed his identity, Yuriko didn't waste another word. She showed Tony no courtesy and turned on her heel, striding through the entrance. Though exasperated, Tony didn't want to argue with her. He hurried after Yuriko, stepping into Lu Yi's house. And then, Tony Stark was utterly dumbstruck, gawking like someone who had never seen such sights in his life. Tony Stark's seaside villa was exceptionally modern, expansive, and boasted picturesque scenery. He was, after all, a man accustomed to luxury and sophistication. Yet even so, he was utterly stunned. "Spatial technology? You're actually using spatial technology here? What brilliant scientist working on this?" It took him a moment to recover, and when he did, Tony couldn't help but shout out in disbelief. "There are no scientists here. What you have instead is a sorcerer, or as you might call it, a wizard from your world." A voice suddenly drifted down from the sky. Tony immediately looked up toward the source of the voice, only to see Lu Yi, sitting cross-legged and suspended in midair, gazing down at him with a knowing smile and a peculiar glint in his eyes. Was it slyness? Suspicion? Menace? No, none of those. It was the look of a shrewd merchant who'd just spotted fresh prey, eager to strike a profitable deal. Under that gaze, Tony felt an involuntary chill crawl up his spine, as if something unpleasant was about to overtake him. "How did you do that?" he blurted out. "What do you mean? The floating, or the spatial manipulation?" "Both." Tony summoned all his composure, fixing his eyes on Lu Yi, hoping to pry the secrets from him. If Lu Yi was willing to share, that would truly be a windfall. "Both? Then perhaps we should focus on discussing your treatment first," Lu Yi said lightly. "Come on, I've practically laid myself bare for you, and now you change the subject? What happened to trust between people? You swallowed it whole. What a ripoff." Feeling utterly duped, Tony's expression grew as sour as if he'd swallowed something foul. Bitterness etched across his face. "What's wrong?" Lu Yi teased, grinning at Tony. "Judging by your face, it seems like you're not so keen on getting yourself healed after all." "No, not at all." By now, Tony was nearly convinced that Lu Yi could indeed cure him. Not because he truly believed in the magic, but because he suspected Lu Yi was some kind of scientific genius. For now, he could do nothing but grit his teeth and bear it. "In that case, let's discuss your payment," Lu Yi said, slowly descending to stand before Tony, his eyes shining even brighter with anticipation. "What do you want? Name it. If it's within my reach, it's yours," Tony declared, bracing himself. "Don't worry, you'll absolutely be able to provide it." With those words, an inexplicable chill climbed up Tony's spine. "I do want to be treated, but don't go overboard," Tony tried to preempt any outrageous demands. "Relax. I promise I won't ask for anything too much." After speaking, Lu Yi slipped his hand into his pocket and pulled out what looked like a tightly rolled sheet of paper. He let go, allowing the paper to drift gently down in front of Tony Stark. Just as Nick Fury had suggested, Lu Yi actually made a list, every last one of his belongings meticulously written out. The list fluttered down to Tony Stark, but things didn't go quite as smoothly after that. Tony reached out several times for the list. Each time, he hesitated, his hand stopping short, never quite picking it up. "Relax. With your resources, these things are nothing. Really, it's a breeze for someone like you." The more Lu Yi said this, the more anxious Tony Stark felt. Yet considering the lethal toxins in his body, he finally gritted his teeth and snatched up the list. He had the list. Without a moment's delay, Tony unfolded it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Are you kidding me? Is this a demand for payment or an attempt to wipe me out?" Tony couldn't help but shout after seeing what was written. You could hardly blame him. Lu Yi was being outrageous, a whole A4 page crammed, edge to edge, with item after item. Not a single mention of money. Yet every item on that list was worth far more than cash. Sapphires and rubies, adamantium, pure natural obsidian. Each one more valuable than the last. All told, this wasn't a matter of a few million, or even tens of millions. Without at least a couple billion, you could forget about collecting all of it. Tony Stark may have been a playboy, never batting an eye at a few million, or even tens of millions. But this wasn't about millions, this was about billions. And what really got him, this wasn't some normal business transaction, some ordinary expenditure. This was extortion. That was the hardest part to accept. When had he ever been taken for a ride like this? "I'm wiping out the wealthy," And whose fault is that? You're rich, aren't you? Can you blame me? So, it's a crime to be successful now. Wasn't, until I got irritated looking at you. What a reason. I can't even argue with that. Ultimately, Tony Stark gave in. A few billion worth of stuff was a hefty sum, sure, but it wasn't enough to break him. He just considered a loss, a robbery of sorts. Compared to his health, a few billion was nothing but pocket change. Grinding his molars and suppressing the ache, Tony surrendered to Lu Yi's brazen demands. All right, I accept your terms. Do you want payment up front, or after the job is done? Afterwards is fine. You trust me that much. Tony couldn't help but feel a strange tug in his heart. No, I don't trust you at all. I trust myself. No one gets away with owing me anything. By now, Tony Stark had realized he was just being self-indulgent. Any affection that had started to blossom in his heart vanished in an instant like smoke in the wind. So, can you start the treatment now? And by the way, I pay good money. I'm God in this scenario. Shouldn't I get some of the privileges God deserves? Brew me the finest cup of coffee you've got. Tony Stark snapped irritably, directing his last demand toward Yuriko. Yuriko turned her gaze to Lu Yi, waiting to see how he wanted to handle things before she responded. Yuriko, just pour him a glass of water. Plain hot water will do, Lu Yi replied, as if he hadn't even seen the thunderclouds in Tony Stark's eyes. I'm God here. I pay. Tony Stark protested, unwilling to give up. Yes, hello God, Lu Yi replied with mock solemnity, then said to Yuriko, Yuriko, never mind the water, go on with your work. Hey, did you even hear? Tony began, trying to defend his dignity. Understood, master. Yuriko didn't spare Tony a second glance. She only cared about Lu Yi. As for Tony Stark, he was hardly worth consideration. With gentle deference to Lu Yi, she turned and left the room. This isn't how business is done, you know? You can't just treat customers like this. First of all, this isn't exactly a business. I do things my own way. But even if it were, haven't you ever heard of the bigger the shop, the pushier the owner? Second, you should count yourself lucky I'm even willing to treat you. So stop grumbling. And lastly, dear God, it's time for your treatment. With Lu Yi's words, Tony Stark realized he was out of options. Aside from muttering silently to himself about shop owners bullying customers, he could only resign himself and follow Lu Yi, preparing for the treatment. First, take off that outer shell of yours. Since Tony Stark had already paid handsomely, he had no reason to refuse Lu Yi's demands. At Lu Yi's request, he instructed Jarvis to remove his Iron Man suit. Lift your shirt just up to your chest. Without hesitation, Tony hiked up his short-sleeved shirt to chest height, fixing his gaze intently on Lu Yi. He wanted to see, with his own eyes, what a $2 billion treatment really looked like. Lu Yi, for his part, had no time for Tony's curiosity. He turned his attention to the spiderweb-like traces of palladium poisoning spread across Tony's chest. Tony Stark truly had it rough. The poisoning had advanced to such a severe stage. You arrived just in time. If you'd waited any longer, you'd probably be a dead man by now, Lu Yi said with a faint crease between his brows and a chilly calm in his voice. I know, but can you hurry up and treat me? Standing here like this in front of another man feels really uncomfortable. You think you're the only one who's uncomfortable? As he said this, Lu Yi suddenly raised his hand, palm facing Tony Stark. What are you trying to do? Whoa, damn. What did you just do? Tony Stark couldn't help but shout in alarm. To be fair, it wasn't entirely his fault. Lu Yi's sudden, forceful move had startled him. So what exactly had Lu Yi done? Lu Yi had pulled out the life-sustaining reactor from Tony Stark's chest using pure mental force. A dark, empty cavity now gaped where the reactor had once been. It didn't look like a rescue at all. It looked more like an execution. Why are you shouting like that? This thing is the root of all your troubles, the reason you're in this state. I can't let it stay. Of course I know that, but it's also the only thing keeping me alive. With it, I've got a few more weeks. Without it, I'm dead in less than 20 minutes. Tony Stark pressed a hand over his chest, his face pale with a bluish tint. That would be the case if I weren't here. Right now, I'm your attending physician. Take your hand away. Tony Stark's face went even paler. If not for everything that had just happened, if he hadn't realized by now that he was no match for Lu Yi, especially after having removed his suit, Tony Stark would have made it very clear to Lu Yi just how angry he really was. Helpless, Tony Stark could only do as Lu Yi ordered and removed his hand. Fragments, come. Guided by his superhuman X-ray vision, Lu Yi cast a summoning spell on the shards lodged in Tony Stark's blood near his chest. Tony Stark hardly had time to react before he felt something squirming in the hollow of his chest. He quickly glanced down, only to see tiny, almost invisible fragments rising up from within him and floating toward Lu Yi's outstretched palm. In that instant, Tony Stark knew exactly what those were. They were the very shards that had forced him to live with a reactor in his chest, the cause of his ongoing poisoning, and the one thing he'd never been able to remove himself. A surge of wild joy filled Tony Stark's heart. These shards had been the reason he couldn't save himself, the reason the arc reactor had become a permanent fixture in his life. And now, with these fragments finally gone, it meant full recovery was within reach. No more foreign object embedded in his chest, and no more fear of a painful, unexpected death. Absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it. Tony Stark cried out, his voice cracking with emotion. After all he'd been through, this was almost too good to be true. From life to death, and from death back to life, Tony Stark had taken a journey few could imagine, and at last he was safe. As for the palladium poisoning, it was no longer a threat to Tony Stark. The source of the poison had already been purged from his body, which meant he would not be poisoned again. The palladium levels in his blood would never rise after this. Since you know you've gotten more than your money's worth, Liu Yi said, then make sure you send everything over. And that hole in your chest, deal with it, would you? Keeping something like that is just unsettling. Liu Yi, for his part, had no intention of fixing the gaping wound in Tony Stark's chest. After all, 2 billion was barely enough for Liu Yi to lend hand this once. For the smaller matters left behind, Tony could sort those out himself. With all the advanced tech in the world of Marvel, patching such a thing up was, frankly, the easy part. Tony Stark, caught up in his relief and excitement, paid little heed to Liu Yi's gruff attitude. He patched up his chest wound as best he could, retrieved the reactor Liu Yi had removed for him, suited back up in his Iron Man armor, and prepared to head back for proper treatment. Still, Tony wasn't completely without gratitude. Before leaving, he turned to Liu Yi and said, I'll prepare everything as soon as I get back, and I'll have it sent over as quickly as possible. With those words, Tony Stark rocketed away from Liu Yi's house, eager to be gone. If it hadn't been for Yukiko's quick reflexes in opening the door, Liu Yi's door might not have survived the rush. Once Tony Stark had flown off, Liu Yi wasted no time. He hurried over to a table where a collection of parts had been laid out in advance, and, letting memory guide his hands, he set to work. Palladium, electromagnetic coils. Piece by piece, components began to take shape in Liu Yi's hands, each clicking together until, at last, the assembly was complete. With a series of low, thrumming pulses, the final component was locked into place, and a miniature version of the arc reactor glowed to life in Liu Yi's grasp, casting a vibrant blue light. It was this very glow that illuminated Liu Yi's face, and he couldn't help but beam with delight. For so long, he had longed for a true energy source. Until now, he had never had the chance, always waiting and searching for the opportunity. And to his surprise, this time, fortune had delivered it right to his doorstep. Tony Stark, Liu Yi mused, would never have imagined that his arc reactor, just by being shown and exposed, just by a moment's contact, would end up with Liu Yi, its secret now lying in Liu Yi's hands. Well, sometimes luck just isn't on your side. You bumped right into me. Liu Yi chuckled to himself at the thought. Not only had he secured over 2 billion just moments ago, but now he had, without fanfare, quietly acquired the arc reactor's design. If Tony Stark ever found out, Liu Yi was sure he'd be in tears. The energy core is ready, so next, it's time to modify my robot. In the past, I left it unused because of energy limitations, but now, I can finally bring it back online. Because of the energy issue, Liu Yi's robot had always been rather feeble, with severely underpowered weapons. Now, after this upgrade, there's nothing stopping him from fully upgrading it, making it a far better sparring partner. A reminder to the host, once the energy upgrade is complete, your robot opponent will become a much more formidable adversary. With multiple rounds of upgrades, you'll gain plentiful chances to draw powerful rewards. The system's voice echoed in Liu Yi's mind, leaving him momentarily stunned before he began to ponder deeply. This was certainly a powerful temptation. After offering this suggestion, the system fell silent. Liu Yi spent a long time mulling things over by himself before finally making up his mind to keep going, but with some changes at the end. With no more interruptions from the system, and putting aside his inner thoughts, Liu Yi felt much more at ease. He can now focus on upgrading his robot and meeting new challenges. The next 2 weeks flew by, filled with constant busyness. During this time, Liu Yi created an impressive arsenal: sonic weapons, laser guns, magical gadgets, enough to fill an entire room. As for conventional weaponry, cannons, Gatling guns, and the like, not to mention the ammunition, they stacked high enough to fill half a square. All of these were modular components, designed for easy installation and removal, ready to be attached to his robot. Liu Yi's goal was to build a robot sparring partner that could be customized at will. By mixing and matching these parts, he could endlessly alter its combat configuration, creating ever more challenging battles. He might be well acquainted with these weapons, and that familiarity might somewhat blunt their threat, but with so many to choose from, the variety was more than enough to help him adapt to every kind of attack and enrich his combat experience. After all, as the saying goes, people only grow when pushed to their limits. To prevent any mishaps, and to make sure the robot's chassis wasn't easily destroyed, Liu Yi went so far as to use nearly all his remaining adamantium to forge a robot opponent with an adamantium base core. Now it's just a matter of assembling everything. I have a feeling this is going to be a remarkable experience, Liu Yi said, glancing at his robotic adversary, then at the array of weaponry close at hand, a smile on his lips. It seems, host, that you've come up with an excellent solution. At last, the system had no choice but to admit Liu Yi's true strength. He had devised a strategy that turned quantity into victory, leveraging his intellect to its fullest potential. As the owner of the system, I should at least be able to make some suggestions, shouldn't I? Liu Yi spoke calmly, not bothering to consider what the system might think. The system fell into a long silence. Just when Liu Yi began to suspect it had crashed, the system finally spoke up again. You have this right as the host. Hearing the system's response made Liu Yi break into laughter, a thought flitting through his mind, just as I expected. From a long time ago, Liu Yi had noticed that his system was not quite like those commonly found in novels. Novel systems are usually called servants, but in reality, they act as the master, constantly suppressing the host, threatening death for failed tasks, and doling out punishments at the slightest provocation. The host has no say at all. One could hardly tell who was in charge and who was the servant. But Liu Yi's system never presented such problems. Right from the start, it had accepted its servant role without question. Today's discussion only deepened Liu Yi's conviction. This was a true system, a true master. Is there anything you'd like to say, host? Yes, there's something on my mind. As my strength grows, the chances to receive a perfect level draw become increasingly rare, while regular draws keep piling up. That's not really an advantage for me. So I was wondering if you could allow some sort of exchange mechanism. Let a certain number of regular draw chances be traded for an optimized or even a perfect draw chance. After he finished speaking, the system went silent again. Liu Yi couldn't help but feel a touch of anxiety creep onto his face, growing worried about whether his suggestion would be accepted. After a long and anxious wait that felt never-ending, the system's voice finally sounded in his mind. According to the system's calculations, this method offers significant benefits to your growth. Recommendation: approved. The system will undergo an upgrade, estimated to take 5 seconds. Once complete, conversion between draw chances will become available. With those words, the system fell silent once more. As he expected, Liu Yi wasn't surprised by this answer. He waited the 5 seconds, then the system's voice returned. System upgrade complete. Conversion between draw chances is now available. The ratio is 100 to 10 to 1. 100:10:1. 100 regular draw chances for 10 optimized ones, or 1 perfect draw. Liu Yi couldn't help but feel both excited and crestfallen. It wasn't that the exchange was too stingy. If anything, it felt daunting. It took 100 regular draws to get just 1 perfect level draw. After all his efforts, he'd barely managed to collect around 10 chances in total. 100 of them? Are you kidding me? As Liu Yi fumed over his system's harsh demands, the system itself was inwardly lamenting. It didn't want to make him trade 100 for 1 either, but this was the optimal ratio. Being a system was hard. Being Liu Yi's system was even harder. Who could possibly understand why Liu Yi had so many wild ideas, or why he'd stockpiled such a staggering array of weapons? According to its calculations, just the weapons Liu Yi had prepared would let him rack up at least 100 standard draw chances. If Liu Yi managed to equip his robots with the most cutting-edge weaponry he devised, he could easily unlock more than a dozen optimized draws. And this was just the beginning. Liu Yi's brain was in a constant state of enhancement, ensuring even more weapons and more gear would soon come into existence. By then, he'd be earning countless chances to draw. Never underestimate Liu Yi, the man with superhuman abilities. Remember, Superman once mastered the knowledge of 28 galaxies. While Liu Yi wasn't quite there yet, and his learning speed lagged a bit, he was still a far cry from ordinary. Right now, in the Marong world, purely in terms of intellect, Liu Yi could easily rank among the very best. With that kind of mind, there's practically nothing he couldn't achieve. For all anyone knows, someday he might even churn out planet-busting cannons or interstellar warships. And when that day comes, what then? Draw chances would flow like water for Liu Yi. Given how freely he could acquire draw chances, was the 110 to 1 ratio really as high as it seemed? Not high at all. Still, it wasn't something the system announced out loud. This was a realization for itself. One day, Lu Yi would understand the good intentions behind its actions. Ahem, enough with these pointless thoughts. This time, the system upgrade was prompted entirely by the host's feedback and the system's own shortcomings. In light of this, the system is offering the following extra compensations. Hearing the word compensations, Lu Yi's expression immediately softened. He decided to listen to what the system had to offer before determining whether to jot down a grudge, or maybe drag the system out and teach it a lesson someday. Compensation 1. One perfect draw opportunity. Compensation 2. Be gifted with the abilities of a random champion from any world. Compensation 3. A random enhancement of an existing persona's ability within the host. The host may choose any one of these. Each of the three was undeniably tempting. Lu Yi's heart skipped a beat, and, typical of him, he was instantly beset by indecision. If he picked the first compensation, a perfect draw, he'd gain the abilities and strength of a true powerhouse. If he went for the second, a random champion's ability from some world was guaranteed to be extraordinary, and if luck was on his side, he might even inherit the might of someone on the level of OA. The third option was just as enticing. Who knew? He might hit the jackpot with Superman's power and evolve straight into the Silver Superman stage. Now that would be something to see. Compensation 1 offers both ability and power, but the problem is it's far too random. Compensation 2 only grants an ability, but since it's the skill of the world's strongest, it's bound to be something extraordinary. Compensation 3 is also an ability, but it's the safest option, though there's only a 1/3 chance. After analyzing the 3 compensation options, Lu Yi's indecisiveness reached a whole new level. Each compensation had its own merits and advantages, as well as its downsides. This left Lu Yi at a complete loss about which to pick. The host seems quite torn. Would you like me to offer some advice? The system's tone was unusually considerate. Even though the system kindly offered to help, Lu Yi didn't appreciate it at all. He didn't even acknowledge the system's suggestion, choosing instead to summon Yuriko. Master, did you call for me? Yuriko was a bit confused by Lu Yi's sudden summons. He had hardly spoken a word for the past half-month, completely lost in his reclusive habits. Yuriko, among the numbers 1, 2, and 3, which do you like best? Lu Yi asked. Yuriko wasn't sure what Lu Yi was getting at, but since he had asked, she didn't hesitate and replied instinctively. 2. 2. Are you sure? Lu Yi raised an eyebrow. Absolutely. Yuriko answered without a second thought. Then 2 it is. The system didn't care how Lu Yi came to a decision. Its concern was only with what choice Lu Yi made. Since Lu Yi had picked number 2, that was what the system would process. In the end, the decision was his to make. Does the host wish to activate compensation 2 right away? Go ahead. I'm really curious to see what I'll get from compensation 2. Almost as soon as Lu Yi's words left his mouth, the system's announcement echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the ability of the strongest in the fairy tale universe, Zerif Dragneel. Hearing the system's announcement, Lu Yi was struck by a single thought. What a loss. If only I'd gotten his raw strength. Zerif is a legendary figure in the fairy tale world, the singular strongest being in all magic history. His name shrouded in forbidden whispers. He is the origin of black magic, the ancestral black mage who descended upon the ancient north, elevating dark arts to their peak and creating countless forbidden spells and demons that plunge the world into chaos. He possesses power capable of destroying the world, virtually invincible. Few realize that, at his core, Zerif is kind and cherishes life. Yet that does nothing to diminish the terror of his powers. What a terrible loss. Does the host regret the decision? A little, but before that, I have another question. Didn't you say the Black Dragon has surpassed Zerif in strength? So why did I end up with Zerif's abilities and not the Black Dragon Acnologia's? That's because the Black Dragon, Acnologia, was affected by Zerif and turned into what he is now. The system recognizes the Black Dragon Acnologia as one of Zerif's creations, just like End and other demons. I see. Lu Yi nodded in understanding. Does the host want to extract Zerif's abilities now? Go ahead and extract them. I've already drawn them, so what's the point of letting them sit around? Lu Yi waved his hand dismissively. The very instant Lu Yi finished speaking, a torrent of daunting information surged into his mind and body, carried on a wave of gentle warmth. What is a wizard's ability? Simple. It's everything related to magic. Although Lu Yi didn't acquire Zerif's sheer strength this time, he gained something even more precious. The entire breadth of Zerif's magical knowledge and innate magical talent, accumulated over a lifetime. Zerif had been a prodigy from a very young age, mastering all the spells in fairy tale. The amount of magic in his mind surpassed even the likes of Dumbledore or the legendary Merlin. Now, All of this flooded into Lu Yi's consciousness along with Zerif's memories, becoming neatly stored inside his mind. Perhaps the magic of the fairy tale world isn't quite as wondrous as that in the worlds of wizards' apprentices or boy wizards, but when it comes to raw destructive power, it's second to none. And now all of this belonged to Lu Yi. Congratulations are in order. Truly, this is reason to celebrate. However, in the midst of this well-deserved celebration, Lu Yi couldn't help but want to curse under his breath. An overwhelming flood of magical knowledge had been poured into his mind in an instant, an experience that was anything but pleasant, the kind only a rare few could endure. To put it plainly, if it were anyone else, their brains would probably have been scrambled into mush by now. How frustrating, Lu Yi muttered through gritted teeth, rubbing his temples, his expression twisted in discomfort. Master, would you like me to give you a massage? Yuriko stood nearby, looking at Lu Yi with genuine concern. Lu Yi didn't even have the energy for a full response, grunting softly to show his consent. Yuriko quietly stepped up to Lu Yi's side, her soft, fair hands gently pressing against his temples, kneading with gentle care. Yuriko was very close. The subtle, innocent fragrance from her body drifted towards Lu Yi, wafting around his nose. Lu Yi felt completely captivated, his mind wandering into all sorts of pleasant daydreams. All of a sudden, Lu Yi reached out and took hold of Yuriko's small hand. Yuriko's face instantly flushed a deep red. Her heart began to race, and a surge of indescribable emotion welled up inside her. Any news lately? Lu Yi suddenly asked, changing the subject at the most inopportune moment. Hearing this, Yuriko felt much of that indescribable emotion in her heart melt away. A hint of grievance flickered in her eyes, something that even Lu Yi failed to notice. After thinking for a moment, she said, "There's a big scoop. Tomorrow, the head of Hammer Industries is going to hold an expo on the premises of Stark Industries. It said he's planning to introduce a brand new weapon." "Oh, now that does sound interesting," Lu Yi replied, the corners of his mouth curling into a subtle smile. "It really is," Yuriko continued. "A lot of people believe this is Hammer Industries challenging Stark Industries, which used to be the top dog in military tech. They're trying to prove to the world that Hammer Industries is the true leader now, hoping to get the military's attention, win lucrative contracts, and at the same time, strike back at Stark Industries for all the times they've been put down in the past. Not everyone is a genius like Tony Stark, capable of carrying a company to glory on their own. Justin Hammer, the man at the helm of Hammer Industries, is no Tony Stark. For a long time, he was pushed aside and overshadowed by Stark, almost invisible in the larger scheme of things. Sure, he'd managed to get some military contracts, but they were always the lowest of the low, with paper-thin profits. He could only make up for it through sheer volume. It was nothing like Stark's business. Tony could make a fortune with just a single weapon, earning from one order more than Hammer could hope for after numerous deals. This left Justin Hammer deeply resentful and out of balance. Hence tomorrow's expo at Stark Industries, a calculated move designed to publicly embarrass Tony Stark. Only, in the end, his attempt to upstage Stark backfires spectacularly, turning into a circus with Hammer himself hauled off in disgrace. But right now, none of that has happened yet. "Yuriko, why don't we go check out the expo tomorrow?" Lu Yi suggested. "All right, master," she answered without hesitation. To be honest, there wasn't much of real interest at the expo itself. Lu Yi wasn't really there for the show. What concerned him was what would happen afterward. That was where the real opportunities to test his luck awaited, a perfect place to earn his chance at the draw. "Master, should we prepare anything for tomorrow?" "No need. We don't have to get ready for anything," Lu Yi replied lightly. He didn't care what others might think, and he wasn't here for the expo anyway. It was all about seizing that golden opportunity later. "There's still quite some time before the expo begins," Lu Yi added. "Go ahead and get some rest. I'll call you when it's time." "Okay, master," Yuriko answered with a gentle smile. The next day, at the Stark Industrial Complex, the Hammer Industries Expo bustled with activity. The entire place was packed wall to wall with elegantly dressed, successful people. Among this crowd of well-heeled professionals, two individuals stood out, not because of their high status, but because they seemed entirely indifferent to the whole affair, as if the expo meant absolutely nothing to them. At this expo, apart from a few armed personnel, almost every man was dressed in a suit, while the women were decked out in various evening gowns, all adorned in the height of fashion. Yet the two of them stood out in stark contrast. The woman wore a form-fitting black leather outfit, while the man simply showed up in casual clothes. Among this sea of elegance, they were like fireflies glowing in the darkness, impossible to ignore even if they wanted to. What's more, neither of them seemed the least bit aware of their incongruity. They sat down in the most conspicuous spot, completely indifferent to what anyone else might think. This naturally drew glances from all directions. People couldn't help but speculate about their identities. Who were these two, to flaunt such nonchalance and individuality? Just as confusion simmered among the crowd, a burst of triumphant music suddenly erupted from the stage, yanking everyone's attention back to the front. There, under the repetitive flash of cameras, Justin Hammer took to the stage, moving in rhythm, performing a dance whose origins no one could quite place. Though Hammer's moves were as clumsy as a young emperor penguin learning to walk, given his current prominence, no one dared to laugh openly. The audience rewarded him with a gracious round of applause, more out of decorum than delight. This left Justin Hammer visibly pleased, convinced that it was his charisma that had won over the crowd. He returned their applause with exuberant waves, basking in what he took for adoration. But suddenly, Hammer's hand faltered in midair. From the stage, he'd spotted a jarring sight among the guests. Seated in the center, Yuriko watched Justin Hammer and couldn't help but remark, "That's a terrible dance. He looks like a duck." It wasn't even that Yuriko intended to make fun of him. There were just too many things about Hammer that begged for ridicule. He moved so awkwardly, tried to appear cool, but coming off like a clown instead. If anything, more like an emperor penguin. An emperor penguin? You're right. Yuriko burst out laughing, unable to hold it in. Lewis and Yuriko stood out even more now, their faces openly mocking, so much so that Justin Hammer immediately noticed. His expression darkened in response. Fortunately, he realized this was a pivotal moment for him and managed to rein in his emotions. After that brief flicker, he forced a bright smile and launched into his prepared speech. "Ladies and gentlemen," Hammer addressed the crowd, "for a long time, our nation has sent brave soldiers into danger. Then Iron Man appeared, sparing our soldiers, but he refuses to share his technology. That isn't fair, nor is it right. What a pity." True to his role as a challenger, Justin Hammer wasted no time taking aim at Tony Stark the moment he stepped up to speak. His words sounded right, but, oddly enough, not everyone in the audience responded as enthusiastically as he might have expected. Most of the people in the audience were from the business world. Tony Stark's refusal to publicly reveal his inventions suited their interests. None of them wished to curry favor with Justin Hammer or the military. Justin Hammer, oblivious to this, pressed on with his own agenda and quickly steered the conversation to his Iron Guardians. "The Hammer Iron Guardians," he proclaimed. The screen behind Justin Hammer suddenly lit up, displaying the figures of several Guardians emerging dramatically amid roaring flames. The stage expanded as well, and 3 squads of Iron Guardians representing the Navy, Army, and Air Force slowly rose up into view. A polite, measured applause began to ripple through the crowd. But Justin Hammer wasn't satisfied with such a lukewarm response. With a grand gesture, he signaled, and another Iron Man ascended from beneath the stage. This Iron Man was none other than Lieutenant Colonel James Rhodey Rhodes of the Air Force, Tony Stark's close friend. "They're not the same," Yukiko remarked in puzzlement as she watched Rhodey rise slowly into the spotlight. "How can the rich and the poor be anything alike?" Justin Hammer's Iron Guardians were mass-produced, nothing like Tony Stark's bespoke Iron Man suits. Each of Stark's custom-made armors was worth dozens of Hammer's units. The difference in quality was night and day. How could they possibly compare? Keep watching. Someone's about to stir up trouble. No sooner had Liu E spoken than a thunderous whoosh approached from a distance. Yukiko looked up to see none other than Tony Stark himself, who had previously sought out Liu E, landing squarely on the stage. Perhaps it was fate, but the flamboyant billionaire had upgraded his arc reactor, replacing the palladium with a new element. The upgraded reactor was more powerful, more efficient, and far cleaner, an impressive feat by any measure. But this wasn't the time to dwell on that. Louis was getting ready to act against the Iron Guardians before him. Each one an opportunity he couldn't pass up, even if it was only a one-time shot. His hand gripped the S insignia necklace at his throat, ready to seize the moment. Meanwhile, the stage itself had changed. Every Iron Guardian had raised an arm, weapons deployed, all aiming directly at Tony Stark. Fearing collateral damage, Tony tried to lead the battle elsewhere, launching himself into the sky. It was then that Liu E sprang into action. He tore the S pendant from his neck and transformed, his leisure wear replaced by the iconic Superman suit. A piercing boom split the air above the audience as, in the blink of an eye, Liu E appeared in his red cape, blocking the path of the Iron Guardians just as they prepared to open fire. Seemingly fearless, he stood between them and their target. The target of the Iron Sentinels was Tony Stark. They completely ignored Liu E. Yet this disregard only made things all the more exhilarating for Liu E. He soared right up to the 2 Iron Sentinels, didn't bother with any special attack techniques. and simply pressed a palm to the side of each sentinel's head. With a sharp motion, he brought his hands together. Crash! With a heavy impact, both iron sentinels were instantly wrecked. Parts from their heads spilled across the ground. The people nearby, who had only just been thrown into panic, now stood dumbstruck. They stared at Lu Yi, then at the two iron sentinels' corpses lying on the floor, still sparking with electricity, as if witnessing something wholly monstrous. The invited guests were frozen in shock, but Lu Yi was perfectly clear-headed. Without missing a beat, he shot straight at another iron sentinel and clapped his hands together once more. Crack! The next iron sentinel's head simply caved in under the force. Lu Yi didn't feel any pressure facing these iron sentinels. He handled them with ease. Meanwhile, back at Hammer Industries, their man had realized this as well. He didn't dare let the iron sentinels stay on the ground a moment longer. He engaged the flight mode on the sentinels, sending them after Tony Stark in hot pursuit, trying desperately to steer them away from Lu Yi. "Why are you in such a hurry to run?" Lu Yi muttered, watching the sentinels attempt to take off. But he wasn't about to give them the chance. A powerful hum buzzed through the air as Lu Yi unleashed his heat vision. Two blazing beams of scarlet light swept across the sky, following his gaze. Without the benefit of direct human control or artificial intelligence, these iron sentinels had pitifully poor evasive skills. In midair, more than half of them were wiped out in an instant by Lu Yi's deadly gaze. Crash! 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 Boom! 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 Explosions ripped through the sky. Burning fragments of iron sentinels rained from above, tumbling to the earth and landing amidst the scattering crowd. The well-dressed spectators were no longer composed. Their panic laid bare every selfish, ugly corner of human nature. But Lu Yi paid them no mind. In a blur, he shot from the ground straight into the sky, hot in pursuit of the iron sentinels who had narrowly managed to escape his initial attack. Soaring overhead, Lu Yi quickly caught up with the first sentinel. He flew parallel beside it. This particular iron sentinel behaved in an oddly amusing way. It actually turned its head to glance at Lu Yi, then shifted its gaze ahead again, treating him as if he were invisible. "My, what a temper I've got!" Lu Yi exclaimed, infuriated by the sentinel's utter indifference. Unfortunately for the machine, its fate was sealed. Lu Yi reached out and grabbed the head of the iron sentinel beside him. With a burst of acceleration, he drove its head straight into another iron sentinel midair. Smash! The two iron sentinels collided, and Lu Yi ground one sentinel's head forcibly against the other's body. In an instant, its head came apart in a mess of shattered metal. Meanwhile, another Iron Guardian, after sustaining a heavy blow, suffered critical damage. Its connection to the power source was severed, and it crashed lifelessly to the ground. But this was merely a brief interlude. Over the next 30 seconds, Lu Yi moved like a phantom, darting through the air. With every sweep, another Iron Guardian met its end at his hands. There hadn't been many Iron Guardians to start with, and under Lu Yi's relentless assault, their numbers dwindled even further. In less than a minute since Lu Yi had made his move, only 5 or 6 of the mechanical sentinels remained. Ivan Vanko of Hammer Industries was consumed with fury. For all his meticulous calculations, he never accounted for Lu Yi's unexpected appearance. Now, most of his Iron Guardians had been obliterated. How was he supposed to torment Tony Stark now? He was truly enraged, and there would be consequences. Ivan Vanko swiftly reprogrammed the remaining Iron Guardians, making Lu Yi their primary target for elimination. As for himself, he donned a custom steel suit, a fusion of personalized features and mass-produced technology, and marched off to hunt down Tony Stark. He had originally planned to toy with Tony a bit longer before finishing him off, but plans can change in the heat of battle. Now was the time to act. Otherwise, if Lu Yi finished off all the Iron Guardians, Vanko would have to face both Lu Yi and Tony Stark together, a situation he knew he wasn't prepared for. The last 5 or 6 Iron Guardians were now nothing more than distractions, tasked merely with buying Vanko time, allowing him to focus on taking out Tony Stark. Lu Yi, meanwhile, remained oblivious to these tactical shifts. At the moment, he was having a bit of fun toying with the Iron Guardians in front of him. Once Ivan Vanko redirected their targeting protocols, the last of the Iron Guardians stopped chasing Tony Stark and turned on Lu Yi instead. A cacophony of weapons fire filled the air, bursts of automatic fire, the roar of miniature missiles. Lu Yi became the target, with bullets and explosives raining on him in volleys. It had to be said, despite being mass-produced, these Iron Guardians boasted impressive targeting systems, their attacks landing precisely on Lu Yi's vital points every single time. But all of it was ultimately futile. Thanks to his formidable defenses, breaking through Lu Yi's protection was impossible. Even if he were to stand still and let them exhaust their entire arsenal, he would remain completely unscathed. Louis saw no point in wasting any more time. With a sharp burst of movement, he vanished from where he stood, becoming a crimson streak across the sky as he broke the sound barrier and charged the remaining Iron Guardians head-on. Gunfire rattled, shells clattered to the ground, rockets whooshed through the air, an unending symphony of battle. Bullets and artillery from the Iron Guardians fired in unison, commencing their assault, hoping to kill Louis. Yet in the end, their efforts were all in vain. Their shots landed only on afterimages left behind by Louis as he moved at blinding speed. None of their attacks could so much as glimpse his true form. On the contrary, Louis was drawing ever closer to the cluster of Iron Guardians. It was as if some irresistible force had taken control of the scene. The Iron Guardians could only watch helplessly, making futile and desperate attempts to fight back. Finally, Louis closed in on them. "All of you die." The words seemed to drift on the air, a devil's whisper, or perhaps a divine verdict. As a scarlet blur flashed by, every Iron Guardian unraveled and detonated, bursting midair into a brilliant cascade of sparks. In a matter of minutes, Louis eliminated all the Iron Guardians. And this was only because Louis had been holding back. If he hadn't purposefully hovered midair to give the Iron Guardians a fighting chance, the whole affair might have ended even sooner. With every enemy dispatched, Louis did not immediately leave. Sweeping his cloak with a flourish, he transformed once more into a crimson streak and shot toward where Tony Stark and James Rhodes were locked in battle. At the moment, the two were fiercely clashing. Perfect timing for Louis to swoop in, claim the victory, and finish off Ivan Vanko, who was on his way. Louis had already calculated every step of this encounter. With a soft thud, Louis landed at the side of the two struggling opponents. Due to being controlled, the once inseparable friends now fought each other with all their strength. Tony Stark's Iron Man suit gripped both arms of Rhodes's War Machine, pinning him down, straddling him. Rhodes's War Machine thrashed beneath, legs kicking the floor in an effort to break free. Truly, these two lived up to the title of best friends. Even their choice of wrestling moves would give anyone the wrong idea about what they were doing. "Hey, give us a hand here." With a living, breathing person suddenly appearing beside them, Tony Stark and James Rhodes, of course, immediately spotted Louis. The moment Tony recognized him, he called out for help. "You two seem to be enjoying yourselves. Why don't you try it and see? Hurry up and help. I'll pay you." Tony blurted out in desperation. The words were barely out before he regretted them. Wasn't this just opening himself up for Louis to exploit? But a promise uttered is as hard to withdraw as water spilled on the ground. Before Tony could take his words back, Louis moved. Life as a mage isn't easy. One always needs rare and costly ingredients. If someone came along willing to pick up the tab, he certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. With light steps, he swiftly moved behind Tony Stark, and with a casual kick, sent him flying. Without giving James Rhodes' iron armor a moment to react, the same foot that had launched Tony abruptly changed direction, slamming down hard onto Rhodes' chest plate. The force behind this stomp was anything but gentle. The armor across Rhodes' chest was visibly deformed, a distinct footprint stamped into the metal. Inside the iron armor, James Rhodes was left reeling, his head swimming from the tremendous impact. "What on earth are you doing?" Tony Stark's mind was momentarily blank as he stared at Louis' actions, feeling a bit at a loss. Was this supposed to be a rescue, or just a beatdown? "I'm obviously saving you." Louis caught on to what Tony was thinking and turned to flash him a grin before returning his focus. He bent down, seizing the Gatling gun weapon mounted on James Rhodes that had just begun to whir to life. Louis hadn't used his full strength with the first kick, and the quality of Rhodes' iron armor was impressive. It wasn't destroyed. Finding it impossible to budge Louis' immovable leg, Rhodes tried to bring the Gatling gun to bear and open fire. Yet before his attack could come to fruition, Louis noticed immediately and gripped the muzzle of the weapon firmly. A flurry of specialized bullets fired, clattering loudly against Louis' hand with metallic chimes, each one deflected. And every single round was blocked within the barrel, bullets packed tight, jamming the Gatling gun until it groaned and sputtered uselessly. With a sharp, tearing sound, Louis ripped the Gatling weapon straight off Rhodes' shoulder. Sparks crackled and spat from the ragged wound torn into Rhodes' iron armor, the suit now hissing and popping with electricity. Still, Rhodes' iron armor refused to submit. From his other shoulder, another weapon, dubbed the Ex-Wife by Justin Hammer, infamous for its utter unreliability, emerged and locked onto Louis. Louis couldn't help but laugh out loud. This so-called weapon was lethal in only one way. It could leave you gasping for breath from laughter. It was laughably bad, but not much use in a real fight. Uninterested in dealing with such ridiculousness, Louis flicked a finger, sending the Ex-Wife missile spinning out of its launcher. Then, curving his fingers into a claw, He drove them into Rhodes' iron armor like razor-sharp blades, sinking straight through the metal. Damn, are you sure your iron armor is made of titanium alloy? Or is mine the only one that is? Tony Stark stared in utter disbelief. As the creator of James Rhodes' iron armor, no one knew better than him just how tough this suit was. The whole thing was built from titanium alloy, not just a human finger. Even a cannon blast would have a hard time punching through it. But this fact was shattered by Liu Yi. His 5 fingers, not even particularly thick or strong-looking, seemed to be made of an even tougher metal than the suit itself. He simply drove them right into the iron armor. A chill shot up Tony Stark's spine. If those fingers ever clawed at his own iron armor, or worse, at himself. Good grief. Instinctively, Tony Stark stepped back. Liu Yi paid Tony no attention. His 5 fingers tightened around the iron armor, dug in, and with a sharp tug, ripped the chest plate along with the arc reactor clean out of James Rhodes' suit. Deprived of its energy source, the iron armor powered down in an instant. That's it? Problem solved? Someone asked. What else did you expect? Liu Yi replied coolly, crushing the arc reactor in his hand without even looking at Tony Stark. After speaking to Tony, Liu Yi raised his head and called out to the sky, "Come down here." Somehow, at some point, another figure had appeared above, a man wielding high-tech electrified whips. It was none other than Ivan Vanko. Ivan heard Liu Yi's summons, hesitated briefly, but then descended and landed a short distance from the two men. "My quarrel is only with Tony Stark. I have no wish to get entangled with you," Ivan declared, flipping up his faceplate. Liu Yi's strength made Ivan wary. This was not someone he wanted to cross. "You don't want to get entangled with me, but I do." Liu Yi shot back. "Your target is Tony Stark, but my target is you." Hearing this, Ivan realized there would be no backing down. With a flick of his wrist, his whips crackled with electrical energy and lashed out at Liu Yi. He was determined to strike first. Ivan Vanko's whips, now enhanced and deadlier than ever, could slice a car in half with a single stroke. If Iron Man were hit, he wouldn't be able to just shrug it off. The attack would cause massive damage to both his systems and suit. But unfortunately for Ivan, he was up against Liu Yi. Before the electrified whip could even touch him, Liu Yi's hand shot up and seized the tail of the whip, utterly unfazed by the surging energy. How is that possible? Ivan's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets in disbelief. Instinctively, he raised the other whip and lashed it toward a small nearby tree. With a crisp snap, the tree was sliced clean in half. The cut surface glowed scarlet, seared by a terrifying current. He stared at the split tree, then at the whip clutched in Liu Yi's hand, and Ivan Vanko's face drained of color. Damn it. Is he really human? Is this something a human being could actually do? Before Ivan Vanko could make another move, he felt a tremendous force surge from his own whip. In an instant, his body was yanked straight toward Liu Yi. After witnessing Liu Yi's inhuman abilities, Ivan Vanko dared not approach him. He twisted in midair, fired up the jet boosters on his feet, and the sudden thrust managed to stop his momentum. Ivan's body stopped, but Liu Yi wasn't done. Launching himself off the ground, he shot forward like a cannonball and appeared before Ivan Vanko in a flash, swinging his fist straight for Ivan's face. Ivan Vanko wanted to dodge, but Liu Yi's speed was simply overwhelming. There was no way to avoid that kind of punch. Ivan took the blow head-on. With a heavy thud, Liu Yi's fist struck Ivan Vanko's faceplate, shattering it to pieces. Ivan was knocked unconscious instantly, blood spilling from his nose and mouth, his head wrenched at an unnatural angle. That strike from Liu Yi didn't just knock out Ivan Vanko, it killed him on the spot. Good grief, that was brutal. Tony Stark shuddered at the sight of Ivan's twisted expression. "It's nothing special. I'll send you the payment list tomorrow. You know what to do, right? I'll make sure everything's ready for you as soon as possible." "Excellent. Has all the stuff from Tony Stark been delivered?" Liu Yi turned to Yuriko with the question. Now, it was 3 days after the Expo incident that had caused such a stir, and Tony Stark had brought over the rewards once again. Tony Stark truly lived up to his reputation. No matter how much was to be delivered, he never took more than 3 days, and this time was no different. After painstakingly checking every item, Yuriko finally reported, "Everything's here. Nothing's missing. Right amount, right weight. Good. Sort everything according to where I store them, and just set them in order." Liu Yi gave a satisfied smile and nodded toward Tony Stark. Dealing with Tony Stark was always a pleasure. There was always a hefty profit, never any tricks or excuses, and the man's generosity was unmatched. "What's wrong? Is there something else?" "Someone claiming to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent wants to meet you." "A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Where is he now?" "He's already stepped inside, but I had him wait at the door." "Oh, well, you finished sorting the stuff here. I'll go see what this is about." After Liu Yi finished speaking, he used a shifting spell and appeared directly at the doorway, just in time to see the man who claimed to be an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury sent you? Liu Yi asked as he looked at the visitor. Yes, he did. What is it this time? Liu Yi had always believed one thing. Nick Fury was the embodiment of never showing up without a motive. If Fury sent someone, he must have a reason. We found the Darkhold, but there was a bit of an issue when Natasha and Coulson tried to bring it back. If the first half of that sentence made Liu Yi happy, the second half instantly filled him with anger. An issue? His first instinct was to suspect sabotage, maybe someone within S.H.I.E.L.D., or perhaps someone from Hydra. What kind of issue? Liu Yi forced down his anger to ask. A demon appeared out of nowhere and snatched the Darkhold away. Even though Natasha and Coulson had the magical equipment you gave them, the demons still managed to succeed, the visitor said with a hint of helplessness. Although the visitor's expression didn't seem fake, Liu Yi trusted it as little as he trusted a shadow at dusk. Without hesitation, he read the man's mind, delving into his memories to uncover the truth. A barely noticeable gleam passed through Liu Yi's eyes as he sent his thoughts into the agent's memory, searching everything from within. To his quiet frustration, the agent's memory confirmed that a demon really had taken the Darkhold. There was nothing suspicious in his recollections for Liu Yi to seize on. Now, two possibilities remained. First, that Nick Fury, the master manipulator, had tricked his own agent. The agent hadn't personally seen the demon take the Darkhold, which meant the whole story could have been fabricated. In pursuit of authenticity, Fury might have kept even his agents in the dark. Or second, Nick Fury hadn't lied, and everything really had happened just as reported. Looking further, Liu Yi found something unexpected in the man's memory. The demon who had taken the Darkhold was none other than the Blood Demon, Insk, whom Liu Yi himself had summoned in the past. The description Fury provided for the demon who took the Darkhold matched Insk's features uncannily well. Have I brought this on myself? Liu Yi mused. Or is it all part of Fury's plan? Everything that happened looked perfect on the surface, but there was a flaw buried beneath it. The fact that Nick Fury hadn't come in person. The Darkhold was a matter of utmost importance, and the fewer people who knew about it, the better. Until now, only Fury, Coulson, and Natasha had been in the loop. Suddenly, a fourth person arrived. Even if that fourth person was Hawkeye, it raised questions. Nick Fury should have come himself. I understand. Go back and tell Nick Fury that from here on, I'll handle things personally. Understood. The visitor, who was the fourth person to know about the Darkhold, Hawkeye, gave his reply and chose to leave. After Hawkeye left, Liu Yi pondered for a moment. At last, he left a message for your Eco and vanished from his house using his teleportation powers. Now he was going to find out the truth. Because Insk was summoned by him, Liu Yi could sense his exact location. If Insk truly had taken the Darkhold, he would be able to get it from him. But if not, Liu Yi wouldn't be forgiving. The Darkhold was a matter of utmost importance. No matter if it was S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra, anyone who dared to touch it had to die. Liu Yi's figure appeared inside a bar. A cold, murderous aura erupted from his gaze, overwhelming the wild patrons within. The moment his presence swept over them, the entire bar fell silent and tense. Fear shone in every eye as they fixed their gaze on Liu Yi's silhouette, shrouded in darkness under the lights. Under Liu Yi's killing intent, the whole world seemed to lose its color, as though only black and white remained. Standing at the center of this aura, Liu Yi himself became pure darkness. He seemed like a walking black hole, drawing in and swallowing every last trace of color. No one knew who was the first to react, but suddenly people started rushing for the exit in a frenzy. In just a few heartbeats, there were only two figures left in the bar. One was Liu Yi, the other, a strong, broad-shouldered, middle-aged man. Insk, do you really think I can't recognize you just because you're wearing a new face? Liu Yi addressed the man, who indeed was Insk in disguise. Of course I know you'd see through it. But tell me, what brings you here? Insk replied, calm and unflinching, showing none of his previous fear. You took something that belongs to me. Liu Yi's gaze fell on the package beside Insk as he spoke coolly. Now Liu Yi could finally confirm the truth. It was indeed as if he had set a trap for himself. The Darkhold really had ended up in Insk's hands. What a stroke of irony. Of all people, it had to be him. Still, Liu Yi had reason to be grateful. If not for Insk, there was no telling when, or if, the Darkhold would have fallen into his own hands. The moment he saw Insk, Liu Yi unleashed his soul-piercing magic, probing into Insk's memories. There he discovered something wholly unexpected. Piecing together what he saw, Liu Yi realized it wasn't quite the self-inflicted wound he had thought. It was pure happenstance, a mistake that turned out for the best. From Insk's memories, Liu Yi learned that Insk's involvement in taking the Darkhold was nothing more than a string of coincidences. At that time, Insk was wandering around, seeking out the fallen in order to turn their souls into his own strength. But right at that moment, he suddenly sensed a force of immense evil. This force was extraordinarily powerful, yet was not particularly tamed. In fact, he could almost immediately tell that it was masterless. If a power had an owner, he wouldn't dare touch it. Trying would mean certain death, with not even a chance to resist. But if it was unclaimed, then there was nothing to fear. For demons and dark spirits, their thirst for power knows no bounds. So he set out to seek this force, hoping to make it his own. He soon arrived at an abandoned place, where he saw two groups of ordinary people locked in fierce battle, wielding modern weapons in a brutal skirmish. At this sight, he silently thanked the lords of hell. After all, not everyone is as formidable as Lu Yi. Though these men appeared to be fighting furiously, to him, it was little more than children play-acting, an opportunity that heaven itself had delivered. He quickly located the source of the power. It came from a man dressed all in black, hooded, who was reading from a dark, sinister tome. Without hesitation, he struck. The group holding the dark tome had no inkling that a demon had arrived to seize their prize. By the time they realized, it was too late. The dark tome was already in Insk's grasp. Desperate, they scrambled to reclaim it, especially the man who had been reading. From his reading, he begun to grasp some of the tome's forbidden uses. Now, he schemed to keep it for himself. Yet dreams are sweet, while reality is harsh. Before they could make a move to hide the tome, they were nearly wiped out themselves. Only the reader managed to escape. At the last moment, he turned into a cloud of black mist and slipped away. Insk had thought that would be the end of it. But to his surprise, the trouble had only just begun. The sniped group, Coulson and Natasha, seeing Insk rout their enemies, did not cower. Instead, they retrieved the magical equipment Lu Yi had prepared for them from behind and challenged Insk directly. Their modern weapons had failed to pierce his hide, enabling him to slaughter at will. But their magical tools were another matter entirely. Caught off guard, his chest was sliced open, a wound that had only just finished healing. In that moment, Insk realized the magical gear these two wielded was no ordinary weapon. He assumed they were demon hunters, the legendary bane of hell's creatures, spoken of in hushed tones even in infernal realms, and considered the greatest threat upon entering the mortal world. Not daring to entangle with them further, he cleverly used the blood pooling from the corpses to aid his escape. Still uneasy, he changed his skin entirely, disguising himself as an ordinary human, hoping this would allow him to slip free from their relentless pursuit. Although the process was rather convoluted, and he constantly worried that a witcher might come after him, the end result turned out quite well. During his escape, he pored over the Dark Codex and gained power beyond his wildest dreams. All sorts of spells and abilities, every one of them convincing him that he was nearing invincibility. His confidence swelled dangerously. After all, he was a demon. No matter how much the Dark Codex might affect an ordinary person, to him, it was but a drizzle, nothing to worry about. He mastered a great many things from its pages. He even learned a spell specifically crafted against Lu Yi, preventing Lu Yi from sending him back to hell in the blink of an eye. With all these new powers in his arsenal, he finally had the nerve to confront Lu Yi. At least, that's what he believed. "You're just in time. I was about to come looking for you," Insk said with an air of complete indifference, regarding Lu Yi as though he were a bothersome insect, utterly insignificant, incapable of stirring any emotion within him. Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle at this. To Lu Yi, Insk was clearly someone who never learned his lesson. There's a saying for people like that, isn't there? Right, when petty men gain a little, they grow arrogant. That was Insk through and through. "Taking my life won't be as easy as you think," Lu Yi said, shaking his head and gazing at Insk with a look of pity. He'd clearly lost sight of the true gap between their powers. In Lu Yi's mind, Insk was just some fool whose head had been filled with water, blinded by the sudden surge of his own strength. A textbook example of an idiot. Of course, Insk had no idea Lu Yi had already branded him as a fool. All he could feel was the intense dislike provoked by the look in Lu Yi's eyes. That look, in fact, dredged up memories of his previous defeat, a humiliation he could never forget. The facade of calm slipped away, replaced by a flash of uncontrollable rage. It had been the greatest shame of his life, forced to submit at the feet of a mere human pest. He wanted vengeance. He would wash away his disgrace with Lu Yi's blood. And now seemed the perfect moment. "You won't know unless you try, will you?" Insk said with a crooked, sinister smile. In an instant, he flipped his empty hand, thrusting it upward. Lu Yi instantly sensed a strange magical ripple beneath his feet, and all at once, the floor began to shift with an unnatural movement. Waves spread across the ground as if he were standing on water. Before Lu Yi could even react, he felt himself starting to sink. Unfazed, Lu Yi let himself float into the air, he managed not to be swallowed by the floor, though his feet still made contact with the surface. Hovering above, he glanced down and found the floor had turned swamp-like, sticky and viscous. Where his feet had touched, they clung together as if fused. Insk happened to witness the scene and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, you're finished. You're doomed. This thing is called the death trap. If you don't touch it, you're fine, but once you make contact, there's no escape. The words had barely left Insk's mouth when the so-called death trap suddenly activated. The liquid marble, as smooth and flowing as a silk ribbon, started creeping up from Lu Yi's foot, inching higher, as if it intended to swallow him whole. See? This is the death trap. I know you're strong, but so what? Let me tell you, this trap was made for people with extraordinary strength. You're done for. Ha ha ha. Insk really lived up to his reputation as a fool. When faced with Insk, Lu Yi could only be speechless. So you remember that I'm strong, but have you forgotten that I can use magic too? And do you really think this kind of thing can stop me, even if I don't use magic? Where does your confidence come from? Choosing not to use magic, Lu Yi looked down and unleashed his heat vision. A vibrating hum echoed in the air. Twin beams of searing red lashed out, following the direction of his gaze, striking directly at the liquid marble coiled around his calves. With a burst and a crack, the shock waves from the beams hammered the marble, sending it flying as if dozens of grenades had exploded on impact. The liquid marble that had tried to ensnare Lu Yi's legs was blasted away. Chunks of marble clattered across the bar floor, hardening instantly back into solid stone as they landed. The sharp slapping sounds kept ringing out. To Insk, it didn't even sound like marble falling anymore. He could only think of the sound of Lu Yi's palm smacking across his face earlier. He made such bold claims just moments ago, only to be utterly humiliated in the blink of an eye. A bloom of crimson spread across Insk's pale cheeks, his expression caught between shame and anger. You forced my hand. With a furious roar, Insk spread his arms wide, as if lunging at Lu Yi for a hug. Lu Yi certainly didn't think Insk wanted an embrace. Still, he didn't try to stop him. With a quick tug, he snapped the chain from his neck and slipped into his Superman suit, rising to float in midair above the bar, his gaze fixed on Insk, curious to see what he would do next. Wailing of the undead. Before him, a swirling black vortex grew rapidly, swallowing the space in front of Insk. And that was only the beginning. As the spell took hold, countless shriveled hands slid out from the blackness, followed closely by skeletal limbs shrouded in wisps of shadowy mist. By now, these shapes had revealed half their bodies, and Lu Yi could see them clearly for what they were: undead. No one really knew how Insk had managed it. He had actually summoned undead spirits, and not just intangible specters, but entities made manifest. Undead did exist in the world of Marin, but for the most part, they remained invisible, much like those wraiths from the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. who would usually slip into another dimension. Right now, Lu Yi's curiosity was piqued. Perhaps Insk had opened a doorway to another realm, and that's why these undead had appeared. While Lu Yi pondered, Insk took it upon himself to answer Lu Yi's unspoken questions. Hey, see for yourself. These are all corrupted souls I've collected over the past days. I reworked them with the Dark Grimoire. They're now my ultimate weapons. You're finished, Insk boasted wildly, almost shrieking with delight. I'd watch my words if I were you, unless you're looking forward to another defeat. Lu Yi replied coolly, glancing at the undead that were already beginning to drift toward him. His retort struck a nerve. Insk's face darkened to a shade of livid purple, and he all but lost control, screaming, "Tear him apart now!" A chorus of furious, guttural roars erupted as the undead obeyed, surging forward at Lu Yi with even greater speed than before. Those savage cries were more than mere sound. Each guttural howl seemed to serve a deeper purpose. In the midst of that storm of voices, Lu Yi could distinctly feel his own soul shudder. These undead were clearly a cut above the rest, despite having his very soul tempered and fortified 3 times over. Drawing on the abilities of Dumbledore, Supreme Merlin, and Zuruf, Lu Yi still felt his spirit quiver at the sound. These creatures were the real deal. They were worth investigating. That thought brought a curious sparkle to Lu Yi's eyes. As the undead bore down on him, Lu Yi reached out and, with a quick motion, summoned an empty wine bottle from the bar, the glass twirling neatly into his hand. Facing death, and you're reaching for another drink? Insk jeered, unable to resist the mockery. Lu Yi paid him no attention, not even sparing a glance. With fingers moving like blades, he flickered through a blur of gestures, etching lines into the glass. In less than a blink, a mere fraction of a second, the bottle had transformed. Its smooth surface was now covered, top to bottom, in intricate magical arrays and ornate sigils. Work done. Lu Yi calmly turned the bottle's mouth toward the onrushing undead. At that exact instant, they were upon him. Get in there. With a single command, Lu Yi channeled his magic straight into the bottle. Instantly, the ordinary glass erupted in a flare of dazzling light. The magical patterns coiled and writhed across its surface as if they'd come alive, twisting and shifting before everyone's eyes. The mouth of the bottle resembled a black hole, emitting a powerful suction. The undead in front of Lu Yi had no strength to resist and were swept directly into the bottle by this invisible force. One by one, and then every last one of them. A crisp sound echoed as Lu Yi placed the cork on the empty wine bottle. All the undead were now trapped within, transformed into a swirling mass of black mist inside the glass. Having finished all this, Lu Yi turned his gaze to Insk. Even though Lu Yi's expression was calm and unruffled, Insk couldn't help but shiver under that look. His arrogant swagger vanished, replaced by sheer panic. With the strongest attack broken, what good were any others now? Master, I was only helping you take back your book of dark divinity. Insk wailed, forcing a miserable expression as he held the tome aloft, shamelessly pleading his case. Survival was the only hope. Pride and dignity meant nothing in a moment like this. He would gladly throw both away if it meant keeping his life. Is that so? Yes, yes. Insk nodded without a moment's hesitation. Whether he lived or died depended on Lu Yi's next move. Lu Yi was thoroughly unimpressed by Insk's lack of backbone. With a wave of his hand, and under Insk's pained gaze, he reclaimed the book of dark divinity. Lu Yi then glanced once more at the shivering Insk. You did well to return my book of dark divinity. Hearing this, Insk barely had time for a sigh of relief before Lu Yi continued. But you touched my things without permission. For that, you must die. No sooner had Lu Yi finished than he acted, giving Insk no time to react. He sprang forward and swung a fist at Insk's head. Quick as lightning, Lu Yi's form blurred, and in a flash he was directly before Insk. Before Insk could even register what was happening, Lu Yi's fist had already crashed down on his skull. There was a nauseating, wet thud. Under the sheer force of Lu Yi's strike, Insk's head was pulverized, bursting into a grotesque spray of red and white that splattered against the wall behind him. What had been a pristine white wall was now smeared with a hideous streak of blood, brain matter, and splintered bone, a grisly tableau stretching across its surface. It all happened so fast that Insk's body didn't react until after his head was gone. On pure instinct, his body convulsed. His twisted form started to break free from its skin, tearing the flesh in many places, revealing much of his body beneath. But it was pointless. Demons possessed great regenerative power, but no such miracle could save a headless one. Besides, Insk was only a bottom-tier demon, one of the lowest. Soon, Insk's spasms subsided. His body fell still, life completely extinguished. In the end, Insk had no one to blame for his death but himself. What could be so bad about it? Why insist on staying in the material world? He had undone the very summoning that brought him here, which meant that, at his dying moment, he was trapped, unable to return to the underworld. That's why he truly died. Otherwise, Lu Yi really would have had his work cut out for him. Ah! A piercing scream suddenly erupted, prompting Lu Yi to turn around with a weary impatience. Enough! He called out helplessly to a girl behind him. She wore a light shirt and denim skirt. When Lu Yi arrived at the bar, the aura of murderous intent he released had driven almost everyone away. Only this girl, busy touching up her makeup in the restroom, hadn't managed to flee. Upon seeing that she was just an ordinary person who wouldn't pose any threat, Lu Yi paid her no more mind. He hadn't expected her to notice nothing at all. After Lu Yi withdrew his killing intent, she simply carried on fixing her makeup, oblivious, until she emerged from the restroom, right at the scene of Ink's lifeless body. For most girls, unless they were like Natasha, the first reaction to seeing a dead body was sheer terror. Ink's corpse was particularly gruesome, which had driven her to scream, staring at Lu Yi with wide, terrified eyes. It was only when Lu Yi shouted that she finally stopped. I didn't see anything, she stammered, her quick reflexes apparent as she clapped her hands over her eyes and shouted. Lu Yi couldn't help but be astonished for a moment. Her reaction was impressively swift. After a brief pause, he couldn't help but smile and reassure her. Don't worry, I didn't kill an innocent man. That was a demon. You have nothing to fear. Really, I've no reason to lie to you. Look at you. If I could take on hundreds like you, why would I bother lying if I wanted you dead? The girl thought about it for a moment and saw his point. She bit her lip, then slowly lowered her hands, gazing curiously at Lu Yi. Are you a superhero? She asked, eyes filled with wonder. A superhero? No, I'm not. Oh, you're not. She sounded genuinely disappointed. Perhaps she had imagined Lu Yi as a superhero, believing her safety would be assured if that were the case. The thought passed through Lu Yi's mind, and he couldn't help but smile inwardly. All right, that's enough. Head home now. This place isn't for you. Don't come here alone again, he advised. With that, Louis vanished from the bar, using his teleportation ability. Who are you to tell me what to do? The girl pouted, a little sulky, though her words were more bravado than protest. Muttering to herself, she too decided to leave. With Louis gone, she was the only one left in the bar. The music still played, but with Insk's body lying on the ground, no melody could keep the creeping fear at bay. Stepping quickly out of the bar, the girl finally breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere inside had been terrifying. Every additional second spent there felt like pure torment. She was sure she developed a fear of all bars. I swear, I am never setting foot in a place like that again. She had barely finished declaring her vow when her co-worker managed to find her. Gwen, thank goodness you're all right. You scared us to death, said a slightly older woman wearing glasses, her voice filled with relief. After being frightened off by Louis, Gwen's co-workers had only just realized she hadn't made out with them. The thought terrified them. After all, Gwen's father was no ordinary man. If something happened to her, none of them would be able to rest easy. It had taken considerable effort to persuade Gwen to come out and bond with the team, and yet, in the blink of an eye, this disaster had struck. Fortunately, in the end, nothing truly disastrous had happened. How's everything inside? Gwen asked, unable to stop her curiosity. Her co-worker could hardly bear to answer. As soon as the question was raised, she dashed aside and began to retch. Earlier, Gwen had been so overwhelmed by fear and curiosity that she hadn't fully processed what she'd seen. But her co-worker's reaction brought the image of Kingpin's corpse rushing back into her mind. That body was stomach-turning. Anyone who'd seen it would understand. Gwen herself had again doubled over, retching uncontrollably, her face growing pale. Once she finally managed to suppress her urge to vomit, Gwen pulled out her phone and dialed a very familiar number. Dad, what brings you to call me today? Came a stern voice on the other end of the line. There's been a homicide here. The word homicide shattered her father's composure. His stern tone turned instantly to panic. What? Are you all right? I'm fine, but I was a witness. You were the first person I thought to call. Even after being sick to her stomach, Gwen's mind remained clear. She knew exactly what she needed to do. What about the perpetrator? Are you safe? That wasn't a criminal. Strictly speaking, he's more like a superhero, Gwen said, attempting to explain things for Louis's sake. What do you mean by that? Are you justifying what he did? Dad, this isn't something I can explain over the phone. You better send someone down, or even better, come here yourself. It's more complicated than you think. As she spoke, the memory of the corpse resurfaced, and Gwen couldn't help but retch again. People always say you'll get used to it if you keep vomiting. That was exactly what was happening to Gwen right now. After throwing up twice in quick succession because of that gruesome corpse, Gwen finally managed to grow somewhat accustomed to it. Now, whenever she thought of the scene, she still felt a wave of nausea, but mercifully, she managed to hold herself back. She even asked her colleagues to buy her some food, though of course, the food here was all vegetarian. She figured that she wouldn't be able to stomach anything else for quite a while, especially things like meat sauce. After eating a little and feeling the turmoil in her stomach gradually settle, the security team, led by her father, appeared on the scene, moving with a speed quite beyond what was typical for normal security dispatches. A middle-aged officer, wearing his badge, was the first to leap from the security vehicle. He looked around quickly, and as soon as he spotted Gwen, he strode towards her. Let me take a look at you. Are you all right? Dad, I'm fine. Gwen replied with a resigned smile. This middle-aged man was none other than Gwen's father, George Stacy. That may be, but we can't take any chances. I'm going to have someone take you to the hospital for an examination. The formal report can wait. No need, really. I know my own body, Gwen insisted, suppressing the urge to retch. Let's take a look at the body first. There are some things I need to tell you in person. George Stacy glanced at Gwen, noting she only looked a bit pale but showed no other signs of distress. He didn't argue further. Without another word, he helped support his daughter, gesturing for several of his team members to follow them, and together they headed into the bar. The moment they stepped inside and saw the body, even the most seasoned officers, those long accustomed to the sight of death, could not help but gasp in shock. On one hand, the sight was gruesome enough. The victim's head had been shattered, brains, blood, and bone fragments smeared across an entire wall in a nauseating tableau. But there was something even more disturbing. The intact parts of the corpse revealed that a certain nightmare was real. That nightmare was a demon. While struggling, YNSC had managed to tear away part of the disguise, covering his true form, exposing the demon's body beneath. And now, the officers could see it with their own eyes. Oh my God! Demons, they actually exist. God have mercy. At least this demon died here, or who knows what might have happened. Damn it, maybe I should start believing in God. May he watch over me and my family. In that instant, whether they were faithful or not, Everyone instinctively began to pray to God. Demons are never spoken of kindly, and this one was no exception. It was only natural that everyone pictured it as an unspeakably hideous creature, and indeed, that was exactly what it was. That's exactly why I say he isn't a criminal. Even though he hasn't admitted it himself, in my heart, he's a true superhero. Gwen stood next to her father, cast a glance at his expression, but still couldn't help speaking up. George Stacy had never held much fondness for superheroes. He always believed their actions cast a shadow over the police, but this time was a rare exception. He found himself, despite everything, feeling a hint of admiration for Liu Yi. Fighting demons was nothing like fighting criminals. Criminals were people. In his eyes, they ought to face justice under the law, and arresting them was the rightful duty of the police. But demons were a different story altogether. The authority of the police did not extend to capturing demons, nor did the law say anything about whether demons should be shielded by or subject to its judgment. Dad, what do you think? Gwen looked at George Stacy, unwittingly betraying a trace of nervousness in her voice. He's not a criminal. He's a superhero. George Stacy first acknowledged Liu Yi's superhero status, though perhaps it wasn't his to grant. Then, turning to his subordinates, he issued a rapid set of orders. Set up a perimeter right now. No one goes in or out. And I want all communication devices on the scene confiscated immediately. No one is to transmit any information to the outside, under any circumstances. Yes, sir. As an administrative executive within the police force, George Stacy was privy to certain secrets. He knew how to handle supernatural incidents, and he knew the proper channels to report them to those more specialized. After issuing orders to his team and instructing a female officer to look after his daughter, George Stacy dialed a number he knew by heart, a secure line he'd never before had occasion to use. Not long after he hung up, a group of men in black suits arrived and took over the bar, clearing everyone out in short order. Though George Stacy was clearly displeased, he ultimately held his tongue. These were powerful people, and his own superiors had repeatedly warned him never to cross them. Those who were driven from a bar didn't leave outright. Instead, they were taken to a nearby hotel, where they began a round of questioning. They might not have been part of the same department, but these outsiders had the authority to do as they pleased. You're the police executive in charge of this incident. George Stacy, correct? A man with a bow slung over his shoulder, responsible for the investigation, questioned him by the book. Yes. George Stacy cast a questioning look at the man's weapon, but still answered according to protocol. Did you see who killed that demon? I didn't see it myself, but my daughter did. George Stacy hesitated for a moment before finally admitting the truth. He didn't want his daughter to get too involved, but there were simply too many witnesses at the scene. There was no point in hiding it. Did she describe what that person looked like? No, she was really frightened at the time and didn't get a good look at their face, George Stacy answered honestly. As far as he knew, he was telling the truth. There was no reason not to be candid. Little did he realize his darling daughter had been less than truthful about this detail. She had clearly seen the person's face, but for reasons unknown, she had chosen to keep it to herself. But did she at least notice any distinguishing features? Pressed the man with the bow slung across his back. That she did remember. She mentioned that the person was wearing a red cloak. The questions from the other rooms were much the same. Everyone was focused on the appearance of the one who had slain the demon. As for the origins of the demon itself, people conveniently chose to ignore that matter. After a thorough round of questioning ensured that every angle had been covered, all the information was consolidated and transmitted through a special encrypted channel, ultimately delivered to a certain one-eyed man dressed in leather. There weren't many like Marin, and apart from Nick Fury, it would be hard to find another. A red cloak? If we're talking about a red cloak, it should be Liu Yi. Liu Yi has a uniform with a red cloak, and he would have every reason to do this. Still, his speed is incredible. Nick Fury had long been gathering intelligence on Liu Yi. He even had records of the uniform Liu Yi had worn at the Stark Industrial Complex. The mention of a red cloak immediately brought Liu Yi to mind, though it had played no small part in leading the clues this direction as well. The only real inconsistency lay in Liu Yi's speed. From finding to killing him, the whole event, according to the timeline, took less than 10 minutes. That was the one point Nick Fury couldn't quite reconcile. Unfortunately, he lacked any solid proof that Liu Yi was behind it. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to rely on speculation. This is too important to be left to guesswork. I need to confirm it with my own eyes. Looks like I'll have to pay Liu Yi a visit in person. True to his word, Nick Fury brushed aside his current affairs and boarded a jet bound for Liu Yi's residence. Thanks to the speed of the aircraft, he arrived in no time and soon came face to face with Liu Yi. The demon was killed. Was it you? Nick Fury wasted no time and got straight to the point. No, Liu Yi replied calmly. No? Are you sure? Absolutely certain. After all, Nick Fury didn't really have enough evidence to prove he was the one responsible, so Liu Yi simply denied everything outright and left Fury fuming in frustration. As for why Coulson and Natasha ended up fighting with a group of unidentified people, Liu Yi had already used legitimacy on Nick Fury the moment he walked through the door. While obtaining the information he wanted, Liu Yi also stumbled upon something interesting. That girl never revealed his appearance to anyone. She had concealed it, telling people only that she was wearing a red cloak. She hadn't described what Liu Yi actually looked like, and the patrons at the bar had been so terrified by him that no one bothered to notice his features. So, apart from knowing that Liu Yi wore a red cloak, Nick Fury had nothing else to go on. Under these circumstances, why should Liu Yi be polite to Nick Fury? This was the perfect chance to lead him on a wild goose chase. But according to eyewitness accounts of the scene, it was you who killed that demon. Honestly, Nick Fury truly lived up to his reputation as the top agent. He lied without so much as batting an eye. If Liu Yi hadn't already known the truth, even he might have been fooled. But the critical point is that I really wasn't there. As concerned as I am about this, even I couldn't have found that demon so quickly after it disguised itself. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury hesitated. He also found it hard to believe that Liu Yi could have tracked down the demon in such a short time. Could I really be overthinking this? Describe the person at the scene for me. Liu Yi pressed on, not giving Fury any time to ponder further. Completely unfazed about having to try to trap Liu Yi, Nick Fury replied evenly. This person had the ability to teleport, radiated a clear, malicious aura, and wore a red cloak. That's all we've got. Liu Yi pretended to consider for a moment, then said, I think I know who did it. Who? The Order of the Hidden Sorcerers. Order? That's some sort of secret organization? Yes, and not just any organization. They're a mystical order that's protected Earth for who knows how many years. If it was them, then everything makes sense. What do you mean? The Order of the Hidden Sorcerers exists specifically to shield Earth from interference by magical beings from other dimensions. Demons are among their oldest enemies. They must have discovered the demon and simply took care of it as a matter of routine. Took care of it as a matter of routine? Did you just say they killed it in passing? Nick Fury nearly choked in disbelief. Nick Fury was well aware, thanks to Coulson and Natasha's reports, of just how troublesome that demon had been, yet now you're telling me they simply got rid of it, almost as an afterthought. He couldn't help but feel uneasy and found it hard to believe. This was unsettling for Nick Fury on a level he hadn't expected. S.H.I.E.L.D. is impressive, yes, but only on the surface. Behind the scenes, there are plenty of powerful beings who could wipe you out with a flick of their wrist. You'll get used to it. No need to overthink. Get used to it? It sounded to him as if, in your eyes, S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing more than a stray cat or dog. Fair game for anyone, ready to be stepped on at will. Don't overthink it. How about he not dwell on that? If not for Nick Fury's composure and deep reserves of patience, he might have shouted his frustration right then and there. Are there really that many of these powerful figures on Earth? He tried to keep his tone steady, but the words came out stiff and awkward, as if he'd lost his footing. More than you imagine, that's for sure. All right then, but is it really a good thing for the Darkhold to wind up in the hands of this reclusive order of mages? It's definitely not ideal, but what can you do? These are the sort of folks who can keep Mephisto and Dormammu themselves at bay, outside of Earth. Sometimes you just have to swallow your losses. Liu Yi feigned helplessness as he spoke. How are you so sure it was them? Because I just am. Besides, who else could so effortlessly see through a demon's disguise? That was a sound enough reason. Nick Fury found himself unable to argue. So we're just leaving things as they are? That's all we can do. Nick Fury left, his mind swirling with unanswered questions. He had come here looking for an answer, and Liu Yi had given him one, but it was more frustrating than silence. What Liu Yi offered was ambiguous, vague to the point of uselessness. Yet that ambiguity wasn't something Liu Yi forced on him. It was a conclusion Fury arrived at himself. The claim that the Darkhold was taken by the Order of Reclusive Mages. Rationally, Nick Fury couldn't bring himself to believe it. Maybe such an order did exist, and maybe things were as Liu Yi described, but it just felt false. Liu Yi, after all, displayed no hint of obsession or desire over the Darkhold. Nothing like what one would expect from someone coveting a book of such power. Yet, on an emotional level, Nick Fury found himself hoping it was true. If it was, it meant someone else was on the board, someone who could stand up to Liu Yi, and, crucially, someone committed to protecting Earth. After all these years, this order of mages had managed to remain hidden. That showed how discreet and withdrawn they really were. Almost misanthropic, in fact. Which was good. It meant they wouldn't interfere with anyone else's affairs. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. might, on the surface, seem to lose its superior status and descend into mediocrity, it is still the most powerful force at present, and likely will remain so in the future. After all, the mage's reclusive order had kept itself hidden for centuries. This alone says a lot. Torn between emotion and reason, as the head of agents, he kept telling himself to trust his rationality. Yet he simply couldn't help but lean towards his emotions time and again. Tonight, for Nick Fury, was destined to be a sleepless night. And not just for Fury. In fact, it was the same for Liu E. After seeing Nick Fury off, Liu E was plunged into deep contemplation. But what was he pondering? It certainly wasn't whether his earlier attempt at misleading Fury could actually confuse such a seasoned director. Liu E knew very well that deceiving a master spy took more than a few words. It demanded hard evidence. That little performance, just now, was more a bit of mischief than a genuine attempt at trickery. What truly occupied Liu Yi's mind was how he could shield himself from the corrupting influence of the Darkhold. The Darkhold was like an all-encompassing encyclopedia. It could teach you how to live, how to grow stronger, even how to open the gates to higher dimensions. Its benefits were tempting, indeed, but every time one read it, the influence of dark gods crept in, warping you into someone else. It wasn't that Liu Yi doubted his own willpower. It was simply that this book was a notorious trap. Everyone who'd ever laid eyes on it had been affected. Liu Yi even suspected that a fragment of the dark gods might reside within the Darkhold itself. He didn't want to own a priceless treasure only to find himself unable to use it. He had to find a way to keep its corrupting power outside his own mind, so that he could read the Darkhold untainted. Maybe I can really manage it this way. After much deliberation, a plan began to take shape. Rising from the chair he'd made himself, Liu Yi flew to the sweeping prairie, where, with gentle movements, he started drawing a magic circle across the smooth grass. His hands traced endless patterns in the soil, etching mystical symbols in the air as his thoughts guided each stroke. Usually, Liu Yi could complete a magic circle in a few seconds, but this time, it took him a full half-hour. Only when he was nearly drained of magical energy did the circle finally stand completed. He took a moment to recover his strength, and then, holding the Darkhold, seated himself at the center of the array. Now comes the real test. Let's see if this works. System, you'd better watch over me. Liu Yi never believed in gods, neither before nor after crossing worlds. To him, gods were just extraordinarily powerful beings, unworthy of worship. And so, at this critical moment, he chose to pin all his hopes on the one thing truly intertwined with his fate, the system. Next, Liu Yi didn't waste any time. He took a deep breath and opened the Book of Darkness. As the Book of Darkness opened, what first entered Liu Yi's sight was not words, but a blank page. This didn't surprise him. The Book of Darkness was always this mysterious. It normally remains empty, but whenever someone looks at it, it reveals content according to the viewer's needs. What Liu Yi needed to do now was to picture exactly what he wanted in his mind. The moment he did so, words began to materialize on the Book of Darkness, as if some invisible hand was writing them. Liu Yi had barely glanced at the page when, all of a sudden, crimson flames erupted around the edges of the magic circle beneath him, and the runes hidden in the sky burst forth with dazzling light. His face turned pale with alarm, and he quickly looked at the book a second time. But that second look only made things worse. The magic circle etched into the ground was instantly destroyed. It was as if an earthquake had struck. Cracks split the earth, shattering the circle, and the glowing runes overhead splintered as well. Just 2 glances at the Book of Darkness, and in the blink of an eye, half an hour of painstaking effort drawing the magic circle was ruined. Yet, he still hadn't finished reading what he needed. He was just one look away. Steeling himself, he glanced up at the few stubborn runes remaining in the sky, bit his lip, and dared a third look at the Book of Darkness. With a faint pop, all the runes overhead disintegrated. But now, it was as though an evil force seized his gaze, making it impossible to look away. Everything happened in a flash. The last vestiges of energy from the destroyed runes whipped down and struck the Book of Darkness with a sharp crack, slamming it shut. Liu Yi's vision was finally freed, but cold sweat trickled down his back. That was dangerously close. If he hadn't left himself an emergency plan, who knows what might have happened. Even so, he didn't feel entirely reassured. After weighing his options, Liu Yi turned to his system and asked, "System, can you check if there's anything wrong with me?" The words almost sounded like he was berating himself, but Liu Yi was too shaken to care about tone. "Please rest assured, host. Your mind and will are completely intact." However, the pause made Liu Yi's heart skip a beat. Before he could say anything, the system continued. "However, it's not recommended for you to attempt such actions again. And if you must, you should at least be much better prepared. Could you not pause so dramatically when you speak?" The system's dramatic pause had given Liu Yi quite a fright, making him fear he'd just walked into a trap. Thankfully, it was just a close call. He fumed for a moment before finally managing to calm himself down. Too lazy to keep arguing with the system, Liu Yi began reflecting on his recent actions. As much as he hated to admit it, this time he had truly been careless. He didn't want to come up with any excuses. He just wanted to ponder what he had done wrong. Once was more than enough for something like this. This time, I was simply too greedy. If it hadn't been for my greed, I never would have faced that danger just now. With his intellectual capacity, how could Liu Yi fail to memorize an ordinary page with just a glance? The problem was his own greed. He wasn't after something ordinary, so he needed a third look. What exactly was Liu Yi after? He sought a way to make his magical power limitless. Greedy, isn't it? It certainly was, but it seemed the Book of Darkness favored those with such ambition, revealing this method to Liu Yi. An extraordinary magical cultivation technique called the Mana Crucible appeared on the page, forcing Liu Yi to study it 3 times before he could fully commit it to memory. The content itself wasn't hard to remember, but the crux of the method, the diagram of the Mana Crucible, was exceptionally intricate, costing Liu Yi 2 close examinations. The Mana Crucible was the heart of the technique. Not even the slightest error was allowed. But maybe greed isn't always a bad thing. This time, it has brought me an enormous reward, even if I did have to jump through a few hoops. This cultivation method, the Mana Crucible, required fusing one's own magical power and mental strength with the soul to forge the crucible itself. The moment it was formed, it would continuously draw magical energy from the outside world, rendering one's magic effectively limitless. The method was so refined that Liu Yi was almost certain it worked. His gains this time could only be described as immense. Looks like I'm about to reach unlimited magical power. Host, achieving unlimited magic might be simple, but is that really useful? This is only about limitless quantity. It doesn't improve the quality of your magic at all. The system chimed in, dousing Liu Yi's excitement with a dose of realism. I know, but increasing my total mana is good enough for me. Right now, Liu Yi was faced with an utterly exasperating problem. Both Dumbledore's and Supreme Merlin's worlds were low magic worlds, so his own mana reserves were never especially high. He had acquired Xerath's magic, but it was entirely useless. He couldn't cast any of Xerath's spells because he simply didn't have enough magical power to sustain them. It was like possessing a Desert Eagle pistol, but, infuriatingly, having only the weapon and no bullets. At this point, that Desert Eagle was even less useful than a burnt stick. Once he had limitless magical power, everything would change. Liu Yi would finally be able to unleash Xerath's magic at will, and his Desert Eagle would at last have an endless supply of bullets. Since that's what you think, why don't you give it a try yourself? The system replied, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Liu Yi didn't pay much attention to the system's words. He closed his eyes and carefully studied the layout of the Mana Crucible, making sure there were no omissions before starting to outline it. Guided by his will, Liu Yi's mana sank deep into his soul. With the soul's subtle cooperation, he began to paint mana nodes at precise locations within. He started by sketching several dozen mana nodes. Only then did he use his own mana and mental energy to link each node together in the proper order. At first, unfamiliarity made the process rather difficult, but as he successfully connected the first mana node and gained some experience, his speed began to pick up. 1, 2, 3. Node by node, several dozen mana points were linked in succession. Just as Liu Yi finished the 9th and was about to connect the 10th, he suddenly had to come to an abrupt stop. Before he even had a chance to try, he realized he could go no further. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue. He simply couldn't. Unbeknownst to him, his mana had run dry. Drawing the Mana Crucible turned out to be much more intricate and mana-consuming than he'd expected. After sketching several dozen nodes and then linking 9 of them, his reserves were utterly depleted. Looking back on what had just happened, Liu Yi realized mana wasn't simply expended. The process was a gradual drain. Establishing each node was one thing, but with every connection, the consumption grew heavier. This was destined to be a painstaking, lengthy endeavor. Liu Yi gave a resigned, wry smile and began meditating to restore his mana. He had underestimated the process. Gaining infinite mana wasn't so easy. It always came at a price. Using time and methodical effort was already better than most. Just consider what others might sacrifice for infinite mana or immense power. Liu Yi's situation really wasn't so bad. With few complaints, he calmly began replenishing his mana. Startled, Liu Yi's eyes flew open, interrupting his meditation. What's this? My mana is recovering faster than before. That's your reward for being greedy, the system's voice sounded in his mind. What do you mean? The structure of the Mana Crucible doesn't require completion to be effective. Once mana nodes take shape, they begin working immediately. With each node you form, the crucible becomes a little more defined, and even in its incomplete state, it gains the ability to absorb magic particles from the air. This speeds up your recovery. So, in other words, the Crucible doesn't need to be finished to function. It's a system that grows with you. Is that right? Exactly. Well, that is rather nice. Methods that allow for growth are far superior to those that promise instant results, especially when Liu Yi has no idea when he'll be able to complete the mana furnace. Well, this could be counted as an unexpected gain. With that thought, Liu Yi said nothing more. He returned to his meditation, seeking to restore his mana, hoping he could finalize the mana furnace as soon as possible. Liu Yi truly longed for infinite mana. He simply couldn't feel at ease until it was accomplished. As Liu Yi busied himself with the construction of the mana furnace, a major upheaval was quietly brewing in New Scio, a state in the United States of America. After some time creeping by, it was finally about to unfold. The conflict among certain aliens who called themselves gods was about to begin at last. Thor, god of thunder, one of Asgard's princes and Odin's first in line for the throne. He had been awaited since birth, granted the finest education, and destined by blood to become Asgard's next king. And yet, this future king of Asgard found himself banished to Earth over a matter that could be seen as trivial or grave, stripped of his power. Ahem. That isn't to say we should waste our breath pitying Thor for being exiled to Earth, nor paint him as purely a victim. Rather, it's that Thor has become a most destabilizing factor here on Earth. To maintain stability, S.H.I.E.L.D. has been forced to deploy considerable resources and personnel, their hand also forced to tip the scales in the coming struggle for Asgard's throne between Thor and Loki, the god of mischief. And let's admit it, America is truly a country plagued by disaster. Now, not only have aliens arrived, but the annual alien invasion blockbusters of Hollywood seemed on the verge of coming true, thanks to Thor's fall. Now, all it takes is for Thor to die at the hands of Loki, and everything will be set in motion. Just imagine, the Crown Prince of Asgard meeting his end on Earth. Who would shoulder blame? Would it be Loki, killer of Thor and claimant to the throne? No, of course not. Even if Loki now wears the crown in name only, he would never let himself be the scapegoat. Asgard is filled with those who revere Thor. Loki, cunning as he is, would only seek to shift the blame elsewhere. And what would that take? Simple. He'd erase all traces, silence every witness, and then, in grand fashion, lay the blame at Earth's feet. This is an awkward predicament indeed. For S.H.I.E.L.D., it couldn't be more embarrassing. They know Thor is a volatile and uncertain element, yet they yearn to study him and dare not let him die. No matter what, they must ensure he stays alive and well. Thankfully, for now at least, Loki does not seem especially keen to kill Thor, and hasn't made any moves yet. Adding these together, Thor ended up having a pretty remarkable journey on Earth, and even found himself a girlfriend there. Everything seemed set to unfold smoothly. However, when Thor's 4 close companions arrived and delivered the news that Odin wasn't actually dead, all of that was shattered. Loki didn't want Thor to return home. Eager to prove himself superior to Thor, he stole the Destroyer, his so-called Father Odin's ultimate weapon, and unleashed it on Earth, intent on killing Thor. And so the battle erupted. The Destroyer was a construct of magic, a unique living engine of destruction. Though Loki, rather than Odin himself, was controlling it, meaning Loki didn't have full command of its power, the machine was still immensely formidable. It made a thunderous entrance, unleashing devastating energy beams. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents sent to investigate could barely withstand its assault, left scrambling and defeated, with their vehicles reduced to smoking wreckage. Soon, the Destroyer reached the small town where Thor and his 4 companions were gathered, ready to unleash carnage. At this critical moment, Thor's friends finally sprang into action. 3 true companions drew the Destroyer's attention, while Sif, Thor's ally and title, but something closer in reality, slipped around behind for a decisive strike. The plan went off without a hitch. After the true friends incurred some cost, they managed to give Sif an opening. She leapt from the rooftop, arcing gracefully through the air, and plunged her blade right into the Destroyer's head. The sword pierced straight through. For an instant, the Destroyer stood frozen, as if pinned to the spot. But this was never going to be enough. After but a single, breathless second of stillness, the Destroyer reoriented itself, front to back, as if nothing had happened. Had Sif been any less agile, she would have been gravely injured in an instant. Left with no other options, Thor stepped forward, ready to make the ultimate sacrifice. Loki, wielding the Destroyer, struck the now mortal Thor with brutal force, sending him flying dozens of meters. It looked certain that Thor would not survive. Yet precisely in that moment, the contingency Odin had left behind was triggered. Mjolnir, sensing Thor's transformation and his worthiness, came hurtling to his side, returning his godly power. By all rights, this should have been Thor's triumphant moment. He would defeat the Destroyer, overcome Loki, ascend to the throne, and become the king of Asgard as destiny intended. But just as this crucial turning point arrived, a red blur suddenly streaked across the sky from afar, breaking through the sound barrier at nearly 25 times the speed of sound, ripping through the expected narrative and casting everything into uncertainty. The force of this arrival, moving at such mind-boggling speed, was so tremendous that even Thor dared not challenge it head-on, nor even approach. Watching it close in, he took to the sky himself, rather than face this force directly. Only then did Thor realize he had been a bit presumptuous. The crimson blur was not aiming for him at all, but for the Destroyer, which happened to be standing in a direct line behind him. The streak of red didn't even give him a glance, shooting past his side and crashing into the gleaming silver Destroyer with a violent impact. A deafening clang of metal rang out, echoing across the world. The once invincible Destroyer was now blasted away like a cannon shell, sent flying for hundreds of meters before crashing into the desert outside the small town. A massive cloud of sand was thrown into the air, engulfing both the Destroyer and the crimson blur, making it impossible for anyone to see what was really happening inside. What on earth just happened? Did someone else come down? Thor could no longer hold back his curiosity and turned to ask his friends. The four of them exchanged puzzled looks. Finally, Sif spoke up for the group. No, it's just the four of us. Then who was that? Thor had never believed that there were any true powerhouses on Earth. After all, Midgard had been under Asgard's protection for ages, and he had never seen anything like this before. I say we go have a look for ourselves. Then we'll know for sure. Good idea. With that, Thor didn't wait for the others. He seized Mjolnir, spun it with practiced ease, and hurled it through the air, launching himself toward the place where the Destroyer had fallen. His four friends shared a glance and followed close behind. Though unlike Thor, they couldn't fly, so they had to make their way on foot. The shockwave from that 25 times the speed of sound collision was truly immense, stirring up an enormous sandstorm. But even the mightiest clouds of dust must eventually settle. By the time Thor reached the edge of the swirling sand, the air was already thinning. Inescapable gravity had begun to pull the dust back to Earth. At last, he could make out what had happened. A moment earlier, the crimson blur had streaked by so quickly that Thor hadn't even managed to see what it was. It had swept past him, snatching the Destroyer away in an instant. His gaze hadn't been able to keep up. Now, finally, he could see for himself. The only thing he could discern inside that red halo was a single figure. Through the thinning veil of dust, Thor saw a figure clad in a scarlet cloak standing before a massive crater. At the center of the crater lay the once arrogant Destroyer. But the Destroyer no longer had its fearsome pride. Its chest had been struck by an overwhelming force, leaving behind 2 fist-sized holes. From Thor's battle experience, and the size and spacing of those holes, he could tell they'd been punched straight through by that red-cloaked stranger's own fists. Now, thinking back to those shifting lights and shadows, everything suddenly became clear. The person in the red cloak, propelled by that incredible speed, had punched 2 holes straight through the Destroyer's body. Their fists had plunged directly into its metal chest. Realizing this, Thor couldn't help but shudder instinctively. Such an attack was devastatingly precise. If he hadn't dodged just in time, he too would have ended up with 2 gaping holes in his chest, just like the Destroyer. As this dawned on him, Thor's expression darkened instantly. After all, it meant he had just faced a life-or-death crisis. He and the Destroyer had been standing right in the same line of attack. While it was clear the person's true target was the Destroyer, even upon seeing Thor there, this figure never hesitated, never slowed down. Clearly, Thor's life hadn't mattered to him in the slightest. This was a person who acted without any concern for the consequences. Thor's gaze grew stormy as he gave the figure before him that grim and honest assessment. Just as Thor came to this conclusion, the Destroyer moved again. The 2 holes in its chest didn't seem to impede it at all. Its body rotated slowly, and it got back up from the ground with an almost casual air. Suddenly, the Destroyer's face plate swung open. With a resonant hum, a thick beam of energy shot out, its target unmistakably the red-cloaked figure. But the person in the crimson cloak showed no sign of dodging. Instead, their eyes glowed a deep scarlet, and twin crimson beams, much thinner than the Destroyer's ray, but no less powerful, lanced forward to meet it. There was a violent clash as the ray and the beams collided, unleashing a searing burst of light where they met, and the shockwave from their impact sent a powerful gust rolling out around them. Within 3 meters of the intersection, everything was swept up by the force. Sand and stones tumbled through the air. Both the red-cloaked figure and the Destroyer advanced, locked in their contest of energy. The clash of beam and ray continued without pause. For the moment, the battle seemed to have reached a stalemate. This was the perfect opportunity. Watching from the side, an idea suddenly flashed in Thor's mind. He hefted his hammer, Mjolnir, and with a flick of his wrist, let it fly straight toward the destroyer. There was a tremendous, ringing clang. The destroyer's head was struck by Mjolnir, and the force of the blow sent the metal giant hurtling backward. Its beam skewed wildly. The standoff was shattered. Yet instead of relief, the person in the red cloak stiffened, their face darkening involuntarily. Thor didn't notice the stiffness on the man's face. He reached out, summoning Mjolnir into his hand, and began talking to himself. Although you nearly killed me just now, I'll let it go since we share the same enemy. And don't bother thanking me. I wasn't doing it to help you. Having said his piece, Thor spun Mjolnir once more, letting the hammer pull him up and away toward the fallen destroyer, paying no heed to the man whose face was growing even more rigid. Trying to steal my glory right in front of me. The man in the crimson cloak muttered these baffling words, and, before Thor could reach the destroyer, unleashed a pillar of light at him. The beam struck Thor instantly. Before he could even process what was happening, he was blasted a dozen meters away, slammed face down, and pinned against the sandy ground, grinding against it with intense force. Thor couldn't quite figure out what had just happened. One moment he'd been swooping in, and the next he was like this. But one thing was crystal clear. He was furious. Absolutely, unmistakably furious. His handsome face twisted with rage. Combined with the dust and grit that clung to his face as he was pressed into the ground, he looked downright menacing. With a fierce growl, Thor gripped Mjolnir tightly, twisted his waist to wrench himself free, and in the same motion hurled the hammer at the pillar of light pressing down on him. The beam shattered bit by bit, and Mjolnir surged upstream, hurtling through the light straight at the head of the man in the crimson cloak. Thor himself shot forward, rocketing toward his opponent. Though Thor didn't spin Mjolnir to fly this time, the force he unleashed was greater than ever. He attacked with the full fury of his wrath. In a flash, Mjolnir was upon the other man's face, ready to strike with terrible force. Its speed hardly slowed, its power formidable. The crimson cloak man had no desire to take it head on. With a swift sway of his body, he dodged the blow. But right then, Thor arrived directly in front of him. Instead of launching a punch, Thor called Mjolnir back with a gesture, sending it hurtling from behind his opponent. Realizing the incoming attack, the man tried to evade, but there was no room to maneuver. The hammer landed with a heavy thud against his shoulder. He was sent flying, tumbling through the air for over 10 meters before coming to a stop. Rubbing his aching shoulder, he couldn't help the surge of excitement within him. Of course, it wasn't that he was fond of pain. Rather, it was the thrill of finally finding a worthy opponent. Since gaining his superpowers, he had never come across an adversary of this caliber. Mephisto was formidable. He had encountered him before, but without his true form manifesting, he was no real match for He could hardly be counted as a worthy opponent. Only Thor, the god of thunder, truly qualified. As for why He considered Thor a worthy adversary, that's something that needs a bit of explanation. Yes, it was indeed He who had fought with Thor before. But why did He end up fighting Thor? Wasn't he working on his magical forge at home? To answer that, we have to go back to just a little while ago when He was still at home. At that time, He was busy restoring his magical energy, intent on finishing the construction of his magical forge as soon as possible. Suddenly, a piercing alarm rang out. He paused for half a second before remembering. It was his magical warning device at work. Having long been familiar with the Thor storyline, he would never let slip such a rare opportunity to collect rewards from the unfolding events. Not long after Tony Stark had visited for treatment, he had set up his magical alarm in the small town destined to be the stage for action in Thor's story. Whenever the town registered a surge of intense energy, the device would alert him, and he would spring into action, seizing the spotlight. That's what had just happened. He immediately halted his energy restoration, changed outfits in a flash, and with a single spell of teleportation, arrived above the little town. At just that moment, he caught sight of Thor regaining his power. Without hesitation, he launched himself at the destroyer at top speed, and everything that followed played out from there. Of course, this also explains why Thor, in trying to help, ended up pummeled himself. This was perfectly normal, because, as far as He was concerned, Thor's help was nothing more than stealing the credit for himself. He was the one who should be claiming victories, not others. Without a moment's hesitation, He had slammed Thor to the ground, and that led directly to the scene unfolding now. He stared at Thor. Thor glared right back at He. The two locked eyes, tension thickening in the air between them. Far away in Asgard, this very scene was witnessed by Loki through the destroyer's eyes. A glimmer of calculation flickered in his gaze, and a sly smile played at his lips as he pulled the destroyer back a few steps, choosing the role of silent bystander. Both Lu-E and Thor noticed the destroyer's withdrawal, but neither gave it any heed. Their focus was solely on each other. Their staring contest stretched on until both grew impatient. In a flash, two streaks of light collided midair. A resounding clang echoed as metal met metal, the shockwave sending dust swirling across the ground, obscuring vision once more with a billowing sandstorm. Loki's vision was affected as well, yet even through the hazy swirl of dust, he could still make out and hear distinctly the sharp clangs of metal as the two figures clashed again and again. No one could say for certain how long this standoff lasted. Finally, with a particularly thunderous collision, it all came to a sudden end as one of the figures was sent hurtling out from the dust cloud by the other. Because the expelled figure was still wrapped in a shroud of sand, Loki couldn't get a clear look. But Loki was convinced it absolutely couldn't be his so-called brother. Though he never really liked Thor, Loki had always believed wholeheartedly in Thor's strength. If not, Thor wouldn't have been chosen as the first in line to inherit Asgard's throne. Bloodline played a role, of course, but more than that, Thor genuinely was the most suitable candidate. Loki believed that with all his heart. Yet, as the wind gradually swept the dust away from the figure's body, that certainty was shattered. The one who had been thrown clear wasn't Lu-E. It was, to Loki's total dismay, Thor, the very person in whom he'd pinned all his hopes. His eyes flew wide open, and he instinctively leapt to his feet, panic sweeping away his earlier composure, as if he'd just witnessed something utterly unthinkable. Damn it, what's going on here? Thor just gotten his strength back. Maybe he's not fully used to it. Loki began scrambling for excuses to explain Thor's defeat. But the explanations sounded weak, even to himself. After all, it was Thor's own power. Why would he struggle to control it now? Had all those years been for nothing? Still, Loki managed to convince himself, if only barely. Having settled on this excuse, Loki forced himself to focus on the battlefield again, desperate to see what would happen next. But what he saw next nearly broke his understanding of the world. Suddenly, Lu-E burst out of the swirling sand like a hunting eagle, diving toward Thor. His fingers interlocked, he swung both fists together and brought them down with all his might upon Thor, who was now only an arm's length away. This time, Lu-E was going all out. If that blow landed, Thor would be in serious trouble. Just as Loki instinctively prepared to intervene and save Thor, he saw Thor fling out a hand, summoning Mjolnir back to him. The enchanted hammer hurtled through the air, aiming straight for Lu-E. Now Lu-E faced a decision. Would he commit to his attack and risk being struck by Mjolnir, not just as before, but by the hammer unleashed at its full, thunderous power? Or would he abandon his attack and evade, allowing Mjolnir to sail harmlessly past? Anyone else would have chosen the second option. But Lu-E took the first. As if he never even saw the hammer coming, Lu-E pressed on with his attack, fist descending straight toward Thor. It was as if Lu-E had resolved to risk everything in an all-or-nothing gamble. At this moment, Loki could no longer afford to worry about anything else, and directed the destroyer to fire a beam. The beam moved noticeably faster than both Lu-E and Thor's hammer, striking Lu-E just before his attack and the hammer could land. Lu-E was knocked off by 2 meters, his attack slicing through empty air, while Thor's hammer missed him as well and returned into Thor's hand. Yet just then, Thor suddenly swung his hammer again, hurling it directly at Lu-E, aiming right for his face. Lu-E's face darkened in exasperation. Why always the face? Wasn't there an unspoken rule about that? With no time to hesitate, he tapped into the scant magical power he'd just recovered and used apparition to dodge the hammer strike, reappearing behind Thor in an instant. In one swift move, he grabbed Thor's arm. Have you ever heard of Ringe? Lu-E's cold, ominous voice exploded right next to Thor's ear. As the saying goes, brothers at home, comrades on the battlefield. Even though Thor and Loki had clashed countless times and Loki had come close to killing Thor on more than one occasion, there remained a bond between them, a twisted cycle of rivalry and affection. Scenes like this, the two teaming up against an outsider, were anything but rare. Lu-E found it neither surprising nor troublesome. He'd been fully prepared for such a sneak attack, already well aware that the brothers' tangled relationship gave Loki a peculiar mindset. Thor, I may kill him, but no one else is allowed to. But when it came to hitting him in the face again and again, Lu-E simply couldn't take it. Worst of all, it kept happening. This was really starting to piss him off. What had his face ever done to them? Once or twice he could let go, but getting targeted again and again, it was infuriating. Especially just now. If he hadn't just regained enough magical power to apparate, his face would have taken a crushing blow, and the thought alone sent anger roaring through him like wildfire. That intense fury made Lu Yi determined to give Thor a taste of his own medicine, to show him there are faces you just don't mess with. After whispering those chilling words in Thor's ear, Lu Yi gave him no chance to react. Still gripping Thor's arm, he shot up into the sky. As soon as Lu Yi judged that they'd reached a sufficient altitude, he yanked hard, flipping Thor headfirst toward the ground. At this point, they were at least 1,000 meters up. This height, though impressive, probably wasn't lethal for Thor. Thor seemed to realize this, and gradually exhaled, a hint of relief passing over him. "You're relaxing way too soon." Lu Yi's voice rang out. Without giving Thor a chance to speak, Lu Yi tightened his grip on Thor's arm even further. Before Thor could figure out what Lu Yi intended to do, he suddenly felt them accelerate, spinning wildly, plummeting from the sky like a top out of control. Perhaps their speed was simply too great. Behind them, a terrifying tornado gradually formed, shredding the clouds around it into pieces. Witnessing all of this, Thor's face turned a ghastly shade of purple. There was no doubt in his mind. With such a horrifying display of force, if the two of them crashed down, he didn't know what would happen to Lu Yi, but he himself would surely perish. Desperately, he summoned back his hammer, Mjolnir, and swung it at Lu Yi in a final attempt to save himself. Yet Lu Yi didn't even glance at him, letting the mighty hammer come crashing down on his arm. Thud! Mjolnir struck Lu Yi's arm, sending a numbing shock through it. But it didn't help. Instead, Thor realized that Lu Yi's grip was still as unyielding as iron pincers, leaving him no chance of escape. The ground rushed toward them. In a moment of panic, Thor seized his hammer, and instantly, the sky above turned ominously dark. Crack! An incredible bolt of lightning split the heavens, striking both men with blinding force. Thor, being the god of thunder, cared nothing for the lightning, but Lu Yi was not so lucky. The jolt left his body tingling and weakened his fingers just enough for Thor to feel hope. Clutching his hammer, Thor summoned more and more bolts, each one crashing down on them. Crack! 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 The lightning came in relentless succession, and Lu Yi's grip weakened further still, his body continuously numbed by the unending storm. There was no escaping these bolts. Lu Yi could only endure them head-on. Suddenly, the lightning stopped. Before Lu Yi could react, a thunderbolt more terrifying than all the previous ones combined screamed from above, striking both him and Thor right at the center. SZZZT, SZZZT, SZZT. Lu Yi's body stiffened violently under the current. That was the opening Thor needed. Summoning his last ounce of strength, he tore himself free from Lu Yi's grasp and broke away. Once loose, Thor hurriedly swung Mjolnir, letting the hammer's might drive him upward, desperately trying to counteract the devastating speed, gravity, and centrifugal force bearing down on him. But it was too late. He was barely a few dozen meters above the ground. His attempts at flight couldn't fully absorb the brutal impact, and with a tremendous crash, he plowed into a shadowy figure below, then kept going, gouging a deep pit into the sand. The shockwave that blasted out sent ripples through the dunes, like waves through the sea. Lu Yi fared slightly better. Moving at 25 times the speed of sound helped him, and while he couldn't entirely escape the impact, his higher velocity meant that plunging into the sand didn't cause him much harm. He merely felt a jolt run through his body when he landed, and after that, he was largely unscathed. Though it may seem like a lengthy process when described, the entire sequence took less than a few seconds. Lu Yi's successful landing was cause for celebration, yet he didn't feel particularly pleased. What a pity this time. If I could have held on just a bit longer, and if this wasn't a desert, Thor would probably be dead by now. Rising slowly from the deep pit, Lu Yi couldn't help but mutter to himself. Yes, Thor wasn't dead. In fact, not only had he survived, but he could barely be considered seriously injured. Thor had acted cleverly, and luck was on his side. He used Mjolnir to absorb part of the impact, and landed by chance in a patch of loose sand. What's more, he didn't fall face first. He kept his flying posture and managed to land on his feet at the last moment. And then there was Loki. In the end, it was Loki who saved Thor. Controlling the destroyer to act as a cushion, Loki placed the machine beneath Thor, helping absorb another portion of the impact. That dark shadow was the destroyer. All these things combined to ensure Thor was not only alive, but actually quite well. Who on earth are you? Why are you trying to kill me? Thor yanked his feet out of the pit and fixed Lu Yi with a piercing stare. My name's Lu Yi. As for why I want to kill you, it's just that you keep trying to strike me in the face, and frankly, I lost my temper and wanted to kill you for it. For that reason alone, Thor looked absolutely stunned, unable to accept what he was hearing. He truly couldn't imagine what sort of person would try to kill someone over such a reason. Isn't that reason enough? All right then. Thor was at a loss for words. Madness. This man must be insane. Thor stared at Lu-E as if he were a lunatic, his entire demeanor unsettled. Not wanting to waste any more energy arguing, Thor looked up and shouted, "Heimdall!" His cry was like the activation of a signal. Suddenly, a strange cloud formed in the sky, swirling together and projecting a pillar of light that shot down from the heavens, locking onto Thor, ready to envelop him. But the pillar wasn't nearly as fast as Lu-E. The moment the sky began to shift, Lu-E realized that Asgard's guardian, Heimdall, had activated the Bifrost. With all his power, Lu-E unleashed his greatest speed, determined to intercept Thor. Even Thor hadn't expected Lu-Yi's relentlessness. In a hurry, he threw Mjolnir, hoping it would at least slow Lu-E down. He was all too aware in his heart that he was no match for Lu-E. If he kept tangling with Lu-E, he would be the one to die in the end. He desperately wanted to escape Lu-Yi's grasp as quickly as possible. The Mjolnir, burdened with great expectations, came crashing down toward Lu-E. But this time, Lu-E was already on guard. Watching Mjolnir come hurtling at him, he twisted his body mid-air, sidestepped with a swift step, and easily evaded the attack, pressing on with his assault toward Thor. Thor couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat, his soul nearly fleeing his body. This scene reminded him irresistibly of what happened with the Destroyer. Everything felt eerily similar. A collision seemed inevitable. Thor was nearly ready to make a run for it. As Lu-E drew nearer, the beam of light in the sky was still some distance away from Thor. Thor seemed destined to be struck by Lu-E. But then, all at once, the beam of light underwent a dramatic change. In the sky, the pillar of light suddenly grew thicker and descended at an astonishing speed. Originally, it would have been too late, but at the very last critical moment, it landed just before Lu-E could strike. A deafening roar erupted as Thor was engulfed by the beam of light. Meanwhile, the shockwave from the descending pillar of light blew Lu-E off his path, sending him past the side of the pillar, where he came to a stop in midair. "Consider yourself lucky this time. I'll let you go, just this once," Lu-E said, gazing at the rainbow bridge before him. Lu-E felt a deep aversion to the rainbow bridge at this point. A thing that could teleport people without their consent, whisking them away at will, was simply too outrageous. He didn't want to try it. Who knew where it might send him? Phantom Shift could teleport, yes, but only within the same dimension. If the rainbow bridge were to send Lu-E to some godforsaken corner of the Nine Realms, it would be no easy matter to find his way back. And even if he wasn't sent to some remote wasteland, being teleported to Asgard would be a huge headache. That was Thor's domain, where magic flourished and warriors and sorcerers abounded. Lu-E was proud. Aside from the slumbering Odin, he didn't think anyone in Asgard could be his match. Still, even the strongest elephant could be killed by enough ants working together. Entering Asgard would mean certain siege, and who could say if he wouldn't end up like a giant felled by 1,000 bites? Fortunately, after today, the Rainbow Bridge would be no more. Thor would destroy it, and it would never again pose a threat to Lu-E or to anyone else. System, how does this count now? As he watched Thor reclaim his hammer and fade away with the pillar of light, Lu-E spoke, addressing the system. The destroyer was annihilated under Lu-Yi's assault, reduced to a pile of parts, defeated in battle. Thor fled, unwilling to face the host, and this too counted as a defeat. As for Thor's 4 underlings, are they also considered defeated? Lu-E cut in before the system could finish. Thor's 4 underlings never had any direct contact with you, the host. Even if they ran away, it doesn't qualify as a defeat. No points awarded for that. All right, whatever you say. Hearing the system's explanation, Lu-E didn't dwell on it. At most, Thor's 4 subordinates could have given him 4 basic draws, but with the constant upgrades to his robots, these ordinary draws had lost their appeal. Though Lu-E felt a slight pang of regret, it hardly mattered to him in the end. System, tally up. How many draw chances have I gained? Congratulations, host. You have received 1 perfect draw and 1 optimized draw. The perfect draw is from Thor, and the optimized draw comes from the Destroyer. This answer made Lu-E laugh out loud. Not a bad haul, he thought, considering all the effort he'd put into the fight. What surprised him, though, was how disappointing the Destroyer turned out to be. Even in defeat, it was less rewarding than someone who simply ran away. But this just proves something else. Thor is both powerful and full of potential. Definitely someone to keep an eye on. If I run into him again, I should give him another good beating, Lu-E remarked, not without a hint of malice. And as Lu-E uttered those words, far away in Asgard, Thor suddenly shivered as if he'd been targeted by something unseen. Is there a chill in the air? Thor shook his head, shaking the uneasy thought away. Now was hardly the time to think about such things. Quickening his pace, he flew straight toward the place where his father lay sleeping. Unaware that his malicious intent had somehow reached all the way to Asgard, Louis lingered in place for a moment to reflect on his missteps during the fight with Thor. Then he prepared to fly home, restore his magical energy, and continue constructing the mana furnace. Please wait a moment. Just as Louis was about to take off, a voice rang out from the distance, stopping him in his tracks. Why is it that wherever I go, I seem to run into you, Hawkeye? Louis turned to address him. Headquarters is really short on top agents these days, Hawkeye replied with a hint of resignation. If you got the skills, you get work to the bone. The higher-ups just keep piling on the assignments. Louis knew exactly why things were this way, and so chose not to press the issue. Instead, he asked, so why did you call out to me? Don't tell me S.H.I.E.L.D. is outraged at my actions and sent you to warn me to stay out of your business. As if cold sweat threatened to trickle down Hawkeye's forehead. Even if he harbored such thoughts, he'd never have dared to voice them. The reason he stopped Louis this time was, in fact, for something else. I figured as much. Go ahead. What is it you actually want to say? Louis, in quite a good mood, decided not to make things difficult for Hawkeye. He glanced at the nervous man and smoothly redirected the conversation to its real purpose. Hawkeye normally possessed the composure to face disasters without batting an eye. But that calm was selective. It held steady in the face of ordinary people and ordinary situations. Yet, when it came to Louis, all that steadfastness counted for nothing. Confronted by someone so powerful that it could tip into despair, Hawkeye's mental fortitude seemed meaningless, let alone of any practical use. He never let his guard down in Louis's presence. His body remained tensed, and he frequently reached for his bow and arrows. Only by doing so could he muster the courage to face Louis with at least a show of composure. Reaching for his bow one more time, Hawkeye drew a deep breath. Here's the thing. Some time ago, the World Security Council delivered you a final ultimatum. I remember that. So, did they decide I was too much of a problem and come up with a way to deal with me? Not quite. In fact, they felt the ultimatum was ill-timed and have officially withdrawn it. They asked us to convey their sincere apologies. You're sure you got that right? Louis said, genuinely surprised. Did these people finally regain their senses? I'm afraid it's the truth. The executive director told me in person and had me pass the message on to you. To be honest, Hawkeye himself found it hard to believe. But there it was, Nick Fury's words, relayed to Louis exactly as spoken, with not a syllable altered. Well, I have to admit, I underestimated them. So what do you think? Are they trying to lower my guard? Or have they really run out of options and are now willing to compromise? Louis leaned more toward the first possibility. And so did Hawkeye, although he'd never dare to say it aloud. As a member of S.H.I.E.L.D. under the World Security Council, not one of Louis's people, his loyalty had to remain clear. I like to think it's the second. Frankly, you really leave them at a loss. Maybe, but I still think it's the first. Go back and tell them, whatever game they want to play, I'll see it through to the end. If it's genuine this time, all the better. If not, I won't mind one way or the other. I'll pass on your message, word for word. Louis simply nodded in response. Best not to trouble two masters with one task. I'm heading home right now, and things might get a little turbulent on the way. You'd better give the Air Force a heads up. If anything goes wrong, don't blame me. After that, Louis didn't say anything more. In a sudden surge, he shot into the air toward his house, breaking the sound barrier in an instant and reaching his top speed, 25 times the speed of sound. Watching Louis vanish in the blink of an eye, Hawkeye immediately realized what was about to happen and hurried to contact Nick Fury, reporting the situation to him. Nick Fury didn't dare waste even a second. He quickly got in touch with the Air Force and briefed them on what was going on. If the Air Force really mistook Louis for a hostile, things could get very interesting. He didn't want to be hearing about fighter jets getting shot down the next day. Nick Fury wasted no time whatsoever, intercepting the fighter jets just before takeoff and putting a stop to it before anything could happen. And with that, the matter was resolved. Nothing happened. No incident at all. Nick Fury's authority as an administrator proved effective. With just a few words, he managed to settle the situation. Not a single jet left the ground, so naturally, there was nothing to worry about. Louis made it home safe and sound, continuing his construction of the mystical forge of power. Meanwhile, Nick Fury returned to his daily administrative tasks. The whole world seemed to return to a state of calm, a picture of peace and tranquility. But that was only on the surface. Beneath it all, the undercurrents ran deep and wild. Ever since Tony Stark admitted to being Iron Man, the story had entered a new chapter, as though the curtain had risen on a grand epic, an era of legends. One after another, superheroes began to emerge, and people with extraordinary abilities started appearing in droves. On the surface, the world maintained its veneer of harmony, but behind the scenes, chaos reigned, especially in the United States. For reasons unknown, all sorts of superpowered individuals and devious plots seem to converge in America, leaving other countries as mere bystanders in a much quieter world. It's as if the very atmosphere changed the moment you arrived in America, and perhaps that's one of the reasons CLD's headquarters found its home there. Of course, this also brought endless headaches for Nick Fury. There were simply too many crises to handle and too many conspiracies to untangle. And now he was busy once more. How are things progressing? Nick Fury suddenly received a call from Coulson and Natasha. He immediately set aside his current work and asked earnestly, "We've tracked the target and identified their location." Excellent. Upon hearing this, Nick Fury finally breathed a sigh of relief. For so many days, this had been weighing on his mind, but now he could finally relax a little. If possible, capture him. If not, then kill him on the spot. He's simply too dangerous and absolutely cannot be left alive. But, Executive Director, there's another problem. His abilities are simply too unusual. Our magical gear can hurt him, but it can't hold him. If he really tries to run, we can't stop him. I understand that, but you're the only ones who can injure him. You must do everything in your power to capture or kill him. You simply must get it done. Yes, Executive Director. Coulson's voice on the other end was full of resignation. Orders from above come so easily, while those below run themselves ragged. As someone's subordinate, for the sake of his salary, for the sake of his bonus, and even more for the sake of world peace, he had to give it everything he had. When you're carrying out the mission, keep an eye on that man's subordinates as well. I have a feeling there's something suspicious about them. We understand, Executive Director. After closing the comm, Natasha turned to Coulson and asked, "So, what's the plan?" "We're to capture if possible, kill if not, and also keep tabs on his subordinates. The Executive Director suspects there's something strange about them." Natasha ranked higher than him in S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury had made it clear that both of them were to focus on this matter, so Coulson saw no need for secrecy. Suspect their identities? Natasha didn't question their approach to dealing with that man. It was the obvious call for someone so dangerous. What caught her attention was the Executive Director's doubts about his subordinates. If you put it that way, I have my doubts as well. Truthfully, so do I. Coulson and Natasha exchanged a glance, each seeing unease in the other's eyes. Given everything that had happened, those doubts were only natural. There was so much that just didn't add up. To maintain secrecy, only 3 people in the whole of S.H.I.E.L.D. knew the full story. The 2 of them hadn't used SHLD's intelligence network at all, relying instead on civilian channels and piecing together clues from the information that Liu E had provided. It was a complicated process, time-consuming and tedious, but it was secure, and very few people knew about it. Nick Fury had even arranged for the 2 of them to be listed as working field assignments, giving them a plausible cover for their absence from public view and avoiding suspicion. But even so, things had gone wrong. No one had visited the place where the Darkhold was hidden for years, and yet, just as they arrived and retrieved the Darkhold, someone else showed up. And they weren't just any group. This was a fully armed squad of unknown Special Forces soldiers, each with extensive real combat experience. That's an entirely different problem. The whereabouts of the Dark Grimoire had only just now been discovered, and there was no way Liu E could have leaked the information to anyone else. What was going on here? If their security measures had been lax, that would be one thing. Maybe it might have been their own people who let something slip. But everything had been locked down tight. There hadn't been a single leak or even the faintest trace. Could it all just be coincidence? No, of course not. When they thought it was coincidence, those people's actions made it clear it wasn't. They showed no surprise at the appearance of the pair. Without a word, they attacked immediately, and their only goal was the Dark Grimoire in their hands. If this truly had been coincidence, things wouldn't have played out like this. Even professionals would have been taken aback by the sudden appearance of 2 strangers, and after a moment's hesitation, only then would they reach for their weapons. Even if their goal was simply the Dark Grimoire, and they intended to kill anyone unnecessary, it shouldn't have required such overwhelming numbers. Right from the beginning, it had been said that the Grimoire was hidden in a place long neglected by humans. Did such a location really need this many specialists? These people didn't seem like they were searching for something. They looked like they'd come to kill, specifically to kill them. This is a profound mystery. The only way to find the clue that unravels it is through the very people standing before us. Exactly. Let's move. At that, the 2 took a few quick steps, grabbed the top of the wall, pushed off with both feet, and with a nimble twist, vaulted over the obstacle. They rolled silently into the grass beyond, vanishing on the other side. Almost at the very moment they disappeared, a scream echoed from the manor's living room, the very manor they had been surveilling. Ah! A man, his face frozen with terror, was suddenly caught in a shroud of black mist and lifted off the ground. Instantly, his body shriveled and shrank. In no time, He was reduced to skin and bone, a sickly yellow hide clinging tightly to his skeleton. Terror was etched eternally onto his face. He was dead beyond any doubt. With a heavy thud, the black mist released the corpse, which dropped lifelessly to the floor. The noise startled a nearby man. Reflexively, he shuddered and lowered his head, unable to force himself to look at the body, much less at the ominous, swirling mist. The corpse was horrific, but the black mist was even worse. He felt a creeping dread of the mist, didn't dare look at it, but the mist refused to let him ignore its presence. Right before his eyes, it twisted and condensed, forming the shadowy outline of a human. With a gust, like all the darkness evaporating at once, the black fog dissipated, revealing a man standing before him. Not enough. I need more. The figure's voice was cold as ice as he fixed his gaze on the next victim. But this is already the 13th person we've captured. If we keep going, we'll be found out, he said instinctively. Yet, that was clearly not enough to satisfy the one emerging from the black mist, who spoke in a cold, menacing tone. It doesn't matter. Let them find out if they must. As long as I recover from my injuries, even more people won't faze me. Go, bring me more. But we really can't. 13 already. If we keep this up, we'll blow our cover. So you're refusing me? A savage grin crept over the face of the person stepping out of the fog. The sight of that twisted smile made him realize he'd truly angered this individual. Once that dawned on him, he couldn't help but hesitate. And that hesitation spelled his doom. The man sensed he had no real intention of catching anyone else, and without hesitation, dissolved into swirling black mist and engulfed him. A blood-curdling scream rang out. He met the same fate as the one before, reduced to a shriveled corpse, nothing but skin and bone. Not enough. Still not enough. Even after draining another, there wasn't the slightest satisfaction. His voice seeped out through the crack in the doorway, sending a chill over the faces of those waiting outside. Their expressions grew grimmer by the second. He's getting scarier. He even drained one of our own people. If we let this continue, who knows where it'll end, someone outside the door whispered hoarsely. The others all seemed to agree, exchanging glances weighted with unspoken fear. Don't let it continue? Easy to say, but have any of you actually thought about it? The man who appeared to be the leader spoke up, his face set like iron. They were directly under strict orders from above, orders that could not be defied, not even if it meant their own deaths. And their superiors did not want this man dead, no matter the cost. So what are we supposed to do now? We help him catch more. Beyond the manor, up in the thick branches of a tree, Natasha was perched, eyes fixed through binoculars, watching every move unfolding in the manor's living room. From her vantage point, Natasha could easily observe it all, including the chilling moment the man drained 2 people in quick succession. Coulson, what's your status? Natasha spoke into her encrypted radio, her voice low. I can see everything clearly. Everyone's holed up in a single room. If we lobbed a grenade in there, we could probably take out half of them, Coulson replied. Why would they cram everyone in like that? Natasha asked, clearly baffled. Even if these people weren't quite as professional as the previous group, they shouldn't be this sloppy, she thought. They had hardly encountered any resistance along the way, something that didn't align at all with the seriousness of their profession. Natasha naturally had her doubts about this. I'm not sure, but if I had to guess, it's probably related to that person. He doesn't seem to regard anyone else as a fellow human being, but rather as livestock, waiting to be slaughtered and eaten. Coulson's words struck a chord with Natasha, making her feel as if she'd finally found someone who understood her suspicions. Deep down, a similar thought had crossed her mind as well. If this was true, everything suddenly made sense. After all, if they were truly being treated as cattle, just livestock raised for slaughter, then locking them up wasn't about security or vigilance. It meant keeping the herd fat and complacent, without worrying they'd run off. That's why he boldly claimed the living room for himself, herding everyone else into a single room. The fact that he drained someone dry before only proved the point farther. Otherwise, why would anyone act that way? If that's the case, then things might actually become a lot simpler. Coulson, get your grenades ready. Didn't you say a single grenade could wipe out most of them? Perfect. Let's test that theory. All right. When I give the order, throw the grenade. That'll definitely get his attention. I'll try to take him down myself. Understood, but be careful. Once I'm sure the rest of them are dealt with, I'll come help you. If you can't finish them off, just hang on until I get there. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Then let's move. With that, Natasha began creeping toward the window of the manor's living room, while Coulson worked his way toward the window of the room packed full of people. Because of that particular man, they couldn't risk sneaking directly inside or launching a frontal assault. Everything that came next, they'd have to manage through the windows. Slowly, the pair edged closer to their respective windows. Through the glass, They could almost make out the muffled conversation inside. Now it all came down to this crucial moment, either success or failure. Now, Natasha's command was barely louder than a whisper. But Coulson, with his earpiece pressed tightly into his ear, caught it just in time. Without a hint of hesitation, Coulson drove his elbow through the glass, hurled in a grenade he'd been clutching, and then dove for cover, hitting the ground. Two thunderous explosions ripped through the air. Fiery blasts shattered the window panes, showering Coulson's back with sharp, ringing shards of glass. The shock jolted his dazed mind into clarity. Springing to his feet, Coulson rushed to check on the survivors. Meanwhile, in the living room, the person who'd just been rattled into a daze began to recover, turning into a billowing cloud of black mist and surging toward the room where the explosion had erupted. But before he could truly close in on the door, Natasha's figure suddenly crashed through the glass window. Brandishing a dagger, she lunged toward the black mist and drove her blade straight at it. The dagger plunged into the black mist. What was strange was that, despite being nothing but vapor, the mist gave off the unmistakable sound of a blade stabbing into flesh, and bright blood spurted out. "It's you again." The front of the black mist contorted abruptly, a voice emanating from within. Natasha's face remained perfectly composed at the sound. She placed her other hand on the dagger's hilt and pressed downward with all her strength. With a dull thud, the dagger pinned the black mist to the wooden floor. Blood flowed even faster from the wound. A scream of agony rang out. Had Natasha really subdued this person so easily? Of course, it wasn't just luck. The secret lay in the dagger she wielded. It was inherently powerful against evil beings. And as it happened, this shape-shifting figure counted as just such a creature, rendering him especially vulnerable. Natasha had crossed paths with Coulson before, and back then, she'd managed to injure him with this very dagger, just as he had wounded her with his long sword. Now, she'd managed to wound him again, but this time, she hesitated. She'd barely managed to pin him down. What now? Should she call for backup or finish him off while she had the chance? Calling for help would have been easy, but the risk was high. He might fight free in the precious seconds it took. That was what troubled her most. Her dilemma didn't last long. Pinned to the floor by the dagger, the black mist abruptly sent out a tendril, grabbing a nearby chair and slamming it down onto the dagger with a crash, bending the blade. Natasha had no doubt. A few more blows, and the dagger would be knocked loose. Then he'd be free. She would have to kill him. There was no other way. However, as she surveyed the scene, Natasha realized she was temporarily powerless to finish him off. The dagger was stuck in the floor, leaving her weaponless. Charging in recklessly would only end the same way as the last person, drain dry. For now, all she could do was stay just outside the reach of the black mist. She silently hoped Coulson would arrive soon. Only with his help could she seize the chance to finish this once and for all. If the black mist broke free from the dagger's hold, he'd be able to move at will, appearing and disappearing as he pleased. There'd be no end to this chase. Fortunately, Natasha didn't have to wait long. Just as the dagger was about to be knocked away, Coulson finally appeared. Without hesitation, he brought his long sword down in a sweeping arc, slicing straight at the black mist pinned to the floor. The black mist was well aware that Coulson's long sword and Natasha's dagger were made from the same material, sharing the same purpose. Daring not to be careless, it hurled the upturned chair straight at Coulson. With a sharp crack, the chair thrown by the black mist was sliced in two by Coulson's longsword. This, however, stalled Coulson's attack for a moment, causing his blade to miss the black mist. "Coulson, don't stop. Keep going. Now's your best chance." Natasha cried out quickly, seeing Coulson's attack had been interrupted. Coulson, no fool, understood this at once. He swung his sword without hesitation and charged straight for the black mist. Had it been before, the black mist would not have feared Coulson so much. True, Coulson's sword was formidable, but the black mist could shift shapes at will. Both Coulson and Natasha would have found it nearly impossible to hurt him. But things were different now. The black mist was bound to the floor, unable to break free, a golden opportunity. Once more, Coulson raised his longsword and cleaved through another chair that the black mist hurled at him, quickly closing the distance. The black mist dared not let Coulson come any closer. When it saw the chair had failed, it seized a nearby gun rack and aimed a fire. Even though its will had been slightly shaken, as a person of the new era, the black mist's mind was still intact. And with a working mind, one naturally makes use of weapons. He intended to gun Coulson down. Coulson's true strength lay in his sword. As for his body, he was only an average man. Against normal people, he could maybe take on 5 or 6 at best, still within ordinary human limits. If he was hit by gunfire, he too would fall. With this in mind, the black mist raised the weapon, and both Natasha and Coulson instantly realized the danger. Coulson was already braced to dodge. But even before he could truly move, gunfire suddenly rang out. Wait, a shot? But there's no pain. Coulson instinctively froze, glancing down at his own body. The bullet wounds he expected were nowhere to be found. He was unharmed, which left him momentarily stunned. What are you spacing out for? Move it. Natasha's voice exploded in Coulson's ear. Coulson reflexively turned his head, just in time to see Natasha, her smoking handgun aimed directly at the black mist. He turned back to the black mist, just in time to see that the weapon it had held had fallen to the floor. It all became clear to Coulson then. The shot just fired had come from Natasha, and her target hadn't been the black mist itself, but the weapon it wielded. The black mist was ethereal. Conventional guns, even gun racks, couldn't harm it. But items manipulated by the black mist could be struck. Natasha's bullet found its mark, hitting the weapon ensnared by the black mist, and, with the force of the bullet's impact, had knocked it from its grasp. Now that he understood everything, Coulson didn't hesitate for a moment. With swift steps, he moved quickly to the edge of the black mist and swung his sword down at it. The black mist dared not meet the blade head-on. It bent itself in a sharp arc, completely avoiding Coulson's attack. Its form was ethereal, not bound by a human shape, free from physical constraints. It could shift and morph into countless forms, which was precisely why it was unafraid of both Natasha and Coulson. It could transform in many ways, slipping past any attacks they launched. Don't just strike anywhere. Focus on the part pinned to the ground. Natasha called out to Coulson in warning. Hearing her, Coulson turned his gaze to the dagger embedded in the floor without a moment's delay and swung his blade toward the section of black mist trapped by the knife. The black mist refused to let him get away with it. Instantly, it split its substance, wrapped up a table and a chair from the surroundings, and thrust them in the sword's path as shields. A dull thud rang out as Coulson's blade struck the edge of the table, getting stuck deep in the wood. He tried to pull it free, but to no avail. At that moment, the black mist let out a mocking laugh, swirling yet another chair and hurling it straight at Coulson. Seeing the chair hurtling toward him, Coulson knew he couldn't just abandon his sword. This blade was their last line of defense. Letting go would surely mean a grim death. Steeling himself, he braced to take the blow, preparing to use the momentum to wrench his sword free with the help of the shadow. But before the chair could strike, a sharp report echoed. Natasha had fired her weapon again. This time, she didn't aim for the black mist or the flying chair. Instead, she shot at the edge of the table. It looked like a pointless shot, yet Coulson couldn't suppress a burst of delight. Natasha had shattered the very spot where his sword was stuck. With a hard tug, the blade slid free in an instant, and now, the chair was only an arm's length away. Coulson stepped back just in time, narrowly dodging the chair. In a fluid motion, he twisted his blade and, with a forceful chop, slashed upward. A piercing cry cut through the chaos. His sword had struck true. The tendril of black mist gripping the chair was severed. The black mist fell to the ground, coalescing into the shape of an arm, landing with a splash of burning hot blood still clinging to it. Seizing the advantage, Coulson didn't ease up. He rolled nimbly on the floor, driving his blade straight at the black mist before him. Though in agony from having lost an arm, the black mist had not wholly lost its mind to pain and savagery. Its body contorted desperately, trying to slip away from Coulson's assault. Coulson's attack sliced through empty air, his longsword nearly striking the ground. In a swift motion, Coulson braced himself with one hand against the floor, causing the blade to whip around and once more thrust toward the black mist. The black mist was furious, enraged by Coulson's repeated provocations. It wanted nothing more than to kill him. Driven by this wrath, the black mist narrowly dodged Coulson's thrust, then began to struggle violently. The dagger embedded in the black mist, which had already loosened, grew even more unstable with each fresh struggle. The pain was intense, but the black mist, sensing hope at last, fought back even harder. Coulson saw all of this, his heart growing anxious as he watched. His hands moved even faster, hammering at the black mist again and again with sharp, whistling swings of his sword. Suddenly, the black mist yanked itself backward. The dagger, at last, came free, torn away as the black mist retreated. It had finally broken loose. I'm free at last. Now you all are dead. With wild, triumphant laughter, the black mist sought out the weakest target, Natasha, who stood unarmed, intending to finish her first, leaving Coulson for later. The black mist shot across the air, its laughter echoing, swiftly closing in on Natasha. Natasha didn't dare underestimate the threat for a second. She stepped back on one long, slender leg, twisting her lithe waist to dodge. The black mist, carried by its own momentum, missed her by barely an inch, grazing past her cheek. Only Natasha would dare such a move. Anyone else would have turned and run in terror by now. The black mist, infuriated by Natasha's evasive maneuver, suddenly twisted itself into the form of a long serpent, snapping hungrily at her. "Coulson!" Natasha's face paled as she called out, her voice sharp and urgent. That acrobatic dodge could buy her only a moment. To try it again would be courting death, especially now that the black mist had nearly cornered her. "I'm coming." Coulson had already seen Natasha's peril. Without hesitation, he rushed to aid her, his sword slashing through the air as he attacked the black mist. "You again!" Forced to scatter to avoid Coulson's blade, the black mist was momentarily driven back. And in that split second, Natasha seized her chance. She wasn't about to let such an opportunity slip away. With the black mist attention fixed entirely on Coulson, she lunged and seized the dagger still sticking out from its body. With a swift, decisive motion, she yanked the dagger free. The black mist recoiled, but it was too late. The dagger was safely back in Natasha's grip. One longsword had been trouble enough for the black mist. Now, with Natasha armed as well, it was far from foolish. It knew the odds had turned. Already, it was looking for a way to retreat. But clearly, neither Natasha nor Coulson intended to let him escape. They charged at him together, dagger and longsword flashing, determined to end his life. The shadowy mist felt a surge of dread, his form lifting into the air, desperate to flee. Yet before he could truly take flight, Coulson made full use of the reach of his longsword, pinning the tail into the dark mist firmly to the ground just as he was about to slip away. "Natasha, now do it!" Coulson called out. Natasha's expression grew intensely focused. She crouched slightly, sprinted forward, sprang off Coulson's back, and with a deft leap, drove her dagger straight at the writhing, unyielding black mist that struggled to break free. The shadowy wraith, seized with terror, hastily darted aside in an attempt to evade her attack. Natasha swiftly changed tactics, turning her piercing strike into a slicing motion. Her blade cut along the surface of the black mist. A wet, sickening sound followed, more than just a spurt of blood. This time, a chunk of the shadow was shaved away, transforming in midair into a slab of flesh, which fell with a heavy thud to the ground below. A wail rose from the black mist, its body convulsing in agony. Being torn apart in this way brought a pain no ordinary being could endure, and the shadow was no exception. Strike while your opponent is down. Natasha understood this perfectly. She glanced quickly at Coulson, who was still struggling to keep the longsword pressed down, doing his utmost to pin the shadowy mist, and then, without hesitation, she leapt again, sending her dagger careening toward the enemy. Despite its frantic struggles, the dark mist kept a wary eye on Natasha, the one who had sliced off its flesh. As soon as she sprang forward again, it ceased its escape and, fueled by rage, decided it was time to settle all scores. The inky shape split, dozens of tendril-like vapors extending from its form, whipping desperately toward Natasha. There were too many of these shadowy tentacles, reaching toward her from impossible angles. No matter what she tried, Natasha couldn't fend them all off, and with herself airborne, she was plunged into grave peril. Yet even in the face of such danger, Natasha showed no fear. Her expression did not change in the slightest. She simply locked eyes with the shadow, as if she had calmly accepted her fate. Just as the spectral tendrils were about to ensnare her, the shadow suddenly felt its form grow lighter. The burning pain at its tail all but vanished in an instant. A surge of relief filled the shadowy mist. He thought he had finally broken free. His movements grew even swifter as he launched directly at Natasha. He was almost upon her. Suddenly, a wave of excruciating pain tore through his midsection. Before he could even scream, another jolt of agony shot through his upper body. In that moment, he felt a heavy force strike his back, dragging his form downward, and all his creeping tendrils had no choice but to follow, plunging toward the ground. It was Coulson who seized the moment. He loosened his grip on the black mist, brought his longsword down to sever its trailing end, and then drove the blade through the center of the black fog, pinning it in place. With this, Natasha's desperate situation was finally resolved. Though her predicament had been alleviated, Natasha didn't let herself breathe a sigh of relief. She reversed her grip on her dagger, and, timing it with her own fall and the descent of the black mist, plunged the blade into it. With the force of gravity pulling them downward, Natasha's dagger drove deep into the ground, pinning the black mist securely to the earth. This time, the black mist truly suffered severe damage. It could no longer maintain its form and quickly reverted to its original shape, revealing the figure hidden within. But now, that figure was in a pitiful state. Coulson's longsword had pierced straight through his back, Natasha's dagger skewered his shoulder, and he was pinned to the ground, completely immobilized and sprawled in utter defeat. All that's left now is the final act. Let's finish this, someone urged, their voice tense. At this point, the man had only the faintest breath of life remaining. To prevent any chance of reversal, he had to die. There was simply no other way. You do it, Coulson said. All right. Natasha cautiously approached, squatted down, and once certain the enemy couldn't move, yanked the dagger free. Without hesitation, she swept the blade, cleanly severing his head as his eyes stared up at her, brimming with venomous hatred. None of them could guarantee that merely leaving the man's head intact would keep him dead. Far simpler to remove it entirely. As for the malice burning in his gaze, it meant nothing to Natasha. She'd long since grown immune to such things. It's finally over. At least those long days practicing swordsmanship haven't been for nothing. Coulson breathed a sigh of relief, gazing at the now headless corpse. Save a small talk. Hurry up and search. See if we can find anything useful. Natasha hadn't forgotten her other mission. She intended to hunt down any clues they could find. Got it. Coulson saw nothing wrong with this plan and readily agreed. With the man dead, the manor was deserted. Only Natasha and Coulson remained. And since the estate was far from the city, they had no need to worry that the sounds of earlier explosions would bring unwanted company. The two felt at ease as they began their search. They left no document, no shadowy corner unchecked. Their aim was singular: uncover anything that could reveal their enemies' identities. Coulson, have you found anything on your end? Natasha asked, rubbing her waist, sore from hours of stooping over. Nothing so far. They seem to have been exceptionally careful. There isn't a single useful scrap of information left on them. Coulson replied. Because Natasha outranked Coulson, she was quick to push all the dirty work onto him, reserving the task of searching every nook and cranny of the room for herself. Meanwhile, Coulson was left with the thankless job of inspecting the bodies, in other words, conducting autopsies. Due to the grenades used earlier, some of the bodies were blown beyond recognition, while others were reduced to mere fragments. Autopsying them was grueling and unpleasant work. Not only was it hideously bloody, but the complexity was formidable. When performing an autopsy, at the very least, you should reassemble the body as much as possible and wipe away the bloodstains. Only then can you examine the remains and spot anything concealed on the skin. Many people have a penchant for tattooing their bodies, markings that might confirm identity, such as numbers or insignias, and others inked for personal or symbolic reasons. All these could serve as valuable clues to uncover who they were. Yet, there were no markings to be found on their skin at all, nothing that could help establish their identities. It was as if they hadn't left a trace of themselves, and there was simply nothing that could be done about it. What about their communicators? Have you checked for anything there? Communicators often store key information, like encrypted numbers or records of contact with others. I check them all. I did manage to find a number, but it's encrypted threefold, and it can only be dialed from a specific device. Plus, we only get one shot at making the call. I didn't dare risk dialing it carelessly. I see, Natasha mused, falling into deep thought. Whoever was at the top of this operation had covered their tracks with excessive thoroughness, as if desperate to erase any trace of their existence. That, in Natasha's eyes, was certainly suspicious. Anyone so bent on hiding their presence must have a reason, one that surely went well beyond something as petty as robbing a convenience store. Shouldn't we inform headquarters and have a specialized team come with the proper equipment? There's just the two of us, and the manor is enormous. Without advanced tech, we'll never be able to trace the owner of that number. As Natasha pondered, Coulson voiced his opinion. Let's hold off on that for now, Natasha replied, turning down Coulson's suggestion to bring in S.H.I.E.L.D. Can I ask why? Of course. After working together for some time and weathering this latest ordeal, Natasha had come to trust Coulson. Everything pointed to him being reliable. She paused for a moment before continuing, turn off your comms. Let's talk face to face. If her suspicions were correct, then things were far from simple. She could no longer trust comm devices or any form of electronic communication. All right. After that, the two of them turned off their earpieces and left their respective posts, meeting up in another room within Manor. I suspect there's a traitor in our agency. Natasha came straight out with a statement that landed like a thunderclap. What? Coulson's expression immediately grew serious as he looked at Natasha, deep caution in his eyes. Are you sure? This isn't something to joke about. Of course I know that. But if it's true, everything suddenly starts to make sense. We've kept everything confidential from everyone in the agency except for executive management. Don't tell me you suspect the executive management too? This really isn't something to mess around with. Of course, I don't suspect the executives. Someone at that level has absolute authority. If they were the traitor, they wouldn't need us to handle this. They could just find someone else and avoid a lot of trouble. No, I suspect it's someone inside the agency. You mean all of us are being monitored? If it wasn't the executives, then it could only be someone else within S.H.I.E.L.D., which left only one explanation. Someone overheard everything. But even so, there's still a problem. To eavesdrop on conversations between top agents, right on their own turf. Even with the element of familiarity making one blind to danger, it shouldn't be this easy. Unless there are a lot of traitors within S.H.I.E.L.D. covering for each other. That would change everything. Coulson drew in a sharp breath, unable to hide his shock. If that was true, then maybe it really could be happening. But if so, the implications were dire. Don't get ahead of yourself, Natasha added, trying to temper the moment. That's just my theory for now. The reality might not be like that. After all, if S.H.I.E.L.D. really were that full of holes, it'd be no better than a sieve. And that seems unlikely. What Natasha didn't realize was that her instincts were right. Just as she'd said, S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed become a sieve. But she couldn't bring herself to believe it. She, too, was blinded by the comfort of the familiar. Who would ever suspect that so much of the upper echelon of a world-class spy agency could be infiltrated? Nearly half of them sworn enemies hiding in plain sight. Who could believe such a thing if they heard it? Even Natasha herself wasn't fully convinced by her own suspicions, which was why she tacked on that last sentence. For agents like them, especially top-tier ones like Natasha, who shared their daily lives, the idea that something was wrong should have surfaced long ago. Was a sudden hunch enough to outweigh all those years of trust and shared experiences? Clearly not. So what do we do next? Even though Natasha ended by saying that it was just her guess, Coulson couldn't shake off his uneasiness. This wasn't something that could be ignored so lightly. We need to find someone. Who? Louis. Why do we need to find him? Coulson's face was full of confusion. He couldn't understand why Natasha would mention Louis. By all logic, Louis shouldn't have anything to do with this matter. Do you remember when we first met, before we even said our names? Louis recognized us? Instead of answering Coulson's question directly, Natasha posed another question. Of course I remember. At the time, I thought it was strange. Later, after hearing Louis's explanation, I learned that his eyes and ears are extraordinary. He once used them to gather intelligence from around the world. Suddenly, a realization struck Coulson, and he hurriedly said, "So you're thinking Louis might have learned something during his information gathering?" Exactly. If he could find out about us, it means he must have probed S.H.I.E.L.D. as well. If there's truly a traitor inside, there could be many of them. We can't see it, because we're too close to the situation. But he's on the outside. If something is wrong, maybe he could catch it. Are you really that sure Louis knows something? Who can say for certain? But there's always hope. And besides, back then, I saw something special in Louis's eyes. Something special? Yes, something special. It was both satisfaction and cunning. Almost as if he was watching a play unfold. Enjoying the show? Women and men see people differently. You may not have noticed, but I did. Are you sure? I'm sure. Even if there weren't those emotions, I'm 100% certain Louis is hiding something. That's my professional judgment. It's not something you should doubt. On this point, Coulson had to agree. Natasha's professional instincts were beyond question. So, should we go right now? Not just yet. There are matters here we need to deal with first. The corpse of that person is very valuable for research. We need to examine it carefully, and we must collect it. What should we do then? Call in our people. Things are different now. Before, they needed to verify everyone's identity here before alerting anyone at S.H.I.E.L.D. After searching thoroughly, they hadn't found anything useful. But they had figured out a way to determine whether there were gaps within S.H.I.E.L.D., so there was no longer any need for secrecy. Moreover, the corpse needed to be dealt with as soon as possible. Bringing in the S.H.I.E.L.D. team now was clearly the best move. After reporting everything that had happened there, while omitting their suspicions, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents quickly appeared at the manor. It wasn't that they intended to conceal anything, but rather that they had no choice. They weren't sure if their communications were being monitored, so they chose to keep certain details hidden. In fact, they didn't even inform Nick Fury. Once the S.H.I.E.L.D. team arrived, Coulson and Natasha didn't linger or offer explanations. They completed the handover, fabricated a story about having other urgent tasks to attend to, ordered the team to clean up the aftermath, requested a car, and drove toward Louis's residence. After Coulson and Natasha departed, the officer in charge of the operation, a bald man with glasses, pulled out a special communicator as if he owned the place. "Senior Director, we have taken over here now. You've done well. Any issues?" "None for now, but what?" The voice on the other end of the communicator pressed. "Coulson and Natasha just left again. I have no idea what they're up to. I'm worried they might be onto something. Should we send someone to eliminate them?" the bald man asked nonchalantly. He spoke of killing them as casually as if swatting a few ants. Never mind, these were supposed to be colleagues. Not for the time being. They won't discover anything. That team was handpicked by me to protect that fool. They carry nothing that could identify them, and the order to storm the manor came directly from me. There's no way Coulson or Natasha would find anything. Then why did they leave? They're probably assigned to handle something else. Don't worry about them. Our attempt to seize the Darkhold has already drawn Nick Fury's suspicion. Any more reckless moves now will only make him more wary. We can't afford to give him any further reasons to doubt us. So what do you need us to do now? That idiot became even more useless after gaining those abilities, but he's still of considerable research value. Think we should run some tests. Just collect a few samples. That's enough. Leave everything else to S.H.I.E.L.D. Now that we are S.H.I.E.L.D., what's theirs is ours anyway. We'll keep a set of samples and let them help us with the rest. Understood. I got it. You handle things efficiently. I trust you completely. I'm leaving all in your hands. Remember, that location is the real key. With those words, the other end of the call hung up. Seeing this, the bald officer put away the communicator. Everyone, listen to my orders. Collect samples and bring back anything that might be of value. Yes, sir. The entire team replied in unison. Well pleased with their reaction, the bald man suddenly declared, Hail Hydra! Hail Hydra! Everyone present answered in chorus. The bald man looked even more satisfied now. Even though he didn't really care for the slogan himself, every time he shouted it, he felt utterly ridiculous. It was absolutely perfect for brainwashing his subordinates. It was a pity that Coulson and Natasha had already left. If they were still here to witness this scene, their jaws would have dropped in shock, eyes wide with astonishment. They could never have imagined, even their wildest dreams, that everyone here turned out to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. traitor, or, to put it another way, all spies. But they would never find out, regardless of whether they actually left or stayed behind in the end. The bald man would never let them witness such a sight. All they saw was themselves, loyally working for S.H.I.E.L.D., chasing down clues and retrieving bodies. Hydra had managed to stay hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so many years, and that wasn't by chance. They were rigorously disciplined and deeply hierarchical, always knowing exactly when to act and what to do. Night had fallen over New York, and the sky above was stripped of stars and moon. Only the city lights remained, casting their glow upon the heavens. These lights kept New York from ever descending into utter darkness, offering a hint of reassurance to those returning home late along the city streets. But New York's night was never a peaceful one, especially in Marin's New York. New York, the paradise for the wealthy, was a true statement. But the city at night was no less a paradise for criminals. Every night, the criminals of New York took over this bustling metropolis. In every shadowy corner, you could almost hear the stifled noises, the subtle clatter of weapons hidden between the buildings. Yet hardly anyone tried to intervene. This was the night in New York. This was the criminals' playground. But tonight was different. Tonight, someone decided to step in. A black SUV appeared on the streets of New York, darting through the city like a phantom. Suddenly, as if it had spotted something, the SUV came to a halt. With a swift turn, it headed for a dark, narrow alley. Tires squealed softly as the vehicle stopped in the shadows of the alleyway. The headlights sliced through the darkness, illuminating two figures within. One was a white man in a black leather jacket, dressed like a hippie and holding a knife, locked in a tense standoff with a trembling woman. The second she saw the car arrive, the shivering woman seemed to find hope again. A survivor's relief flashed across her face, and she barely stopped herself from crying out. A car door swung open and shut with a solid thud. Coulson stepped out from the vehicle. Mind your own business. The white man dressed like a hippie made a threatening gesture at Coulson. Hey, take it easy. I don't want any trouble. Just give my friend back, and I'll leave right away. Coulson raised his hands, moving forward as he spoke. Some things, once you witness them, you can't just turn a blind eye. Though Coulson was an agent, he was a decent man at heart, and he decided to step in. So, Coulson did exactly that. Stop. Don't come any closer. The man eyed Coulson's movements warily, not letting him approach. You say she's your friend? That's right. Isn't it, Amy? The last question was directed at the woman. She was smart enough to realize Coulson was trying to save her, and though she was still too scared to speak, she nodded frantically, gratitude shining in her eyes. If she's your friend, I'll give you that much, but you two pay me, or else. The man shook his arms for emphasis, flashing the knife in his hand through the air a few times to make his threat clear. All right. Coulson slid his hand into his jacket and pulled out his wallet. Seeing this, the man's face lit up with greedy delight. He hadn't expected a bonus. At first, Coulson's sudden arrival had startled him, but now he just saw a pushover. Before he could act on this thought, though, a dark blur shot toward him. Lit up by the headlights, he couldn't see clearly, but judging by the shape, it was definitely a wallet, just moving a lot faster than he expected. Thud! The wallet smacked him square in the face. He barely had time to process what had happened, wondering how the wallet could hit him like that, before a jolt of blinding pain shot through the arm holding the knife. Clang! The knife hit the ground with a soft metallic ring, and he doubled over, a sudden force pressing him hard against the wall. Only now did he feel a hand twisting his arm, making it clear who had him pinned so firmly. "Miss, are you all right?" Coulson asked. "I'm fine. Thank you so much, sir." "No need to thank me. If you can, leave here as soon as possible. Go straight home." Hearing this, the woman nodded repeatedly, quickly expressing her gratitude again before hurrying off, the sharp click of her high heels echoing in the alley. "Coulson, how long do you plan to mess around? Wrap it up, we need to go," came Natasha's voice from a car. Natasha's words made Coulson scratch his head in mild embarrassment. "Buddy, I'm just a robber. Please don't kill me. Just hand me over to security, okay? Please don't do anything crazy." When a man heard Natasha mention settling the situation, he assumed she meant killing him, and the impatience in Natasha's tone only made it worse. He was utterly terrified. Coulson and Natasha, for their part, found this misunderstanding more amusing than anything else. Sure, they'd kill their share of people, but always during missions. Ordinary folks rarely ended up dead at their hands. And yet, to hear this man speak, you'd think they were ruthless killers, slaying people at the slightest provocation. Natasha didn't bother to explain. It simply wasn't worth the effort. She just raised the car's partition window and waited for Coulson to finish up. Coulson, equally uninterested in a drawn-out conversation, grabbed the man and tapped his head gently against the wall, knocking him out. Once the man was unconscious, Coulson took his phone and called for security. After all, they were agents, not security officers. It was one thing to step in and help, but handling the aftermath themselves would be like a watchdog chasing mice. Totally unnecessary and overstepping. So, off to security, he went without hesitation. With that sorted, Coulson returned to the car, offered Natasha an apologetic smile, and started up the engine. The SUV glided away, disappearing smoothly into the night. They hadn't lost much time here, but any delay counted. From now on, they needed to make up for every lost minute. The SUV streaked through the streets of New York, weaving between buildings, down one road after another, until at last it pulled up at its destination. "It's already 11 o'clock. He might be asleep by now. Maybe we shouldn't go in right away," Coulson said as he checked his watch. "No, let's go in. We're already here. We can't just turn back empty-handed. Besides, he might not be asleep after all." Natasha's guess was spot on. He was very much awake. His almost superhuman physique gave him boundless energy, letting him ignore the need for sleep. Since he felt no desire to rest, it never even crossed his mind to do so. Constructing the mana crucible took time, and time was the one thing he lacked. So, he simply used his normal sleeping hours to continue the work. After all, the night was long and sleep elusive. If he didn't keep himself occupied, the emptiness would be unbearable. Yuriko, on the other hand, was perfectly normal. She wanted to stay with but he knew she couldn't handle staying up all night. So he gently persuaded her to go home and rest. So there sat, alone, legs crossed on the night grass, connecting with a magical node above his soul. Suddenly, let out a startled exclamation. His warning magic array set outside the door had been triggered. Someone was here, but he couldn't tell whether it was a friend or a foe. Immediately activated his super X-ray vision, peering straight through the walls to observe the people outside his door. With this extraordinary sight, neither walls nor distance posed any barrier. The space before him shrank, the door dissolved into an outline. Through the door, he saw the figures of the two visitors, every detail laid bare before his eyes. One was graceful and curvaceous, her figure the very definition of allure, perfectly proportioned. The other was of medium build, with a receding hairline. Comparing their silhouettes, instantly matched them to faces in his memory. Natasha and Coulson, unmistakably. Realizing it was them, decided to show some courtesy and, with a thought, opened the door using his mind. Natasha and Coulson stood at the threshold, briefly unsettled by the door's sudden opening. After exchanging a glance, they stepped inside. Tonight in New York, not a single star or moon could be seen. The sky was shrouded in darkness. Even with streetlights and neon signs glowing outside, a chilling gloom pervaded the air. The sudden opening of the door made them feel as if they had walked onto the set of a supernatural tale, stumbling into a world of spirits. Fortunately, they knew better. This was no divine realm, and certainly not a haunted house. Everything here was simply an effect of magic. They regained their composure quickly and entered through the door. Creak! Bang! As soon as they had entered, the door swung shut behind them without a breath of wind, making both of them jump in spite of themselves. No matter how composed, it was hard to shake the sensation of being in a ghost story. With resigned looks, they exchanged a silent communication, then tried to reach out to From the outside, Lu Yi's house looked tiny, but inside it was astonishingly vast. They didn't risk getting lost, but for the first time, they understood how difficult it might be to seek someone out in a place like this. They weren't fools. They knew better than to wander around aimlessly. Lu Yi, we'd like a word with you, Coulson called out, raising his voice. Once he'd spoken, he fell silent, patiently awaiting Lu Yi's guidance. Lu Yi didn't disappoint them. The very next second after Coulson had finished, Lu Yi's voice drifted to their ears, so close and clear it was as if he were whispering right beside them. Come forward. By now, they had ample experience with Lu Yi's various tricks and weren't particularly surprised. They followed his directions without hesitation. Stepping onto the soft grass, breathing in the dense, fresh scent all around, they quickly found themselves face to face with Lu Yi. Sit, he said. Lu Yi sat with his eyes closed in deep meditation, like a serene old monk, pointing to the grass before him and gently gesturing for them to take a seat. Although it appeared to be a grassland, they were still inside Lu Yi's house. There was no dew, nothing dirty, and the grass was perfectly clean, so using it as a makeshift seat was no problem at all. Natasha and Coulson weren't the type to fuss over trivialities. They'd seen far harsher conditions during missions. Naturally, they had no objections and, like Lu Yi, simply sat down right where they were. So what brings you here? Once they were all seated, Lu Yi asked. He couldn't be bothered to use his soul-reading abilities just to find out what they were thinking. It was far simpler to just ask directly. We remember you once said that you'd uncovered some hidden secrets, Natasha replied, instead of answering his question. That's right. I suppose you've run into a problem and want me to confirm something for you. Lu Yi's intellect was astonishing. He picked up on their intentions immediately and went straight to the heart of the matter. Exactly. Then give me a reason why I must help you, Lu Yi said bluntly. He wasn't some goody two-shoes with time to spare for anyone who asked. Consider it as our compensation for helping you search for the Darkhold. Even though we didn't end up getting it, we did put in the effort. Isn't that enough for you to lend us a hand? Coulson thought for a moment, then said, Not enough. Then add this. What we want to ask is related to the people who caused our mission to fail. We lost the Darkhold all because of them, and they're the same ones who kept you from getting it. So, in a sense, you'd be taking your revenge. How's that for a reason? Natasha said, cutting to the chase. That's barely acceptable. Lu Yi already had his suspicions about the identities of those responsible. But lately, he'd been far too busy and simply hadn't bothered to deal with those troublemakers. Maybe now it was time to let S.H.I.E.L.D. handle the matter themselves, since it was, after all, an internal affair. One way or another, once S.H.I.E.L.D. realized their organization had been turned into a leaky sieve, they wouldn't let things go so easily. A massive purge would be unavoidable. Back in the movies, when Hydra purged S.H.I.E.L.D., it was brutally violent. Now that S.H.I.E.L.D. was about to purge Hydra, it would surely be just as ruthless. So, have you ever surveilled S.H.I.E.L.D.? Hearing Lu Yi's reluctant agreement, Natasha breathed a quiet sigh of relief and seized the moment to press on. I have. A look of unsurprised understanding appeared on Natasha's face. She continued, Then did you ever notice anything strange or out of place within S.H.I.E.L.D.? Something out of place? You mean Hydra, don't you? Hydra? What do you mean by Hydra? Natasha couldn't help blurting out in shock. Lu Yi really was as straightforward as ever. It's not that being direct is inherently bad, but being too direct caught Natasha and Coulson completely off guard. They were so surprised they hardly knew how to react. Normally, you want to build things up first, then hit the climax. When a story has twists and turns, it becomes more compelling and also gives people time to mentally prepare themselves. This is a big deal. There should at least be a bit of an atmosphere to match the gravity of the topic, so things can proceed smoothly. But Lu Yi would have none of that. He never plays by the book, always bound to stun people with his words, no matter what. I forgot. You still think Hydra was wiped out. All right, let's start from the beginning, Lu Yi teased. Having just learned a colossal secret, there was no way Natasha and Coulson would let him rewind the story. Anxious as they were, neither of them gave Lu Yi a chance to say another word. No need to start over. Just stick with this. It's good enough, Natasha said solemnly, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Yi, her face a mask of seriousness. Coulson felt the same way, though pain flickered across his features. Ever the good guy at S.H.I.E.L.D., he made many friends there. If what Lu Yi said was true, S.H.I.E.L.D. might be riddled with Hydra agents. He couldn't help but wonder if that meant some of his friends were among them. Day in, day out, entrusting one's life to comrades, only to find out they might all be enemies. Even as an experienced agent, ready to betray or be betrayed, the thought still tugged at his heart. There are really Hydra agents in S.H.I.E.L.D.? Natasha asked, ignoring the change in Coulson's expression. She drew a deep breath and pressed for an answer. That's right. But weren't they already destroyed? You only took down Red Skull. He was just one head of Hydra. Hydra has a saying, cut off one head, and two more will take its place. Taking out a leader isn't enough. Only by destroying the entire organization can Hydra be truly wiped out. With that, Liu Yi revealed what could well be considered one of Hydra's greatest secrets, indifferent to whether Natasha or Coulson had the capacity to absorb or accept it. Do you know how they infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D.? Or when it happened? Coulson couldn't help but ask. At the end of the Second World War, when the then leader of Hydra, Red Skull, was taken down by Captain America, the Allies and the Howling Commandos destroyed Hydra's last stronghold. Afterwards, S.H.I.E.L.D. was founded by Captain America's girlfriend, Carter, and Howard Stark, working together. And then, Coulson, perhaps finding Liu Yi's pace a bit too slow, prompted him to continue. Then, in the early days of S.H.I.E.L.D., they desperately needed scientists to help build the organization. So, that's when Hydra's people slipped in. Natasha couldn't help but interject. Exactly. Hearing Liu Yi's confirmation, both Natasha and Coulson felt a chill run down their spines. They'd known Hydra could have infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. long ago, but never imagined it went this far, that Hydra agents had gotten in right at the very founding of S.H.I.E.L.D. No wonder S.H.I.E.L.D. had never detected Hydra's resurgence. No wonder there was never any trace of Hydra left to find. It turned out they had already become one with S.H.I.E.L.D., two sides of the same coin. All these years, Hydra had been growing stronger by borrowing S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power. Liu Yi chose just the right moment to explain more about Hydra's actions, helping them understand the depth of the situation. Those scientists who surrendered to S.H.I.E.L.D. outwardly obeyed S.H.I.E.L.D., but their hearts still belonged to Hydra. After enduring the hardest times and winning S.H.I.E.L.D.'s trust, they began to quietly search for new recruits, bringing them in one by one. That's how Hydra took root within S.H.I.E.L.D., spreading their influence, drawing on S.H.I.E.L.D.'s resources, gathering international support, and growing ever stronger. How do you know so much? Natasha voiced her suspicion. It was one thing for Liu Yi to know there were Hydra agents within S.H.I.E.L.D., since with his sharp senses he could uncover that much. But the level of detail Liu Yi seemed to know was unsettling, almost as if he were a member of Hydra himself, and Natasha couldn't help but wonder. S.H.I.E.L.D. needed to keep certain documents off the computers, and so did Hydra. I simply found a high-ranking Hydra operative, followed him to where such information is stored, and happened to see some redacted files. So what else do you know? Do you have a list of Hydra's members? No, I don't. I haven't bothered with that. And besides, I never saw a list. Hydra works one-to-one in their contacts. I don't have time to care about your endless messes, so naturally I haven't obtained anything relating to their roster. Coulson was silent for a long moment before asking, are either of us Hydra agents? Even though Coulson felt certain Natasha didn't belong to Hydra, it was still just a hunch, and hunches weren't proof. That doubt always lingered, just as Natasha now harbored suspicions about him. Yes, that's right. Natasha had started to doubt Coulson. Since Hydra had hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, it meant anyone, Nick Fury, Coulson, anyone, could be a part of Hydra. She began to doubt her previous judgments and naturally couldn't help but suspect Coulson as well. Her body tensed up instantly, ready to launch an attack on him at any moment. However, when Natasha heard Coulson's question, she actually relaxed a little. Under normal circumstances, if Coulson were really with Hydra, he absolutely wouldn't have asked that. Relax. Neither of you are with Hydra. You are both loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D. At these words from Liu Yi, Natasha's body visibly eased, and Coulson also withdrew his hand from his holster. You couldn't blame them for being on edge. Everything happening now was simply too bizarre. They didn't dare trust anyone within S.H.I.E.L.D. lightly anymore, not even each other after just having completed a mission together. With the misunderstanding resolved, Natasha and Coulson both felt much more at ease. As agents, they understood that what Liu Yi said might not be the absolute truth, but the odds of it being true were far higher than of it being a lie, around 80 or 90% at least. Moreover, they just fought side by side against those suspected to be Hydra agents. The chances that neither of them were with Hydra were now almost 100%. Why did Liu Yi's words carry such weight? While their mutual trust seemed so fragile by comparison, Natasha and Coulson evaluated the situation based on a specific logic. First, Liu Yi had a grudge against Hydra. If Hydra indeed existed, then those people they just fought must have been Hydra agents. That also meant Hydra once coveted something of Liu Yi's. That's a reason for hatred. Given Liu Yi's character, he would never let such a slight go unanswered. Exposing Hydra's presence might simply be his way of using them to wipe out his enemies. With hatred in the mix, Liu Yi would never tolerate the presence of Hydra agents around him. If any appeared, they'd surely be doomed. It was almost beyond doubt. Second, apart from this animosity, Liu Yi was essentially an outsider. Yet he possessed intelligence on both of them. When are people at their most genuine? That's right, when they let their guard down. Lu Yi's enhanced senses of sight and hearing were extraordinary, impossible to detect. They had never noticed anything amiss before, which meant Lu Yi had likely observed them during their most unguarded moments, those rare times when their true selves showed through. No one could be on alert day and night, all year round. Sooner or later, everyone lets their guard down. Even top agents like them aren't immune. When it happens, their true nature inevitably reveals itself. Coulson understood this perfectly, and so did Natasha. As for the third reason, it's because they're agents, top-tier agents at that. The more elite the agent, the better they are at deception. Mutual trust does exist, but it is never their cornerstone. These people are always prepared to betray and be betrayed. If trust truly mattered as much as people believed, if it were really so dependable, then the Hydra moles within S.H.I.E.L.D. would have been exposed long ago. Real trust is built on knowing everything about each other, without secrets. These three factors made Lu Yi's words far outweigh the value of trust among themselves. They were actually more inclined to believe whatever he said. Because they trusted Lu Yi, Coulson turned to him and said, "Can you help us identify more people who are truly loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D.? S.H.I.E.L.D. had become Hydra's stronghold. They couldn't tell who was truly S.H.I.E.L.D. and who had pledged themselves to Hydra. All they could rely on now was each other, making it impossible to organize any sort of internal purge. The idea of just two people confronting Hydra within S.H.I.E.L.D. was sheer fantasy. For all they knew, as soon as they took action, they might be labeled traitors themselves within a heartbeat. Public opinion is a powerful thing. When enough people believe in something, it becomes the truth. To effectively cleanse S.H.I.E.L.D. from within, they needed allies, others just as loyal to the organization as themselves. "That won't be a problem," Lu Yi replied without hesitation, clearly aware of the situation. He didn't reject the request. After all, Hydra was a tightly woven network. Without Lu Yi's help, it was nothing short of a wild dream to imagine they could destroy Hydra with just the two of them. Coulson hadn't expected Lu Yi to consider so much, and at Lu Yi's agreement, a barely concealed spark of hope lit up his eyes. Finally, a glimmer of hope. "Then who can we count on? Who's truly loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D.? After calming himself, Coulson pressed on. "First of all, your chief of operations is one of those you can trust. There's no need for any doubt there." Coulson and Natasha exchanged a brief nod, acknowledging that this was indeed the case. Though Hydra had hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. for so long, certainly with the help of some people high up, the two unspokenly agreed that Nick Fury wasn't one of them. On the one hand, Nick Fury had earned people's trust. On the other, he simply didn't fit the profile of a Hydra agent. For if Nick Fury truly were Hydra, they wouldn't have been blindsided when they found the Darkhold. The book would have vanished, or perhaps the entire operation would never have been theirs to begin with. Then there's a woman named Hill. She's not with Hydra, either. Hill, Nick Fury's right-hand woman. Not being a Hydra agent is hardly surprising. After all, if Nick Fury himself isn't with Hydra, then naturally his closest ally shouldn't be one either. In the end, it's certain that Hawkeye and Captain America aren't Hydra. Hawkeye remains under consideration. But as for Captain America, there's no doubt about it. Everyone knows he once destroyed Hydra. So it makes perfect sense to Natasha and Coulson that he's not one of them. That covered everyone Lu Yi helped them to confirm, a total of 4 people. 4, hardly a large number. But the quality of these 4 is impressive. 2 assault specialists, a big boss, and a strategic mastermind. Working together, they could yield unpredictable results. Natasha and Coulson couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Hydra is formidable, no doubt about it. So here's what we'll do. I'll give you 2 leads and a point of caution, Lu Yi offered. "What leads?" Natasha asked urgently. Since Lu Yi said this, it was clear he wasn't speaking at random. These leads had to be crucial. Within S.H.I.E.L.D., the Hydra agents have a dedicated liaison. This person can provide you with the names of other Hydra members. There's also a high-ranking figure within Hydra who can help you dismantle the organization quickly. These are your 2 leads. And the point of caution? Captain America. Captain America? Didn't you just say Captain America is loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D.? Why should we be cautious of him? Is there something wrong with him? Coulson asked anxiously. He was a die-hard Captain America fan, and the moment Cap's name came up, he couldn't help but react protectively. There's no need to get worked up. Captain America is absolutely loyal to S.H.I.E.L.D., Lu Yi said with a hint of amusement as he watched the agitated Coulson. The power of an idol is truly something to behold. Still, if Coulson ever found out that Captain America was once controlled by Red Skull and ended up switching sides, one could only imagine his reaction. Of course, that was all yet to happen. For now, Captain America was still the naive, hopelessly optimistic fool who saw good in everything. And that's not just Lu Yi's personal view. Countless Marvel Comics fans would say the same, even though Captain America once ran 4-star. Unbelievable, isn't it? It's true. He really did run, and he was hugely popular. As for how it ended, well, that goes without saying. He is an excellent soldier, no doubt, but he's no politician. He's far too naive, forever unsuited for this position, and even less fit to express his opinions at certain crucial moments. Just as what Liu Yi was about to say next would illustrate. So why do you want us to pay attention to Captain America? Natasha asked, confused. Natasha, ever shrewd, chose not to ask how Liu Yi knew that Captain America had already been found and brought back to life. This might be classified information for others, but for Liu Yi, it was hardly a secret at all. Natasha was by no means a fangirl of Captain America. She was rational, pragmatic. What really intrigued her was why Liu Yi had suggested they should keep a close watch on Captain America. Captain America, he truly is quite a remarkable soldier, I have to admit. He's accomplished a great deal. But one thing about him will always be undeniable. He's simply too naive, so naive, in fact, that it can be downright exasperating. And what does that have to do with why we need to keep an eye on him? It has everything to do with it. With someone as naive as him, the moment he realizes how deeply S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated, he'll see S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra as practically indistinguishable. He'll believe the essence of S.H.I.E.L.D. has changed, and under his influence, the organization will be steered straight toward destruction. Captain America possesses a powerful charisma. He influences those around him without even trying. When S.H.I.E.L.D. fell in the story, he played an enormous role. Now, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s demise might look appealing from a distance, but it goes completely against Liu Yi's interests. It was one thing for S.H.I.E.L.D. to fall in the storyline. Right now, that certainly wouldn't do. So he decided it was best to set up some precautions in advance. Though S.H.I.E.L.D. might seem hypocritical, always playing games with Liu Yi, it was precisely this duplicity in these games that he needed. His current situation, free from surveillance, with no pesky meddlers interrupting his life, owed much to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s existence. Imagine, if S.H.I.E.L.D. collapsed and Nick Fury faked his death, this kind of life would vanish overnight. Of course, that wouldn't be the end of the world. Liu Yi could simply go on a rampage, carving a path of destruction so dreadful that every nation across the globe would tremble before him. They no longer dare to speak against him, let alone act. But that relative calm and peace would be gone, and the whole world would likely descend into turmoil. Ruling everything was never Liu Yi's ambition. He wanted strength, and above all, to enjoy life. If the world truly fell into chaos, who could say whether that enjoyment would still be possible? Over in a possible future timeline of the DC universe, there had been such a scenario. Superman, devastated by a major blow, went mad. The whole world suffered as he rallied a vast multitude and nearly ruled over everything, leaving nothing but wreckage in his wake. But at that moment, Superman felt no joy. His heart was filled with nothing but rage. Clearly, ruling the world and turning it into one's own hunting ground isn't as wonderful as it might seem. Liu Yi, for his part, never even considered world domination. It struck him as meaningless. On the contrary, what he truly desired was to enjoy the fullness of life that the world had to offer, appreciating its wholeness. In the midst of all this, testing his strength against powerful foes and growing stronger with each encounter. Now, that was the real thrill. Compared to plunging the world into chaos for the sake of control, this was infinitely more satisfying. That was why Liu Yi insisted on preserving S.H.I.E.L.D. He feared that without the buffer provided by S.H.I.E.L.D., he might give in to his impulses and wipe out anyone who dared provoke him. Nick Fury had always been a shrewd man. With him at the helm of S.H.I.E.L.D., the organization served as a necessary counterbalance. And that was a good thing as far as Liu Yi was concerned. I remember what you said about that problem, Natasha replied. She had no idea what Liu Yi's plans were, but she truly took his words to heart. She hadn't met Captain America personally, but from her conversations with Coulson, she'd learned a thing or two about him. He really was astonishingly naive. Liu Yi hadn't exaggerated in the slightest about that. For the sake of S.H.I.E.L.D., she had to keep that firmly in mind. Coulson, for his part, felt slightly uneasy, but he also knew well enough the kind of person his idol was. Even without making any formal promises, he made a mental note of Liu Yi's warning. By the way, you said there were 2 breakthroughs, 2 people. Who exactly are they? Natasha suddenly asked, as if struck by a thought. Alexander Pierce. What? Liu Yi had barely spoken the name when both Natasha and Coulson blurted out their exclamations in perfect unison. Alexander Pierce, former senior executive of S.H.I.E.L.D., the very person who had promoted Nick Fury to his current post, and all this time, he'd been one of Hydra's own. This revelation completely upended everything they thought they knew. No matter how composed they usually were, they couldn't help but cry out. It was just too incredible to believe. Don't overthink it. Yes, it's the Alexander Pierce, Lou, he confirmed. Can we not talk about this? Shouldn't we be more serious right now? Still, if this really was the truth, it did explain how Hydra had managed to escape Nick Fury's detection for so long. Nick Fury wasn't easy to fool. In fact, it should be nearly impossible. If there weren't a heavy hitter like that lurking within, S.H.I.E.L.D. would have uncovered Hydra's trail a long time ago. All right, that's one name locked in. Who's the other? Coulson quickly regained his composure and pressed Lou E for the second name. The last one looked a bit like Nick Fury. Both of them were bald, but while one looked like a plain boiled egg, the other was more like a richly marinated tea egg. A safe house. Every elite agent has one. It's a place stocked with everything he or she might need. A new identity, passports, and all the essentials. For an agent, it's the final line of defense. Ordinarily, no one else is allowed to know about a safe house. It is supposed to be a secret known only to its owner, a last resort to be used if all else fails. But tonight, Nick Fury, top dog at S.H.I.E.L.D. and kingpin of the clandestine world, chose to break those very rules. In the dead of night, he brought Coulson and Natasha, who had just come from Liu Yi's house, to one of his own safe houses. He completely, and very deliberately, chose to ignore the rule that a safe house should never be exposed. That's the situation, Director, Coulson said respectfully, standing in front of Nick Fury. After getting the information they needed from Liu Yi's home, Coulson and Natasha hadn't wasted a moment. They had come straight here, breaking into Fury's residence through secretive means. This wasn't something they'd wanted to do. Breaking into your direct superior's home was both reckless and, frankly, downright rude. Such a move could easily end up on your boss's grudge list, and who knows when that might come back to haunt you. But this matter was urgent. With S.H.I.E.L.D. itself not entirely safe, they had no choice but to bypass every protocol and make their way directly to Nick Fury's door, unannounced and uninvited. It sounded simple, but the reality was anything but. After all, Nick Fury was no ordinary agent. His home wasn't that easy to get into. They were discovered almost immediately, and for a tense moment, they very nearly lost their lives at Fury's hands. Fortunately, Fury realized who they were before pulling the trigger. The encounter was more dramatic than they'd planned, but in the end, things worked out. Nick Fury trusted them both, and after listening to their plea about the urgency of the situation, he decided to bring them to this secret safe house. Here, Coulson laid everything he knew before Fury. Well, almost everything. Why not everything? Well, that was for Fury's own peace of mind. To avoid making their boss any angrier, and potentially taking it out on their paychecks, Coulson tactfully omitted one detail. The fact that Liu had compared Fury to a marinated tea egg. As much as he hated to admit it, there really was a resemblance. After giving his full report, Coulson couldn't help but eye Fury's shining bald head. He started thinking absent-mindedly, and even felt a little hungry. For some reason, the thought of marinated tea eggs popped into his mind. After all, they really were delicious. Are you sure everything you just said is what you actually heard from Liu E? Nick Fury shot a strange look at Coulson, who for some reason kept glancing at the top of his head, and then spoke with grave seriousness. The situation was simply too critical. Fury's attention was wholly absorbed by the matter at hand, leaving him no time at all to dwell on what Coulson might be thinking. I'm sure. And what about you, Natasha? Are you sure as well? I'm certain too. Hearing his two most trusted subordinates give the same answer, combined with suspicions he'd uncovered earlier, Nick Fury found it impossible not to believe. In truth, he'd been investigating for some time, trying to find out where things might have gone wrong. He started the search with his own people, wanting to see if there was anyone compromised, or if he made an error at some point himself. What he discovered, however, wasn't the specific weakness he'd anticipated. Instead, he found that some people close to him had their own secrets. It wasn't that these people were traitors or had leaked information, but he discovered two individuals in his circle who had a subtle, mysterious connection. Driven by a spy's curiosity, he began to look into this secret bond. But before he could get to the bottom of it, an unfortunate accident occurred. The two agents in question died in the field, killed during an assignment. He'd seen the bodies himself. It was a grisly sight. With them dead, there was no point digging any further. Plus, both agents had perished in the line of duty. At the very brink of death, they'd still managed to pass on intelligence. Such professionalism and dedication made them model agents. Eventually, Fury let go of his doubts. Over time, he nearly forgot about the two agents altogether. But now, with Coulson and Natasha telling him everything that was happening, those old memories about the fallen agents resurfaced in Fury's mind. When he reconsidered everything he knew in light of the agents' mysterious deaths, he realized that things might not have been as straightforward as he once imagined. There had to be something bigger at play, something very wrong. If those two agents had actually been Hydra operatives, and if their deaths weren't accidents but deliberate acts, then it was truly chilling. That would mean the Hydra infiltrators had managed to blind his eyes and deafen his ears. He was stranded, unable to see or hear the danger around him. As this thought dawned on him, Fury's face changed dramatically. Director, if it all turns out to be true, we still have a fighting chance. There are many in S.H.I.E.L.D. still loyal to the organization. If we use these people wisely, we have a real chance to turn everything around. Hydra may not be able to stir up the kind of storm they're imagining. Coulson watched the subtle changes in Nick Fury's expression. Well, truth be told, he couldn't actually see them, just a patch of utter darkness. But none of that mattered. What mattered was that, right now, Nick needed encouragement. He was the big boss. If he crumbled, it would be disastrous for everyone. You don't have to comfort me. I'm not going to fall apart that easily, Fury said, his voice steady, though tinged with disbelief. It's just hard to accept. I never imagined S.H.I.E.L.D. under my command could have rotted like this, and I had no inkling at all. This isn't your fault. Things were already like this before you took over. Director, you've done a great job, really. A great job? Maybe so. Fury let out a bitter chuckle, the shadow of self-mockery in his tone, before resolve once more hardened his features. Natasha, Coulson, S.H.I.E.L.D. may be on the brink of a monumental crisis. I'm ordering you two to dig into this covertly. Find the evidence. Root out the Hydra agents. Leave no stone unturned. Yes, Director. In the end, I guess I just can't fully trust anyone, can I? Louis listened quietly to the exchange between Nick Fury, Natasha, and Coulson, unable to keep a sigh from escaping him. But after a moment of reflection, Louis decided not to dwell on it any longer. There was no need. The truth would soon reveal itself as their investigation unfolded, and all he had said would be proven. Turning away, Louis resumed work on constructing his magical furnace. The night passed in tranquil silence. When dawn broke the next day, the sun rose above the dome of the sky, pouring down countless rays of light, banishing night from the grassy expanse within Louis's home, drawing back the curtain of darkness and bathing everything in brilliance once again. Beneath this radiant light, Louis stood adorned in dazzling, golden divine armor. His sharp, chiseled features seemed almost otherworldly in the sunrise, imbued with an untouchable holiness, as if he alone remained in all the world, a solitary, eternal being. The 23rd node, connection complete. A slightly surprised voice broke the silence, shattering the illusion of eternity with a single phrase and reducing the godlike figure to mere mortal once more. Yet Louis was unperturbed. After all, these were only illusions, false, fleeting visions with nothing worth clinging to. Sometimes it was better to break them. What he truly sought was real eternity, real substance. Not a mirage, however beautiful. With the 23rd node now linked, my magic recovers 10 times faster than before. Maybe I can't wield any lost magics yet, but ordinary spells are well within my grasp. Louis couldn't hold back a burst of delighted laughter. A tenfold increase in magic regeneration. This was no small boost. Louis' stamina had improved by leaps and bounds, and now he no longer needed to worry about running out of magical energy in the thick of things. With magic now recovering at 10 times its previous speed, Louis could quickly replenish his power in a short span of time. Who was it this time? Louis, who had been smiling, suddenly let the expression fade from his face. His gaze shifted from the grassy plain to the door. The magical array had just been triggered again. At first, he thought it might be either Coulson or Natasha, but when he caught sight of the sneaky figure outside, Louis immediately dismissed that possibility. To begin with, the person beyond the door had a completely different build from Natasha or Coulson. Judging by the frame, it appeared to be an unfamiliar woman, and from the looks of it, she'd a rather attractive figure too. Secondly, the way she tried to hide herself, as well as her awkward movements, were nothing like those of a trained agent. Instead, she seemed like a regular person who'd picked up a few questionable skills from who knows where, uncoordinated and painfully obvious. Most telling of all, her furtive gestures made it clear she was up to no good, as if afraid that her mischief wouldn't be noticed. Taking all these clues together, Louis ruled out the idea that she was either Natasha or Coulson, or even a professional agent at all. Clearly, just an ordinary woman, one without the slightest bit of training. Faced with someone like this, Louis could only respond with a wry chuckle. Was every stray cat and dog now showing up at his door? Did they all think he was that easygoing? Throwing a quick glance at the woman lingering outside, Louis quietly willed the door open. With a thought, he took control and made her body float toward him. A shrill scream instantly rang out through every corner of Louis's house. Thanks to the magical extension charm, the place was much larger now. Still, the scream managed to echo through every nook and cranny. Yuriko, resting in her room, heard it at once. Instinctively, she leapt out of bed like a startled wildcat, claws extended, ready to attack. At the time, Yuriko was clad in a delicate lace nightgown. The sudden fright left her no chance to change. Her nightwear revealed a generous glimpse of her graceful figure. Alas, this lovely scene went completely unseen, so Yuriko felt not a trace of embarrassment. She maintained her defensive stance a moment longer, but then realization dawned and she retracted her claws. Her animal instincts told her there was no real danger here. It must be her master, Lu Yi, disciplining someone. At that, she lost interest. Still, the incident left Yuriko wide awake. Rubbing the sleep from her eyes, she began her morning routine, preparing herself to serve Lu Yi. Meanwhile, as Yuriko washed up and prepared for the day, Sky, the root cause of all this commotion, stood trembling with regret. Never in her life had she felt so genuinely exasperated with her own meddlesome hands. It would have been so much easier just to keep investigating S.H.I.E.L.D. like usual. Why did she have to give in to the urge and click on a piece of news? If that were all, it wouldn't be so bad, but why did she then have to let her curiosity get the better of her and come here to see for herself? Now look at the mess she'd gotten herself into. It was as if her doom had truly arrived. Until yesterday, Sky had been digging into S.H.I.E.L.D., searching for the truth hidden behind their veil of secrecy and scouring for any news about her parents. But yesterday, a mysterious incident popped up on her computer. On a street in America, a house number had inexplicably vanished into thin air. Driven both by curiosity and her thirst for investigating the strange and unexplained, she put her world-class hacking skills to use, tracking down the location of the vanished house number. As the saying goes, hard work pays off. After more than 10 minutes of effort, she managed to uncover the precise address where the building once stood. Then, she set out at the crack of dawn in her car, her only home and means of transport, to investigate further. Little did she expect that as soon as she began her research, not that she'd made any progress, she'd barely even taken a proper look, she was pulled away by some invisible force, whisked away to the middle of a grassland, helplessly floating in front of a figure whose face twisted into a terrifying grin. She had no idea what on earth was happening, but she could sense beyond a shadow of a doubt that she was in serious trouble, and today, she just might die here and now. Oh God, the thought nearly made her faint. She still hadn't found her parents, hadn't uncovered her own origins. She didn't want to die yet. As Sky stood there, immersed in self-pity and despair, Lu Yi, on the other hand, was utterly baffled. Was he really that frightening? He hadn't even said a word, yet she already seemed so paralyzed with fear. If you're going to kill me, then just do it. I will never give in. Sky suddenly declared. Never give in? What exactly am I trying to force you to do? Lu Yi stared at Sky, speechless. She was certainly beautiful, with a striking figure, her mixed heritage giving her both delicate Eastern skin and the curvaceous build characteristic of the West. But was something wrong with her mentally? He hadn't even said anything yet. A side note, Lu Yi hadn't immediately realized that this was Sky, the very same Sky from the S.H.I.E.L.D. agent's ranks. The world was a big place, and these days, people of mixed heritage were hardly rare. How could he know, just by looking, that this mixed-race woman was actually Sky, the seismic-powered agent from S.H.I.E.L.D.? It wasn't like Lu Yi made a habit to read people's minds whenever he met someone new. What exactly am I trying to make you submit to? Don't make me out to be the villain here. In fact, if we're being honest, you're the one who's actually playing the role of the bad guy today, aren't you? Am I right, little thief? Lu Yi said calmly, fixing his gaze on Sky. What thief? What are you talking about? I don't understand. Even though she was now completely at his mercy, Sky still refused to give up hope for survival. She flatly denied all of Lu Yi's accusations. You don't understand? Oh, you understand very well. If you can't handle tough jobs, you shouldn't take them. You haven't even unlocked the basic stealth skills, yet you insist on pretending to be an expert. Who exactly are you putting on this performance for? At these words, a flush of embarrassment crept across Sky's face, but her mouth remained stubborn. I have no idea what you're talking about. I just happened to walk by, and then you dragged me over here. Watching Sky adamantly refuse to admit anything, Lu Yi couldn't help but chuckle. So this is what they mean by a dead duck still keeps its mouth shut, no matter what. Well, I truly apologize then. Lu Yi rolled his eyes in exasperation. As long as you realize it, then shouldn't you be putting me down already? Sky's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning as she feigned composure. Lu Yi felt as if he'd used up a lifetime supply of eye rolls today. Staring at Sky, he suddenly broke into a mischievous grin. What are you planning to do? Sky asked, face stricken with fear. Lu Yi se malicious grin unsetlet her deeply. With a woman's intuition, she sensed that he had no intention of letting her off easily. I'm not planning anything. Didn't you just say you want to be put down? All right then, down you go. With that, Lu Yi pointed a single finger at Sky. Before she could process what he meant, she suddenly realized that her body was rising higher into the air, lifted by the movement of Lu Yi's finger. "What are you doing?" Sky screamed, barely holding back tears. At this point, she was not yet the future Quake, not a tough S.H.I.E.L.D. agent or Inhuman princess. She was just a helpless little girl, searching for her parents. Her brave front was only a mask. Underneath, she was still vulnerable. "I'm not going to do anything. I'm just letting you down," Lu Yi said. Then, as if he was worried, he asked, "Do you have any heart problems?" "Yes, I have a heart condition," Sky replied desperately, clutching at this last hope like a drowning person grabbing a straw. "So, no heart problems then." Tricking Lu Yi wasn't going to be so easy. With those words, Lu Yi gave Sky no more chances. Meeting her terrified gaze, he abruptly swept his finger downward. That downward motion acted like a signal. Instantly, Sky felt the force that was keeping her suspended in the air reverse direction, sending her plunging toward the grass below, the air filled with the scent of fresh clover. The acceleration, as gravity joined forces with this invisible energy, gave her a gut-wrenching sensation, like a meteor hurtling toward Earth. At this moment, she felt as if the blood in her veins was uncontrollably rushing to her head. Her delicate face flushed scarlet, and her eyes became bloodshot with the strain. The clothes and hairstyle she had spent half an hour perfecting were now completely disheveled by this unforgettable experience. This unintended disorder lent her a messy sort of beauty. If someone could have taken a photo at this instant, and if Sky's expression had been a touch more composed, it would probably have made quite an artistic portrait. But Sky herself was in no mood to consider such things. The overwhelming sense of weightlessness left her unable to think straight. Her mind was completely preoccupied with images of herself plummeting from the sky, shattered into pieces upon hitting the ground. Just as she was about to crash down from midair, splintering apart, Sky was struck by a sudden inspiration and cried out, "Wait, I have something to say." At her words, Lu Yi's fingers paused. Instantly, Sky came to a halt, suspended once more in midair. In that split-second wide swing from frantic motion to complete stillness, Sky couldn't fathom what Lu Yi had done. Strangely enough, she no longer felt any of the previous discomfort. Even the overwhelming rush of blood seemed to subside considerably. "Speak," Lu Yi commanded. "I'm not an ordinary person," Sky blurted out. "Oh really?" Lu Yi looked at her, skepticism written all over his face. She really did seem, aside from being rather pretty and well-built, just like any average person Lu Yi had ever known. In his eyes, she was ordinary through and through. The look in Lu Yi's eyes made Sky feel thoroughly insulted, so she insisted righteously, as though it were the absolute truth, "I am an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Come again." Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise. "You claim to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Do you realize agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. are forbidden from exposing their identities on assignment? And that junior agents don't even have clearance to know about people like me?" Lu Yi had met a fair few oddballs in his time, but this really took the cake. It seemed there was no limit to eccentricity. Someone had actually dared to impersonate a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and even boldly admitted it right to his face. "A S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, huh? My apologies. So, what business does an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. have with me?" Lu Yi played along, choosing not to expose her ruse right away. Seeing this, Sky truly believed she had deceived him. She breathed a silent sigh of relief and met Lu Yi's gaze, answering confidently, "Well, since you know of S.H.I.E.L.D., let me tell you. This time, I'm acting under direct orders to investigate this supernatural incident." She knew this was not the moment for hesitation. Never mind the lack of real authority. She had to appear full of confidence. Only by cloaking herself in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mantle could she hope to escape detection. Watching Sky seriously weaving her tale, Lu Yi was feeling more amused than annoyed. There were so many holes in her story, he couldn't even be bothered to point them out. No one really knew where she found the nerve to impersonate an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. But come to think of it, how did an ordinary person like her even know about S.H.I.E.L.D.? This in itself made Lu Yi a little curious about her. "I haven't even asked her name yet," Lu Yi said as he looked at her. "Sky," she replied after a moment's hesitation. After all, she wasn't truly a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and her lack of confidence showed in her wary response to Lu Yi's questioning. In her mind, since Lu Yi clearly knew about S.H.I.E.L.D., he must also be familiar with certain details about the organization. While her name itself might not matter, if Lu Yi started probing for more information based on her name, with her patchy knowledge of S.H.I.E.L.D., she would never be able to keep up the act. This filled her with an acute sense of anxiety. But Lu Yi didn't seem to care about her unease. The moment she spoke her name, realization dawned on him. So this was who Sky really was. And honestly, he was at a loss for words. He recalled how, as an agent in training, she once impersonated a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent to save Coulson. Now, for the sake of saving herself, she was pretending to be one yet again. Impersonating a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent really did seem to be her go-to move, one that she could pull off again and again. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Lu Yi's face took on a thoughtful expression. "You trying to fool me? Very well. Let's see how you handle a little trickery in return." "Sky? That name sounds familiar. I think it's from a classified S.H.I.E.L.D. file," Lu Yi said, feigning nonchalance. Sky couldn't help but shudder, her mind now echoing only the last line Lu Yi had uttered. Although she didn't know her own origins in detail, she was well aware that her background traced back to S.H.I.E.L.D. The organization had paid a steep price for her when she was just a child. Forcing herself to stay calm, Sky glanced at Lu Yi. After a brief hesitation, she asked, "Are you with S.H.I.E.L.D. too?" "Me? No, I'm not. I've just seen some of their files, and I remember yours being among them. If you really are the Sky described in those documents, then tell me what those files say. Let me listen and see if that's really me," Sky said, trying hard to suppress the flood of emotions rising in her chest. Years of longing had finally found a glimmer of hope today. Even as she struggled to control herself, her trembling shoulders betrayed the excitement she felt within. Seeing her shake with emotion, tears already gathering in her eyes, Lu Yi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. She really was a pitiful soul. From childhood to adulthood, never once seeing her real parents, yet always clinging to the hope of reunion. The depth of that longing was not something others could easily understand. Lu Yi, too, was not immune to compassion for someone so gentle and yearning. Watching Sky, who was doing her best to put on a brave face, hoping to get the answer she desperately wanted from him, Lu Yi lost any desire to tease her. "There isn't much in there. It's basically just some reports about your early childhood, how S.H.I.E.L.D. rescued you, and that quite a few people died in the process. Other than that, everything else has been redacted, blacked out completely." Lu Yi really was telling the truth. The paper files contained scant details, and anything more substantial existed either in Nick Fury's mind or on a computer so heavily guarded it might as well be locked behind stone walls. "I see." Sky couldn't hide her disappointment. Her gaze grew dim, and a profound sadness washed over her features, laid bare for anyone to see. "You really don't need to be so disheartened," Lu Yi consoled her. "I may not know what S.H.I.E.L.D. redacted, but I do know a few things about you. Things they didn't include." "You know things about me?" Sky lifted her head in surprise, her eyes wide and searching Lu Yi's face. Her emotions swung as wildly as a roller coaster. Having tumbled into disappointment once more, she suddenly found herself facing a new flicker of hope. Unable to restrain herself, she grabbed Lu Yi's arm, gripping it tight as she pressed, her voice tense. "Are you sure you really know?" At this moment, upsetting Lu Yi was the last thing on her mind. She clung to his hands with all the strength she had left, desperate. "I'm sure." To Lu Yi, Sky's strength was barely noticeable, a mere tickle. He paid no mind and let her grip him as tightly as she needed. "So, what do you know?" "Plenty. Your origins, your parents' identities, and more." "Why do you know so much?" Sky wanted to ask, but in the end, she held back. Everyone had secrets. She had hers. Well, why did she have to press him for his? Right now, all she wanted was to finally learn the truth about herself, about her parents. "Please, you have to tell me. I wouldn't bring it up if I wasn't going to, but before I do, I need to test your ability to handle the truth." "Handle the truth? Wait, are my parents dead?" "Who said that? Your parents are both alive and well. It's just that your background is a bit unusual." As he spoke, Lu Yi fixed Sky with a look, eyes full of odd meaning. On the outside, she might look human, but deep down, she was only half. Years of self-understanding shattered in an instant. Realizing she was not fully human, just like the mutants, was a devastating blow. Yes, inhumans like mutants have become something else entirely. Yet there are so many people who don't want this kind of power. Otherwise, why would so many want to become ordinary when the cure appeared in the third X-Men movie? Right now, Lu Yi was extremely curious about how Sky would react upon hearing that he wasn't a pure human. He remembered how anxious she had been when her own powers awakened, tense to the point of near despair, almost unable to accept the truth. And back then, she was nothing like she was now. The present Sky was fragile, vulnerable in a way he'd never seen before. "I really don't think anything could be worse than this. Just tell me. I'm sure I can handle it," she said. In Sky's eyes, the most dramatic twist she could imagine about her background was just some melodrama. She could never have imagined the reality, that she was half alien. Earlier, the villagers who had mocked the Queen Mother of the West immediately fell silent, despite frequent quarrels and outright shouting in daily life. When trouble came to someone's door, no one hesitated to help. The village chief looked at Wang Xia with deep concern. "Girl, what's happened to you? Aren't you supposed to know medicine?" Wang Xia's voice was barely more than a whisper, every breath labored. It's just an old problem. Whenever I'm under the weather, my stomach acts up, but today the pain is worse than ever. I just wanted to ask for leave to see a doctor. As she finished, she forced a bitter smile. It's all just rumors. I don't know any real medicine, just a few old remedies. The village chief looked conflicted. If it were a private request for leave, he would have quietly approved it without fuss. While he hesitated, clusters of villagers began to murmur support. Chief, just let the girl go to the hospital. Can't you see how much pain she's in? The chief let out an inaudible sigh of relief. Though he kept his face stern, there was a note of gentle concern in his voice. You should definitely go get checked at the hospital. If this keeps happening, you'd better go to the county hospital. I'll approve a day off. Before Wang Xia could voice her thanks, her mother anxiously chimed in, I'll take my daughter. But before she could finish, Wang Xia quickly grabbed her arm and shook her head gently. The chief's gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Wang Xia's mother. The pressure was almost tangible, causing her heart to race. He turned to Wang Xia, his tone softening, and asked, Are you sure you can go to the hospital by yourself? Her mother kept throwing meaningful glances at her, but Wang Xia ignored them all, instead nodding to the chief. I'll be fine on my own. Thank you all so much. Her grateful eyes swept across the villagers who had spoken up for her. When the crowd dispersed, her mother glowered at her in frustration. You reckless girl, why would you say such a thing? Ma, didn't you see Aunt Lou from next door staring at you the whole time? You two never get along. If I'd said you were going with me, she might have riled up the others to keep me from going to the hospital. That can't be, muttered the Wang mother, pondering what Wang Xia had said. Though she denied it verbally, her face betrayed a swirl of disbelief and surprise. Clearly, she'd taken the words to heart. Luckily, it was the busy farming season, so Wang mother had no choice but to stay behind and couldn't accompany her to the city. Otherwise, they'd risk being found out. With things as they were, Wang mother sighed and looked at Wang Xia with hopeful eyes. You'll go on your own tomorrow, then? You know what to say, right? Our family is counting on you. Wang Xia answered with a clear and lively laugh. Mother, rest assured, if this match falls through, are you really afraid your daughter can't find herself a husband? Just moments before, Wang Xia had put on quite a show. In order to make it more convincing, she pressed hard on her neck, adopting a frail look. Beads of sweat trickled down her temples, and her lips, usually vivid red, now seemed rather pale. Wang mother eyed her suspiciously. You're not actually sick, are you? I'm faking. How's my act? She replied, her voice strong and full. Wang mother shot Wang Xia an approving look, thumping her own chest in relief. You had me fooled. If you really were ill, why would the city folks even want you? There was nothing but a sense of fortune in her words, not a shred of concern for her daughter's health, only worry about fetching a good bride price. From afar, Captain Zhao blew the end-of-work whistle. The golden tide of wheat on the square had been gathered up, and everyone had finished their tasks. At Captain Zhao's command, everyone dispersed. Let's wrap it up here. Work's done for today. The crowd broke apart. Zhao Qingren quietly walked over to Wang Xia's side and whispered, See you there. Since Wang mother was close by, Zhao Qingren didn't say more. He heaved a shovel over his shoulder and headed off. No sooner had Wang Xia arrived home than she heard her father grumbling, jabbing an angry finger at her mother. You fool of a woman, why did the Li family reject us straight out? Weren't we supposed to let both sides take a look? What if things with the city people don't work out? Then we'll end up with neither match. With this reminder from the father, Wang mother grew more anxious, and her gaze toward Wang Xia became scrutinizing. Wang mother's heart wavered. Back at the Zhao house, she'd been carried away by Wang Xia's talk about taking them to live in the city one day, completely ignoring Li Hohat's feelings. Wang Xia gave a soft laugh and replied matter-of-factly, What's the big deal? I'm heading to the city tomorrow anyway. If that doesn't work out, we can always talk to Widow Jiang, who expect her foolish son to land a wife anyway. Father and mother shared a quick glance. Instantly, their worries evaporated. After dinner, the Wang family decided not to linger outside. The long days of farm work had left everyone sore and weary, so they all turned in early. Listening to the heavy breathing from the inner room, Wang Xia tiptoed into her own space and pulled 200 yuan from the newspaper wedged under the table leg. Slipping the money carefully into a pocket of her clothing, Wang Xia stepped lightly into the embrace of the night. The cold, clear light of the moon poured down upon the world. The full moon hung low on the horizon, casting a silvery glow over the clouds beside it. Night had deepened. As Wang Xia made her way along the path, she didn't see another villager. Low, brick-and-tile farmhouses lined the road. Here and there, a few homes flickered with the faint glow of candlelight, but most dwellings were swallowed in darkness. Wang Xia wasn't afraid. She softly hummed a tune as she walked, heading straight for the large banyan tree at the edge of the village. Zhao Qingran was already there, leaning back against the banyan, squatting on the ground. From a distance, He watched as Wang Xia's figure drew near. With the moonlight as her backdrop, his eyes shone, dark and bright. "You're here." Wang Xia nodded, a gentle smile in her voice. "You had to wait for me again." With a quick, upright motion, Zhao Qingran stood up and brushed the dust off his hands, his gaze meeting Wang Xia's. "It's just that I arrived too early." His deep, magnetic voice resonated in the quiet. A sudden, indescribable joy welled up in Wang Xia's heart. The misty moonlight filtered through the banyan's branches, dappled shadows falling over the two of them. "Was there something you wanted to talk to me about?" Seeing Wang Xia lost in thought, Zhao Qingran asked gently, searching her expression. Pulled back to the moment, Wang Xia finally shifted her gaze away from him. A faint blush colored her cheeks, and suddenly the air felt almost too thick to breathe. "Well, I was hoping you could help me." After pausing to find her words, Wang Xia added, "I'm worried my mother will marry me off to a simpleton, so I lied to her. I told her someone from the city is interested in me." Zhao Qingran was silent for a long time before he found his voice again. Suppressing the disappointment in his tone, he tried to sound casual as he asked, "So, you want me to help you find someone from the city?" "Of course not." Wang Xia nearly choked at Zhao Qingran's response, her denial bursting out in shock. A flicker of happiness crossed Zhao Qingran's heart. Remembering their earlier promise, he gathered his scattered thoughts and asked, "Then, does our agreement still stand?" His gaze bore into Wang Xia, a tight, anxious pressure rising within him. Beneath the endless moonlight, it felt as if time itself were about to halt. Wang Xia couldn't help but laugh, a playful glint in her eyes as she looked at Zhao Qingran. "What do you think?" Without a clear answer, Zhao Qingran was awash in a sadness he couldn't name. His voice was muffled as he replied, "Whatever you decide, it's all right." Wang Xia turned away, stepping forward into the moonlight, her tone calm and unreadable. "Then help me find a city fiancé. That's the easiest." The world was utterly quiet beneath the moon. Occasionally, a breeze would pass through, and the tree branches would sway to and fro, as if echoing Zhao Qingran's restless heart. He wasn't sure how he truly felt about Wang Xia. Back when she said she'd marry him, even if it was only a marriage in name, he couldn't help but feel a swell of happiness. Now, hearing her say she wanted to find a city man to marry, the ache inside him was so deep he could hardly breathe. Still, he had no right to stop her from pursuing something better. "Could you maybe—" The words struggled out, but midway through, Zhao Qingran caught himself and hurriedly held his tongue. "What?" Without Zhao Qingran finishing his thought, Wang Xia turned back to look at him. One stood bathed in moonlight, the other shrouded in shadow. Wang Xia couldn't make out the look on Zhao Qingran's face, so she asked again, "What did you say?" "All right, I'll help you find someone from the city." Zhao Qingran brushed aside every unspoken emotion, agreeing to Wang Xia's request without hesitation. A long time had passed since Lu Yi first took Sky in as his maid. Over that period, he'd gotten better and better at guiding her, while Sky, in turn, had grown more and more accustomed to her new role. She still bristled from time to time, but those moments had become rare, now occurring perhaps only once every couple of weeks. It was as if the Daisy Johnson who would one day dazzle the world as quake among SHLD's finest had faded away, replaced instead by an earnest little maid. Lu Yi felt a rush of pride at this transformation. To him, it was truly an accomplishment. In S.H.I.E.L.D., Sky had a level 10 clearance and would go on to become the right hand of Nick Fury and Coulson. She'd later co-found the Secret Warriors with Fury and even serve as their leader. Most importantly, she once held an executive position in the organization. She was clearly destined to be one of the bosses of the story's climax. Yet now Lu Yi had reshaped her into a devoted maid. What greater sense of achievement than that? One day, Lu Yi summoned the demure and attentive Sky to his side. "Sky, you've spent quite some time working as my maid in exchange for information about your parents. Whether your diligence comes from sincerity or calculation, I have been satisfied with your efforts. Now, I intend to tell you how you can find your parents." "Are you serious?" Sky could scarcely believe her ears. Honestly, she found it hard to trust that Lu Yi, the supposed demon, had suddenly grown a conscience. It just wasn't like him at all. "Of course I'm serious. Don't let my usual treatment of you fool you. My strictness is only meant to make you stronger. I'm nothing like what you imagine. Besides, I always keep my promises." To Sky, Lu Yi's explanation sounded self-serving. What was this about caring discipline? Clearly, it was just his twisted sense of humor at work. Still, Sky was too clever to protest. The lessons of the past few days had taught her that, at times like this, restraint was crucial, especially now, when she was so close to finally learning how to find her parents. Lu Yi paid no mind to what Sky was thinking. He simply continued, "Actually, finding your parents isn't complicated at all. All it takes is some help from people higher up. What do you mean? Higher up, Sky asked eagerly. Shield. Shield. Sky blurted out the question before she could stop herself, and the moment she did, a feeling of futility washed over her. Not just for this question, but for all the days she'd spent as a maid lately. The method for finding her parents was right there. Shield. So simple. Did this mean she'd been wasting her time, falling into a trap these past several days? Even with what little she knew, Sky fully understood SHLD's power. If they could keep most of the world's supernatural events under wraps, then helping her find her parents was far from impossible. She'd spent all this time running in circles. The shame of these past few days washed over her, and Sky felt stupidity swelling inside her chest. Unable to contain herself, Sky let loose a frustrated yell, venting the pent-up anger and embarrassment within her. You really shouldn't dwell on it, Lui said comfortingly, standing beside her. It's not as if you haven't gained anything these past days. At the very least, you've polished your maid skills and learned how to bear hardship with patience. But to Sky, Lui's words sounded less like comfort and more like fanning the flames, making her even more frustrated. Sure, I've definitely grown a lot this time. So tell me, does that mean I can finally leave? Sky gritted her teeth, swallowing her anger as she spoke. She swore to herself, if only she could win a fight against Lui, she'd make sure he had a taste of humility. Of course you can go, Lui replied smoothly, but you're still my maid. That much isn't going to change. And why is that? The retort slipped out before Sky could stop it, and the second she spoke, she regretted it deeply. Was she trying to get herself killed? A sharp smack rang out as Lui's wicked hand landed once more on her upturned rear, and her face flushed bright red in an instant. After all these days, this was still the one thing she just couldn't tolerate. No matter what you say, you'll always be my maid. But you can relax. I won't force you to do anything now. Starting today, you're free to act as you wish. Understood. Life is a little like that. When you're powerless to resist, sometimes the best you can do is make peace with it. After all this time with Lui, she had to admit, yes, he was a bit twisted, and he did love to tease her, but overall he hadn't treated her badly. Maybe there was nothing wrong with staying a maid when she really thought about it. The idea startled her. Had she really come to see being Lui's maid as a good thing? Could it be she had a secret fondness for all this punishment? Sky, getting S.H.I.E.L.D. to help you isn't going to be easy. Their resources aren't readily available for helping an ordinary person find her parents. Sky understood this and nodded in agreement. So, if you truly want SLD's help, there are two ways forward. What are they? The first way is to rely on my influence. S.H.I.E.L.D. owes me some favors. If I speak up, they'll feel compelled to help you find your family. And the second is to rely on your own abilities. Your situation at S.H.I.E.L.D. is a bit unique, and with your world-class hacking skills, if you join S.H.I.E.L.D., you could quickly rise through the ranks to become a senior agent. Then, finding your parents would be just a matter of asking. I'll take the second path. I want to rely on myself. Are you sure? Lui asked, sounding a little regretful. Catching the note of disappointment in his voice, Sky immediately rolled her eyes at Lui, as if to say, I knew it would turn out like this. He claims to prefer the slower path, yet he's surprised when she refuses the shortcut. But after everything Sky had been through recently, she understood there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. The more something appears to come at no cost, the more precious it truly is. Being deceived once or twice was enough. There's no need to keep falling for the same trick. Full of confidence, Sky chose to depend on her own ability. Seeing her determination, Lui couldn't help but smile. At this moment, he almost felt bad about hiding the harsh reality from her. The first path was littered with traps, and Sky noticed that. But did she really think the second path was free and clear? Poor Sky was still caught in Lui's snare. Two choices, two different paths. On the surface, neither seemed too bad, but what made all the difference was the meaning behind each, and the unique ways Lui planned to ensnare Sky. The first was to rely on his power. Just as Sky suspected, there was no free meal. If she accepted Lui's help, she'd effectively be selling herself to him for life. The second was to rely on her own strength. This path felt more independent, but was actually more of a trap in disguise. It meant Sky would have to work hard to become a high-ranking agent in S.H.I.E.L.D., maybe even join the organization's leadership. But Sky was Lui's servant. In the end, all her hard work would benefit Lui anyway. The great S.H.I.E.L.D. might one day fall entirely into Lui's hands. Wasn't that an even bigger trap? For now, Lui was simply fishing, but this was no ordinary fish he was after. He was after the biggest catch of all, S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. Lui thought to himself, perhaps in the end, gaining control of S.H.I.E.L.D. would be an excellent outcome indeed. I'm currently on shaky ground with S.H.I.E.L.D. If I help you let S.H.I.E.L.D. find your parents, that's easy. But if I introduce you directly to S.H.I.E.L.D., they'll immediately be on guard against you. So what's your point? My point is, I want to hand you over to S.H.I.E.L.D. How is that any different? There's a huge difference. One way, I help you secure a position as an agent at S.H.I.E.L.D. The other way, I make up a special excuse and deliver you into their hands. If Skye wanted to join S.H.I.E.L.D., she had to clearly distance herself from Liu Yi. Only then could she be trusted and assigned important work. What kind of excuse are you planning to use? I'll say you had ulterior motives, and you even impersonated a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. When did I ever have ulterior motives? Skye thought to herself. Sure, I did pretend to be a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, but that's not the same thing. After a moment of speechlessness, Skye said to Liu Yi, "Isn't that a bit too much?" "It is a bit much, yes, but it doesn't matter. S.H.I.E.L.D. won't care about the details. All you need to do is tell them what you've been up to lately. I'll say that I've grown bored of our arrangement, and then you get delivered to S.H.I.E.L.D. Simple as that." Great. Just fantastic. With this reason, her reputation would be utterly ruined, and S.H.I.E.L.D. probably wouldn't suspect anything further. From now on, she'd be stuck with the label of Liu Yi's maid. Can't we come up with a different excuse? Nope. I already gave this one to S.H.I.E.L.D. So, you planned this from the start. Skye suddenly saw everything clearly. She'd been set up from the very beginning. Liu Yi had already laid all his plans, just waiting for her to step right into his trap. That's right. Too bad, you only now realize it, but it's already too late. S.H.I.E.L.D.'s people are on their way. They're coming. Skye instinctively turned to look toward the door, only to see a middle-aged man with a receding hairline approaching them at a steady pace. He must be the agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. Liu Yi had mentioned. "Coulson, is she really so important to S.H.I.E.L.D. that you had to come in person?" Liu Yi raised his brows and asked in a tone that clearly suggested he already knew the answer. "Honestly, I'm not sure myself. Higher-ups gave me the order. They insisted I come in person." Coulson was still a bit bewildered. He couldn't quite figure out what was so special about this woman in the maid outfit in front of Liu Yi. Even if Liu Yi was involved, it shouldn't warrant his personal appearance. The higher-ups had urged him over and over to avoid letting Liu Yi harm her, to make sure she stayed alive. It seemed Nick Fury was even more anxious about Skye. He'd even told Coulson to put aside the Hydra investigation for now and deal with this matter personally. Coulson tried to ask for the reason, but the reply he received was that his clearance level was insufficient, even though Coulson had earned Nick Fury's trust and now held level 8 security clearance. He still wasn't authorized to know anything about Skye. This fact couldn't help but make him rather surprised. "I don't want to waste words with you. Just take her away." Coulson didn't suspect anything else. He walked over Skye's side and prepared to escort her out, everything proceeding smoothly and without incident. They stepped outside Liu Yi's house. "At last, I'm out." Skye looked up at the sky, and the light seemed especially clear to her, prompting an involuntary sigh of relief. It's not that easy. Even though you just walked out the door, you're still under Liu Yi's control. You're far from free. And Coulson hesitated for a moment. "And what?" "And miss, you're under arrest," Coulson said, meeting Skye's eyes. "What?" Skye only had time to gasp in surprise before she found herself arrested. However, out of respect for Nick Fury, Coulson didn't put handcuffs on her. Instead, he personally escorted Skye toward the jet nearby. Skye was still trying to comprehend what was happening, but she had no choice except to go along quietly. What in the world is going on? Once aboard the aircraft, Skye couldn't help but ask. The world seemed to be changing too quickly. Just moments ago, they'd been having a pleasant conversation, their relationship decent enough, and now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a prisoner. "Even though I'm under orders from upper management to rescue you, they also made it clear that you did impersonate a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and that fact doesn't simply go away. So you must face S.H.I.E.L.D. protocol," Coulson replied. With that, Coulson led Skye to a small room and gestured for her to go inside. What could Skye do? She was no match for Coulson. With a silent sigh at her own misfortune, she walked into the room, resigned to her fate. Given Skye's connections with S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson didn't treat her harshly. He simply confined her to the room, making sure she had decent food and drink. For most people, that would have been unthinkable. Anyone else would have already faced pepper spray, an uncomfortable interrogation chair, and truth serum. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents never showed any mercy during questioning. But Skye had clearance on par with Nick Fury and Natasha, level 10 security. Without that, things would have gone quite differently. This fact alone showed just how important Skye truly was. Liu Yi would no longer need to intervene. S.H.I.E.L.D. would not let someone as vital as Skye slip through their fingers so easily. After all, hadn't she impersonated a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent? Alright then, since you're so eager to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, and given your fate seems so closely tied to S.H.I.E.L.D., from today onward, you are officially part of the team, starting from the very bottom. As for the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, Coulson once started this way, and even now, it's the path he continues to walk. Under Liu Yi's watchful eye, Coulson brought Skye into the fold, recruiting her as one of the most junior members of S.H.I.E.L.D. The reason, just like in the story, is Skye's exceptional hacking skills. So impressive, in fact, that she was marked as a special recruit for S.H.I.E.L.D. Louis couldn't help but feel slightly exasperated. Coulson really does lack originality, using this very excuse in the original plot, and now repeating it word for word. However, as things progress, Coulson certainly makes thorough use of this particular talent. Hasn't Coulson been busy investigating S.H.I.E.L.D. itself lately? And now, with a new, clearly trustworthy recruit like Skye, not a trace of Hydra about her, he'd be a fool not to take full advantage. So Coulson assigned Skye her first mission as an official S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. Use her hacking abilities to covertly break into a few agents' computers, especially those belonging to Alexander Pierce and that bald-headed fellow. Back when she was active on Rising Tide, Skye was already capable of hacking into SHIELD's network. And with Coulson and Nick Fury as her inside contacts, it's all the more effortless now. For a moment, Skye was basking in the limelight. But all of that is yet to come. For now, none of it has happened. Skye still waits anxiously, unsure how S.H.I.E.L.D. will ultimately handle her. Louis withdrew his gaze, pulling his focus back as he once again turned his attention to the construction of his magical furnace. As time passed, Louis became increasingly adept, linking more and more magical nodes with ease. Now, his magical furnace was nearly complete, just one final node needed to be connected. With that last link, the second stage of the furnace's construction would be finished. The framework would finally stand complete. And when that happened, everything was certain to change dramatically. Calming himself, Louis sat at the center of the grasslands and began the final connection for this stage of the magical furnace. A surge of magic erupted from within him, coalescing into a delicate strand of aura. With spiritual focus and sheer will, he attempted to connect that final magical node. A sharp crack split the silence. From deep within, Louis sensed the magic strand snapping in two before the connection could be made. His first attempt had failed. Louis paid no mind to failure. He had failed more times than anyone could imagine. As he connected more and more magical nodes, the difficulty of each connection increased sharply. At any moment now, a misstep could occur. Yet, not once did Louis feel disheartened or preoccupied by defeat. He simply started over, trying again. Snap! A faint sound rang out. Another failure. Unshaken, Louis persisted and launched into yet another attempt. By now, Louis had failed more than a dozen times. At last, on his next try, he came closer than ever to success. The magical thread managed to attach to the final node. At last, he had taken the first step towards true victory. All he needed now was to maintain it, to keep the thread from snapping. The closer he got to the end, the harder the connection became. If the magic thread was too thick, it would disrupt the workings of the entire arcane forge. If too thin, it would snap instantly. At this critical point, Louis had to carefully adjust the thread's thickness as he connected the last node, balancing optimal magic flow while ensuring the thread held together. It was exceedingly difficult, but it had to be done. Drawing upon both his mental and spiritual strength in tandem, Louis meticulously regulated the magic output, constantly fine-tuning the thread's thickness. Sweat, something he hadn't felt in a long time, began to bead and roll down his forehead in heavy drops as his mental and spiritual reserves were drained by this immense effort. He didn't even dare wipe his brow. His concentration was so complete. Even so, as his strength ebbed away, Louis couldn't help but falter. Suddenly, something went wrong with the magic thread. "This is bad." Unable to contain his alarm, Louis cried out. The magical filament showed clear signs of collapse, his energy dangerously depleted and the thread verging on unraveling. Yet he was only a hair's breadth from success. He refused to let this chance slip away. Without a moment's hesitation, Louis marshaled his last reserves of focus and wits, drawing upon both his past failures and this near triumph, uniting them in a single moment of clarity. This, too, was one of the skills he had gained through experience. Thanks to his formidable intellect, in such a crucial instant, he could pair it with this method to achieve the very best control over the thread's thickness. In a split second, Louis identified the precise degree of tightness needed. He didn't hesitate. He held the thread firm at that exact measurement. Though restricted by his condition, magic pouring out unevenly, its strength fluctuating, the best ratio was not necessarily perfect, but it was the finest choice he could make in this moment. The lines that controlled the transformation of magic grew, increasingly suited to the patterns and thicknesses that he'd calculated in his mind. Suddenly, Louis came to a halt. In that last instant, the flow of magic through the nodes and lines became remarkably smooth, a perfect balance, even more flawless than what Louis had previously envisioned. It was perfectly attuned to every aspect of his current state. Now he just needed to persist a moment longer. And once these lines harmonized with all the others, there would be nothing left to impede him. Time ticked by second. Then, a thunderous rumble echoed from within Lu Yi's body. Ethereal blue-violet magic erupted from him in a torrent, forming around him a shifting aura that flickered like flowing flames. Those flames of magic dancing around Lu Yi, the sign of his success. The nodes of the magic furnace had finally linked together. The second step of constructing the magic furnace had not only begun, but had achieved a resounding victory. With the completion of this second step, the rate at which Lu Yi could recover his magic leaped forward in a dramatic transformation. At that very instant, the magic within him surged into activity, unleashed and vibrant. Now that the framework for the magic furnace was set in place, his magic recovery rate instantly soared to 100 times what it had once been, propelling his magical reserves higher and higher with relentless momentum. Some of this newfound magic spilled out of him, turning into a visible cloak of flame at his skin, affecting everything in its vicinity. This was an unexpected delight. Sensing the flood of magic coursing through him, Lu Yi's lips curled into a wide, irrepressible smile of pure joy. Enhancing his magic had never been a simple task compared to raising his physical strength. For that, all Lu Yi needed was to spend some time basking in the sun. What mattered most was that every boost in physical power was a dramatic leap forward. Speed, strength, and defense all surged in tandem. In contrast, improving his magic had always felt weak by comparison. Raising his physical strength was like driving a race car at full speed, but enhancing his magic had been more like a snail inching forward. It wasn't even worth comparing the two. But this time, the surge in magic let Lu Yi experience what it was to have magic soar ahead like a sports car unleashed. By his rough estimate, his magical power had grown at least tenfold this time, an incredible, almost unbelievable leap. The magic furnace was truly marvelous. It was now agitating his magic and elevating his capabilities to new heights. 100 times faster at recovering magic, and my overall magical power is tenfold greater than before. Never mind my physical strength. From magic alone, with where I stand now, I could take on the vast majority of people on Earth. Lu Yi marveled at the changes within him, his tone jubilant. After a good laugh, Lu Yi finally calmed himself. Glancing around at his surroundings, he suddenly reached out and pressed his hand against the grass at his side. In that very instant, a massive magic circle appeared beneath Lu Yi's feet, with him at its center. It radiated a shimmering, cerulean glow, cool and mysterious. Boom! Within the area covered by the magic circle, the very air seemed to warp and bend. Inside its boundaries, the grass was instantly crushed to dust under an invisible force. Within that circle, gravity had increased more than 100-fold. The grass was flattened and ground into powder by the overwhelming weight. Fortunately, there were no other living things or objects within the circle. Otherwise, they would have met the same fate as the grass. Not bad at all, Lu Yi mused. If someone lacking in physical strength happened to stand before me now, well, that would be their tough luck. 100 times normal gravity is no small threat. Few could withstand such a force. As a magic's caster, Lu Yi had nothing to fear, but that didn't mean anyone else could survive in that pressure cooker. Take, for example, the Avengers, the Inhumans, or the mutants. Even among them, few would survive under such force. Not everyone is blessed with a body built to resist a 100-fold increase in gravity. With a wave of his hand, Lu Yi dissipated the magic circle and then began to restore the lawn he had just devastated. He lightly tapped the earth with his toe, summoning a new, emerald-green magic circle where the old one had been. A surge of vibrant life spilled from this fresh circle, and the ground soon teemed with renewed energy. The crushed grass transformed into lusher, richer green. Tiny shoots began breaking through the soil, unfurling and growing with astonishing speed. In less than a second, the once ruined lawn was replaced by soft, fresh blades of grass, rising quickly until they brushed against his ankles. So, this is what advanced world magic can do. Its power really is leagues beyond the magic of lesser worlds, he exclaimed. It said that some of the strongest mages in the world of fairy tale could destroy worlds. That may be an exaggeration. It's unlikely anyone could really shatter an entire world. At best, those so-called mighty ones might destroy a world's surface, but not the world itself. Still, it was testament enough to their strength, especially when it came to spells said to bring about the world's end. What Lu Yi had just used was a simple gravitational formation, one of the most basic spells. He had yet to employ any truly powerful magic. In the world of fairy tale, there were many magic arts far stronger than the basics, dragon-slaying magic, lost magics, black arts. For now, he had only dabbled in the most ordinary magic. Looks like there's endless fun ahead for me. He couldn't help but smirk, his voice tinged with anticipation. After his laugh, he let the magic circle beneath his feet fade, turning his thoughts to finding a test subject to try out his new charms. Things have been quiet lately, he mused. There was supposed to be an X-Men 2 event, but that fell through. Seems like the X-Men storyline has been on pause for a while. The plot of X-Men 2 was supposed to unfold around this time, but with taking out Stryker, the entire storyline collapsed. Without Stryker manipulating mutants to assassinate certain key figures, there simply wouldn't be any X-Men 2 as we know it. Even if he wanted to have a little fun with the plot, there was no chance, and most likely, X-Men 3 would suffer the same fate. With the collapse of X-Men 2's events, the other personality lurking within Jean's mind never broke through Professor X's mental barriers. All of this made it impossible to properly enjoy the unfolding of these stories. Fortunately, this world is more than just the X-Men saga. There are other tales interwoven here. When couldn't rely on the X-Men plotlines, he could turn his attention to others, like, for instance, the storyline of the Avengers. Recently, the Avengers arc seems to be on the verge of taking stage. Soon, there will be a grand battle. Aliens will invade Earth. That'll be a wild spectacle, something truly fun to dive into. Reflecting on the mysterious spatial fluctuations that had suddenly emerged across the globe, felt he'd found a new objective. The catalyst for the Avengers storyline is the Tesseract. Now, as the space fluctuations emanating from the Tesseract grow stronger, even can sense them. Surely, things are about to begin. Now, it was just a matter of waiting for Loki to appear. Once Loki arrived, he could throw himself into the action without worry. He could only hope that day would come soon, even if some people would prefer otherwise, like that Nick Fury fellow. Nick Fury was never one to tolerate peace for long. Despite tracking down problems within his own ranks, he still couldn't resist using the Tesseract in weapons research. Not an ounce of fear in him. The Tesseract is one of the 6 Infinity Stones in the Marvel Universe, also known as the Cosmic Cube. Endowed with the power of space itself, it can open portals, transporting vast armies and weaponry anywhere in the galaxy, igniting interstellar conflicts. During World War II, the Red Skull, leading Hydra, stole it from Castle Tonsberg in Norway, hoping to harness it for unlimited energy and weapon development. After Captain America defeated the Red Skull, the Tesseract fell into the ocean, where it was later discovered by Howard Stark and eventually came into the hands of S.H.I.E.L.D. When Nick Fury witnessed the power of Thor firsthand, he realized a new era of warfare was at hand. Interstellar war was only a matter of time, especially with the looming threat of Here, Liu's threat seemed even greater. Without fully understanding what the Tesseract actually was, Nick Fury handed it over to Dr. Eric Selvig for research, aiming to use it for weapon development. He even named this project, rather foolishly, Phase 2. Only someone suffering from a severe case of naming crisis would choose such a title. But all that aside, what truly mattered was what was about to happen next. While Selvig was researching the Cosmic Cube, Loki managed to use it to open a portal, planning to lead the Chitari army through and launch an assault on New York. Later, Loki did indeed seize the Cosmic Cube, summoning the Chitari army to Earth, which triggered the formation of the Avengers and ignited the Great Battle of New York. Throughout this process, Nick Fury, Thor, and now all played pivotal roles. Thor and acted as tremendous driving forces, while Nick Fury shouldered the burden of coordinating events. The story of these three is inseparable, each one indispensable to the chain of events. Yet if you were to ask which of them played the greatest role, there's no question, it was Although Thor represents the teeming races of the cosmos and the truth that humanity is not the universe's only intelligent life. Although Nick Fury was the architect of the plan, neither was the most crucial element. The most important factor was Without him, the plan would have been far more difficult to succeed. When Nick Fury first presented his proposal to the World Security Council, the members did not approve it right away. Instead, they began deliberating. This was not a decision that could be made in a few sentences. It required vast funding, robust technical support, and careful negotiation over how to divide the spoils afterwards. The council members bickered endlessly, unable to reach any consensus, each one dragging their feet for as long as possible. But all that stalling was shattered when one of the council members spoke up, instantly uniting the room. What did he say? Simple, he brought up He said, "Our weapons couldn't harm because his defenses are extraordinary. Our firepower simply isn't strong enough. If we use the Cosmic Cube to create stronger weapons, everything changes." When he finished, everyone present fell silent. As they pondered his words, their agreement seemed only to deepen. In no time at all, unanimous consent was reached. Without any more wasted time, though they knew the spoils might be hard to share, Liu Yi became the very catalyst that pushed the plan through. Without his presence, there's no telling how long their squabbles would have dragged on. You'd think that was the end of it? Not at all. The council decided that even this wasn't enough. Fearing their efforts might still fall short against Liu Yi, they resolved to increase funding and technical backing even further. Now, the underground base Nick Fury has prepared is even more advanced, sleeker, more futuristic, with reinforced defenses and better protection. The entire plan is moving along more smoothly than ever before. Liu Yi's role was undeniably the most significant of all. He had accelerated and pushed forward the implementation of this plan. In fact, it was precisely because of Liu Yi that the spatial fluctuations on Earth grew more and more intense, and Loki's appearance sped up as well. Over these past days, Liu Yi had felt this deeply in his bones, easily detecting the increasingly powerful spatial tremors spreading across the planet. Earth was vast, and without a magical array capable of monitoring the entire globe, usually it would have been incredibly difficult to detect space anomalies on the far side of the world. Yet the reality was that Liu Yi discovered them, and did so with astonishing ease, proof of just how pronounced these distortions had become. He had no doubt that under these surging waves of cosmic energy, Loki would arrive very soon, bringing with him the Chitari army. Liu Yi was simply waiting for his appearance. In fact, Liu Yi was planning to let Loki lead the Chitari to Earth. Once this storyline began, it would be Liu Yi's chance to put his magic to the test, and an excellent opportunity to rack up more extractions. All this while, Liu Yi hadn't neglected his battles with robots to earn extraction chances. However, the issue was there was only one robot. Though it wielded plenty of different weapons, the selection was ultimately limited, and after a few days, Liu Yi had exhausted those possibilities. Getting more in the short term would be tough. But now, with the arrival of the Chitari army, it was another prime opportunity to gain extractions. Their weapons were bizarre to be sure, but their strength was beyond doubt. Perhaps this time, he could even have some fun with the Avengers. Captain America, Natasha, Hawkeye, Thor, Hulk, and Iron Man, the so-called Avengers. To Liu Yi, they weren't heroes so much as walking chances to win new powers. He planned to take them all on, collecting all these achievements together for a perfect round of extractions. There was no way he'd let this opportunity go to waste. It was his for the taking. As for what they thought about it, that hardly mattered. What mattered was what Liu Yi wanted. At this point, all he needed was for Loki to come. Then, when the time was right, he would show himself for grand battles against the Chitari army and the Avengers, each a new chance to claim a reward. Fortunately, neither the Chitari army nor the Avengers had any clue what Liu Yi was planning. If they did, they would be beside themselves with rage. Liu Yi hadn't truly regarded them as a threat at all. Wasn't that enough to provoke their fury? If only they knew, they would probably want to strangle him on the spot. If, of course, they were able to. Deep beneath S.H.I.E.L.D., in the codename Second Plan underground base, Nick Fury wore a somber expression. He spoke in low tones to Hill as he walked quickly toward the core of the facility. Nick Fury didn't dawdle. Before long, he had arrived at the heart of the base. Inside, several scientists were busy at work before a dense array of high-tech equipment, each with a grave expression, as if they were struggling with some enormous challenge. Nick Fury had just exchanged a few words with Dr. Selvig, who was overseeing the project, when suddenly an alarm blared throughout the core area. At the center of the facility, the Tesseract, safely locked into a specialized apparatus, suddenly burst forth with a brilliant blue light. Monitoring devices began registering a surge in energy emissions from the Tesseract. This surge far exceeded any anomalous readings they had previously encountered, causing anxious murmurs among everyone present. Instinctively, all eyes turned toward the Tesseract. What they saw was its blue glow intensifying even further, the energy so concentrated now that it became almost tangible, visible to the naked eye. Dazzling blue beams flickered across the Tesseract's surface, and before it, a shifting current of radiant energy began to form. A deep, resonant hum vibrated from the Tesseract as a column of blue energy shot outward from its surface, halting several meters away, suspended in midair. Within that beam, a portal opened, revealing a shadowy unknown beyond. Astonishment swept through the room as everyone stared at this dramatic and unexpected transformation. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the portal, and, under the stunned gaze of all, the stranger dropped to one knee, seeming to strike a dramatic pose. Nick Fury's temper flared instantly. Seriously? On my turf? And you trying to make an entrance like that? You must be out of your mind. He was about to order his agents to seize the intruder, but before he could shout, the situation forced their hand. The newcomer lifted a scepter high, and from its tip, a beam of dim blue energy shot out and struck one of the nearby machines. A violent explosion erupted, and the device was sent flying. Pale blue arcs of electricity danced over its surface, crackling menacingly. Two scientists stationed beside the instrument were struck first. The toppled device and its electric discharge overwhelmed them, giving them no time even to react. They perished instantly, caught in the lethal crossfire. But that wasn't the end. The stranger, brandishing the scepter, continued firing bursts of energy at his surroundings, relentless and indiscriminate. In a heartbeat, chaos consumed the heart of the facility. Sharp and sudden, an arrow shot out from across the room. Hawkeye had loosed it, its whistle slicing through the tumult as it flew straight toward the invader. The stranger saw the arrow coming, but showed not the faintest sign of concern. With a deft sweep of his scepter, he met the projectile head-on. With a sharp clang, Leisha was sent flying by a powerful blow. At that very moment, he caught sight of Hawkeye, and a beam of light shot out like lightning. Caught off guard, Hawkeye was struck by the energy blast which lifted him off his feet and slammed him into the instruments behind him. Though physically unharmed, he had barely landed when the figure before him suddenly accelerated, closing the distance in a flash. The stranger pressed his scepter against Hawkeye's chest, right over his heart. At once, Hawkeye felt a peculiar force rising from within him. All his former hostility melted away, replaced instead by a sensation that filled him with intense loathing, a feeling he could barely comprehend. It was as if he had become a mere observer inside his own body, an intruder personality awakening within him, steadily taking over and pushing aside his true self. A wicked smile played upon the lips of the man who had emerged from the dimensional portal, and brandishing the scepter, he charged at the other guards. The ringing of metal filled the air as bullets of every caliber pelted against his body, clattering harmlessly off his form. None could slow his advance. Instead, the ricocheting shots only brought him closer to the defenders, cutting down many where they stood. A handful, like Hawkeye, were not killed. Instead, they were turned, assimilated, and brought under his control. When all the guards had been dealt with, the stranger showed no sign of satisfaction. He strode straight to Dr. Selvig, the mastermind behind this operation, flashed him a chilling smile, and drew him too into the fold. With his work complete, the stranger's gaze drifted to Nick Fury. The deadly energy bolts crisscrossing the room had spared Fury, who used the chaos to his advantage. Braving the searing heat, he pried the tesseract from its mounting on the apparatus, his glove scorching and blackened by the contact. Nevertheless, he managed to secure the cosmic cube in a special container, gripping the handle and preparing to make his escape. But just at that moment, Hawkeye spotted him. Nick Fury, with no other options, tried to stall for time by engaging the stranger in conversation, hoping that the tesseract's power would buy him a precious window to escape when the underground base inevitably began to collapse. Yet his hopes were quickly dashed. The newly assimilated Hawkeye and Selvig saw through his plan. Wasting no more time, the stranger struck Fury down, seized the case holding the tesseract, and together with Hawkeye and Selvig, made for the exit in a stolen vehicle. On their way out, they were pursued by Agent Hill, who gave chase in her car, and behind them, the ground shuddered and collapsed, torn apart by the unleashed energies of the tesseract. Yet none of this mattered. Their escape had become all that counted. What mattered most was that they still managed to escape with their lives, got what they wanted, and brought SHLD's Phase 2 project base crashing down into utter chaos. Nick Fury, who was lucky enough to survive, was seething with anger. The Avengers initiative he'd been contemplating all along was finally set into motion. He began to assemble the Avengers, determined to square off properly against that man. By this point, it was obvious who that man was, none other than Loki. And thus, the curtain was drawn on the story of the Avengers. It's finally beginning. High above the ground, Lu E stood watching below as what was once level Earth had become a ravaged valley, the very site where the Phase 2 underground base had been. As he watched Loki, Hawkeye, and Selvig slipping away in the distance, Lu E couldn't help but burst into laughter. Just moments before, Lu E had noticed a sudden intensification of spatial fluctuations above Earth. He immediately realized Loki had appeared, so he used apparition to arrive at the void overlooking this base, silently observing the unfolding events. From the moment Loki showed up to everything that followed, Lu E had seen all, including the ensuing collapse and the heavy casualties. Though most of the staff had evacuated as quickly as possible during the collapse, not everyone made it out in time. Some were buried beneath the rubble. Lu E, however, had no intention of interfering. He simply watched, letting Loki, Hawkeye, and Selvig drive away at a steady pace right before his eyes. With nothing left to see, Lu-E didn't linger either. One more apparition, and he too vanished. Did you two just feel a gaze focused on us? No sooner had Lu-E departed than Loki suddenly looked up, staring at the spot where Lu-E had vanished. No, Hawkeye and Selvig answered in unison. No? Was it just my imagination then? Never mind, it doesn't matter. Loki glanced down at the scepter in his hand, drawing endless confidence from it. Do either of you know somewhere we can go? I've got a safe house, Hawkeye replied. It's big enough for us to use as a temporary base. Good, we'll go there. Just as he finished speaking, Loki paused for a moment as another thought came to him. By the way, do either of you have a way to find us some manpower? Summoning the Chitari army wasn't a simple task. It required careful preparation, using specialized equipment to heat the Tesseract to a specified temperature and then stabilizing it to open a portal. Loki himself was powerful, but this wasn't exactly his area of expertise. He needed Selvig's help and plenty of extra hands to get everything ready. When it comes to scientific research, Selvig is, of course, beyond reproach. Under his guidance, the second phase of the project was thriving, and many new weapons had already been successfully developed. However, recruiting people was never his forte. That task clearly required Hawkeye's expertise. Among all of them, only Hawkeye had the knack for rallying a team. Leave the recruitment to me. I'll have a solid group gathered in no time. Then it's all yours. Loki nodded in satisfaction, convinced that winning Hawkeye over had been one of his smartest moves. Sometimes having the right ally makes all the difference. A true partner who can take care of things before you even have to ask, just as Hawkeye was doing now. Having assigned Hawkeye his mission, Loki found himself temporarily free of other concerns. He settled into the car, clutching his scepter, quietly watching the scenery stream past, lost in thought. His current success had not come easily. He, too, had paid a price. Leading the Chitauri army to invade Earth and conquer, it was part of that bargain. He felt no sympathy for Earth. All his worries were for himself. Loki knew he was bargaining with a tiger, unlikely to meet a good end. He wasn't a fool. Far from it. He was clever enough to foresee the consequences. But he had no choice. Eager to prove himself the equal of Thor, Loki was willing to go any length, even if that meant the sacrifice of an entire planet. As for his own life, he had no intention of throwing it away. Yes, he was gambling with peril, but that didn't mean he was doomed. If he was careful, things might turn out differently. Loki's willingness to sacrifice everything for his own validation was something Lu-E neither knew nor cared about. At this moment, Lu-E was at home, observing Loki's actions from afar, waiting for the next phase to unfold. Loki has already started making preparations. Does that mean the Avengers initiative is underway too? Watching Loki recruit subordinates and build up a base of followers, Lu-E shifted his attention to Nick Fury. The Avengers initiative was now firmly on Nick Fury's agenda, and Lu-E was eager to see how much progress he had made. Lu-E's gaze pierced through space and layers of security. After searching the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, he finally spotted Nick Fury inside a gym. At that moment, Nick Fury was in conversation with a burly soldier. Captain America? Looks like Nick Fury has picked himself an excellent candidate. If that's the case, it must mean the rest of the Avengers are being gathered as well. Unlike Loki, who commands nothing but himself, Nick Fury has a whole host of agents at his disposal and ready-made bases. That means he doesn't have to waste time. He can send his agents right out to assemble the Avengers he's already primed for action. Since Fury has begun recruiting Captain America, it's reasonable to think his other agents have set out to find the remaining Avengers. This lines up almost perfectly with what unfolds in the original story. By this logic, Coulson should already be en route to recruit the wealthy Tony Stark, and Natasha, the expert dealing with the Hulk, must also be on her way. The Avengers should all be gathering soon. Loki started making his moves, and the Avengers initiative is getting underway. Everything's about to begin. Lu-E stood in his own house for a moment, considering the situation. He quickly decided he couldn't just stand around idly with so much happening. Both sides were mobilizing, but it would still take some time before anything happened. Lu-E figured he should find something to occupy himself, at least to pass the time. As he was pondering how to make use of this interval, he was interrupted when the magical ward on his doorstep was triggered by an unexpected visitor. Maria Hill? What brings her here? Lu-E peered through the magical formation and saw who it was, surprised. Maria Hill, a top S.H.I.E.L.D. operative, a brilliant strategist known for her expertise in strategic deployments, and Nick Fury's right hand for countless major operations. Later, she even had the chance to become a S.H.I.E.L.D. executive, but turned it down, recommending Tony Stark instead, believing she wasn't the best fit for the role. During the events of the Avengers Civil War, she played a notable part, being among the staunchest enforcers of the Superhero Registration Act, which in turn served as a factor leading to the conflict. Someone like her, at such a pivotal moment, should properly be at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. not showing up unannounced at his front door. To Lu E, this was truly peculiar. His curiosity piqued. Lu E couldn't resist and activated his mind-reading ability, delving into Maria Hill's memory. Her memories were laid out for him as neat and orderly as a string of videos and audio recordings, completely at his disposal. Lu E quickly sifted through her past 5 days of memories and was stunned by what he discovered. Is Nick Fury really this audacious? He's actually set his sights on me. Lu E could barely resist the urge to curse out loud. Once he managed to steady his nerves, he turned his attention back to the door, looking directly at Maria Hill. Let's meet her then. I'd like to see how she plans to convince me. With that thought, Lu E summoned a small magical array beneath her feet, instantly teleporting her right in front of him. Hill blinked, disoriented by the abrupt shift in her surroundings, before Lu E spoke up. No need to be surprised. I used a spell to bring you here. I didn't expect you to be capable of this, Hill admitted, realization dawning on her. No wonder a magic circle suddenly appeared beneath my feet just now. Please have a seat, Lu E said. With a tap of his toe, a vibrant green magic circle bloomed at their feet. As the array activated, the grass beneath them began to grow wildly, the stems thickening and weaving together, forming chairs out of living greenery. Teleportation was impressive in itself, so this little trick didn't faze Hill anymore. She simply went along with it, sitting down after letting things unfold. Once she was settled, Hill paused for a moment, gathering her thoughts, and finally began. I'm here today because there's something very important I'd like to discuss with you. Oh, and what might that be? Lu E feigned curiosity, pretending not to know. Well, a few days ago, something major happened at S.H.I.E.L.D. Because of a certain experiment, a powerful being from an unknown planet arrived on Earth. He managed to take control of several of our agents, including Hawkeye and a scientist, then went on to sabotage one of our underground bases. And Lu E shrugged indifferently, making it clear that he truly didn't care. With someone like that here, especially since he's taken over a scientist well-versed in spatial research, we're worried his real goal is to open a portal and let more aliens invade our world. Get to the point, Lu E cut in bluntly, not bothering with pleasantries. Hill wasn't bothered by his attitude. She had expected this from the start. In truth, she hadn't wanted to come in the first place. There simply weren't enough trustworthy people left, so she had no choice. These days, Nick Fury placed his trust in fewer and fewer people, especially after the ongoing investigations by Coulson and Natasha. With every passing day, as Coulson and Natasha dug deeper, Nick Fury's list of trustworthy allies dwindled. Now, Hill didn't dare assign important missions to just anyone. A task involving Lu E was, of course, deemed important. Nick Fury wasn't willing or bold enough to entrust it to anyone else, so it fell to Hill. And that's why she came. The main point is, we need your help. We don't know what's going to happen next, so we have to unite every possible force we can. As a member of Earth, you're part of that unity as well. That's right, exactly so. Hill's whole purpose for coming was to win Lu E over. Nick Fury never dared to imagine, nor did he have a means, to make Lu E join the Avengers. All he hoped was that Lu E would be willing to offer them some assistance. Just how powerful that assistance could be. After the incident with the Book of the Dark Gods, Nick Fury understood it better than anyone. A single dagger, a longsword, 2 necklaces. Those were enough for Coulson and Natasha to take down a formidable, superpowered being. With Lu Yi's help, Nick Fury thought that, even if dramatic upheavals happened in the future, things wouldn't necessarily go awry. Nick Fury's ideas sounded great, but the real challenge all fell on Hill's shoulders now. Was Lu Yi so easy to persuade? Lu Yi responded with a faint smile. You're not wrong, but if that's all, I'm not going to agree. Earth should be your hunting ground. If aliens show up trying to invade, they're infringing on your territory. Shouldn't you let them know just whose planet this is? Don't you think I'm right? Hill, in that instant, came up with a pretty solid argument. In order to get Lu Yi to lend some help, Hill was practically throwing all her pride out the window. Not an easy thing for her, really, considering how reserved she usually was, to end up speaking words that bordered on flattery. There's some truth to that, but what now? If it's something I could deal with on my own, why should I help you? Why let a bunch of oddballs, you know what, don't take it the wrong way, I mean you guys specifically. There was an expletive teetering on the edge of Hill's tongue. She wanted to snap back right then and there, but in the end, she just opened her mouth, then closed it without saying a thing. Part of it was her caution around Lu Yi. The other part, it simply didn't fit her style. We may be an odd bunch, but if we handle things, isn't that saving you a whole lot of time? That's not wrong. You would save me plenty of time. The thing is, I don't actually want to save time. I'd rather not see something I'm sure I could handle turn into a mess full of unknowns. Lu Yi was absolutely unmoved. His determined resistance left Hill almost at her wit's end. Fortunately for her, Nick Fury hadn't demanded this assignment as a must-complete. She was already considering dropping the mission altogether and writing it off as a failure. "You don't look too happy," Lu E remarked, a playful smile on his lips as he spotted the look of frustration written all over Hill's face. "It's true. I did expect you to help us fight those people to the end. What I didn't expect was that you really did fight till the end, but in the end, it was just you alone facing them. Isn't that better? This way, S.H.I.E.L.D. is spared a whole lot of trouble. But we're not looking to avoid trouble. When we handle things ourselves, we might at least worry about the safety of bystanders. But if you take action, it's a whole different story. Who knows what you might do?" Hill rolled her eyes and fell silent, simply watching Lu E. She knew there was no point in saying anything more, so she kept quiet. Has S.H.I.E.L.D. gathered the Avengers recently? Hill had no intention of speaking, but Lu E wasn't about to let her off so easily. He questioned her with a knowingly inquisitive tone, as if searching for confirmation of what he already believed. That's right. Hill had already learned about Lu Yi's extraordinary senses from Natasha and Coulson, and saw no point in hiding things now. She gave a straightforward answer. "So, do you have something in mind?" After admitting it, Hill followed up with a question. "A little. I'm really interested in your Avengers. And so, I'd like to meet them myself." "Why?" The question slipped out of Hill almost automatically. But Lu E chose not to answer. Left with no other options, Hill explained that the decision wasn't hers to make and contacted Nick Fury. "So, let me get this straight. Not only does he refuse to help, but now he wants to meet the Avengers for reasons we know nothing about." Nick Fury's resigned voice rang in Hill's ear after she summed up the situation. "That's right. That's exactly it. So, Director, what do you think we should do? Approve it? Approve it? Or maybe just approve it?" Nick Fury. Fury couldn't tell whether it was Hill or Lu E who had left him a loss for words. All he knew was that, as Hill pointed out, he really had no choice at all. Whatever the case, he'd have to agree. "Let him come. There's no way for us to stop something like this. The helicarrier is about to launch, and I need you on the bridge. Bring him here as soon as possible." "Yes, sir." After Hill answered, she turned to see Lu E wearing an expression that said he'd expected exactly this outcome. Lu E just stood off to the side, easily hearing everything that was being said, even without his enhanced hearing. As far as Hill was concerned, there was nothing surprising about Lu E already knowing the result. "Do you need to pack anything?" With a helpless smile, Hill asked. "No need." "Then let's go." "All right." Lu E nodded, then waved his hand. In a flash of light before him, Yuriko suddenly appeared in front of both him and Hill. Lu E felt nothing in particular, but Hill couldn't help the way her pupils contracted. She had been through teleportation herself before, but experiencing it firsthand and watching someone else teleport were entirely different. The most striking difference was that, when she experienced it, her surroundings would shift in an instant. While watching someone else teleport was more like witnessing a magic act, conjuring a person out of thin air. Someone suddenly appearing like that wouldn't frighten Hill. What unsettled her was the strategic significance behind such a magic act. That realization struck her with a wave of shock. With no spatial constraints, Lu E could operate seamlessly across any distance. This advantage alone made him almost invincible. If anyone wanted to challenge Lu E, the first thing they'd have to do was limit his teleportation magic. Otherwise, no one could hope to truly catch or defeat him. After all, he could slip between places at will, leaving all his enemies grasping at shadows. "Yuriko, I'll be away for a few days, so I'm leaving the house in your care. If anyone dares make trouble, activate the magic I've inscribed into the house. That spell alone is enough to destroy any intruder." "Yes, master," Yuriko replied cheerfully. Still, Yuriko couldn't quite understand why Lu E had made a point of talking about his magic in front of her. She already knew all about it, so there was no need to remind her. What Yuriko didn't realize, but Hill understood perfectly, was that Lu E wasn't really speaking to Yuriko at all. Those words were meant for Hill herself. Lu E was sending a clear warning, using her as a mouthpiece to get the message out. Let no one be foolish enough to target his home while he was gone. Reading between the lines, Hill uncovered a major issue. She found herself growing curious about Lu Yi's house, tempted by the thought of sending someone to confiscate it. Of course, it wasn't that she thought Lu Yi was bluffing. She knew full well his home must be covered in all sorts of inscribed magic, more than enough to deal with any intruder. But it was this very fact that only fueled her curiosity. Surely, Lu Yi must have something truly valuable hidden in his house. That was the key reason she felt the itch to seize it for herself. Yet, in the end, this was just a passing thought. To act on it would be far too dangerous. Standing there inside Lu Yi's home, Hill couldn't help an overwhelming sense of frustration, a feeling akin to standing in a mountain of treasures, but having to leave empty-handed. It was a truly bitter experience. "Let's go." Lu Yi appearing not to notice the clouded expression flickering across Hill's face, spoke to her calmly. Then, without another glance, he turned and strode toward the door. Hill followed close behind, not hesitating as she walked after him. One after another, they stepped out of the house. "Which one is your car?" Standing at the doorway, Lu Yi asked. "It's that black SUV over there." "An SUV again? Does S.H.I.E.L.D. have budget constraints or something? Why are they all SUVs? SUVs are the standard issue. Anyone coming to see you is always here for official business, so naturally it's always an SUV. But let's get going." They both got into the car, Hill taking the driver's seat, ready to start the engine. "No need for that," Lu Yi said before Hill could turn the key. "What do you mean?" Hill paused, hand hovering over the ignition, confused. "Just tell me the location. That's all I need." Remembering Lu Yi's teleportation before, Hill immediately understood. Without hesitation, she told Lu Yi where the helicarrier was docked. The Avengers were set to assemble on the helicarrier, so there was no need to go to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After getting the exact location of the helicarrier, Lu Yi wasted no time. He tapped lightly on the car window, and a magical circle appeared beneath the SUV. With a flash of light from the magic circle, the SUV vanished from where it stood, and in the blink of an eye, appeared just outside a heavily guarded dock. Unlike typical docks crowded with containers or bustling with ships, this one was different. There were no piles of cargo, no constant coming and going of ships, only a massive carrier with 4 turbines docked not far from the wharf's edge. Everyone on the dock was focused on this ship, ferrying supplies aboard and coming and going without pause. Like diligent worker ants, everyone on the dock was busy making preparations for the helicarrier's upcoming voyage. Closer to the carrier, an impressive number of armed guards stood stationed on the dock. They seemed to serve as a cordon, encircling the helicarrier and securing it against unauthorized entry. The moment Lu Yi and Hill's SUV appeared, these guards took notice. No matter how unusual the SUV's arrival, they raised their weapons and surrounded the vehicle. "This is your turf. I'll leave it to you." Lu Yi had no intention of interfering, nor did he feel the need to get out of the car. He quietly waited for Hill to handle things, but didn't let him down. She pushed open the car door and began coordinating with the armed personnel. The guards recognized Hill and knew the weight her authority carried. Her presence proved invaluable. Before long, all the armed personnel dispersed and returned to their posts, as if none of it had ever happened. With Hill sorting everything out, Lu Yi didn't linger in the car. In a flicker, a phantom movement, he vanished from inside the SUV. Where'd he go? After dispersing the guards, Hill returned to the car window, ready to call Lu Yi out, only to find he was already gone. Hill didn't believe anyone could have taken Lu Yi away without a trace. Lu Yi must have left on his own. She furrowed her brow unconsciously, gave a quick order for someone to park her car, and hurried off toward the command center of the aerospace carrier. "Commander, you're finally here." Hill had just entered the command center, not even having time to issue an order to search for Lu Yi, when a subordinate responsible for monitoring the carrier's data rushed over, his face filled with anxiety. Only then did Hill start to realize something was wrong. The atmosphere in the entire command center was taut as a drawn string. Everyone seemed to be holding their breath, as if they were wary, almost afraid of something unspeakable. Hill couldn't help but look to her subordinate, hoping he could help her understand why things had become like this. Her subordinate seemed about to speak, and as he met Hill's gaze, he hurriedly stammered, He opened his mouth, but in the end, he couldn't explain clearly, stumbling over his words and failing to form a coherent sentence. "Commander, maybe it's better if you just come and see for yourself. No matter how I explain, it won't be as clear as witnessing it firsthand." Hearing this, Hill said nothing more. She had always known this subordinate to be calm and collected, so such panic surely meant something extraordinary had happened. She didn't blame him, but followed him to a corner of the command center, and there, she saw Lu Yi sitting quietly, surrounded by a heap of debris on the floor. Lu Yi had positioned himself in a blind spot from where Hill had entered, which was why she hadn't noticed him right away. Now that she saw him, Hill instantly understood what had happened. It was clear. Lu Yi had suddenly teleported himself into the command center. The people present were intelligence operatives, not frontline fighters, so Lu Yi's abrupt and inexplicable appearance had given everyone a fright, leaving the command center in this tense state. Of course, they must have tried to put up some resistance. Even if not warriors, these were still agents with some fighting skill. But whatever resistance they'd mustered had been put down in the blink of an eye. The pile of broken debris on the floor was proof enough of their attempted defense. Despite those fragments having been violently twisted and bent, some even wrenched into unrecognizable tangles under an overwhelming force, the original shapes could still be made out. Remnants of weapons, all of them. Most likely, the moment Lu Yi appeared, they'd reach for their emergency weapons, but before they could do anything, Lu Yi had disarmed and destroyed them in an instant. Hill glanced at Lu Yi, then at the subordinates all around, whose eyes brimmed with terror as they watched him. To be honest, she felt a surge of relief. Fortunately, Lu Yi hadn't actually hurt any of her people. Otherwise, there might not have been a single one of them left. They were all indispensable experts for piloting the aerospace carrier. Without them, it would take at least another month or two of preparation before the carrier could launch. There were backup candidates, of course, but even those would need time to become fully proficient with the aerospace carrier. But a month or two later, by then, it would all be too late. Thankfully, nothing had gone wrong. With a sense of relief, Hill made her way behind Lu Yi. From earlier, Hill had been paying close attention to Lu Yi's hands, which were dancing rapidly across the keyboard. She may not have been able to stop him, but she was still desperate to know just what mischief he was up to this time. She quietly approached and glanced over Lu Yi's shoulder. There on his monitor, dialogue boxes were popping up and vanishing in quick succession. Instantly, her heart skipped a beat. Right in front of everyone, Lu Yi was brazenly hacking into the system as if the others didn't even exist. What on earth was he thinking? Hill opened her mouth, wanting to stop him, but no words came out. Even though she understood what Lu Yi was doing, she couldn't bring herself to take any action. Lu Yi was no ordinary man. If she angered him, the consequences could prove far more dire than anything his hacking might achieve. Everyone step outside. Stay out of this room for now. In the end, helpless, Hill could only turn to the others and give the order. Once everyone else had withdrawn from the command center at Hill's command, only she and Lu Yi remained. Inside the control room, aside from the relentless drumming of Lu Yi's fingers on the keys, the silence was suffocating, eerily still, like a haunted crypt. Hill simply stood behind him, gazing at his figure in the hush. She may not have been able to prevent Lu Yi from acting, but that didn't mean she could simply give up. She had to watch and figure out, from right behind him, exactly what he intended. Even if Lu Yi really did something drastic, if she could spot it early, she might be able to help correct it afterward. However, that was the ideal. Reality, it turned out, was much less accommodating. Hill desperately wanted to figure out what Lu Yi was doing, but was forced to admit, with growing despair, that she'd overestimated herself. Her hacking skills were passable against more routine attacks, though she could follow. But as for Lu Yi's techniques, she was completely lost, utterly confused by everything he did. The ceaseless stream of dialogue boxes, the unending clatter of keys, all of it drove home just how little she really knew. If only they had a true specialist on hand. Gavasai, come in here for a moment. After pondering for a bit, Hill took a seat and pressed the comms button. Though Hill had ordered everyone out of the command center, the crisis outside meant that no one had gone far. They were just outside the door, anxiously waiting, ready to rush in at a moment's notice. Gao-Isi was, of course, one of those present. Upon hearing Hill's summons, he wasted no time. With a nod to the concerned people around him, he strode briskly into the command room. Don't say anything. Just watch what he's doing. The moment Gao-Isi entered the command room and approached Hill, she spoke before Gao-Isi could utter a single word. Startled by this, Gao-Isi paused for a second, but he kept silent, turned, and fixed his gaze on Lu Yi's computer screen. In that instant, he couldn't suppress a shudder that rippled through his whole body. He'd been so caught up in the tension earlier that he hadn't really noticed what Lu Yi was up to. Now, finally seeing it, the truth became obvious to him in a flash. A series of dialogue windows was flickering rapidly across Lu Yi's computer monitor. Others might not understand what this meant, but as one of the foremost computer experts on the Sky Carrier and its chief systems administrator, there was no way Gao-Isi could fail to recognize what Lu Yi was doing. Lu Yi had invaded the Sky Carrier system, and he was actively searching for something within it. What is he doing? Noticing the increasingly grave look on Gao-Isi's face, Hill quickly whispered her question. He's hacked into the Sky Carrier's system. How far has he gotten? Hill's elegant brows knitted almost imperceptibly as she inquired further. He's completed the hack, Gao-Isi replied, his face forlorn. This was hardly good news. It meant that all their years of painstaking effort had been unraveled in a matter of seconds, if not less, a direct blow to their competence. Sure enough, Hill shot him a suspicious look. Are you sure about that? Hill's suspicion was twofold. She doubted both the truth of Gao-Isi's statement and the competence of him and the other tech experts. Gao-Isi was painfully aware of this, but what he knew even more acutely was that she most definitely doubted his abilities and those of his colleagues. I'm sure, Gao-Isi admitted, his expression mournful. What should we do? Watch him closely. Confirm exactly what he's doing. Once he finishes, he'll leave. After that, patch those vulnerabilities as quickly as you can. Hill's face was ashen, her expression dark as storm clouds. What is it? Actually, I already know what he's doing. And what is that? He's using the illicit access he just gained to look through some of the data on the sky carrier. At this, Hill fell silent. As a member of the scientific staff, Gaoisi's knowledge was limited. He had no real idea what secrets might be buried within the sky carrier. But Hill knew, and so she was silent. Although she didn't show it, Hill was honestly tempted to replace every single computer technician on the helicarrier. After years of hard work, and they still couldn't fend off Lu Yi's attack. What was the point of keeping them? Just to waste rations. For reasons she couldn't quite explain, Hill suddenly thought of Skye from Coulson's team. She was well aware of how Skye had hacked into Alexander Pierce's private computer, solving the problem in no time at all. Now, that's what you'd call a true hacking prodigy. Perhaps, after this incident, she could arrange to have Skye transferred here. That thought lingered in her mind, but Hill kept her expression unreadable. After weighing her options and watching the conversation window on Lu Yi's computer fill with more and more lines, Hill finally made up her mind. Lu Yi, please stop what you're doing. Hill forced herself forward, gritting her teeth as she addressed him. What's the matter? You're looking at all of SHALD's secrets. I know, but what does it matter? Do you really think you have any secrets left in front of me? Blunt but true. To Lu Yi, S.H.I.E.L.D. was as exposed as a person stripped bare. If he wanted to find out something, nothing could stop him. Lu Yi's powers, his eyes and ears, were almost public knowledge here in S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter how cautious they were, it was pointless. Hill had no intention of arguing with him, and this was perfectly natural. But even so, despite knowing this was the case, Hill couldn't help holding onto a sliver of hope. Surely, even the best slip up sometimes. Who could say for certain that Lu Yi had unearthed every last one of their secrets? Besides, if he really did know everything, what was he searching for now? Was he just bored? Unbeknownst to Hill, she'd hit the nail on the head. Lu Yi truly was acting out of boredom. That's the only reason he was poking around in the helicarrier systems, just to see if there was something interesting to discover. Be that as it may, it's still my duty not to stand by and watch you do as you please. How about I arrange a room for you to rest for a bit? Hill offered. No need for that. Lu Yi refused without hesitation. To be honest, Hill was already somewhat used to his unyielding attitude. This time, though, her reaction was surprisingly mild. Instead of getting angry at Lu Yi's stubbornness yet again, Hill just stood there and thought for a moment, then turned and headed out of the command room, beckoning Gervais to follow. Once outside the command room, Gervais glanced at their curious colleagues before quietly asking Hill, "Commander, what should we do next?" "Everyone, listen to my command," Hill said without hesitation. "From this moment on, each of you is to find a computer and use your hacking skills and helicarrier access to lock down the helicarrier systems and all internal data." Lu Yi wasn't someone to be trifled with, but did that mean she was afraid of a little heat? Since Lu Yi wanted to play, she'd play along and do it thoroughly. It wasn't about disrespecting him, it was that he didn't want her compliance in the first place. Let's see, then, whose methods are truly superior, Hill thought to herself. As for whether Lu Yi would fly into a rage during all this, Hill honestly wasn't too concerned. Never mind how things might end. During the process, she would know when to stop, maintaining just the right balance. So even if trouble brewed in the end, Lu Yi would have no legitimate outlet for his anger. Truthfully, Hill felt cornered by Lu Yi, where she would never have reacted so boldly. The helicarrier might not house world-shaking secrets like S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters did, but there were still things aboard that couldn't stand the light of day. Some information was simply not fit for exposure, especially not in front of Lu Yi. Hill couldn't be sure whether Lu Yi knew about these matters, but even if there was a 1 in 10,000 chance, she couldn't risk it. Letting these secrets fall into Lu Yi's hands was out of the question. Her duty demanded as much. "Govesi, you're in charge of coordinating the lockdown. Keep your colleagues in sync," Hill delegated calmly, turning to Govesi. "Commander, are you sure I'm the right person for a task this important?" Govesi replied nervously. Hill's grim expression told him all he needed to know about the gravity of the situation. He was only a mid-level staffer. How could he possibly take the lead on something so critical? "This absolutely needs to be your responsibility. I'm not especially adept at hacking, and compared to me, you're the expert. Handing this to you is the right move. Besides, I'll need to call in some outside help." Outside help? Govesi was curious about the allies Hill mentioned, though he wisely held his tongue. In S.H.I.E.L.D., lower-ranking agents were strictly forbidden from questioning matters beyond their clearance. The rule was simple: speak less, do more. If you needed to know, you'd be told. If not, you'd never find out. No sense troubling yourself with things above your pay grade. "Understood, Commander," he replied finally. Resigning himself, Govesi agreed. He clapped his hands to get his colleagues' attention and began issuing orders for everyone to man their stations, locking down all sensitive data. With that, Govesi plunged into his work. So did Hill. As soon as Govesi confirmed he'd accepted the assignment, He pulled out her communicator and got in touch with Coulson. "Director, is there something you need from me?" Coulson asked with a puzzled look after seeing the caller ID on his communicator. At that moment, he was deep in the process of recruiting Iron Man to join the Avengers, a task that was going quite well. He never expected to suddenly get a call from Hill. Knowing Hill, there was no way she'd reach out without a reason. He reluctantly left a disgruntled Tony Stark off to the side and connected with her, curiosity piqued. "Lou, he has boarded the helicarrier." Coulson was instantly silent at this news. The name Lou E carried a strange kind of power. The moment Hill mentioned him, Coulson found himself at a complete loss for words. How did he get on the helicarrier? He didn't do anything to it, did he? After a brief silence, Coulson finally managed to ask, concern in his voice. "The executive team believes Lou E might be able to help the Avengers, just like he helped you all before. So, they had me invite him. He didn't explicitly agree to help the Avengers, but he still showed up, and now he's causing trouble. He's taken over a computer on the helicarrier and hacked into the entire system. Right now, he's digging through our files. So why are you coming to me? I don't exactly have the pull or the chops to stop him." Coulson replied dryly. "I know you don't, but you're not the only one at your disposal. Your agent Skye and Tony Stark can help. I need you to order Skye and persuade Tony to use their talents, along with our combined clearance, to lock down every classified file on a helicarrier." That's a bold move, Coulson thought. That part should be straightforward. I'm just worried about Lou. Of everything, Lou, he was what most concerned Coulson. Nobody could influence him. His powers were overwhelming, and if he decided to cause a scene, nobody could stand in his way. "Leave that to me. You just do your part." "All right, I know what I need to do." Fully aware of the situation's gravity, Coulson didn't waste another word. As soon as the call ended, he immediately reached out to Skye, ordering her to find the nearest computer and use her credentials to help seal off all sensitive data on the helicarrier. Ever since hacking Alexander Pierce's computer and officially joining S.H.I.E.L.D., Skye had been riding a wave of confidence. Ambitious for promotion and still searching for her parents, she craved bigger tasks. Now, with a critical mission in hand, she didn't hesitate or ask questions. Entering the string of codes Coulson just provided, she harnessed his clearance and was quickly locked in a hacker's duel with Lou E. Skye's hacking skills were already among the best in the world. Now armed with Coulson's permissions, she was truly unstoppable, like a wild horse let loose, galloping freely through the helicarrier systems. Everywhere she passed, she locked down everything in her path, sealing off files and turning what was left into indecipherable code. Inside the helicarrier command room, everything was eerily silent save for the rapid tapping of keys. Lu Yi's fingers danced across the keyboard, producing a constant rhythm that filled the quiet. Normally, this flurry of keystrokes would have continued unabated, but all at once, the sound ceased. After a sharp, startled exclamation, the tapping stopped as abruptly as if the air had been cut. "Interesting." Lu Yi's eyes flashed with amusement as he gazed at the flood of garbled characters before him, a smile curling on his lips. Just a moment before, he'd been paging through the helicarrier's data, as usual, when suddenly, every text box transformed in front of him. Every window filled up with scrambled code. Images, words, and numbers vanished without a trace, replaced entirely by gibberish. But Lu Yi understood. Someone was finally attempting to counter him. Yet the approach was surprisingly gentle, as if his opponent feared him. She hadn't tried to seize control from him, only block his access. Is this Hill's handiwork? He wondered aloud. Other than her, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Well, this is the perfect chance to test just how far my hacking skills can really go. Lu Yi had acquired his hacking knowledge with ease. After devouring a couple dozen books on the subject and thoroughly studying several systems, he'd mastered it. For someone with his mind, it was that simple. Still, though he possessed formidable hacking abilities now, Lu Yi didn't know exactly how he stacked up against the world's best, so this was a good opportunity to find out. He could clearly sense that his counterpart's hacking was highly sophisticated. I wonder who's on the other end trying to stop me? A flicker of a smile crossed his face, then vanished, replaced with a look of focused determination. Flexing his fingers, Lu Yi sent them flying over the keyboard, his hands mere blurs above the keys. Lines of code poured from his fingertips in a torrent, filling the computer screen in less than a second as he crafted a specialized program on the fly. With a soft click, his fingers struck the enter key. The program launched. The moment his program began running, the strings of garbled code on the screen twisted and unraveled, reforming themselves in rapid succession, until, miraculously, everything returned to normal. What's going on? Just as Lu Yi restored control, outside the command room, Govesi's voice rang out, tinged with disbelief. Just moments ago, all their computers suddenly became unresponsive. Outwardly, everything seemed perfectly normal, but nothing they did had any effect, The computers were reduced to nothing more than decorations. Commander, we're in trouble. None of our methods are working. I know, Gavasai replied, sweat streaming down his face. While the others desperately tried to regain control of the systems, he was doing his utmost as well. But no matter how hard he tried, it was completely futile. For him and his team, this was a huge humiliation. They were all top experts, the best in their field. Whatever it takes, I want control of those computers restored. Yes, sir, one of Gavasai's colleagues replied, looking utterly crestfallen. He desperately wanted to say that it was simply impossible. Losing control of their machines in an instant meant they weren't even on the same level as whoever attacked them. But even so, the words stuck in his throat. On one hand, this was their mission. On the other, none of them wanted to admit they'd been bested. But sometimes, sheer willpower isn't enough. They tried everything, but nothing worked in the end. The computers before them were no more useful than model displays. No matter what they did, there was no way to restore control. All they could do was stare helplessly at the screens. And this wasn't just happening to them. Thousands of miles away at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, another computer was suffering the exact same fate. But not everyone's destiny is the same, and though all are human, not all have the same abilities. Earlier, that computer lost control, just like the ones aboard the helicarrier, reduced to an empty shell. But soon after, thanks to its owner's remarkable skills, it sprang back to life and control was restored. Incredible. I nearly lost everything because of that. The one who brought the computer back, Sky, breathed a huge sigh of relief, patting her chest with gratitude as she gazed at the now normal screen. Lui's counterattack was lightning fast. She had barely finished her code, still adjusting her focus, when his response hit her, so quickly that she didn't even have time to react. If Lui's program had been set to destroy her computer immediately, she wouldn't have even had a chance to wrest back control. How did my opponent do this? Could he have a preset countermeasure ready? Or is he simply an artificial intelligence? Sky couldn't have imagined in her wildest dreams that someone like Lui, a veritable bug in the system, existed capable of writing and launching a counterattack program within a second, targeted precisely at her intrusion. It was unimaginable, truly. But perhaps that's the charm, the allure of the unknown. Sky's fighting spirit blazed as she tried to figure out who, or what, her opponent was. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, coding at a speed far beyond any ordinary person's, launching a cyber attack. But before she could unleash her move, something unexpected happened. Another strike from Lui appeared on her screen. This time, however, he didn't seize control of her computer. How is he so fast? Sky's expression changed, and she immediately started inspecting her systems, searching for the problem. But she hadn't found anything yet when, all of a sudden, her own panic-stricken face flashed up on her computer display. Sky, acting on instinct, was about to cut the power. Her identity as a hacker could not be exposed. Yet she hesitated. She realized she was no longer the reckless hacker of her past. Now, she had an official title, a proud agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. What was there to fear? What could possibly threaten her now? Who exactly are you? Your actions already amount to a crime. Cease immediately, or we will take decisive measures. Sky quickly composed herself, her voice ringing with authority and resolve. Crack! The mouse in front of Lui shattered in his hand. This little wildcat. Let her loose for a moment, and she bares her fangs at me. Lui muttered with a deep, steady gaze, watching Sky's image and listening to her threat. He typed a few quick strokes. In the upper right corner of the screen, a smaller video window appeared. At that very moment on Sky's screen, her own face was shifted to the corner as Lui's video window claimed the center. Seeing Lui suddenly appear before her, Sky jumped back in shock. What was happening? How did Lui just materialize? She had only just begun to enjoy a rare stretch of peace, free from his scrutiny and, most importantly, from his infamous discipline. But now here he was again, maybe thousands of miles apart, yet she still felt not the slightest sense of security. Her first instinct as she jumped was to shield her most vulnerable spot. She really was traumatized from those spankings. Lui couldn't help but laugh as he watched her reaction. Well, look at that. You actually know when to be scared. So, is there something you need? Hearing Lui laugh, Sky couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. A little teasing was fine. She'd endured plenty of that all her life. One more person, even Lui, made no difference. But if she were to spark Lui's anger, that would truly be a disaster. No one could have imagined just how far Lui would go in dealing with her, and now seemed like the perfect opportunity. I've been threatened by someone else. If I don't stand up and say something, won't people think I'm spineless? Don't you agree? Lui leaned back in his chair, casting a sideways glance at Sky, his words dripping with mockery and concealed sharpness. Yeah, well, I just didn't realize it was you. If I'd known, Even if I'd been reckless as a bear or as bold as a tiger, I wouldn't have dared bare my fangs at you. Sky chuckled awkwardly, cursing Coulson in her heart. If it weren't for Coulson, she would never have crossed paths with Louis. Maybe she'd be comfortably sipping coffee in the lounge right now, rather than getting caught red-handed like this. My days of peace and leisure might very well be over after today. You talk a good game, but even if you knew, you'd still bare your fangs, so long as you thought you could get away with it, am I right? Exactly. I've long had enough of you. If I could take you down in a fight, I'd have you pinned and eating dust. Sky wanted so badly to say this out loud, but when the words reached her lips, they changed into something else. How could that be? Master, my loyalty to you is as clear as the sun and moon. The little attitude I show is only for others, never for you. As your maid, isn't it normal to have a bit of spirit? It's true, it's perfectly normal. However, what is it now? Sky was on the verge of tears. Nothing much. It's just that you did threaten me. That can't go unpunished. There must be consequences. Louis considered for a moment before replying. Master, how do you plan to punish me? Sky looked at Louis with wide, watery eyes, hoping that her pitiful expression would soften his resolve. But her little act was clearly wishful thinking. Louis was entirely unmoved. We'll just go with the usual way. The usual way? A vivid flush spread over Sky's face. The usual way was no minor penalty. Every time she endured it was unbearably humiliating. I'm quite busy lately, so I'll just remember this for now and deal with you later. That's a bit of a relief. Sky let out a long breath. Sky, Louis was about to say more. But before he could continue, he suddenly realized he had lost control of his computer, rather like how he'd effortlessly seized the controls of the carrier's computers from their experts before. His connection with Sky was severed, and he couldn't access any of the carrier's data anymore. Something actually wrested control of my computer from me. Despite what had just happened, Louis showed not the slightest sign of anger. On the contrary, he was astonishingly calm. So calm, in fact, that he didn't even attempt to regain control. The main reason for all this was that Louis had no intention of putting up a pointless fight. Although Louis didn't bother to run a check, the brief moment when control of his computer was snatched away made him realize that his opponent was definitely not human. It had to be an artificial intelligence. Considering how easily Louis had taken over the computer of Sky, one of the world's top-ranked hackers, it was clear his own hacking skills were extraordinary, at least beyond the bounds of normalcy, second only to artificial intelligence or superpowered individuals. Now, with his computer seized in an instant, his opponent could only be either an AI or someone with superpowers. It's not as though S.H.I.E.L.D. didn't have superpowered people under their watch. On the contrary, they supervised quite a few. But that was all they did, merely supervision, and the relationship between the two parties was far from friendly. Leaving aside the question of whether these superpowered individuals would even help S.H.I.E.L.D., the agency wouldn't have had time to react anyway. By the time they managed to communicate with these people, who knows how long it would take. With superpowered individuals ruled out, the answer was obvious. His opponent was artificial intelligence. Louis had a good guess as to which AI it was, almost certainly Jarvis. At this point in time, Coulson was at Tony Stark's house. Given Coulson's relationship with Tony, and also Louis' own connection with Tony, it made perfect sense that they'd help set him up. After all, Louis had scammed Stark out of billions. With the truth clear in an instant, Louis lost all desire to test himself against Jarvis. If artificial intelligence is a god in cyberspace, then Jarvis is a god among gods, utterly beyond a mere mortal's reach. At best, Louis was a powerful mortal in the digital realm. Overcoming Jarvis would be a near impossible feat. Louis didn't mind admitting this. After all, it wasn't an area he cared much about anyway. It's a pity it ends here. I was hoping to dig up a little more. He pushed away his keyboard as he spoke. He stopped scrolling through the files, stood up from his chair, blinked tired eyes, and stretched in a languid motion. But instead of leaving right away, he remained standing in the command center. In the empty command room, Louis closed his eyes. Every piece of information that had flashed before his eyes now surfaced, one by one, in his mind. Louis categorized and integrated them alongside his previous knowledge. If anyone thought he'd just been wasting his time, they couldn't be more mistaken. He was in fact collecting the technological achievements aboard the helicarrier. Every bit of data that flashed across his screen became etched in his memory, now his to keep. If Jarvis hadn't stepped in to cut his connection, Louis would probably have remembered every piece of technology the helicarrier possessed by now. For the sake of protecting weapon data derived from research on the Cosmic Cube, all of this information had been loaded onto the helicarrier. On board the helicarrier, there are also a few weapons powered by the energy of the Cosmic Cube, specifically designed to deal with Loki and his allies. Now, the majority of these things belonged to Louis, especially the foundational components. And it was precisely these fundamental parts that mattered the most to Liu Yi. He raised his hand, palm outward. In an instant, as his thoughts flickered, a bizarrely shaped weapon, almost half a meter long and called a weapon, though it looked more like a small cannon, materialized before Liu Yi's palm. This weapon was, in fact, the result of Nick Fury's efforts over the past period, and now it was held in Liu Yi's hand as he carefully examined it. Yet Liu Yi's scrutiny was hardly ordinary. Every detail of this weapon was laid bare before him, revealing every secret, imprinted perfectly into his memory. What Liu Yi lacked most in his recollection of the helicarrier's archives were precisely these finished designs. The crucial information about the weapon's energy storage had long since been committed to memory. The blueprints, power conversion mechanisms, and more. He gained these by studying the physical objects themselves. Did they really think that merely severing Liu Yi's connection to the computers could stop him? Liu Yi had many ways to get what he wanted. Directly searching for something was just the simplest of his methods. Though some were more troublesome, many of them were highly effective. A resonant hum filled the air. Liu Yi abruptly squeezed the trigger. A beam of light erupted from the weapon's muzzle, striking a chair dead center. With a sharp, distinct crack, the chair that Liu Yi had chosen as his target was utterly pulverized, reduced to dust that floated gently through the command room. Liu Yi was more than satisfied with the power of this weapon. The Cosmic Cube's ability to disintegrate material was as reliable as ever. Still, he didn't show much in the way of excitement. Raising the weapon again, he leveled it at another chair and squeezed the trigger once more. Another deep hum filled the air as this chair, too, was instantly obliterated, its remains drifting away in the command room as powdery dust. The energy conversion checks out, Liu Yi remarked. He hadn't fired twice at random. His intention all along was to verify the weapon's energy conversion capabilities. With 2 consecutive energy blasts, he now had a complete mental map of how the weapon's energy conversion worked. Satisfied, Liu Yi glanced at the weapon in his hand, then suddenly gave it a sharp slap. With a loud bang, the weapon shattered apart, the components scattering in a beautiful, chaotic spray, as intricate and numerous as flower petals carried away by the wind. As the weapon components seemed like they were about to crash all around him, Liu Yi suddenly released his mental control. In an instant, all the parts were suspended in midair, bound by his will, never touching anything around them. With a sharp focus in his eyes, Liu Yi drew all the components together, leaving only a matchbox-sized item that glowed with an electric blue light. The rest gathered before him, forming into a perfect sphere. As soon as the sphere took shape, a ribbon of red flame shot up without warning, engulfing the components and melting them down to a liquid state. Liu Yi eyed the liquefied material before him, then clenched his right hand in a decisive motion. A burst of sparks erupted, and a crimson brilliance instantly flooded the command room. When the light faded, what had once been a mass the size of a human head had now shrunk to just 2 fist-sized blobs. With that one decisive grip, Liu Yi had purged every impurity. The sparks that had scattered before. Those were the impurities being expelled. With the impurities gone, Liu Yi didn't stop there. Under his control, the liquid material stretched itself, molding together seamlessly and naturally into a hand weapon, radiating an intense heat. The weapon's temperature was scorching, yet in Liu Yi's grip, it might as well have been nothing at all. The searing heat had absolutely no effect on him. He examined the weapon closely, and once he was sure everything was as it should be, he lifted his other hand and hovered it over the weapon without touching. At that moment, a magical array bloomed in his palm. A crisp, echoing sound rang out, and under the influence of the array, frost began to form, instantly encasing the blazing weapon in ice. A jet of white mist drifted from the weapon as the tempering process was brought to completion. Only now did the weapon's appearance finally reveal itself. Its body was jet black, densely covered with intricate, labyrinthine patterns, every line laid bare before Liu Yi's eyes. Clutching his newly forged weapon, Liu Yi beckoned to the energy storage device he had extracted from the cosmic cube, which was still hovering in the air. The space around the device flickered, and it vanished without a trace. There was a gentle click. The storage device slid perfectly into the reserved slot within the weapon. Once the energy core was in place, Liu Yi wasted no time and pulled the trigger. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, far stronger than the ones before, as a beam of blue light shot forth, reducing a table and everything on it to fine dust. "This'll do for now," Liu Yi said with mild satisfaction. If Nick Fury were to witness this, he'd probably be beside himself with frustration. After all, his own agents had spent untold effort unable to create a weapon this compact that still packed this kind of power. But, as it stood, Nick Fury wasn't there to see any of it. Liu Yi fiddled with his handheld weapon, channeling the magical energy within his body. The force surged along his arm and into the weapon, causing the patterns etched across its surface to come alive as if they were breathing. In that moment, a small magical formation appeared at the muzzle. A pillar of brilliant blue light twisted together with a streak of fiery orange, spiraling forward and blasting toward a wall of solid metal. Just as they were about to collide with the wall, someone suddenly leapt out, without any regard for their own safety, throwing themselves between the converging beams and the wall. Entwined together, the two beams held distinct qualities. One, imbued with destructive energy from the cosmic cube. The other, carrying the penetrating, explosive magic of Lu Yi, augmented by the runes on his weapon. Though their powers did not directly affect each other and remained clearly separated, their entwining movements foretold a fierce chemical reaction the moment they erupted. Yet, at the very instant when the beams were about to strike the wall and unleash their fury, a tall, broad-shouldered man, the very epitome of an American, burst through the command room doors. Upon seeing the tangled beams, he didn't hesitate. With a blur, he dashed headlong toward their target, seemingly fearless in the face of danger. His speed far surpassed that of an ordinary person, and standing close to the experimental wall that Lu Yi had been using, he arrived just in time, as the beams were moments from impact. Reaching behind him, he swiftly drew a shield and brought it up into his grasp. Immediately, he planted one foot, lifted his thigh, and leaned into a defensive stance, raising the shield before him. Right then, the converging beams struck. A deep, resonant hum filled the air. A thunderous impact rang out as the two entwined beams crashed into the shield, unleashing a tremendous shockwave that transformed instantly into raw kinetic energy. Yet this overwhelming force did him no harm, nor even seemed to affect him. Rather, the energy flowed over the shield, redirected with a controlled precision. Guided by this man, the beams rebounded, changing direction entirely, and shot straight toward the command room's window. With a sharp report, a pane of glass, one so strong that even artillery shells could not breach it, shattered. The two beams traced a beautiful arc across the sky and vanished over the distant horizon. Soon after, as their power gradually dissipated, they faded completely from view. Lu Yi, watching the beams disappear and the figures still standing firm, shield raised, could only sigh with resignation. So this is what happens when you test your inventions on someone else's turf. Sooner or later, someone will come stop you. This time, it was Captain America. Next time, it might well be the Hulk. Captain America? Yes, that's right. You're not mistaken. The man who stopped Lu Yi's attack was none other than Captain America himself. Though he wasn't in his uniform, the legendary shield in his hand left no room for doubt. In the entire world of Maroon, only his shield was that extraordinary, a shield that could block any attack. Not only would he remain unharmed, but nothing could affect him at all. After watching the Captain of America take two of his energy beams without flinching, Lu Yi had already guessed the truth. While a shield itself can be counterfeited, the effect of this one could not be faked. Actually, your shield is pretty impressive. Mind if I have a look at it? Lu Yi asked. No, the captain replied, refusing him outright. Steve Rogers, the Captain of America, had no idea whether Lu Yi was friend or foe. There was no way he would hand over his shield so lightly. But just because he refused, did that mean Lu Yi would give up? Of course not. The moment Captain America declined, Lu Yi pressed his foot lightly against the ground, and with a flash, he appeared directly in front of the captain. Before Captain America could even react, Lu Yi was already looming over him. Steve's pupils shrank instinctively, and he tried to step back. But at that instant, Lu Yi's hand shot out like a bolt of lightning, seizing the shield in an unyielding grip. Steve Rogers was forced to a halt. It wasn't that he stopped willingly. He simply had no choice. The shield in Lu Yi's grasp felt as if it were pinned by the weight of a mountain. Even though Steve called upon all his strength, it refused to budge, not even a fraction. Steve's face flushed a deep red. The muscles in his arms twisted and strained, making it clear he was giving it his all. "Let go," barked Lu Yi, his voice calm but full of authority as he tugged the shield sharply. Steve's grip failed, as though a venomous serpent had bitten his hand, and he felt utterly powerless to hold on to it. The force from Lu Yi's yank flung Steve backward, hurling him all the way to the wall. With a dull, heavy thump, his body slammed into the wall, a sound that spoke volumes of the brutal impact. He hung there for several seconds, pressed almost flat against the wall, before slowly sliding to the ground. When he looked back up, he saw the wall itself was deeply caved in from the collision. Lu Yi, however, paid none of this any mind now. Holding the shield in his hands, he studied it carefully. After a moment's examination, Lu Yi remarked, "This is a fine piece indeed. A shame, though, Some things simply can't be replicated. Shaking his head, he laughed softly to himself, turning his attention elsewhere rather than lingering on the matter. They say the shield can fend off any attack. I wonder if that's really true. Liu Yi gripped both edges of the shield and gradually began applying pressure. At just 1% of his strength, the shield remained unchanged. At 5%, still nothing happened. Liu Yi paused, then decided to ramp up his strength to 50%. Muscles rippled subtly along Liu Yi's arms, but the problem was the shield did not change in the slightest, not even a hint of deformation. Liu Yi pondered for a moment, then ramped his strength up to the maximum. 70,000 tons of raw power surged forth. Still, it was to no avail. The shield remained untouched, unchanged in any way. Even 70,000 tons of force can't do anything to this thing. It really is that tough and durable? I wonder if magic would fare any better. Liu Yi couldn't help but mutter. He withdrew his strength, and with a thought, made the shield float upright in front of him. Lifting his hands, palms turned inward toward the shield, he prepared his next move. Magical circles bloomed in the center of each palm, one erupting with blazing orange flames, the other with a sheen of azure frost, each spiraling around opposite sides of the shield. In an instant, the entire command room transformed into a world split by fire and ice. On the left, the air seemed to ignite in searing heat, while on the right, a frigid cold swept through like a polar gale. The clash of extremes sent shockwaves across the room, changing the very atmosphere. Steve saw all of this, worry etched deep in his heart. Ignoring the throbbing pain in his chest, he mustered his strength and dashed toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi wasn't interested in engaging. As Steve charged, Liu Yi sent out a pulse of mental power, a hammer of intent, crashing through the air towards Steve. With a muffled thud, Steve was hurled away, careening out the command room doors. Crash! The automatic metal doors of the command center shattered as Captain Steve of America crashed through, fragments scattering everywhere. SHIELD agents outside were startled both by the shrapnel and the sudden appearance of Steve. Just moments ago, the mighty, spirited Captain America had been so imposing, and now he'd been thrown out like this. Even though some had sensed trouble brewing, for those who'd grown up on tales of Captain America, it was almost impossible to believe. "Captain, are you all right?" At last, Garvisi snapped out of his shock. He rushed over and helped up Captain Steve, who was either fuming with anger or burning with shame, his face red as a beet. "I'm fine, cough." Just as Captain America managed to get the sentence out, his expression twisted, and he promptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Garvisi, unfortunately standing much too close, was splattered, streaked head to toe with blood. But no one dare blame, nor could they blame, Captain America for this. Wiping the blood from his face, Garvisi quickly summoned medical help for the captain. Yet Steve refused. "It's not necessary." Steve shoved Garvisi aside and stood up. His physique was simply far beyond normal. After coughing up that blood, much of the injury inside him had already begun to heal, and the tightness in his chest faded away. "Captain, you need medical attention." Gavasai said this with a wry smile. "No, I don't. You need to send someone to prepare firefighting equipment right away and inform Commander Hill immediately. Tell her there's been an unexpected incident here that requires her urgent attention." "But you—" "I told you I'm fine. Just do as I say." "Yes, Captain." Strictly speaking, Captain Steve of America didn't really have the authority to give these people orders, but reality was quite different. His long-standing reputation gave him the right to command in moments like this. No one present found it odd. Instead, they accepted his orders readily and began to carry them out as instructed. Captain Steve, too, wasted no time. Regardless of whether he'd truly recovered, he gathered himself and strode purposefully back toward the command room. But just as he set foot inside, a powerful force struck his still aching chest. His body flew back uncontrollably and crashed into the wall behind him, leaving him pinned there once again. Liu Yi had no intention of letting him step into the command room again. The moment Steve tried to enter, he was sent flying for a second time. "Captain, are you all right?" Gavasai, who hadn't managed to leave, carefully hurried over to where Captain Steve had fallen from the wall, concern etched into his voice. With a guttural gasp, Steve coughed up a mouthful of dark, red blood. Droplets of blood spotted the gleaming floor, startling in their vividness. The blood on Steve's lips made him look especially bleak, and those around who hadn't yet left turned pale at the sight, worry clouding their eyes. This time, something's really wrong. Steve tried to speak, but was overwhelmed by a fit of coughs. With each cough, more blood spattered forth. He pressed his hand firmly over his mouth and nose, barely managing to stem the flow of blood. "Then I'll have someone get you immediate treatment." "No need. Just leave me sitting here," I can keep an eye on things from here. I don't feel right leaving this post. But your condition, I can hold on. All of you, just do as I said earlier now. Steve answered firmly, his tone brooking no argument. Yes, Captain. Gavasai recognized the unshakable resolve in Steve's voice and did not insist further. He broke into a jog, hurrying off to find Hill. After all, he was just an ordinary man, no match for Lu E. Staying behind would only make things worse. It was better to fetch help. Once Gavasai had left, Captain Steve didn't force himself to enter the command room again. Instead, he remained seated where he was, eyes focused on the door, waiting anxiously for Commander Hill's arrival. However, Hill never showed up. Instead, what arrived was a shadow, a dark figure that shot out from the command room's main doors. The shadow seemed to have its sights set on him, flying straight toward where he stood. Now, gravely wounded, he could barely move, let alone dodge. The shadow smashed into the metal wall right beside him. A sharp clang of metal rang out as the shadow embedded itself into the wall, only a centimeter from his flesh and blood. Had the shadow veered a single centimeter closer, it wouldn't have sunk into the wall. It would have pierced through him. If that had happened, he would have been left with bones shattered and tendons torn. Cold sweat burst out across Steve's brow. He was only human, after all, and fear was not beyond him. I'm returning your shield. Just as fear threatened to overwhelm him, Lu Yi's voice rang out from inside the command room. A shield? Instinctively, Steve glanced toward the dark object beside him. Sure enough, it was a shield, or at least it used to be. Only now, the shield looked quite different. It hadn't changed shape, but the paint had been scorched clean off, restoring it to its original appearance. Reaching out, Steve tried to take hold of the shield. Just having it in his grasp would lend him some sense of security. But the moment his fingers brushed the metal, searing heat shot up his hand, and his fingertips sizzled as though pressed to a red-hot pan. His shield was burning hot. Steve quickly snatched his hand back, not daring to touch the shield again. Don't worry, I just heated it up a bit. Give it a moment and it'll cool down, Lu Yi said, stepping out of the command room. Looking down at Steve, he spoke with calm authority. What exactly are you trying to do? Steve asked, utterly bewildered. Lu Yi's attitude had shifted so suddenly, Steve could no longer tell what his intentions were. Was he friend or foe? Scientific research. What? Scientific research? Do you not understand? I understand. All right, Steve muttered, his expression twisted in confusion. Suddenly, he felt all the pain he'd endured had been for nothing. Maybe Lu Yi hadn't meant any harm after all. As Steve was busy regretting his thoughts, a voice echoed closer and closer. What happened here? Life, it seemed, was full of surprises. First, Steve had shown up unexpectedly, never with good intentions, but still his arrival had not been without benefit. The shield was one such gain. Lu Yi had no personal need for the shield, but there was value in studying it. What he might glean from it could prove far more useful than the shield itself. Now another one has appeared. This one is even more useful than Steve. Through him, Lu Yi could truly acquire something even better. And this person is none other than the Hulk, whom Lu Yi had once fought before. What happened here? Bruce Banner, still in his human form, appeared at the command center door, sounding genuinely confused. To be honest, the Hulk in his human state lacks any of that fierce wildness. With his curly hair, refined features, and sharp, intelligent eyes, he's every inch a scientist, not the brutish monster Hulk is known for. In fact, it wouldn't even be inaccurate to call him a scientist rather than a brute. After all, his situation is rather unique, almost like he has a split personality. Describing Bruce Banner and the Hulk as two entirely different people is hardly an exaggeration. Nothing major happened. I was just conducting some scientific research, and well, this is the result. Lu Yi fixed Bruce Banner with a burning, almost eager stare and smiled brightly. Here was a perfect opportunity. This man was a real treasure trove, much more valuable to Lu Yi than any robot. No wonder Lu Yi couldn't help but burst in a laugh the moment Banner appeared. Is that so? There was doubt in Banner's voice, but it didn't last long, as something else soon drew his attention. All of a sudden, Bruce realized Lu Yi seemed familiar, as though he had met him somewhere before. Haven't we met before? Banner studied Lu Yi, his voice full of uncertainty. We sure have. Not too long ago, we had ourselves quite the showdown. At the time, you were in the thick of a brawl with someone rather large. It was you. Recognition dawned on Banner, and he instinctively took a step back. Lu Yi had left a deep impression on him. Even now, when his mind was clear, the memory was impossible to forget. There's no need to be afraid. Sure, there was some tension between us before, but I'm not here to kill you. Killing you wouldn't do me any good, anyway. I'll just keep you around, and from time to time, give you a solid thrashing. Lu Yi added this to himself, amused. After this cheeky addition, Liu Yi's smile grew even wider, and a glint of mischief sparkled in his eyes as he looked at Banner. Not going to kill me? Why does it sound so awkward when you say it? Banner's expression turned odd. Liu Yi's words and the look in his eyes truly unsettled him. Awkward. Liu Yi turned to Steve. That's one way to put it. Steve hesitated, then managed a wry smile. Liu Yi's gaze sharpened as he stared directly at Steve. What did I do to deserve this? How did I get caught in the crossfire? Steve gave a helpless smile and could only change his answer. No. My mate's right, after all. See? He said no. Bruce Banner was at a loss for words. Who are they trying to fool here? If you're going to lie, at least put in some effort. Doing this right in front of me. Seriously? Fine. What? I said fine. Liu Yi repeated. You can actually hear what I'm thinking. You might as well be writing your thoughts on your face. Maybe a blind person couldn't see through you, but that's about it. Bruce couldn't help but feel exasperated. Dealing with someone like Liu Yi was truly no easy task. It was infuriating. While frustration and anger aren't exactly the same, they aren't without their similarities. His heart was beating faster. Fortunately, after practicing yoga for some time, Bruce had learned to control his anger pretty well, so he managed to keep himself in check. Impressive emotional control, Liu Yi remarked, watching Bruce Banner remain calm and composed. But Liu Yi's praise did nothing to endear him to Bruce. In fact, it made Bruce even more wary. The compliment sounded so out of place at this moment that Bruce could only suspect Liu Yi's motives. Bruce's situation was unique. Many knew that his power and transformation stemmed from rage, and in a place like this, it was only natural to read too much into things. And truly, he was right to be cautious. Liu Yi absolutely had an agenda of his own. Quick on the uptake, aren't you? But we'll leave it at that for now. There's still plenty of time. Today's not the best day for this. I'm sure there'll be opportunities in the future. With these words, Liu Yi paid no more attention to Bruce's growing suspicion and turned toward Hill, who was rushing over. Hill, didn't you say you'd get a room ready for me just now? Where is it? Liu Yi called out to her. It's ready. Hill breathed a sigh of relief as she saw that her team was all present and unharmed. That's good. By the way, since we're by the sea, do you have a seafood feast? We do, Hill answered without hesitation. Originally, there wasn't one planned, but as long as this could buy them more time with Liu Yi, it wouldn't be a problem for them to arrange it. Great, then get a seafood feast ready for me. I haven't had one yet. Head back to your room first. It'll be delivered to you soon. You can enjoy it in your room, Hill replied. All she wanted now was for Liu Yi to stay put in his room. Okay. Seeing that Liu Yi agreed, Hill let out a sigh of relief. After having Govis escort Liu Yi back to his room, she turned to deal with the mess he had left behind. The aerospace carrier was about to take off, and she had to clean up Liu Yi's mess. Otherwise, the launch genuinely couldn't go forward. There was even a risk of an accident in midair, which would be a disaster, to say the least. Hill had barely seen Liu Yi off when one of her subordinates came over, his face twisted with an odd expression. Commander Hill, you'd better come take a look at this. Anxiety rising, Hill dashed straight into the command center without a second thought. Everything inside the room immediately came into view. Inside the command center, nothing had changed at all. Yes, absolutely nothing was different. Are you all certain that there really was a battle just now, and that you detected all those abnormal phenomena? At last, Hill understood why her subordinate's face had looked so peculiar moments ago. It wasn't because everything had been destroyed. Rather, it was because everything was perfectly intact. Steve had been severely injured. The disturbance inside the command center could be sensed even from outside. Yet inside, it was all untouched. It was little wonder her subordinate was so baffled. Absolutely. Just a moment ago, there was a massive energy surge in the command center and some extreme temperature fluctuations as well. Extreme temperature fluctuations? Right, just now, there was this bizarre duel effect. In some spots, the temperature soared suddenly to tens of thousands of degrees, while in others it dropped in an instant to several thousand below zero. With differences that extreme, then why is there no sign of any change here? All the equipment in the command center was precision engineered. Never mind temperatures in the tens of thousands or minus several thousand degrees. Even a minor fluctuation could throw things off. But right now, there wasn't the slightest sign of damage. At least, outwardly, everything looked untouched. It was almost impossible for Hill to believe. In fact, it wasn't just Hill with doubts. Even her subordinate found it hard to fathom. Such massive temperature swings, and yet no trace left behind? How could that possibly be? Abruptly, Hill seemed to remember something and glanced over at the automatic door of the command center. The automatic door was still as damaged and twisted as before, warped out of all recognition. Just beyond the ruined door, Steve was still sitting on the floor. But what caught Hill's attention wasn't the state of the door or Steve. It was something odd she noticed on the surface of the command center's doors. Striding quickly to the twisted door, Hill crouched down and examined it closely. "Commander, look here." Hill pointed to a particular mark left on the warped door. "Are these marks left by something being rapidly frozen after being scorched by intense heat?" Hill's subordinate asked uncertainly. "That's right, those are exactly the marks I'm talking about. Marks like these normally shouldn't appear. They would require an immediate temperature change of over 1,000 degrees. This proves that such a dramatic difference really did occur here, even if almost all the evidence has been wiped away," the subordinate said, his excitement growing. "Wiped away isn't quite right," Hill mused. "It's more like everything was restored to its original state, as if none of this had happened at all." Hill's words struck her subordinate like a splash of cold water, clearing his mind at once. "Yes, exactly. Everything was restored to how it was. It has to be that. Commander, please grant me a few days. Let me fully investigate this place. I'm certain I can uncover the principle behind what happened and give you a satisfying answer." His gaze swept eagerly around the command room, a glint of obsession flashing in his eyes. He was desperate to study the place. No matter how Liu Yi managed to accomplish this, there had to be traces left here in the command room. If evidence existed, there was always a chance of decoding how it worked. He could almost picture his future, deciphering this power, achieving fame, rising in the ranks, and reaching the pinnacle of a special agent's career. Caught up in these thoughts, he looked toward Hill with anticipation. Studying the traces left in the command room wouldn't be simple. He needed Hill's support, but he felt confident. Such a promising technology would surely earn her backing. This was just a formality. "You have a great attitude, but—" At the word "but," the subordinate's face fell. He dreaded the turn he sensed coming. By convention, but always meant rejection was next. "But the aerospace carrier is about to launch. There simply isn't time for you to investigate. Let's just leave it at that." Just as he feared, the subordinate's expression darkened further. "This can't be all, surely." "No need to say more," Hill said, cutting him off. "That's my decision. Go fetch someone for maintenance and have the door repaired." "Yes, ma'am." He wandered out with a lost, bewildered look, unable to understand why Hill had reacted this way. Still puzzled, he went in search of the maintenance crew. Once her subordinate had gone, Hill remained in the command room. She didn't hide the regret in her eyes. The truth was, Hill herself was deeply interested in studying what had happened here. The problem is, it simply can't be done. If Liu Yi were to allow research on his powers right under his nose, aboard the sky carrier, that would be the height of recklessness, something only the most daring or foolish would try. Hill didn't want to see the sky carrier torn apart by Liu Yi just after it had taken to the skies, so she had no choice but to grit her teeth and turn him down. What a shame, she sighed. Hill was well aware of Liu Yi's uncanny ability to repair things. After all, it was this very power that once let him restore an entire block of buildings. Such an ability isn't just useful, it's full of incredible potential. With it, you wouldn't need to fear wear and tear or damage to almost anything. Most importantly, Liu Yi's power was a form of magic, and magic, stripped down to its essence, was the study and application of a mysterious kind of energy. If they had the chance, maybe they could unlock the secrets behind it. This was a kind of magic that could strengthen themselves. But now, they had lost their opportunity. They had let the hope of understanding magic slip away. With a resigned sigh, Hill forced herself not to dwell on what was lost. People must look to the future. You can't be forever trapped in the past. Turning on her heel, Hill left the command room behind and went to help prepare the grand seafood meal for Liu Yi. Now that's more like it. Liu Yi, sitting comfortably in his room, muttered to himself with satisfaction. With that, he put these matters out of his mind, took his gaze off the door, and simply waited for his feast to arrive. Thanks to Hill's personal attention, the seafood banquet soon filled Liu Yi's room. The scent wafted through the air, rich and irresistible, turning his quarters into a carnival of savory aromas. Perhaps Hill was hoping to keep Liu Yi in his room and distracted for a while, trying to buy some extra time with this extravagant meal. And calling it a banquet was no exaggeration. For this wasn't just seafood, it was a mighty seafood feast. Nearly half of the 20-square-meter room was packed with dishes, grilled, fried, steamed, and sautéed. So much, in fact, that by the end, Liu Yi could barely move. Seafood surrounded him on all sides. "This just won't do. The smell is way too intense," Liu Yi complained, taking a deep breath and shaking his head helplessly. After a moment's thought, he glanced at the sumptuous spread before him, then at the all-metal ceiling above. With a snap of his fingers, the seafood, neatly lined up as if ready for inspection, rose and gently floated, following him step by step out toward the deck of the sky carrier. Inside the room, the seafood formed tight, orderly ranks, tailing Liu Yi like an impeccably organized squadron as he made his way to the deck. Onlookers from S.H.I.E.L.D. station aboard the sky carrier were left dumbfounded by the scene. Mouths agape, unable to make sense of what Lu Yi was up to. The moment you set foot on the route to the deck, the tantalizing aroma of food enveloped you. What in the world is he doing? Hill spotted Lu Yi as well, rubbing her forehead with a wry sigh. It was all just a bit too disruptive for business as usual. The air is circulating. The enticing aroma of food in the corridors drifted along with the air, spreading throughout the entire aerospace carrier. Most people couldn't help but swallow hungrily. A small number even had their stomachs grumble loudly in response. Their bellies rumbled insistently. Hill's expression grew increasingly grim. We really shouldn't have brought in such a great chef to prepare that seafood feast for him in the first place. Feeling the pangs of hunger in her own stomach, Hill muttered to herself in frustration. As her mutterings faded, Hill simply gave the order to her subordinates to activate the ventilation system, determined to clear away all those tempting aromas. Lu Yi also noticed the sudden onset of the ventilation. A rush of fresh, salty air, tinged with the scent of the sea, swept toward him, prompting him to quicken his pace. This new air, briny and refreshing, was pleasant enough, but held no candle to the mouth-watering fragrance of the seafood banquet. Having grown used to the delectable aroma of fresh seafood, Lu Yi found the change hard to tolerate. In no time, he reached the deck of the aerospace carrier. With a snap of his fingers, a cubic meter of seawater, controlled by an invisible force, floated toward him, much to the disbelief of the crew on the deck. Under Lu Yi's mental command, the seawater quickly reshaped itself, transforming into a long table that settled onto the deck. One by one, all of the seafood delicacies landed neatly atop this watery table. With everything in place, Lu Yi dispensed with knives, forks, or chopsticks. A thought was all it took for him to dive into the seafood feast laid out before him. Piece after piece of exquisitely cooked seafood shed their shells, as if by magic, revealing the succulent flesh within. In perfect order, they floated gently to Lu Yi's lips. "Pure bliss," he exclaimed. Stretching lazily, Lu Yi let his body fall back, as if onto an invisible bed that suspended him comfortably in midair. Reclining as he feasted on seafood, life scarcely got more enjoyable than this. Unsurprisingly, his obvious comfort quickly attracted looks of envy, jealousy, and resentment from those around. Some people just live charmed lives, don't they? Bruce Banner muttered as he looked from Lu Yi, feasting on seafood in the distance, to the hamburger in his own hand, his tone resigned. The gulf between people could really be staggering. Both Lu Yi and himself had been invited here, yet the difference in their meals was stark. One had a simple hamburger, while the other enjoyed a lavish seafood feast. What had once been a rather tasty burger now suddenly lost all appeal. Bruce took a bite, but it tasted stale and flavorless, dry and unappetizing, impossible to swallow. "The burgers aren't good. Want to join me for seafood feast?" As Bruce Banner wore a look of bitter resignation, Lu Yi's voice reached his ears. "Absolutely," Bruce Banner replied without a moment's hesitation. After so long on the run, Bruce Banner came to understand a crucial truth. When someone offers you sweets wrapped around bullets, you have to fend off the bullets, sure, but there's nothing wrong with enjoying the sweets themselves. After all, it doesn't cost you much. Lu Yi was clearly up to something, but since the offer was made with ulterior motives, there was no reason to let the opportunity slip by. Take all the sweetness you can get. Lu Yi had no idea what Bruce Banner was thinking. He wasn't surprised at all by Bruce's straightforward acceptance. That's just how Americans are. Unlike people from the East, they rarely hold back when it comes to accepting an invitation. "Seafood feast, pretty tasty, right?" Lu Yi asked, watching Bruce Banner savor king crab with deliberate care. "It's great, really fantastic. You got it made. We were both invited here. So how come your treatment is so much better?" Bruce Banner asked, his face full of bewilderment. "That's because I'm strong and, more importantly, I can control myself. You and I, one of us is a powerful person, the other is a powerful beast. Beasts are terrifying, no doubt, but at the end of the day, they're still just beasts. They can be subdued, even killed. But a person, that's a true master, because people are far more terrifying. We have wisdom, we can't be easily controlled or killed. That's why they're even more wary of us." Though compared to a beast, Bruce Banner didn't show any sign of anger. Instead, he put the king crab back on the glass table and fell into deep thought. He understood, deep down, that Lu Yi had a point. He was just a beast. Lu Yi was the real man. "Looks like you're starting to understand. So, are you interested in becoming a person?" Lu Yi asked. "Become a person? What do you mean?" Bruce Banner was startled, immediately pressing for an explanation. "Do you know how your second personality came about?" Lu Yi continued. "It's because you're too repressed. You never try to release your emotions. The more you bottle them up, the more pressure builds, adding in your past traumas, and that's how your second personality was born. More often than not, people are like springs. The greater the repression, the tighter the spring is wound. But a spring is still a spring. It can't be compressed forever. Push it to its limit, and eventually it snaps back. Why do people develop mental illness? It's because emotions pile up, stress gets out of hand, the spring is compressed to the breaking point, and finally it rebounds. The rebound of a spring is the release of all the pent-up pressure that's been accumulating. Some people, those with especially strong minds or a little luck on their side, might handle this outburst as if nothing had happened. But there are others for whom it's different. They can't move past it. That's when all kinds of psychological disorders start to appear. Bruce Banner is exactly one of those people who couldn't get through it. His childhood experiences left him deeply repressed. The spring had been compressed for a long time. Then, after surviving a blast of gamma rays, the spring snapped back with force, giving birth to an entirely new persona, the Hulk. Normally, the Hulk would stay hidden. Yet whenever Bruce Banner's anger reached its limit, that other side of him would emerge. Moreover, the strength that should have belonged to Bruce was now fully controlled by this new persona, the Hulk. In fact, Hulk wasn't the only one of his kind in Marin. Many others shared the same fate. But right now, Bruce wasn't interested in them, and he had no time to spare focusing on anyone else. He needed to sort out Bruce Banner first. I suppose you've read quite a few books on psychology, haven't you? Louis asked with a friendly smile, watching Bruce Banner deep in thought. Bruce Banner nodded instinctively. Dealing with his troublesome alter ego had cost him no small amount of effort. While researching ways to rid himself of this unwanted power, he'd also explored a great deal of psychological literature. Of course, it wasn't to merge with his other personality, but to find ways to regulate his emotions, especially when anger threatened to take over, in an effort to keep it suppressed. Since you've studied psychology, you should understand why psychological disorders appear in the first place, shouldn't you? Yes, Bruce Banner replied with a nod. Then would you say what I'm suggesting makes sense? It does. But not every patient with a mental disorder can recover simply by releasing their emotions. That's true for most, Louis said, but you're an exception. You can do it. If you let go of your old emotions, you'll feel more and more at peace. Meanwhile, the Hulk will grow weaker. When you finally achieve a balance with him and accept him, merging the Hulk into your own consciousness, you'll return to normal, and your powers will remain intact. Bruce Banner fell silent. What Louis said made perfect sense, but he couldn't be sure if Louis had hidden motives, so he dared not say too much. You're hesitant? Perfectly normal. Let's not force the conversation then. Come on, let's eat, Louis said with an easy smile, gesturing at the lavish spread laid out before them. He had never expected to succeed all at once anyway. There was plenty of time. He could take things slow and play the long game. Sooner or later, Bruce would come around, and then the chance to perfect his extraction would arrive. Did he really do all this just for fun? Of course not. Louis had a purpose for doing this, and it was a rather simple one. He wanted Bruce Banner to unleash his powers on his own, to willingly help him achieve a flawless extraction. Louis also knew that continually provoking Bruce Banner's emotions wouldn't be easy. Banner was quick, agile, and, once transformed, even more formidable. Since he couldn't keep agitating Bruce Banner all the time, he had no choice but to let Banner cooperate with him. That would make things much simpler. Now, Louis had already accomplished half his plan. He had planted a seed in Bruce Banner's mind. All that remained was to watch it take root and grow. Half lounging in midair, Louis gazed at Bruce Banner, who was so distracted he barely tasted his food. A brilliant smile played on Louis's lips. This lavish seafood feast was immensely satisfying for Louis. For 3 whole hours, he practically didn't stop eating, finally wrapping things up only when the helicarrier was about to ascend. Once all the instruments had been checked and confirmed to be in perfect working order, Hill, wary of unforeseen complications, and, frankly, of Louis stirring up trouble in the command center again, simply decided to have the helicarrier take off right away. This way, she had every reason to keep Louis out of the command center, and Louis would probably respect the bigger picture and refrain from causing mischief. As a result, Louis's feast finally came to an end. According to the helicarrier's safety regulations, no one was allowed to remain on deck during liftoff. After takeoff, the air on deck would become dangerously thin, while high-altitude winds could whip across its surface, making it extremely hazardous. Naturally, Louis wasn't afraid of a little danger, but in Rome, do as the Romans do. Besides, 3 hours at the table was long enough, so he didn't protest. He tidied up and returned to his quarters. Shortly after Louis left for his room, the helicarrier shuddered, great clouds of vapor billowed from its flanks, and it soared skyward with impressive speed. Watching the helicarrier rise, Louis couldn't help but smile. There was more to this moment than met the eye. It signaled the next development in the Avengers story. Soon enough, all the Avengers would gather. After that, their first clash with Loki would begin. Loki would be locked in a cage, Hawkeye would lead an assault team to raid the helicarrier. Of course, during all this, Liu Yi had no intention of getting involved. If he lent a hand, there would be no suspense left at all. With that decided, Liu Yi made no effort to meddle further. Instead, he spent his days basking in the sun, enjoying fine food and drink, and living a completely carefree life. Now that the helicarrier had taken to the skies, he was easily the most leisurely person on board. Even Bruce Banner had been roped in by Nick Fury to help search for the Tesseract. Liu Yi's carefree existence, with nothing to do and every freedom to play around, was enough to draw envy from everyone around him. Countless people felt a pang of jealousy and resentment. After all, how could this be the behavior of an invited employee? He was being treated more like an honored guest, a VIP among guests. And then, over the next few days, another VIP made his entrance. Someone even more formidable than Liu Yi. This newcomer strode in like he owned the place, making it abundantly clear from the start that he considered himself the true master of the helicarrier. But this newcomer was no ordinary person. He was none other than Tony Stark, the famed Iron Man, not only a wild Avenger outside of SHLD's regular ranks, but a legendary figure in his own right. Yes, he had finally arrived. Tony Stark, once the notorious playboy, now the ironclad Avenger, at last finished his own affairs and made his grand entrance on the helicarrier today. Everyone knew exactly what kind of man Tony Stark was: proud, showy, and supremely confident. Today he was in rare form. Refusing to take the usual approach, he blazed onto the helicarrier in full Iron Man armor, the metal suit hustling him forward in a burst of spectacle. He immediately began ordering people around as if he truly belonged at the helm, his manner unmistakably that of the ship's actual owner. He even marched straight to the command center and claimed Nick Fury's spot for himself, settling in like it was his own office. Liu Yi watched all this unfold and couldn't help but feel a deep sympathy for Nick Fury. As if dealing with him weren't trouble enough, now Fury had another headache in the form of Tony Stark. One could only imagine what was running through Nick Fury's mind. Did he regret inviting both Tony Stark and Liu Yi? Was he second-guessing his choices? Of course, any regrets Fury nursed now would be useless. There's a saying, it's easy to invite gods, but hard to send them away. Now that they'd shown up, getting rid of them would be nearly impossible. Take Liu Yi, for example. He had no intention of leaving, at least not before the Avengers and Loki's incoming army had clashed. He was going to see that through. So, with that decision made, Liu Yi resumed his utterly idle lifestyle, eating, drinking, amusing himself, paying no mind to anything or anyone, until one day. On that day, during a gathering on the helicarrier, the facial recognition system picked out a familiar face in the crowd. The Avengers quickly began to assemble, preparing to apprehend the person in question. Ordinarily, this would have had nothing to do with Liu Yi. The Avengers had been summoned, and they weren't after him. Nick Fury, for this reason, didn't bother to notify Liu Yi at all. Still, Liu Yi found his attention drawn to the proceedings. Not because they were the Avengers, but because the familiar face they were targeting belonged to Loki himself. In the original story, Loki had indeed made such a move, deliberately walking into their trap, only to later orchestrate his own escape. But things were different now. While the current of the story still flowed, Liu Yi's presence had introduced a new element. Whether Loki would still be able to pull off his escape was now a genuine unknown. Whether he lived or died, it didn't matter. Liu Yi simply didn't care. What really concerned Liu Yi was that, if Loki were to die, the Chitari army wouldn't have a way to make it to Earth. That would spell real trouble for Liu Yi. So, he absolutely had to make sure Loki survived long enough to bring the army over. Come to think of it, shouldn't that Thor guy be showing up around now? Liu Yi sat in his room, his gaze fixed on Tony Stark and the others, absent-mindedly stroking his chin as he muttered to himself. He hadn't gone easy on Thor the last time they met. If Thor hadn't made a quick escape, he might not have survived at all. Meeting again, this time promised to be interesting. I bet as soon as Thor sees me, he'll just take off. Wonder if Loki will do the same. Liu Yi hadn't exactly left Thor with fond memories. He'd nearly killed him back then, and Liu Yi was almost certain Thor wouldn't dare act normal around him this time. In fact, he might just run for it the moment they met. Fueled by his own curiosity, Liu Yi stepped out of his room and walked onto the deck of the flying carrier, eager to witness their arrival. Knowing there was a good show to be had, there was no way Liu Yi would miss it. Without a moment's hesitation, he headed out to watch the spectacle unfold. Tony Stark and his group moved fast, quickly capturing the ever-tricky Loki, who, despite being waterproof, was no match for them, and then rushed him toward the flying carrier. This, of course, was complicated only by the sudden appearance of Thor. Thor's unexpected arrival caused a bit of a delay, and he got into a brief scuffle with Tony Stark, but that was nothing major. With Captain America, freshly recovered from his injuries, stepping in to mediate. Tempers cooled, the fight ended, and the group continued their flight toward the carrier. Soon enough, they arrived before Lu Yi, taking only a moment to land their jet before stepping out to greet him face to face. Long time no see. Lu Yi flashed a tremendously cheerful smile at Thor and Loki. Lu Yi was clearly delighted, but Thor and Loki felt something closer to horror. Staring at the smile on Lu Yi's face, they sensed not an ounce of friendliness, only an icy chill climbing their spines, making them want nothing more than to bolt. Yet, by sheer force of will, they managed to stay put. Thor couldn't risk losing face for Asgard in front of so many people, and Loki, ever the schemer, knew that running now would ruin everything he'd planned. Still, neither of them could hide their discomfort. The bitterness crept unbidden onto their faces, and their eyes were filled with sorrow. Anyone watching couldn't help but think. Two men bound by the same miserable fate. Long time no see, Thor said, forcing himself to sound calm. Captain America and Tony Stark were completely at a loss, glancing at Lu Yi. Then at Thor, it just didn't seem like there was any connection between the two. After all, one was an alien, and the other was an Earthling. Only Natasha, the top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., understood the underlying tensions among the three. She couldn't help but feel a headache coming on, realizing she had completely overlooked this issue. Just imagining what would happen if the three of them started fighting sent a tingling chill down Natasha's spine. Maybe we should take this conversation inside. Natasha finally forced herself to interrupt them, her voice betraying the strain she felt. That sounds good, Lu Yi replied, not letting Natasha's efforts go to waste as he agreed to her suggestion. Since Lu Yi didn't object, Thor and Loki had no reason to, either. They weren't keen on fighting Lu Yi anyway. The atmosphere grew strangely calm for a moment, only breaking again once Lu Yi turned and headed into the helicarrier. At least a fight was avoided this time. Hopefully it would stay that way, otherwise things could get very messy. Natasha, falling in at the rear of the group, watched their backs and could only smile wryly to herself. In no time, they arrived at the specially prepared containment chamber for the Hulk, where Nick Fury was already waiting for them. Nick Fury didn't seem to care why Lu Yi was among them. He simply instructed them to temporarily lock Loki in the glass cell, ensuring he wouldn't escape. Except for Loki, no one objected to this arrangement. Soon enough, with Thor and Tony Stark escorting him, Loki was confined within the glass cell. Perhaps to drive home just how dangerous and inescapable the cell was, forcing Loki to think twice and keep his distance. Nick Fury demonstrated its true threat. He operated a control, and the platform beneath the cell retracted. A wild, howling wind rushed up from below, and in an instant, Loki found himself suspended above a dizzying altitude, separated from a deadly drop by nothing but a sheet of glass. It left no doubt about the peril he was in. If Bruce Banner had been here to witness this, he would have quickly decided he'd rather stay human than risk the humiliation of such a cell. This cell wouldn't exactly be dangerous for the Hulk, but it would certainly be degrading. With Loki in custody, at least for now, things are secure. You all should get some rest. I'll stay here and personally question him about the location of the Tesseract, Nick Fury said after the demonstration, shifting his attention from Loki to the Avengers and Lu. The Avengers, as expected, had no objections. Most of them were fighters, certainly, but interrogation was a different matter entirely. None of them were particularly skilled at it, nor did they have any real interest in the process. If anything, they'd rather spend their time resting than taking part, and that included Thor. Indeed, though Loki was his brother, the matter of the Tesseract was too important to ignore. Thor couldn't just stand by and watch as the Tesseract was used to open a portal for an invasion of Earth. Thor had already tried appealing to Loki with familial affection, hoping to persuade him to hand over the Tesseract. But Loki proved entirely unmoved by brotherly love. When that tactic failed, Thor had no choice but to leave Loki to Nick Fury. Since no one spoke up against this approach, and even Lu Yi, who had been quietly observing, had no objections, the path forward was clear. Without another word, the small group strolled out of the detention area where Loki was held. Led by Tony Stark, they made their way to their own designated lounge. Natasha had originally planned to stay behind, but no one knew what Nick Fury was thinking in that moment. He simply shot her a discreet look, signaling for her to follow the others. Left with little choice, Natasha joined the team on their way to the lounge. Inside the lounge on the helicarrier, the space quickly filled up as the whole team assembled, transforming what had seemed a vast, empty room into one bursting with energy and presence. It was worth mentioning that Bruce Banner came as well. In fact, within just a short while, nearly all of the early members of the Avengers had gathered there. Everyone, that is, except Hawkeye, who was still who knew where, drifting off on some mission of his own. With so many people packed into the lounge, One might have expected lively conversation, but on the contrary, the room was eerily quiet. Each person sat in their own space, saying nothing. Would anybody like something to drink? Natasha finally couldn't help herself, breaking the silence as the mood grew increasingly awkward. In that instant, she realized exactly why Nick Fury wanted her to tag along. His purpose was clear now. She was meant to diffuse the tension among the Avengers, especially Liu E, to prevent things from spiraling in a bad direction. Someone willing to break the ice, and the only woman among them to boot, was a welcome presence. Out of courtesy, the group responded without any coldness. Everyone requested their beverage of choice. Thor and Tony Stark, both lovers of strong drink, and Steve, who could handle his alcohol without ever getting drunk, all asked for something with a kick. Liu E and Bruce Banner opted for coffee. Natasha had brought her own cup of water. With Natasha's light-hearted interjection, the strained atmosphere began to lift. Meeting each other is fate. Natasha spoke again, her voice warm with camaraderie. Whatever unhappiness we've had in the past, let's leave it behind for now. How about a round of fresh introductions? And let's forge a new friendship from the heart. What do you all think? I have no objections. My name is Steve, Captain of America. You could just call me Captain. Steve was the first to speak after glancing at Lewis. Naive to a degree that was almost unbelievable, Steve seemed to let go of much of his resentment toward Lewis after seeing everything in the control room restored, including the return of his shield. With Natasha's words, he was ready to let bygones be bygones and move on from past unpleasantness with Lewis. I'm on board, too. I am Thor, Prince of Asgard. You can call me Thor. My friends all do. Surprisingly, it was the proud Thor who spoke next, prompting the others present to steal glances at him, unable to hide their astonishment. What they didn't realize was, prideful as he was, Thor believed in respecting strong. The culture of Asgard instilled a deep respect for power, and that had shaped his outlook. Lewis, in his eyes, was unquestionably strong. While Thor's noble lineage meant he needn't fear Lewis, the customs of Asgard made him unwilling to make an enemy out of someone so formidable. Put simply, he didn't want to provoke an unstoppable foe or invite bitter enmity. That was why he spoke up second. With the trickiest member having already agreed, things grew easier. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner, who barely had any real conflict or grudges with Lewis, quickly followed suit. In no time, Lewis was the only one left who hadn't spoken. All the Avengers in the lounge looked to him, hoping he too would let go of the tangled past and build new friendships. As Lewis gazed at the familiar faces arrayed before him, he found himself reflecting on all he'd done since arriving in this world. Each person here, in one way or another, had some connection to him, be it rivalry or resentment. He couldn't help but feel a pang of regret at his lack of luck with relationships. A faint, knowing smile curved at the corner of his lips. Inside the lounge, all eyes were fixed on him. Everyone had just agreed to put the past behind them and forge new bonds, waiting now for Lewis to declare his stance. Yet he seemed completely unruffled, sitting in his chair, the chiseled edges of his face softened by a gentle smile as if basking not in their attention, but in the warmth of the morning sun. Something flickered in his eyes. No one could guess what Lewis was truly thinking at that moment. What exactly do you mean? Thor, impatient as ever, prodded him. Nothing much, Lewis replied, the smile remaining at his lips, his voice calm. Just watching you all resolve your differences, that's all. The unspoken message here was that I never intended to ease the tension between us. You are you, and I am me. We've never been one and the same. Because of the system, my relationship with these people, whether now or in the future, would never truly be a good one. No matter how patient a person, it's hard to take being provoked for no reason and roughed up. Given that, why should I bother to mend things with him? If I try now only for it to fall apart again later, I'd end up being seen as a two-faced schemer. Better to see things through openly and be a straightforward man from start to finish. That, without a doubt, is the best way. My subtext really wasn't all that subtle. No one here was a fool. Everyone picked up on it immediately, and their brows furrowed as one. Right now, in their eyes, I stood as the very image of an unapproachable character, someone immune to all attempts at reconciliation and unwilling to meet them halfway. Were they being looked down on? Or was I scorning their group outright? Whatever they were thinking was written plainly on their faces, impossible for me not to notice. So I spoke up. Don't misunderstand. It's not that I look down on you or scorn you. Each and every one of you here is a valuable asset in my eyes. I truly do hold you all in high regard. This wasn't a lie. It was the honest truth. After all, they were essential for my chances at those lucky draws. Yet, to their ears, my words rang more and more unpleasant with each syllable. What did I mean by valuable asset? It hardly sounded like I was talking about people. It sounded like I was describing some kind of commodity. No wonder they found it hard to stomach, even after I added that I valued them highly. Rather than feeling appreciated, it came across like I saw them as resources to be used, things to be taken and exploited at will. Besides being sharp, everyone present carried their own pride. How could they let such words slide? Their well-intentioned gestures felt snubbed, and a nameless fire began to smolder inside each of them. Natasha felt the same, but as a S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, she had no wish to let the situation spiral downhill. She quickly regained her composure and spoke up. I don't think it's that big a deal. Everyone has their own perspective. There's no need for blame. We could just go our separate ways and carry on. Steve, ever the guileless saint, saw Natasha take the lead and didn't want the gathering to end in discord. He stepped up to keep the atmosphere light. I think Natasha's right. Let's do our own thing. There's no need to force anyone. As the saying goes, every meeting is fate. Come on, let's have a toast. With that, Steve raised his beer bottle high. Everyone else played along. Steve's charisma was indeed formidable. Yet, when Steve's charisma ran up against Lu E, it lost all its effect. Everyone in the lounge raised their glasses, except for Lu E. It was more than a little awkward. The atmosphere grew tense and strange once again. Tony Stark, Bruce Banner, and Natasha managed some wry smiles, but Natasha especially looked as if she'd just swallowed something bitter. Lu Yi's actions had once again forced her to reconsider just how resolutely unyielding he was. He seemed utterly immune to persuasion. Those three did their best to maintain composure, but Steve and Thor's faces darkened. Steve's, in particular, took on an unhealthy shade. Steve, to put it plainly, was an honest man. But honest men, when provoked, could be frightening, and now his anger made his face an even deeper shade than Thor's, who was a prince by birth. Louis, raise your glass, will you? Natasha, noticing the growing irritation on Steve and Thor's faces, whispered to Louis. Raise a glass? That won't be necessary. There's no need for it, Louis replied, flashing a polite smile to those present before turning and walking out. Snap! Crack! Two sharp sounds echoed through the lounge as Thor and Steve involuntarily crushed the beer bottles in their hands. Beer sprayed from the broken glass, soaking their shirts. They didn't even care. Both their faces were clouded with a dark, brewing storm, looking as if they might explode at any moment. Don't mind it. Really, let's drink among ourselves. We're the ones on the same path, Avengers. He isn't one of us. Steve forced a strained smile and addressed the group. Yes, let's drink. Just us then. Thor quickly followed Steve's lead. They had tried to extend friendship to Lu E and got nothing in return. As the crown prince of Asgard, Thor could only swallow his pride and mask his awkwardness and anger with words. Steve and Thor went to the lounge fridge for 2 more beers and raised them in a toast again. But this time, things took another strange turn. Tony Stark and Bruce Banner didn't raise their glasses. What now? Thor's expression was a spectacle in itself. It's nothing. In fact, I don't think any of us are truly on the same path. I'm just here to help out a bit. I never signed up to be an Avenger, Bruce Banner explained. And you? Thor took a deep breath to calm himself and turned to Tony Stark. I'm the big guy. We were never really in this together to begin with. Remember, the first time we met, you ambushed us and we ended up fighting? Tony said. With those words, Tony didn't wait for Thor's reaction. He simply stood up and walked out, just as Lu E had done. Tony Stark, like Lu E, got up and left without a backward glance, so cool and collected that it seemed to stir something in Bruce Banner. Following their lead, Bruce too stood up without saying another word and exited the scene. Soon enough, only Steve, Thor, and Natasha remained in the room. Steve and Thor wore remarkably complicated looks on their faces, while Natasha appeared somewhat bewildered. It was as if she couldn't quite comprehend how things had spiraled so quickly out of control. This shouldn't have happened. By all rights, it really shouldn't have. According to the original script, although tempers would flare, the underlying conflict was meant to play out in a different way. Everyone would argue fiercely, voices rising and clashing. In the end, it would take intervention from Nick Fury and the urgent news of Agent Coulson, the Avengers' mutual friend, dying, to put an end to their bickering and formally forge their bond of friendship. But the story had clearly shifted off its rails. With Lu E now in play, even the smallest change could send events hurtling in an entirely different direction, let alone the presence of a living, breathing person stirring the pot. On top of that, Loki and a Mind Stone were involved, pushing everything further into uncharted territory. Loki and a Mind Stone? Yes, you read that right. Loki and a Mind Stone. Just like in the original story, where Loki manipulates the Avengers using the Mind Stone, in reality, he did the very same thing, except, this time, it unmistakably affected them. The conflict that was supposed to erupt over S.H.I.E.L.D.'s research on the Tesseract had now shifted. Lu E had become the new lightning rod for their strife. In truth, this was Loki's scheming at work. From his encounter with the Destroyer, Loki already knew that Lu Yi was not to be trifled with. As long as Lu Yi was present and willing to intervene, the odds of Loki's plan succeeding dropped to zero. It was simply impossible for Loki to win. How could he possibly accept that? So, the moment Loki realized Lu Yi was also aboard the helicarrier, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. He made Lu Yi the spark to ignite the Avengers' discord and turn up the pressure. That's exactly why Steve and Thor were both so quick to lose their composure. Each Avenger's resistance to the Mind Stone's influence varied, just as their attitudes toward Lu Yi did. Given the strained relations, the tension with Lu Yi only made things worse, pushing Steve and Thor to the breaking point. They were simply the most deeply affected. Others were also influenced to varying degrees, even if they hadn't shown it outright. If there was anyone completely untouched by the Mind Stone, it was Lu Yi. Every emotion Lu Yi displayed was entirely his own. He was utterly unaffected by the Mind Stone's power. Make no mistake, the Mind Stone's strength is formidable. However, when it is held by someone, its full might is not always unleashed. Loki, as its current bearer, is undoubtedly one of those who cannot wield its complete power. Although Lu Yi is accomplished in the art of mind magic, even so, his skills are not particularly formidable in this regard, compared to effortlessly manipulating others at will. Even with the boost from the Mind Stone, he still falls short of the likes of Jason, the master of illusions. Thus, when Loki attempted to influence the others using the Mind Stone's power during his interrogation, Lu Yi detected it immediately. However, he kept this knowledge to himself, affecting an air of ignorance as if nothing was amiss. Lu Yi understood quite clearly that this time, he must feign ignorance. Otherwise, Loki would truly have no chance to escape. The unified might of the Avengers was far beyond those whom Loki had previously manipulated. No matter how skilled Hawkeye was with his arrows, there were only so many opponents he could defeat alone. So Lu Yi chose not to interfere, allowing events to unfold according to Loki's plan. Yet his emotions remained genuine, his performance precisely what he intended it to be. If you're doubtful, just observe what Lu Yi is up to at this very moment. Instead of returning directly to his own quarters, Lu Yi left the lounge and made his way to the special laboratory aboard the helicarrier, prepared specifically for Bruce Banner. There, Lu Yi picked up Loki's scepter, the one embedded with the Mind Stone. If Lu Yi had truly been under Loki's influence, would Loki have ever let him do this? Clearly not. The Mind Stone was of utmost importance to Loki, even more so than the Tesseract. While he could not harness the Tesseract's power, the Mind Stone's strength was within his reach. If not for the need to lure the Chitari army, Loki would not have touched the Tesseract at all. What good was an abundance of energy if he could not actually use it? In contrast, the controllable power of the Mind Stone was precisely what he desired, what he prized above all else. The fact that he had embedded it within his scepter was telling enough. For this very reason, Loki would never have allowed Lu Yi to lay a finger on the Mind Stone. He had seen, through the Destroyer's eyes, Lu Yi wielding magic, and could not be sure whether Lu Yi was skilled in mind magic. To let him near the Mind Stone would be tantamount to sending a morsel to the wolves, gone without a trace. Everything Lu Yi was doing now was entirely of his own volition, untainted by any outside influence. As Lu Yi grasped the scepter, he noticed nothing unusual at first since he was not channeling mind magic or mental energy. At that moment, it seemed no different from any ordinary golden staff. But when Lu Yi willed a strand of his consciousness, his spiritual energy, into the Mind Stone, everything changed in an instant. A thundering surge rocked his senses. It was as if a bomb had gone off in Lu Yi's mind. Through that trace of spiritual energy, everything around him came into sharp focus. He could see everything within a 100-mile radius. He could effortlessly perceive the thoughts, the goodwill, and the malice of all living creatures in that vast area. Nothing could escape him. Lu Yi couldn't help but let out a low moan. This sensation was utterly exquisite, more exhilarating than any drug he had ever tasted. And this was only a sliver of the spiritual energy. If Lu Yi were to pour more of his spirit into it, he could see even further, perhaps even gain the ability to control the will of everyone on the entire planet with a mere thought. Such was the power of the Mind Stone, overwhelming without comparison. Staring at the Mind Stone, now so close he could almost touch it, Lu Yi felt a powerful urge to claim it as his own. The sensation of such immense power was addictive, beyond description. The Mind Stone truly lived up to its reputation as a world-class treasure. Its power was immense. There was no exaggerating it. With it, Lu Yi could decide the fate of anyone on the planet with ease. Life and death would be his to bestow or take away, all upon a whim. And yet, faced with such strength, Lu Yi felt no desire to accept it. He carefully returned the scepter, with the Mind Stone embedded in it, back onto its stand on the table. As wondrous as the Mind Stone was, it was still an external object. What Lu Yi truly sought was strength from within. Relying on outside power was not the path he needed. It was enough for Lu Yi to simply use the system to gradually grow stronger on his own. External things were not worth worrying about. With these thoughts in mind, Lu Yi finally let go of the Mind Stone. Not because it wasn't good enough, but because he simply didn't need it. After placing the Mind Stone back on its stand, Lu Yi didn't linger in a laboratory. He strode out quickly. The Mind Stone's abilities were formidable, and its allure was all-consuming. Even though Lu Yi didn't need it, the temptation it exerted was still there. The addictive feeling he'd experienced before urged him to pick it up again, to pour all his spirit into it once more. For a moment or two, Lu Yi could withstand the pull. It didn't matter. But as time passed, it was inevitable that there would come a moment when even he might succumb to its temptation. It wasn't that Lu Yi lacked strength of character. The very fact he could put the Mind Stone aside showed the fortitude of his will. It was simply that the Mind Stone's allure was too intense. Anyone who experienced its power would be left with an indelible mark on their soul. Once you tasted that might, it became as irresistible as a supreme magic ring. The fact that Lu Yi could give it up now was already astounding. Leaving Bruce Banner's laboratory, Lu Yi returned to his own quarters. But before he even had a chance to rest or do anything else in his own room, someone started knocking hard at Lu Yi's door. Who is it? Lu Yi opened the door with a sigh of resignation. As soon as the door swung open, Tony Stark appeared right in front of him. Why is it you? Lu Yi asked with a hint of surprise. The only occasions on which Lu Yi had dealt with Tony Stark were when he'd managed to outsmart Tony twice in a row, each time netting something worth billions. By all accounts, their relationship couldn't exactly be called friendly. Awkward, if not outright tense, would be a better description. Aren't you going to invite me in to sit for a while? Tony Stark chose to ignore Lu Yi's surprise and got right to the point. The room's too small, so there's no need. Besides, don't you think it's a little odd for a grown man to visit another grown man's room? Lu Yi made no effort to hide his dislike as he replied. Fair enough. Tony Stark, who clearly wasn't thrilled at the idea of entering another man's room either, went along with Lu Yi's suggestion without protest. So the two of them soon found themselves out on the deck of the helicarrier, stopping near the turbines. What did you want to see me about? As soon as they stopped, Lu Yi got straight to business, not wanting to waste any time. I set up a few little gadgets in the command room and managed to dig up some information. Tony Stark said candidly. So, Lu Yi had a pretty good idea what Tony was getting at and prompted him to continue. I discovered that S.H.I.E.L.D. is hiding something from us. I wanted to ask if you know anything about it. After all, maybe S.H.I.E.L.D. could fool the rest of us, but I doubt they could fool you. You're talking about SHLD's secret weapons research with the Tesseract, right? So you did know. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Tony Stark's eyes. As he looked at Lu Yi, his expression brightened, almost despite himself. That goes without saying. S.H.I.E.L.D. might try to deceive you, but they'd never dare try that with me. They simply wouldn't have the guts. You're right. With your power, they really wouldn't dare pull one over on you. Since that's the case, could you give me a detailed explanation of what kind of weapon S.H.I.E.L.D. is developing? A detailed explanation? Lu Yi had no intention of going into detail. He paused for a moment. Then, with a mere flicker of thought, there was a sudden flash of light in front of him, and a half-meter-long weapon appeared in his hand. Here you go. With that, Lu Yi tossed the weapon toward Tony Stark. Tony had barely registered the weapon suddenly materializing in Lu Yi's hand when it was thrown at him, and before he could react, the heavy object, dozens of pounds, knocked him straight to the ground. Damn it! Tony Stark couldn't hold back and swore aloud. Out of nowhere, something weighing dozens of kilos crashed down on him. As a pampered playboy, there was no way he could stand up to that. With weaponry weighing him down, Tony's face flushed deep red, and he looked absolutely wretched. To be honest, you really ought to work out more, came the remark. With how feeble you are, like a newly hatched chick, if you're ever out of your Iron Man suit, I doubt you could fight off a regular person. It's not that bad, is it? Tony protested, finally managing to shove the weapons aside and get to his feet, his cheeks still burning as he struggled to catch his breath. Not that bad? Sure, let's pretend that's true. Anyway, this weapon is proof that S.H.I.E.L.D.'s been building arms with the Tesseract. Take it to Nick Fury, plus what you found yourself, and he'll have no choice but to admit the truth. Tony knew this already. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Yi, he heaved the weapon awkwardly and made his way into the helicarrier. Does this count as patching the holes? Am I making sure reality stays on track? Lu Yi watched Tony Stark's retreating figure and murmured to himself in a voice barely louder than a whisper. Even now, Lu Yi couldn't help but marvel at how strong the narrative correction was. Everything had seemed destined to veer off course, but now, somehow, things were creeping back toward the original plotline. He wondered if Hawkeye would show up soon to rescue Loki. And as he pondered this, a fighter jet grew steadily larger on the horizon as it approached the helicarrier. He caught all of this and couldn't help but feel both exasperated and amused. It really was a case of speak of the devil, and he appears. The narrative correction, truly, was a powerful force. He had to admit as much. Hawkeye, intimately familiar with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s procedures, piloted the jet with a handful of teammates. With practiced ease, they drew close to the helicarrier before anyone could raise the alarm. By the time S.H.I.E.L.D. noticed something was wrong and scrambled to react, Hawkeye's jet was already circling the helicarrier from all sides. Out on the helicarrier's deck, He could easily spot Hawkeye crouched at the hatch, bow in hand, an arrow knocked and drawn in a perfect half-arc, ready to fire at any moment. There was a faint whisper of air, almost imperceptible, as the arrow flew. Yi's gaze tracked the arrow's graceful arc as it landed with a metallic thud, embedding its head in a plate of iron atop the turbine. In the blink of an eye, supports snapped open from the shaft, locking the arrow firmly in place. With a glance from his X-ray vision, Yi took in the arrow's interior. Instead of being solid, it was filled with a highly volatile substance, something dangerously potent running through its core. He had once seen information about this substance in files he'd gotten from S.H.I.E.L.D. It was a highly flammable and explosive material classified as a dangerous good. Despite its exorbitant cost, its destructive power was immense, dozens, even hundreds of times greater than ordinary black powder. The appearance of such an arrow here made it clear just what Hawkeye had in mind. A thunderous explosion erupted without warning. The turbine pinned down by the arrow was instantly engulfed in flames, unleashed in a sudden burst. The shockwave from the fire barreled through everything in its path. In the blink of an eye, one of the 4 turbines was fatally damaged, losing all operational capacity. The entire helicarrier shuddered violently. The ship tilted as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and crew in the cabins were thrown off balance. Yet, they weren't the unluckiest ones. That unwelcome distinction belonged to the Avengers. Whether by fate or Hawkeye's meticulous calculation, the explosion detonated not far from where the Avengers now stood. The blast yanked the floor out from beneath them. Its fierce shockwave and searing fire shattered the glass of the chamber they occupied. Had they not reacted in time, had their reflexes been any slower, they might have perished in the flames. It would have been the cruelest irony, a mission failing before it even began. Fortunately, that tragedy did not come to pass. Yi took in all of this, marveling not only at how relentlessly the story seemed to write itself, but also at the sheer force of these heroes' good fortune. Even with all that chaos, not one of them had died. In fact, he thought, not only had no one died, not a single Avenger was hurt. If anything, the aftermath of this explosion had swept away the heated arguments caused by SLD's secret weapon research using the Tesseract. The distractions were gone. Each hero focused on their own urgent crisis. Of course, Yi himself wasn't about to stand idly by. After glancing toward the direction of the explosion, he strolled into the helicarrier's interior, his manner unhurried and calm. As he walked, Yi snapped the S-shaped necklace from his neck and switched to his own combat gear. A fierce battle was about to erupt. This was no time for complacency. He wasted no time gearing up for action. Yi pressed further into the belly of the helicarrier. Around him, panic-stricken S.H.I.E.L.D. agents and staff darted about. The distant sounds of gunfire and pained screams reached his ears from time to time. The whole ship had descended into utter chaos. Shortly after taking flight, the helicarrier had been breached from the outside. All the drills and training now seemed useless, as everyone aboard was driven into hysteria. The crew was paralyzed, leaderless and directionless. And then, as if things weren't bad enough, a single roar sent their panic soaring to its peak. Oh! The furious roar seemed to echo right at their ears, making the personnel inside the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier feel an unbearable ringing in their heads. Already at a loss for what to do, they now felt even more paralyzed, unable to mask the terror plainly etched across their faces. Of everyone aboard the helicarrier, if anyone could still keep their composure, it was undoubtedly Yi. He showed no panic at all, whether before the deafening roar shattered the air, or now with the green behemoth crashing through the metal wall under Natasha's lead. Calm and clear-headed, he stood in stark contrast to those around him, who were visibly shaken. Yi, help me. Natasha spotted Yi immediately, standing out like a crane among chickens. She called for help after narrowly dodging a hunk of wall violently hurled her way by the green giant. Don't worry. Leave it to me, Yi replied, his eyes never leaving the green behemoth as he spoke to Natasha, not even sparing her a glance. At Yi's words, Natasha almost breathed a sigh of relief. the kind that comes when you know you might just make it out alive. But the moment she relaxed, the green giant suddenly accelerated, closing in on her in a blink. A hand as large as a sandbag reached for her. The attack was swift, the massive palm sending a gust of wind that whipped her hair into the air. She tried to dodge, but the hand was already too close. Her body simply couldn't react in time. I'm finished. That thought flashed through her mind. Though fear of death is human instinct, at this life-or-death moment, a strange calm settled over Natasha. Her arm shot up as quickly as she could manage, hoping against hope to buy herself a second of survival. Lu Yi was only a short distance from her. If she could just survive this attack, she'd still have a chance. The giant's sandbag fist was about to close around her, and Natasha steeled herself for a desperate fight. But then, a burst of energy, sharp and sudden. Two crimson beams lanced through the air, striking the green giant and sending him flying. He smashed into a metal bulkhead, crashing with such force that his form left a deep, human-shaped dent in the steel, like he'd been pressed into the wall. Natasha was safe. She followed the direction of the beams and saw Lu Yi, eyes aglow, holding her would-be attacker at bay with those burning red rays. Before Natasha could utter a word of thanks, Lu Yi let the beams fade away and addressed the green giant with a hint of familiarity, as if greeting an old friend. It's been a while, Hulk. The massive green figure, none other than Hulk himself, seemed to recognize Lu Yi. However, he showed no sign of greeting him. Instead, he let out a fearsome roar. Hulk! With his name as a battle cry, the Hulk bellowed in fury. The thunder of his voice surged forward like a gale, sweeping straight towards Lu Yi. Although the compartment was never spacious to begin with, the sound waves instantly filled it from wall to wall. The confined space caused the roar to reverberate, amplifying its destructive power even further. Everyone working inside the compartment was caught in the blast. Even though they managed to clamp their hands over their ears in time, the sheer force of the roar did terrible damage to their eardrums. Blood began to seep between the fingers clasped desperately over their ears. Aside from Lu Yi, who remained completely unharmed, only Natasha, her body honed and enhanced, fared a little better. Her eardrums had avoided serious injury. Still, Natasha was far from comfortable. A relentless buzzing filled her mind, nausea churning in her belly, and a faint, temporary deafness set in. She could see people's lips moving, but not hear what they were saying. Just one roar had left nearly everyone in such a state. Natasha realized then just how terrifying these two truly were. So, raising her voice above the chaos, Natasha shouted at Lu Yi. Lu Yi, you can't fight Banner here. There are too many people inside. You have to get him out of the helicarrier. If you can throw him out, that would be best. I know what to do. I don't need you to tell me. Lu Yi paid no mind to Natasha's warning, ignoring her outright. His gaze never left the Hulk, his eyes burning with anticipation as he silently calculated what kind of reward this encounter might bring him. Natasha couldn't hear Lu Yi's reply, but seeing his lips move, she understood that was his response. She didn't approve of Lu Yi's attitude, nor did she trust that he would put the bigger picture first. But at a moment like this, there was nothing to do but place her faith in him. Without wasting a word, she hurried over to the most seriously injured person, ignoring their feeble resistance as she dragged them towards the exit. Sometimes, leadership is about example. Seeing Natasha act, those who were less badly hurt staggered to follow her lead. By now, the Hulk's attention was fixed entirely on Lu Yi. Having recognized his new opponent, he made no move to stop the others from escaping. He couldn't care less. What mattered most to him now was giving Lu Yi a thrashing. Oh! With another earth-shaking roar, the Hulk snorted twice for emphasis, seized a machine the size of an office desk from the floor, and hurled it at Lu Yi. The Hulk had always embodied brute force. Technique was a foreign concept to him. Smashing, throwing, charging, kicking, those were his weapons of choice. Just like now, a desk-sized machine came hurtling toward Lu Yi with a howl, smashing through the air like a cannonball. For ordinary people, such an attack would be nothing but a burden, a pointless waste of effort. But for a being like the Hulk, who never tires and possesses boundless strength, this is undoubtedly the perfect approach. Lu Yi had realized this from the very beginning. However, Lu Yi himself was hardly lacking. He was of a similar kind. There were times when the brute force doctrine resonated with him, and now was certainly one of them. Watching the desk-sized machine whistling toward him like a missile, Lu Yi threw a punch, shattering the device instantly. Its fragments scattered in all directions like bullets, ricocheting off the metallic walls in a shower of sparks and sharp, ringing clatters. Failing to land a single blow, the Hulk launched a second attack, then a third, then a fourth. Everything within reach, the Hulk swept up and hurled at Lu Yi, never lacking in speed, strength, or aim. Once he'd thrown every object at hand, the Hulk refused to stay idle. He stomped the ground ferociously with giant legs, charging at Liu Yi with a force that left deep footprints stamped into the metal floor. Whether it was his sheer mass or his frightening strength, every footfall seemed to shake the ground. The flying debris was just a distraction. The Hulk himself was the real, brute force assault. Together, the barrage of debris and his charging form created a web of attacks, leaving Liu Yi caught in the middle. Getting a little smarter, are we? Liu Yi's eyes glinted with amusement. In a flash, his body soared into the air. With lightning speed, he zigzagged past all the incoming projectiles, reappearing right beside the Hulk. Ignoring the brute's look of surprise, Liu Yi seized the fist the Hulk had already cocked to strike. Using both the momentum from the Hulk's own charge and his own speed, Liu Yi swung him around and flung him straight toward the pile of debris he'd just thrown. The Hulk became a blur of green, instantly overtaking his own flying projectiles, and crashed headfirst into the opposite metal wall. Boom! Crash! Smash! First came the Hulk, and then everything he just hurled, smashing into the wall in quick succession. Each impact boomed loudly, sometimes punching through the metal, sometimes creating a twisted heap of wreckage at the wall. Some pieces, propelled through gaps the Hulk made, even rained down on his body in a sort of suicidal assault, shattering themselves upon him, their remaining force pushing him right through the next wall. 1 wall. 2 walls. 3. 7 walls in total were breached before the Hulk's gigantic body finally ground to a halt, half buried in metal, his face pressed into the steel as if to leave his mark there before he stopped. On the way, an unlucky S.H.I.E.L.D. agent and a Hydra operative crossed paths with the Hulk. Their fate was much like being struck by an airplane. Their bodies were reduced to pulp, limbs left mangled and lifeless. This alone was a chilling testament to just how terrifying the situation had become. Yet even so, Hulk emerged from the mangled metal wall as if nothing had happened, tearing himself free and charging once more toward the chamber where Liu Yi waited. With his thick hide and incredible toughness, ordinary attacks were meaningless against the Hulk. On the contrary, they only fueled his rage, making him stronger still. The only way to defeat him was to render him unconscious or kill him outright. Anything less, and taking him down would be almost impossible. Liu Yi might have had the upper hand at the moment, but that was merely the beginning. The angrier the Hulk became, the more powerful he would grow. There was still quite the fight ahead. Thinking this, Liu Yi met the surging Hulk head-on without hesitation. He pushed forcefully off the ground, charging along the path Hulk had torn, straight toward the Hulk himself. With a deep, thunderous impact, Liu Yi and Hulk collided. For a brief instant, they were locked in a stalemate, and in that fleeting moment, the metal floor beneath their feet bowed and buckled. The titanic force, transmitted through their bodies, caused the metal flooring to cave in and ultimately tear apart. They plummeted straight through to the level below, each propelled backward by the other's strength, crashing through walls and machinery as they went. Hulk was once more embedded in the wall, while Liu Yi found himself thrown into a pile of smashed mechanical parts. With a resounding crash, Liu Yi shoved away the heap of crushed components pinning him down. Hulk, too, tore himself forcibly from the wall, limbs flexing with explosive energy. Neither hesitated for a moment. Again, they charged at each other, and again, neither suffered so much as a scratch. The fight was far from over. Watching Hulk barrel toward him again, Liu Yi decided not to face him head-on this time. It wasn't that he feared losing, but rather that such brute exchanges would simply go on forever. As Hulk closed within arm's length, Liu Yi suddenly dashed 3 steps to the left, nimbly dodging the hand that shot out, switching from a fist to a grab at the last second. Without allowing Hulk a chance to turn around, Liu Yi swept behind him. Leaning his body forward, he raised his fist high. In a blur, he launched himself at the Hulk's back at 27 times the speed of sound, the pinnacle of his current ability. With a heavy, drum-like blow, Liu Yi's fist landed squarely on Hulk's upper back. The sound reverberated through the chamber. Roaring with pain and fury, Hulk bellowed. Green blood even seeped from his mouth and nose. But this was far from over. Liu Yi's speed did not falter in the slightest, maintaining that incredible pace. His fist pressed firmly against Hulk's back, driving him relentlessly forward. Boom! The first wall in Hulk's path shattered, a gaping hole large enough for 2 men to walk through now torn in the solid metal barrier. And in less than 100th of a second after that, a rapid succession of 13 deafening crashes rang out, each one marking another wall smashed to pieces by the green giant. 13 crashes meant 13 walls obliterated. It wasn't that Liu Yi wanted to stop there or that all his strength had been spent, but simply that, after the 13th wall, they were no longer inside the helicarrier. smashing through 13 layers, had blasted the two of them right out of the helicarrier itself. After all, the helicarrier was only so large, and at Lu Yi's astonishing speed, how long could they really have lasted inside? Their abrupt exit made perfect sense. As soon as they burst into the open air, Lu Yi's fist opened into a hand. One gripped Hulk's shoulder, the other seized the back of his neck. Ignoring Hulk's fierce struggles, Lu Yi hauled him upright and, with renewed force, launched them both skyward. During this wild flight, the Hulk did try to fight back. But Lu Yi's overwhelming strength made it nearly impossible to break free, and crashing through the sound barrier at 27 times the speed of sound was no small feat to endure. Faced with this, Hulk was left with almost no room to resist. Instead, he could only suffer through the ordeal, pain racking his body with every moment. Don't imagine that hurtling through the sky at such speeds is in any way pleasant. The constant, tearing force battered Hulk's body, while Lu Yi's vice-like hands and relentless fists pressed ever harder. All of this only stoked Hulk's anger, feeding his boundless rage. The searing pain fueled a fury so intense it was almost tangible, Hulk's wrath threatening to erupt in physical form. Had Lu Yi looked into Hulk's eyes right then, he would have seen both orbs burning bloody red, brimming with terrifying, murderous intent. With an earth-shaking roar, Hulk's furious bellow seemed to reverberate through the heavens themselves. Lu Yi was startled by this. Hulk's roar was far more powerful than before. He barely had time to register this change when suddenly, Hulk's massive frame trembled. It was as if he were being inflated. Lu Yi watched as Hulk's body expanded yet again. Hulk was already a muscle-bound behemoth, with shoulders broad enough to race a horse across and biceps thicker than most men's thighs. Now, he was even more formidable. A single forearm was as wide as Lu Yi's waist, and his muscles, knotted and coiled, gleamed with a metallic sheen that seemed almost forged from steel. Seeing all this, Lu Yi finally realized that thanks to his efforts, Hulk's rage had, for the first time, hit an all-time high. The fury had fueled strength, empowering Hulk and boosting his power even further. As if to confirm Lu Yi's thoughts, in that very instant, a tremendous force surged from within the Hulk. In midair, Hulk twisted his body, broke free from Lu Yi's hold with an explosive burst of power, and, using the momentum, managed to face Lu Yi head-on. And this was only the beginning. Before Lu Yi could react, the green-skinned Hulk, now squared up against him, took advantage of his towering frame. He swung his fist downward, aiming a mighty blow straight at Lu Yi. Now, Hulk's fist was even bigger than Lu Yi's head. As the punch came crashing down, it immediately cast a shadow over Lu Yi, blotting out the light above. The only thing left in Lu Yi's vision was that massive fist growing closer by the second. There was hardly any distance between them. It was too late for dodging or defending. Yet, Lu Yi hadn't even considered trying to evade or block the attack. Just as Hulk's fist was about to connect, Lu Yi twisted his body and, with a swift motion, lashed out with a whip-like kick, striking directly at Hulk's waist. His saving grace and disadvantage was size. When all else was equal, the smaller fighter had a certain advantage over the larger one. This time, size played in Lu Yi's favor. Although he struck after Hulk, because Hulk's massive form made him slower, Lu Yi's whip kick landed first, smashing into Hulk's waist before the giant's fist could touch him. The move was so sudden that Lu Yi hadn't managed to put his full strength into it. The blow didn't really hurt the now empowered Hulk. After a fleeting grimace, he quickly shrugged it off. But that was enough. Lu Yi wasn't aiming to damage. That wasn't the point. The kick still packed enough force to throw Hulk slightly off balance. Uncontrolled, Hulk's body recoiled backward, and his enormous fist missed Lu Yi by a hair, brushing past the tip of his nose and hitting nothing but air. Hulk had been flung back by Lu Yi's hasty kick, and, gradually, the force of inertia wore off. Gravity began to reclaim him, curbing his upward momentum. The Hulk let loose a series of enraged roars, kicking his legs and flailing in the air. Yet these roars and wild movements did nothing to stop his descent, no matter how much he struggled. If anything, he looked like a clown, floundering in midair. What a disaster. This is what happens when someone who can't fly challenges someone who can. Lu Yi laughed, calling out to the Hulk, who was still flapping desperately in the sky. If they'd been on the ground, or even just skimming over it, Hulk would never have seemed so helpless. His immense strength and terrifyingly dense muscles gave him superhuman jumping power. On the ground, he was an undisputed king. In low altitude, he could barely hold his own, but in the high skies, he was certainly not. Up there, he felt clumsy and restrained. After all, he couldn't fly, and this was the best he could manage. Still, even in the high air, Killing him was no easy feat. This guy was anything but easy to finish off. Watching the Hulk's upward momentum slow to a crawl, about to shift into a rapid descent, he had no intention of simply sitting back and waiting for fortune to fall into his lap. He unleashed his full firepower and charged at the Hulk at maximum speed. Hulk! Seeing rushing toward him, the Hulk let out a thunderous roar of delight. His hands, now as large as burlap sacks, planted themselves squarely in Liu Yi's path, ready to catch him should he come barreling in. He had to admit, the Hulk's brain wasn't all muscle. He did have a little wit in there after all, but unfortunately, not quite enough. While the Hulk anticipated Liu walking right into his trap, he failed to consider that Liu could simply dodge or attack from a different angle. Really, he shouldn't have made his intentions so obvious. It would have been smarter to play it cool and act unconcerned, only making his move at just the right moment. Maybe then he'd have had a better shot at catching Liu off guard. Yet, that kind of subtlety simply wasn't in Hulk's nature. With so much muscle crowding out everything else in his mind, even this sliver of cunning was already more than most would expect. Liu shot through the air with lightning speed, closing in on the Hulk. But just as he was about to collide, he abruptly vanished from sight and reappeared behind his massive foe. The Hulk, whose head seemed stuffed with muscle instead of thought, never saw it coming. Before he could even attempt to pivot and grab at Liu, it was already too late. Pain exploded across his back, sending him hurtling forward, completely out of control. But it didn't stop there. No sooner had he started to recover than wave after wave of searing agony crashed down upon his back, like being battered by a relentless storm. The force behind each blow propelled him even further through the air. He couldn't see it, but he could feel every strike. Liu Yi's fists and feet raining down upon him with blistering speed, driving him steadily forward. The devastating impacts forced his massive body relentlessly ahead. He couldn't turn, couldn't fight back, could do nothing but endure the onslaught. Attack after attack hammered him without mercy. He held absolutely nothing back. In the end, even the Hulk himself could no longer withstand the punishment. He coughed up mouthful after mouthful of blood, the crimson spray scattering and dissolving in the air, leaving him nothing more than a human punching bag suspended in the sky. Hulk! With pent-up frustration kindling into pure rage, he unleashed a roar of unbridled fury. His rage intensified, further boosting his strength once more. Yet this time, his body didn't swell as before. There was only a surge in his power and an enhancement of his physical defenses. With this new reinforcement, he could immediately sense that the damage inflicted by Liu Yi's blows was growing less severe. The searing pain gradually dulled, turning from excruciating agony into a mere ache. Liu Yi too took notice. He unleashed the full force of every strike, but couldn't help but realize, with each of Hulk's thunderous roars, that the sensation upon impact became harder, more resistant. This was clear proof that Hulk was getting stronger. Faced with such a relentless powerhouse, one who grew stronger the longer he fought, Liu Yi was, quite frankly, at a loss for words. Though he had anticipated this outcome, seeing it unfold so plainly before him, Liu Yi couldn't help but feel a touch of exasperation. As I thought, I should have knocked him out in that single instant earlier. That would have saved me so much trouble. He shrugged helplessly, choosing not to press the fight any further. With impressive speed, Liu Yi retreated, slipping out of the battle zone. He didn't end things right away. Before concluding this fight, there was something he needed to consult with the system. System, if I put an end to the battle now, can I still get a chance at a perfect draw? After all the effort he'd put in, Liu Yi wasn't about to let it go to waste. According to system evaluation, the system's voice echoed in his mind. If the host ends the battle immediately, even if it's just by knocking out the target, you'll still earn a chance at a perfect draw. The opponent's power already qualifies you for that opportunity. Those words filled Liu Yi with delight. Then things just got a whole lot simpler. When it came to dealing with the Hulk, Liu Yi had a wealth of unique tricks up his sleeve, of which only a few would inflict fatal harm, leaving plenty of other alternatives. Previously, out of caution, he'd held back, uncertain at what point Hulk's strength would be deemed sufficient for the system's requirements. Now, with the answer clear, it was time to act. Having confirmed the conditions for a perfect draw, Liu Yi snapped his fingers and unleashed the full might of his magical power. In a flash, dozens of colossal magic circles materialized in the sky beneath Hulk, each about 1,000 meters apart. A flurry of brilliant lights danced as every one of these massive formations activated in unison. They hovered parallel to each other, spaced by a kilometer, each circle casting its effect upon everything within 1,000 meters above and below, creating a chain of zones with amplified gravity spanning tens of thousands of meters beneath Hulk. Their effects interlocked, compounding the force to levels truly terrifying. Hulk hadn't the slightest chance to react before a force beyond resisting seized him. He plummeted downward at breathtaking speed, surpassing the speed of sound in an instant. After that, the speed continued to rise dramatically. Before even half the descent from tens of thousands of meters in the sky was completed, the velocity had already reached Mach 30. At this moment, the Hulk was nothing short of a blazing meteor streaking through the air. To be honest, being turned into a meteor was a truly miserable fate for the Hulk. His body was forced along a fixed path, the terrifying gravitational forces pressing down on him like an immense mountain, while the friction with the air inflicted constant agony on his skin. Even with his formidable resilience, such torment was unbearable. Endless pain overwhelmed his mind, and insanity replaced reason upon his face. But it was all in vain. His speed only continued to accelerate. Mach 30 was merely the beginning. The velocity surged relentlessly, and by the time he neared the Earth, it had reached an astonishing Mach 70. Then, he crashed heavily into the ground. For a brief instant, everything was still at the point of impact. The Earth seemed to contract inward. Then, without warning, a deafening explosion erupted. With the roar, a mushroom cloud rose high into the sky. Soil was pulverized into fine dust, billowing upward, and on the ground, wave-like ripples spread outward from the impact zone. The rock-solid ground at that moment undulated like water, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. Thankfully, this was all happening in a deserted area. If there had been people nearby, countless lives would surely have been lost. It took quite some time for everything to settle. Only when the dust had finally cleared and the rippling of the ground subsided did Liu Yi fly to the center of the impact, where the Hulk had struck, a deep crater marking the spot. The once flat Earth had completely vanished, replaced by this massive depression, large enough to consume 3 standard soccer fields, and more than 20 meters deep. Within the giant crater, the heat still lingered, and everything in sight was scorched black. This, however, didn't bother Liu Yi at all. He descended into the pit and quickly located the Hulk. What a sorry sight this is. Glancing at the unconscious and reverted Hulk lying at the very bottom. His clothes utterly disintegrated. Even that pair of pants that usually survived his transformations had been melted away by the heat. Liu Yi couldn't help but sigh. Liu Yi could withstand the temperature within the pit, but Bruce Banner, now returned to his human form, could not. The searing heat had left his entire body charred, his skin cracked, his hair completely burned away. Were it not for his extraordinary recovery ability, he would already have been roasted to death by now. I wonder, was it your fortune or your misfortune to have run into me today? After saying this, Liu Yi didn't linger any longer in the deep pit. Using his thoughts, he lifted the Hulk's massive green body, carrying him out of the crater. The Hulk still couldn't be allowed to die. Now that he was alive, there remained a chance for Liu Yi to defeat him once more. Poor Bruce Banner. Because of the Hulk within him, he too had to share in the suffering. Yet Liu Yi hardly cared about such trivial matters. Liu Yi took Bruce Banner away, leaving behind the deep pit the Hulk had smashed into the ground. This crater, in turn, was promptly captured by an array of armed invincible probes, each one delivering the footage to its respective country. Earlier in the skies, the dramatic descent of the Hulk, trailing a long tail of fire, had already grabbed the world's attention. Every nation immediately ordered their invincible probes to track him. Although they'd been a step behind, they still managed to record the impact crater. The entire world erupted in a clamor. What the heck is happening here? Why does the meteor look human-shaped? If only it weren't so huge, I might have actually believed it was a person. A person? Are you out of your mind? How could a human survive that? The friction alone would have finished them off long before impact. Incredible. Good thing that meteor didn't land in our country. It's fallen smack in the middle of America. Serves them right. They make so many blockbusters about world-ending disasters and saving the day. Now, it's their turn to pay up. Now, let's not say it's payback. America isn't getting retribution. It's just that the heavens are finally fed up with them, you know? America, never exactly beloved among other nations, was now the butt of everyone's jokes. Seeing such a meteor crash down on their land, the rest of the world couldn't help but make merry at their expense. Schadenfreude all around. While the world chuckled, the so-called leader of America was far from amused and was raging at the space agency. Were all of you at the space agency raised on junk food? How could you not notice a meteor this size entering our airspace? The president tore into them without mercy. Mr. President, this really has nothing to do with us at the space agency. The meteor didn't come from outer space at all. None of our invincible probes detected any sign of a meteor from above. Oh, so what you're saying is the meteor came from inside the planet. Is that right? The president reined in his fury, pressing for an answer. Yes, although we have no idea exactly why, but fuck bitch, you son of a bitch. Are you taking me for a fool? Or do you think all the people of America are idiots? Find out exactly where the meteor dropped and where the breach is right now. If this happens again, you can pack your things and leave. With those words, he hung up abruptly, leaving the senior administrator of the space agency shell-shocked and at a loss. These days, no one believes the plain truth anymore. Where's justice? Where's common decency? How dare he threaten to fire me? With a moron like you in the White House, it's no wonder the whole country is going down the drain. You're the one who really deserves to be out of the job. Though his heart was brimming with anger and frustration, he showed none of it on his face. Instead, he put on a show and dutifully began searching for so-called loopholes. Of course, he knew all too well. There was absolutely no issue on his end. The meteor hadn't come from outer space at all. It had materialized out of thin air at a very specific location. Moreover, when it appeared, there were some peculiar things beneath it. Those were probably the true cause. But now, there was no way he could reveal any of this. If he did, he'd end up being chewed out even worse, or worse yet, have everything pinned on him. The arrival of this meteor had stirred the nation into a frenzy. But the meteor, along with Liu Yi, had no such awareness. They arrived openly, without the slightest attempt at hiding, onto an empty stretch of land. By the time they reached the clearing, Bruce Banner's wounds had fully healed. His body, blackened and cracked beyond recognition, was now completely restored. Even his hair, which had been scorched, twisted, and fused to his scalp by extreme heat, had begun to loosen, returning to its curly, flowing state. His healing ability was just a hair shy of Wolverine's. But this was precisely the result Liu Yi wanted to see. With a power like this, Bruce Banner could keep fighting. Every time he slept, every time he rested, he'd be entirely healed. He could go on battling without end. System, I should have 3 perfect draw chances by now, right? Standing next to Bruce Banner, Liu Yi didn't immediately heal his mind. Instead, he spoke to the system. That's correct, including all the previous draw opportunities converted into perfect draw chances, plus the one you've just earned. You now have 3 perfect draw chances. Additionally, you still have 1 optimization draw. 3 perfect draw chances and 1 optimization draw. Huh, not bad. That's honestly fantastic. A broad, satisfied grin crept across Liu Yi's face. Even setting aside the optimization draw, just a single perfect draw would be enough to grant Liu Yi tremendous power. Now that I have 3 perfect draw chances, maybe it's time to use 1. Liu Yi stroked his chin, lost in thought. It wouldn't hurt for the host to use 1 perfect extraction, after all. Even if you save the opportunity, it won't magically give birth to anything new. You're about to face a fierce battle. If you don't prepare, you never know where you might stumble. There's always a risk of capsizing right before the shore. The Chitari army, as one of Thanos' elite armed units, was by no means a simple threat. In the original storyline, they hadn't even shown their full strength. Just the Vanguard alone once had the Avengers utterly overwhelmed, unable to fight back. If Natasha hadn't closed the portal in the end, it's hard to say who would have won. The Avengers might have been wiped out entirely. That's why the system was so insistent. Liu Yi was confident in himself, but faced with such a massive interstellar fighting force, he couldn't help but heed the system's warning and treat this with extra caution. All right, I'll use 1 perfect extraction, Liu Yi finally decided after a moment's consideration. The system responded immediately, wasting no time as the perfect extraction process began. After just a few seconds, the system's voice once again echoed in Liu Yi's mind. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Gilgamesh from the Fate universe, the heroic spirit from the Holy Grail War. King of Bling? Of all people, how did I end up with him? Liu Yi was momentarily stunned. But Liu Yi's shock wasn't because Gilgamesh lacked power. Far from it. The strength of Gilgamesh as a heroic spirit was undeniable. What caught Liu Yi off guard was simply drawing this particular figure. After all, Gilgamesh is the world's undisputed show-off, the #1 exhibitionist. His every ability is dazzling and extravagant, gleaming gold from head to toe. No wonder he's nicknamed the King of Bling. As he pictured himself becoming such a flamboyant character, Liu Yi couldn't help but feel a peculiar mix of emotions. Does the host wish to extract all his abilities? Go ahead, Liu Yi said with a shrug. Since he had drawn it, there was no point holding back. At worst, he'd just be the King of Bling from now on. As soon as he finished speaking, a strange and powerful force surged within his body. Every cell of his being sang in delight as this energy flowed through him, infusing him with an extraordinary vitality. Liu Yi could clearly sense his body and even his genes undergoing a profound transformation, as if evolving to a higher state. Before he could even savor this new sensation, The entirety of Gilgamesh's memories from his lifetime began flooding into Liu Yi's mind. Once more, Liu Yi endured the familiar and agonizing pain he'd experienced before. Veins bulged on his forehead, throbbing intensely. A few seconds later, as Liu Yi finished absorbing and digesting these new memories, the torment finally ebbed. The bulging veins gradually receded. Now at last, Liu Yi had a moment to truly sense the changes within his body. A perception spell was cast by Liu Yi, enhancing his own senses as he began to carefully sense the changes within his body. In an instant, Liu Yi's face lit up with unrestrained delight. The joy was written all over his features. "What's going on?" Liu Yi couldn't help but ask the system. Just moments ago, Liu Yi discovered that his body hadn't just seemingly evolved, it had truly evolved. Under the influence of the previous power, real transformation had occurred. After evolving, Liu Yi could clearly feel that the efficiency with which his body absorbed solar energy to become stronger had greatly improved, and there were other unfamiliar changes taking place within him. All of this was happening so quickly that Liu Yi could hardly keep up. "Host's abilities have evolved." "I know I've evolved," Liu Yi replied. "What I want to know is why. What exactly caused this evolution?" "The reason is Gilgamesh. The host has received Gilgamesh's memories, so you must know his entire history. Take a moment to recall, and you'll find the answer." At these words, Liu Yi couldn't help but cast his mind back. Gilgamesh's true identity was the fifth king of Uruk, a city-state of the ancient Sumerian dynasty in Mesopotamia. He was the protagonist of the world's oldest epic, the Epic of Gilgamesh, the first hero king. That by itself wasn't particularly special. Aside from its age, such a status alone couldn't possibly trigger his own evolution. So it wasn't the identity that triggered the change. Perhaps it was something else. Gilgamesh possessed a divinity described as 2/3 god, 1/3 human. Could this be the reason? A god could be seen as a higher order of life. Gilgamesh was a demigod, and godly essence resided within him. Could it be that? Divinity? That's right, divinity. The host has acquired everything from Gilgamesh, so that godly essence has also been infused into your body. The fusion of divinity and your abilities sparked this evolution. You've taken the first step toward immortality. The Golden Superman. Divinity was something truly extraordinary, capable of dramatically augmenting living beings. Any being possessing or acquiring divinity would inevitably find their abilities enhanced. Gods, as the highest tier of life, did not possess mere ordinary essence. What Liu Yi had obtained was hardly an isolated case. In most Western fantasy stories, there are often such plot lines. The protagonist seizes divinity from another divine being, allowing their own lineage and abilities to evolve, eventually becoming a god themselves. Liu Yi, at this moment, hadn't truly become a god, but he had indeed stepped onto the path of immortality, ascending to a higher state, evolving into a golden super being. In a way, that's a form of deification too. "You're celebrating a bit too early, host," the system interjected, pouring cold water over his excitement. "What do you mean?" Liu Yi was slightly taken aback and asked in return. "You've only just set foot on the path to immortality, and you've barely taken your first step down that long road. To truly become immortal, to evolve into a golden Superman, you still need a tremendous amount of divinity and an immense amount of time. Gilgamesh once possessed the highest level of divine aptitude among all heroic spirits. His divinity even surpassed Melaton's chief god, Zeus' son Heracles, who became a god after death. But Gilgamesh himself despised the gods, those always causing him trouble, killing his friend Enkidu, unleashing the bull of heaven to rampage on earth, and more, so his divine rank fell. His divinity dropped from rank A to B, which meant that it wasn't enough to allow Liu Yi much evolution. At best, he had only set foot on the threshold of immortality. To truly become the Golden Superman, he would have to keep striving. "Can you quantify it for me? Give me some numbers." Realizing this, Liu Yi pressed for a straightforward answer. "Certainly, all of your accumulated divinity has been used to evolve the Superman genes within you, boosting your abilities. According to the Superman eras, Superman's power is divided into the Bronze Age, Silver Age, Golden Superman, Thought Superman, and so on. Right now, you've gained Golden Age Superman abilities. You're currently evolving from Silver Age Superman towards Golden Superman. Can you just get to the point?" Liu Yi couldn't help but complain at the system's rambling. "Your progress. 82% through Silver Age Superman, 2% through to Golden Superman. These aren't mutually exclusive. Silver Age Superman is simply the stage right before Golden Superman. Pushing past Silver Age is your next major milestone. 82%? 2%? Why is there such a huge difference?" The disparity was jaw-dropping, 50 times apart. Liu Yi couldn't make sense of it. That's because you previously optimized your abilities, eliminating the weaknesses of Golden Age Superman, which gave you a head start on your evolution into Silver Age Superman. Now, thanks to the Divinity Infusion, you've shot up to 82%, partly achieving the leap from Golden Age to Silver Age Superman. Then why is Golden Superman's progression so tiny? Why do you think? The system didn't answer, responding with a question of its own. He was left speechless, at a loss for words. Why is the progression towards Golden Superman so small? Isn't it obvious? Because it's Golden Superman, after all. Golden Superman is a being of unimaginable power, an existence of near absolute might. How could He possibly expect to reach such a level so easily? Just receiving a mere 2% advancement from a Gilgamesh is already an enormous stroke of luck. To expect any more would be sheer wishful thinking. Realizing he had just asked a foolish question, he didn't press the issue any further. Instead, he shifted to another matter that deeply concerned him. How much divinity do I actually need in order to fully complete the evolution to Golden Superman? If we base it on Gilgamesh's level of divinity, you would need at least 50. But if we're talking about the Orthodox gods, you might only need around 10. That many. It's really not much at all, host. Don't forget the tremendous power of the Golden Superman, an immortal, invincible presence that can toy with the very timelines themselves. If you think that's a lot, maybe try heading to the center of the sun for a change. You'd have to be insane to do that. Although the idea of traveling into the heart of the sun sounded somewhat appealing, that was the core of the sun we're talking about. No one really knows what would happen if you went there. It's entirely possible you wouldn't evolve into a Golden Superman at all. You just get killed outright. Since there was currently no way to trigger the Golden Superman evolution, he had no other choice but to set aside the thought for now. Instead, he focused on his consolation prize. He had achieved 82% of the Silver Age Superman's evolutionary progress. Evolutionary progress didn't have to hit 100% before it had any effect. As long as he had some progress, tangible benefits were already present. With 82% of Silver Age Superman's evolutionary progress, he was close to completion. About 80% of Silver Age Superman's powers were now accessible to He. Whether it was the efficiency of absorbing solar radiation and converting it into strength, or his other abilities, they were all starting to manifest. That meant Yi's current power wasn't at its peak, but if he became strong enough, he'd be nearly equal to the Silver Age Superman. Silver Age Superman's abilities had no real upper limit, but he still needed sufficient strength to fully wield them. Only with enough power could those abilities be fully realized, and power was exactly what He needed right now. The way to gain that power was very simple. Just bask in the sun, especially at close range. Unfortunately, he didn't have time for that at the moment. Otherwise, he'd definitely go enjoy a sun bath right next to the sun itself. For the time being, he let go of the idea, wrapped up his conversation with the system, and turned his attention to Bruce Banner, who was lying on the ground. It was time for a little mental therapy. Sleeping pretty soundly, aren't you? He glanced at Bruce Banner's sleeping form. Then, with a sudden motion of his hand, a magical array shimmered into existence above him. With a loud splash, torrents of icy water poured from the magical array, drenching Bruce Banner on the spot. A wail escaped Bruce Banner as he abruptly leapt upright, almost 3 feet off the ground, frantically rubbing his wet body, trying desperately to rid himself of the freezing water, even completely forgetting Yi's presence. The ice water that He had prepared for Bruce Banner was at least at freezing point. Because Bruce's body temperature hadn't yet dropped completely after being exposed to extreme heat, the sudden shock was like tossing a red-hot iron into freezing water. The intense contrast in temperature and the overwhelming pain were simply unbearable. Bruce Banner felt like he had never been so unlucky in his entire life. First, he accidentally let his anger get the better of him and transformed into the Hulk. Before he'd even had the chance to cause any real destruction, He seized the opportunity to give him a brutal beating, sending him hurtling through the sky from tens of thousands of meters up, crashing down like a meteor. And as if that wasn't enough, it was his own fault. Really, he should have known better than to transform so recklessly. But then things got even worse. Just when he'd finally lost consciousness and slipped into a much-needed sleep, a huge bucket of ice water suddenly poured down from above, drenching him from head to toe. Chunks of ice, mixed with freezing cold water, engulfed him, making him question the very meaning of existence. He couldn't fathom why a simple bucket of ice water could have such a powerful effect. The second the icy water touched his skin, it felt like 1,000 needles pricking him, while a burning fire raged inside his body, leaving him in utter agony. He had absolutely no idea what was happening. All he could do was desperately try to shake off the freezing water and rub warmth back into his skin, hoping his body would recover its temperature as soon as possible. Amazingly, after a while, the rubbing did help. His body temperature rose perceptibly. Though the burning sensation inside him persisted, the stabbing pain on his skin had lessened significantly. Spurred on, he rubbed even harder. But Lu Yi, watching Bruce's endless fussing, could only sigh helplessly. How could he, a living, breathing person, be ignored for so long? That's enough, don't you think? Lu Yi finally called out with exasperation. Only then did Bruce Banner realize Lu Yi was there. Spinning around quickly, he ran. Yes, that's right. He just up and ran, bolting away before Lu Yi's astonished eyes. Am I really that scary? Lu Yi muttered, shaking his head. A ripple shimmered through the space behind him, and a golden chain flashed out. Like a bolt of lightning, it snapped around Bruce's ankles, binding him up tight, trussing him like a rice dumpling. Lu Yi walked over at a leisurely pace and crouched down in front of Bruce, who now looked thoroughly startled and a bit fearful. Running away the moment we meet. Don't you think that's a bit rude? He said. Bruce remembered all too well the beating he had taken from Lu Yi after transforming. Now, facing him in his human form, he could hardly keep his terror in check. Even transformed, he was no match for Lu Yi, and now there was nothing he could do but brace for another round. It was impossible not to be afraid. What do you want from me? Bruce forced himself to sound calm. What do you want? I don't want anything. I'm not your enemy. And this time, I'm here mainly to save you, to keep you from really dying. Really, would I have any reason to lie to you? Hearing this, Bruce Banner couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief. There truly was no reason for Lu Yi to deceive him. If Lu Yi wanted to kill him in his current state, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Can you let me go? With the threat to his life gone, Bruce Banner relaxed. The fear he felt toward Lu Yi faded, leaving only the hope that Lu Yi would let him go. It was all getting a bit embarrassing. Imagine, out in the wilderness, stark naked, a man bound by a golden chain. Anyone passing by would get the wrong idea about what was going on. Lu Yi seemed to realize this, too. With a mere thought, the chain binding Bruce Banner unraveled, dissolving instantly into countless golden sands that scattered into the air and vanished into the vast world. It was a sight to behold. The special effects were truly spectacular. Bruce Banner instinctively reached out and caught a handful of golden sand. To his surprise, the sand didn't disappear. It lingered in his palm. Is this real gold? Bruce Banner asked, eyes wide with shock. Yep. Talk about living large. Bruce Banner blurted out. He truly hadn't expected Lu Yi to go this far, chaining him up with solid gold and not even bothering to take it back afterward. Just the chain alone probably amounted to several million foreign dollars. To toss away millions like it was nothing. No matter how rich someone was, could they really afford to be this extravagant? Of course, Lu Yi wasn't the type to waste resources without a reason, but right now, he didn't have a choice. Who would have thought this chain was actually a one-use-only treasure in the shape of a chain? As soon as it fulfilled its purpose, it would collapse and disintegrate. Gilgamesh, his source, never kept track of such things. He never lacked for money or treasures, so whether something was disposable or not meant nothing to him. As a result, neither did Lu Yi. And so, this chain, a treasure that could have been used more wisely, was gone just like that. In truth, it deserved better. Luckily, there were still plenty more of these chain treasures left. Otherwise, Lu Yi would really be cursing right now. He had to admit, though, there was something deeply satisfying about using something up and tossing it away like this. The golden sands glinting in the sunlight, drifting away on the wind, with Lu Yi standing amongst them. A man whose sharply chiseled and graceful features radiated the noble, commanding aura carried over from Gilgamesh's memories. It was absolutely stunning. With all of this as his backdrop, Lu Yi's charm was utterly magnetic. No exaggeration. If there had been a few girls standing around to witness all this, there would most certainly have been squeals of admiration. The nickname Golden Shimmer might just belong to Lu Yi from now on. Ahem, but all of that is beside the point. Lu Yi quickly collected himself and turned to Bruce Banner, saying, "Let's cut the chatter. I think you know very well how much destruction your transformation caused this time. I know, but don't try to wash your hands of it. You had a part in this too." Bruce Banner retorted. "You bear the main responsibility," Lu Yi replied, casting a glance at Bruce. "Besides, I've never had a problem with killing when necessary. Even if I share the blame, it doesn't trouble me. But as for you, can you really handle it?" Can he handle it? Of course not. Bruce Banner was at heart a scientist. If he truly could bear the weight of innocent lives lost, would he still be in this state? He'd have dealt with it all long ago. "What are you trying to say?" "It's time for you to change," Lu Yi said. "A beast is still just a beast. You need to evolve to become human." Evolve into a human? That line again? What are you really after? Does it matter? All you need to know is that I can help you get back to normal. Isn't that enough? So what's your answer? Please, I'm begging you. Bruce Banner had long grown weary of a life of constant transformations, each one wreaking havoc and causing untold destruction. He'd always sought a cure, learning yoga in hopes of mastering his anger, and trying chemistry and physics to suppress the genes inside him. But everything had ended in failure. Back when Louis said he could end Bruce's torment, Bruce was sorely tempted to agree. Yet he had his doubts about Louis's motives and kept resisting. Deep down, though, his answer had always been yes. He was simply afraid Louis would want to use the Hulk within him for some ulterior purpose, so his agreement remained secret. Now, after what had just happened, he finally made his decision. Not because he trusted Louis, but because guilt weighed heavily on his heart. His latest transformation had caused massive damage to the helicarrier and, unintentionally, the death of many innocent people. Guilt gnawed at him, and when Louis offered hope, even the faintest glimmer, he couldn't let go of it. "You'll never regret the decision you made today," Louis promised, snapping his fingers. Then, after finding Bruce some clothes from a nearby store, he handed them over. "Let's hope so," Bruce muttered, clearly dispirited as he changed into the outfit Louis had brought him, his spirit dull and empty. "What do we do next?" Bruce asked once dressed. "First, we deal with the Chitari army." "The Chitari army?" Bruce repeated, confused. "That's the interstellar invaders Loki is planning to bring in." "You actually know the name of the invaders he's summoning?" Bruce Banner fixed Louis with a searching look. "Don't look at me like that. Not only do I know the name of the invaders, but I also know the exact location and even their precise objective." "Their precise objective?" Knowing the location wasn't that impressive. Given some time, Bruce could have figured it out himself. But what did he mean by a specific objective? Wasn't it simply to invade Earth? It almost sounded as if their true purpose wasn't actually the invasion of Earth. The truth is, their target isn't Earth itself, but something on Earth. Louis saw right through Bruce Banner's thoughts and spoke up directly. What was so special about Earth itself? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. In the vast universe, there were countless planets. Earth didn't even amount to a drop in the ocean, certainly not worth the personal attention of a cosmic warlord like Thanos. Of course not. There were plenty of planets like Earth, and plenty more under Thanos' control. He wouldn't bat an eye at any of them. What he cared about were the things on Earth, for example, the 6 Infinity Stones. Other cosmic powers eyeing Earth were much the same. Almost all coveted the artifacts on Earth, or the special significance Earth itself represented. But Bruce Banner was in the dark about all this. Louis's words piqued his curiosity. What exactly was it about Earth that attracted such interest? What is it exactly? The Infinity Stones. Huh, do you know the true nature of the Tesseract? Louis asked Bruce Banner. I don't, Bruce admitted honestly. He genuinely didn't. Not only him. Even S.H.I.E.L.D., who had studied the Tesseract for years, still had no clue. They knew what it could do, but not why. They knew how to make use of it, but not the real principles behind it. At least you're honest. The Tesseract is, in fact, the Space Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. Its limitless energy is just a secondary feature. Its true importance lies in what it really is. It's one of only 6 Infinity Stones in the entire universe. One of only 6 Infinity Stones in the universe. Bruce Banner couldn't help but gasp. He didn't know exactly what the Infinity Stones were, but the fact that there were only 6 in the universe, and that the Tesseract, with its infinite energy, was one of them, immediately made it clear how rare and valuable they must be. And so, everyone sets their eyes on it. Well, that was simple enough. When you think about it, it makes perfect sense. One of the only 6 Infinity Stones in existence. It was only natural that everyone would want it. So, invading Earth was just a side objective. Their real goal is the Cosmic Cube? That's honestly a little hard to believe. It is a bit unbelievable, but it's the truth. Anyway, let's get going. We need to deal with these invaders first. All right, Bruce Banner felt no burden about dealing with the invaders. No matter how many he had to take down, it wouldn't be too much. Upon hearing Louis mention taking care of the invaders again, he didn't hesitate to agree. Seeing Bruce Banner's agreement, Louis didn't linger a moment longer. A magical circle suddenly appeared at his feet, its light flaring up, and in a flash the two of them vanished from where they stood. When they reappeared, they were already inside the newly completed Stark Tower. We're actually here. Bruce Banner's eyes widened in realization as he spotted the Stark logo on the building. To get the Cosmic Cube to open a portal, immense energy was required to heat it up and let its power flow. And frankly, no place was better suited than here, an abundant energy source, and almost hidden in plain sight. There was little risk of anyone discovering it. Aren't we going up now to stop them? From what I can see, they haven't activated the device yet to open the portal. Watching Louis calmly munch on some Zio chicken wrap, he had no idea where Louis even got that. Bruce Banner couldn't help but ask in confusion. I know. Hungry? Want some? Lu E lifted the half-eaten Zio chicken wrap, answering with another question. I'll take a bit. He was already starving. After all, nothing is more important than a good meal. No matter what happens, eat first. Besides, if the sky were to fall, he had Lu E, the big guy, to hold it up for him. After polishing off 3 chicken wraps, a massive hamburger, and a huge cup of cola, Bruce Banner finally realized that Lu E had absolutely no intention of stopping Loki right now. He was waiting for Loki to summon the Chitari army. Bruce Banner still had no idea what Lu E really planned. Yes, he thought earlier about how nice it was to have someone else handle the big trouble, but now he was completely at a loss. Lu E's actions were just too outrageous. Aren't you afraid that allowing Loki to bring in the Chitari army will mean mass destruction, countless innocent lives lost, and the whole of New York at risk? Bruce Banner asked, confusion tinging his voice. There are inevitably going to be casualties, but when those losses occur, it'll make the Chitari realize how powerful Earth truly is. Out in the universe, there's no use in polite gestures. Only by showing them our might will they be wary of us and hesitate to invade again. Lu E had provided Bruce Banner with a compelling reason, and with that, much of Bruce's confusion melted away, though a trace of hesitation remained. He understood all too well that the universe abided by the harsh law of the jungle. The weak serve, the strong rule, and mercy is a rare commodity among the stars. But isn't this unfair to the ordinary people of New York? That was Bruce Banner's lingering reservation. There's no question it's unfair, Lu E replied, gazing at Bruce Banner, his voice calm. But it's a sacrifice that must be made. To risk the lives of so many innocents for this goal, even if sacrificing a few secures the safety of the many, for those few innocent souls, it's extraordinarily cruel. Unfair? Certainly. But what difference did it make? To seize this opportunity, Lu E had no choice. Yet he had to admit, he'd underestimated Bruce Banner's compassion. Even when given every justification, Bruce's conscience held him back. Looking back, perhaps he shouldn't have brought Bruce at all. But it was too late for regrets now. Is there a way for you to keep New York's civilians safe when the Kigure army arrives? Or at least minimize their casualties? Bruce Banner asked after a moment's thought. Why do I suddenly feel bringing you along was a dreadful mistake? Lu E sighed. What do you mean? You're already costing me a great deal of time. I'd intended to settle this quickly. Lu E replied, exasperated. How so? Safeguarding everyone in the vicinity. Do you think that takes no time at all? But can you do it? Are you kidding? You think I come unprepared? Lu E returned with a hint of amusement. He possessed not only Superman's powers, but also mastery of magic and the noble abilities of heroic spirit Gilgamesh. Among these, there were means to protect ordinary people. The problem was, all these powers required precious time to activate, at odds with his preferred swift, decisive approach. You're right. So what's your plan? Bruce Banner was well aware of Lu Yi's vast repertoire of abilities. He didn't doubt Lu E, only wondered how he'd manage it. You'll see soon enough. And with that, Lu E stopped paying Bruce Banner any further heed and lifted his gaze to the sky. Seeing Lu E look up so suddenly, Bruce Banner instinctively followed, just in time to spot a jet adorned with SHLD's emblem soaring overhead. His brows furrowed in concern. Bruce and Lu E had arrived using teleportation, reaching their destination almost instantly. Only after arriving did Bruce realize that the portal was opening at Stark Tower. He seriously doubted the Avengers could have responded this quickly. It was almost a certainty that the person inside this fighter jet was Loki. If you had just used your eyes to fire 2 beams earlier, it would all be over by now. Bruce Banner couldn't help but speak up. But after the Chitari army, things might not end there. The next invasion might not use a space portal opened by the Tesseract. It could be a full-scale assault, which would be far worse than what we're facing now. An invasion through a portal left some room to maneuver. Close the portal, and the crisis would be resolved. But a full-blown invasion would leave no such option. To drive them away, Earth would need enough strength, something it simply doesn't have at the moment. That's true, too. I suppose for now, we just have to wait and see. Bruce Banner understood this well. After saying his piece, he fell silent, gazing at the Stark Tower, then at Lu E, lost in thought, his mind wandering. Since Banner said nothing more, Lu E was more than happy to enjoy the piece. He conjured a chair for himself, and, ignoring the curious looks from those around him, sat down to wait for Loki to open the portal and summon the Chitari army. Time passed slowly. At last, Loki finished setting up the device, and Tony Stark, his Iron Man suit battered and torn, arrived as well. Everything was on the verge of beginning. It's about to start? Bruce Banner also sensed the change in the air. It's about to start. Just as Lu E replied, A golden hourglass suddenly appeared behind him, whizzing through the air and landing in his hand. This hourglass is called the barrier hourglass, a very special artifact, create barriers. When you turn it over and the golden sand flows from one side to the other, it conjures a barrier wherever you place it. The barrier has no offensive capability, but it's incredibly sturdy, nearly impossible for the average person to break through. You can use it to protect those innocent people you mentioned. Really, without a second thought, Lou tossed the hourglass to Bruce Banner and said, "Of course. Didn't you want to save people? Here's your chance. Guard this artifact. Make sure no one breaks it or turns it back over, and you'll be able to keep those people safe." Banner barely managed to catch the artifact and hadn't even gotten around to complaining about how casually Lou handed it over before Lu Yi's words sank in. Banner gripped the artifact tightly, casting nervous glances at the crowd around him, looking almost like a thief. "Go on, use the hourglass." Lou paid him no further mind. With those words, he soared into the sky, heading for the very top of Stark Tower, leaving Bruce Banner behind, hesitant yet determined, clutching the artifact and getting ready to activate the barrier. Lou shot up into the sky. Right at that moment, a beam of light suddenly burst from the top floor of Stark Tower and halted in midair. Then a portal opened in the sky. The inside of the portal was pitch black, speckled only with tiny glimmers of light. Yet these faint traces of brilliance brought no sense of safety. If anything, they made the portal seem even darker, even more menacing. It looked just like the gaping maw of some monstrous beast, ready to snap shut at any instant. The sight sent a chill down the spine, radiating an unmistakable sense of danger. Bruce Banner stared anxiously at the portal that had appeared in the sky, his grip on the hourglass so tight that his fingertips turned white with strain. Luckily, the hourglass was well made. Otherwise, he might just have broken it before even getting the chance to activate the barrier. "It's time." Taking a deep breath to calm himself, Bruce took off at a run, darting past the confused crowd who were pointing and staring at the spectacle above, making his way towards Stark Tower. He was still some distance from the building. If he started the barrier now, he'd surely trap countless bystanders inside with him. So he sprinted forward, covering over 30 meters, and stopped right in front of Stark Tower. Once he saw there were few people in this spot, he flipped the hourglass in his hands upside down. Golden grains of sand began to trickle steadily through the narrow glass tube, gathering in the lower chamber. A clear chime rang out. As soon as the golden sand began to collect at the bottom, the hourglass's magic reacted. With a crystalline note, a golden magical circle appeared right beneath Bruce's feet. Before he could even process what was happening, the hourglass suddenly radiated a brilliant golden light, which poured into the magic circle beneath him. The runes and lines of the array spread rapidly, in the blink of an eye enveloping the entire Stark Tower. "This is just unbelievable." Bruce quickly tried to cover the dazzling glow of the hourglass with his coat. Even in daylight, that radiance stood out like a beacon, broadcasting the key to the array's magic to anyone watching. Barely had Bruce managed to muffle the light when, in the next instant, the magic circle covering all of Stark Tower erupted with an even more intense brilliance. A dome-shaped shield sprang up from the edges of the circle, rising bit by bit until it wrapped around the whole of Stark Tower, including the gaping portal overhead. The whole building was now sealed tightly within the barrier. Bruce looked around at the golden walls hemming him in, trying to figure out where he could hide. But before he could move, Tony Stark's voice rang out from above. "What the hell is going on?" Bruce Banner looked up, only to see Tony Stark, now clad in a brand new suit of Iron Man armor, standing above him, having appeared there at some point without Bruce noticing. Tony's face was hidden behind the helmet of his latest suit, so Bruce couldn't see his expression. Even so, Bruce imagined that Tony's reaction must be quite something right now, most likely surprised by this sudden turn of events. Since they were both Avengers, Bruce didn't hide anything from Tony. "I got hold of a special hourglass from Lewis, activated a sort of barrier with it, and, well, that brought all this on." "A barrier?" "I don't know the details," Bruce admitted, "but all you need to understand is that it's an energy field designed to stop the Chitari forces from invading New York at will. And this hourglass is its core." As he spoke, Bruce patted the hourglass concealed beneath his clothes. "Well, that's not bad. But if it's the core, then I guess it can't be allowed to break, right?" "Exactly. That's what's worrying me," Bruce replied. "You know what I'm like. When I'm not transformed, I'm just an ordinary guy. But once I do transform, it's tough to tell friend from foe. Keeping an hourglass like this with me, it's just too dangerous." "You're planning to hand it over to me?" "Yes." "Nice idea, but I don't have time right now. I've got business with the jerk who tossed me out the window." With that, Tony didn't give Bruce a chance to respond. Flames erupted from his boots as he blasted off into the sky. Bruce was left with no choice but to keep the hourglass with him and duck in his Stark Tower. As he'd said before, when he's in human form, he's just an ordinary man, and when he transforms, nobody, friend or enemy, is safe. The situation was simply too perilous. If he didn't find a secure place to hide, even the slightest encounter with a Chitari soldier could be disastrous. Hardly had Bruce managed to take shelter inside Stark Tower when, elsewhere beyond the portal, Lewis had also taken his position. Lewis didn't go after Loki right away. Instead, after giving the Chitari on the other side enough time to react, he flew outside the portal, waiting in silence for their arrival. After allowing the Chitari ample time to organize themselves, he didn't have to wait long. The Chitari elite guards burst forth. Riding their aircrafts, they came streaming out of the portal. Like a swarm of locusts, the Chitari soldiers came plummeting down, eager to invade New York, attacking everything in sight. They were clearly unaware of the sudden appearance of the barrier around them, nor did they realize that Lu Yi was standing right in front of the dimensional gate, waiting for them. When they saw the barrier, and then saw Lu Yi, they froze for a split second, instinctively. It was in that brief, instinctive moment of hesitation that disaster struck. Gate of Babylon. Blades, weapons, swords, halberds, axes, hooks, and spears. A dazzling array of golden armaments appeared behind Lu Yi, conjured from thin air. Like arrows loose from a bow, they shot toward the stunned ranks of the Kigri Lion Nation soldiers. In an instant, the keen edges of these weapons pierced through every vanguard that stood before Lu Yi. Each and every one of them was dead, beyond all hope. For the first time, the Gate of Babylon made its appearance on Marong, and in mere moments it wiped out hundreds of the Kigri army's guards. And that was simply because there weren't many defenders present at the time. If there had been more would have fallen. The pace at which these lives were reaped even surpassed the efficiency of Lu Yi's superhuman abilities. With each new breath, bizarre and monstrous soldiers of the Kigri Lion Nation emerged one after another through the dimensional gate, the air sliced by the rapid whoosh of their arrival. Yet, before they could do anything, before they could even see what lay on the other side of the gate, Lu Yi's endless arsenal was upon them, and the merciless blades pierced their bodies, ending them. Not a single exception, not a single one slipped through. The world outside the dimensional gate remained empty, not a trace left of any living Kigri. The Gate of Babylon was reaping lives at a rate far faster than the defenders could cross through the gate, leaving a period of silence and emptiness on Lu Yi's side. Defeating small fry like this brought Lu Yi little satisfaction. As he mechanically unleashed the Gate of Babylon to slaughter the endlessly spawning Kigri soldiers, his gaze drifted to the other side of the gate. A new idea began to take shape in his mind. Perhaps it was time to go on the offensive, to invade the enemy's territory and hunt them in their own den. No sooner had this thought formed than it took root, like wild grass, growing rapidly in Lu Yi's heart. He pondered it for a moment, determined there was nothing that could go seriously wrong, and made his decision. Lu Yi unleashed one final volley from the Gate of Babylon, clearing away every Kigri soldier near the dimensional gate. He left a spatial marker atop Stark Tower as an anchor. Then, with a flicker, he pushed himself to his utmost speed and hurtled toward the gate. Accelerating to 27 times the speed of sound, Lu Yi became a streak of red light. In the blink of an eye, he traversed the dimensional gate and arrived on the other side, in the deep, black expanse of space. The universe should have been a realm of desolation. All that met his eyes was darkness, broken only by the cold, scattered light of distant stars. Yet this pitch-black stretch of the universe was different. It was anything but empty or lonely. Everywhere one looked, there loomed countless menacing mechanical behemoths, so many that they filled the horizon and stretched beyond what the eye could see. All the soldiers of the Kigri Lion Kingdom that Lu Yi had slain combined were a mere drop in the ocean compared to these fearsome iron beasts, utterly insignificant in the face of such overwhelming might. But even among these steel monstrosities, there was one that dwarfed all the rest, a colossal iron monstrosity at the heart of the fleet. In comparison, the other mechanical giants seemed as insignificant as ants before an elephant. Confronted with such a sight, Lu Yi could not help but be staggered, lost for words in his awe. No one who had not witnessed the other side of this dimensional gateway could possibly imagine the true terror of the Kigri army. This is the power of science and technology, he murmured at last, having barely managed to steady his pounding heart. Though Lu Yi had always sought strength within himself, seeing such a terrifying interstellar armada stirred an involuntary sense of wonder and awe. Yet even as Lu Yi stood in silent contemplation, the Kigri forces gave no pause in their invasion. Wave after wave of sentinels poured through the gateway to Earth, swearing to conquer this new world. Of course, Neither did they forget to turn their weapons on Lu E. The Chitari army relied on a unique networked system. Each sentinel, each metal behemoth, was linked to the core of that massive iron monstrosity. Everything their soldiers saw was transmitted in real time to this colossal entity. They already knew Lu E had breached their domain. The gateway was simply too narrow for their full military might to invade Earth en masse. But now that Lu E had ventured onto their turf, they were determined not to let this opportunity slip by. The sentinels nearest him, along with 5 enormous mechanical giants, pivoted at once, encircling Lu E. Without so much as a word, they opened fire. Thick and thin, with barrels as wide as meters and as narrow as mere centimeters, an overwhelming barrage of lasers streamed toward Lu E in utter silence. Lu E had no choice but to treat the situation with utmost caution. With a sudden, fluid movement, he slipped through the crisscrossing beams, evading every shot, and used the opening to close in on one of the metallic giants. There, face to face with this iron beast, he paused. The weapons of the Chitari were fascinating, a kind of bioweapon, in fact. Inside the armored shell, each steel behemoth housed a real, living monster, clad in special plating but very much aware, very much alive. The instant this beast saw Lu E at its feet, as if sensing a threat, it cast him a look of supreme disdain, then opened its maw, bristling with razor-sharp teeth, lunging to devour the puny morsel that was Lu E, as though he would barely be a snack caught between its jaws. Faced with the charging, ferocious iron behemoth, Lu Yi's expression didn't change in the slightest. He simply raised one hand and struck toward the massive beast that was now almost within arm's reach, landing a punch straight onto its gleaming fangs. In the silence of space, not a single sound could be heard. Yet, the tooth that Lu E struck snapped clean off, shattered by the force delivered through his fist. Driven by that overwhelming power, the broken fang shot forward like a cannonball. It pierced through the monster's throat and burrowed deep into its body, finally bursting out from the armored flesh at the end of its tail. The beast let out a voiceless howl, its massive form twisting helplessly in the void. After a few feeble struggles, all signs of life faded from its frame. Even after disposing of such a giant, Lu E didn't pause. Instead, he leapt atop another behemoth, crouched low, and slammed his fist down onto the armor plating across its back. The armor crumbled, fragments slicing clean through the creature from within, bursting out from its underbelly. Blood gushed forth, a second beast ended. But there was no time to rest. Just as the second monster died, and before Lu E could even turn to target a third, a beam of light 5 meters wide suddenly shot toward him from behind. In an instant, both Lu E and the corpse of the iron beast beneath him were swallowed by the beam. The terrifying surge of energy vaporized the monster's remains, leaving not a trace even of the steel that covered its body. And if anything at all still existed in the wake of that blast, it was Lu E himself. Bathed in the heart of the light, Lu E remained utterly unharmed. Not a hair on his body was touched. The only evidence of the beam's power was his cloak, billowing upright, driven by the energy around him. Apart from that, there was nothing left at all. Good thing I changed into this uniform, Lu E said with a hint of relief, standing amidst the brilliance. Otherwise, I might really have ended up naked by now. The beam lingered, cutting a blazing line through the darkness of space. Lu E managed to maintain his position in the midst of the energy only by sheer speed, holding himself perfectly still against the overwhelming force. If not for his ability to fly, even though he wouldn't have been hurt by the energy, that blast could have hurled him to some far-off corner of the universe. Sometimes, he mused, the gift of flight truly is a wonderful thing. Stabilizing himself as he sped along within the beam, Lu E finally found a moment to search for the source of the attack. No matter what kind of creature or machine had fired on him, he had no intention of letting it go. Tracing the beam back to its beginning, Lu E quickly caught sight of the culprit, a second iron behemoth. Yet, even at a glance, he could tell this one was somehow different from the others. Though the ordinary iron giants wore a layer of special armor, that was all. Most of the space on each side of their massive bodies was reserved for carrying soldiers. But this one was different. On either side of its body, a special device was installed, and a cannon muzzle protruded from its forehead. It was from this weapon that the beam which struck at Lu E had originated. A new breed, huh? Recognizing the source, Lu E wasted no time. He used his teleportation ability and vanished from where he stood, reappearing an instant later at the edge of the cannon muzzle, jutting from the special iron giant's forehead. Without letting it react, Lu E immediately pushed the cannon muzzle, along with the entire colossal body, to the side. As the cannon swiveled, so too did the beam it fired, arcing across the deep black void like a tremendous whip. Guided by Lu E, the shooting light lashed straight toward the heart of the assembled iron giants. By the time the special giant realized what was happening, it was already too late. In a blink, over 30 of the steel behemoths were swept by the beam. Vaporized from multiple points across their bodies, they were killed beyond hope of return. What a pity. If you hadn't responded so quickly, I probably could have taken down even more, Lu Yi remarked to the iron giant thrashing beneath him, still struggling desperately to bite at him. With those words, Lu Yi didn't bother sparing this one either. Standing atop the device, he brought his palm down in a powerful strike. The device shattered instantly. The iron giant was torn apart by the erupting force, its remains ripped to shreds. Lu Yi narrowly avoided being sprayed with blood. By now, Lu Yi had slain nearly 40 iron giants. Strictly speaking, that wasn't particularly many, but the fact that all were killed by a single person drew the attention of the Chigalai army's command. Suddenly, a barrage of light beams, thick as rain, poured in from every direction, all aimed at Lu Yi. There was no way for him to dodge. The relentless torrent of attacks struck him from all sides, sending his body spinning and tumbling through the void. With so many directions of assault, all the beams tangled together into a chaotic flurry. Lu Yi couldn't orient himself quickly enough to control his own flight, and for a while he was flung wildly through space. By the end, Lu Yi felt dizzy and disoriented, yet the barrage showed no sign of letting up. As he was flung in yet another direction, Lu Yi stretched out his hands and summoned a golden long weapon into his grip. Then, in the thick of the withering assault, he vanished. He reappeared atop another iron giant's head. With a precise thrust, the tip of his golden weapon pierced into the creature's skull. Then, with a powerful lift of both arms, he heaved the beast up and sent it hurtling directly toward a neighboring giant. The two steel behemoths collided with each other, just like two rotten tomatoes being smashed together. Their armor, once so formidable, now seemed fragile. At the point of impact, it shattered in an instant, leaving the flesh and blood beneath a mangled blur, reduced to nothing but pulp. Lu Yi didn't stop there. The long weapon in his hands burst forth with golden light, unleashing its full power. In that moment, he seemed like a deity descending upon the battlefield, sweeping straight toward the remaining steel titans. Silent but deadly swift, he brought down his blade in a flash, cleaving one steel beast cleanly in half. With a quick turn, the long weapon whirled in his grasp, and yet another steel monstrosity was severed at the waist. It was only then that the rest of the steel giants finally reacted, directing the full fury of their attacks toward where Lu Yi stood. Once again, a barrage of fierce blows rained down. Seeing the onslaught approaching, Lu Yi made no move to linger. With a flicker, he vanished in an instant, using his teleportation ability. Though Lu Yi had disappeared, the attacks did not simply vanish with him. Some of the steel titans behind where he had just stood were still there, and the barrage struck them full force, vaporizing them on the spot. Some high-ranking leaders among the Chigre were furious at witnessing the situation unfold. After much effort to pinpoint Lu Yi's position, they would find that he had already appeared elsewhere, close to yet more steel titans. The long weapon in his hands gleamed gold, and each sweep of its arc guaranteed the death of another steel colossus, whether struck by a blazing streak or the blade itself. Again and again, sprays of blood and bursts of flying debris marked his path. Shards of metal danced through the flickering light of countless electric sparks, painting a scene of utter terror. The Chigre commanders could do nothing but watch in despair. Lu Yi refused to prolong any engagement. Each time they targeted the place where he stood, he'd be gone before their blows could land, leaving their attacks to fall upon their own steel giants instead. Though the Chigre had numbers, they could not endure such relentless losses. In such a short time, over 300 or 400 of their steel beasts had already been destroyed. If things went on like this, would Lu Yi not slaughter them all? At last, the Chigre leaders realized this could not continue. A special signal, only perceptible to the Chigre Lion Kingdom soldiers, was sent out. Upon receiving it, all guards and steel titans hastened back to the great and fearsome steel monstrosity at the heart of the field, retreating into its depths. Lu Yi took advantage of the chaos to strike down many more foes, but in the end, it was impossible to destroy them all. The vast majority managed to escape back into the colossal steel creature. What are they up to now? Lu Yi withdrew his long weapon, murmuring the question in confusion. His question was swiftly answered. A faint protective barrier suddenly shimmered into being around the giant steel monster. Almost immediately, countless gun ports began to appear, bristling across its armored surface. Damn it! Lu Yi didn't want to curse, but sometimes he simply couldn't help it. Damn it! These high-ranking Kigriai must be out of their minds, using weapons meant for main battleships or entire planets against him. Every weapon on that monstrous, towering steel behemoth was now fully exposed. The smallest of those thick cannon muzzles had a diameter of several dozen meters. Their sheer size was terrifying. These weapons, designed to destroy the flagships of interstellar fleets or obliterate entire planets, were now unleashed against a single individual, himself. He could barely believe it. He had no doubt that even a casual strike from any of these weapons could easily wound him. This steel monster was the equivalent of an interstellar flagship, outfitted with devastating weaponry, because that's what it takes to stand up to a ship of its own class. Of course, bigger doesn't always mean better. Yet in this context, size truly meant overwhelming power. After all, a flagship is a flagship. Now, in the pitch-black expanse of space before him, every weapon on this iron giant was powering up, the barrels glowing as they gathered energy for a barrage. Yet faced with such a formidable array, he showed no intention of running away. He steadied himself, his expression growing cold, and vanished from sight once more, preparing to teleport directly onto the steel behemoth and destroy every one of its weapons. So, you want to kill me with your own armaments? Fine, I'll destroy every one of your weapons first. Let's see who wins this deadly contest. Will you kill me first, or will I destroy you? He attempted to teleport right onto one of its weapons, but before he could make it, something went awry. Just as he was about to cross the final distance, a strange ripple of energy threw him off course. Instead of appearing on the monster's hull, he materialized in front of a protective barrier that covered the machine. So, there's interference after all. He couldn't help but raise his eyebrows in surprise. Until now, he had assumed the force field was simply to keep him at bay, but it seemed its main purpose was to block him from teleporting close. This shield was generated by a high-frequency energy field, one that profoundly disrupted spatial teleportation. He reached out and pressed a hand casually against the barrier. A deep dent immediately formed where his palm made contact. But he realized the shield was tougher than he'd expected. Let's give it a try. He didn't bother with any special technique for now. Floating in the darkness before the force field, he raised his left palm, pulling back his right fist, and then suddenly launched a punch. His fist collided with the shield. At the point of impact, the energy barrier instantly caved inward, a massive depression forming on its surface. However, it proved to be of little use. The dent appeared quickly, but vanished just as swiftly, as the shield instantly returned to its original form, as if nothing had happened at all. As expected, it was pointless. Yi's expression showed he had anticipated this outcome, and he murmured to himself. While Yi muttered quietly, the high-ranking officers of the Hydra army inside the command center looked on with contempt. From the very beginning, they had locked onto Yi, and everything he did was exposed before their eyes. To see Yi boldly attempting to shatter the shield with his own strength, such utter foolishness, only fueled their scorn, which they directed at him without reservation. A native is still a native, they thought. No matter how much power he wields, it's wasted on someone so primitive and uncivilized, foolish enough to try to pit one man's strength against the energy of a main battleship. This sentiment arose in every one of their hearts, filling them with utter disdain for Yi. Their contempt reached its peak the moment Yi rested his hand against the shield. Idiot! If only it were that simple. A native is a native. Someone like him never should have possessed a planet like this. He ought to be made a slave, working to amass resources for us. Seems like this native is the representative of his world. He might have some power, but he's clearly a fool, no threat to anyone. That's not quite fair. His power is formidable. If there are more like him on this planet, we might be in for some trouble. Trouble? I see it as an opportunity. The more strong ones they have, the better for us. We can capture them and sell them for a higher price. While these Hydra exchanged their disdainful assessments, Yi placed his hand on a shield. A flash of light, and suddenly, a magical array designed to dissolve energy appeared on the barrier. In an instant, a passage large enough for a person formed right through the shield. The portal appeared and vanished just as quickly, closing almost as soon as it had opened. But that brief moment was all Yi needed. With a swift movement, he slipped through the shield and, once inside, teleported out of sight. Staring at their screens, the faces of everyone in the command center turned ashen. What was this feeling? It was as if a sharp slap had left them stinging and swollen with humiliation. This is bad. Just as the shock registered on every face in the room, one of the Hydra leapt to his feet. At that moment, they all finally realized Yi had breached the shield, and for him, the main battleship was now utterly defenseless. Before they could react or take any action, a shrill alarm blared out. One of the weapons on the flank, which was charging up, was destroyed in an explosion that rocked the entire side of the ship. Hurry! Disengage all power accumulators and deploy the emergency fleet. The Supreme Commander of the main flagship hurriedly issued orders in a flustered attempt to salvage the situation. All the charging operations on the steel behemoth's weapons were abruptly aborted. Almost instantly, the bay doors on the flanks swung open. A countless number of ships burst forth, gliding along the steel titan's side as they fanned out, desperately searching for Liu Yi to cut him down. They wanted to hunt him, but Liu Yi was never one to be easily killed. Out of sight, the golden, elongated weapon that Liu Yi had concealed before reappeared in his grip. In the next moment, Liu Yi emerged behind his adversaries, weapon in hand, unleashing it with the force and brilliance of a golden dragon, detonations erupting one after another in blinding flashes. He swung his long weapon, tearing through the emergency fleet in cosmic space, a blizzard of enemy ships swarming before him, yet falling like wheat in a storm. Every movement carried the force of overturning the heavens and shaking the cosmos. The weapon blazed, golden light streaming and surging, clashing with those bizarre, misshapen constructs in an awe-inspiring spectacle. Countless monstrous shapes melted away under the golden radiance, vanishing as if dissolved by sunlight on ice, utterly erased. Liu Yi stood amid it all like a divine sentinel, keeping the universe in check, radiating a dazzling golden aura. With every flare of light, another foe was snuffed out. Each sweep of his weapon sliced enemies in two, merciless and unrelenting. Liu Yi let out a cold snort, a hint of a mocking smile curling the corner of his lips. Alone, he pressed forward, carrying the intimidating presence of an entire army as he advanced on the rest of his adversaries. Pitiful weaklings and insects. Your only purpose is to be destroyed by me. Now die. Though there was no air and space for sound to travel, Liu Yi did not rely on ordinary means to project his voice. Instead, he used magic to send his command echoing in the minds of every being present, extending through hidden channels right into the consciousness of the top Chigr commanders in their control room. The Chigr leadership blanched in terror. Once, they had looked down on the primitives, but now, one by one, they were becoming the scorned ones, dismissed as little more than vermin and cannon fodder. Did anyone truly think they had no way to counter Liu Yi? The universe is filled with powers and champions beyond imagination. The Chigr had risen to dominion. They were Thanos' favored minions for a reason. They certainly had their own means of dealing with the extraordinary. Compared to some of the real monsters out there, Liu Yi was ordinary. Many were stronger and stranger than him. But what became of them? They all died. Not a single one of them was left alive. They were wiped out, every last one of them. Will something unexpected happen to Liu Yi? Absolutely not. This was the unanimous thought shared by all the senior members of the Chitari in the command center. It's a pity the great lords of the Dark Order aren't here. If they were, this petty native wouldn't even have a chance to act arrogant in front of us. We could crush him with a flick of the wrist. So what if the lords aren't here? We can still kill him with ease. He's just a trivial native. Who among us is willing to go? The Chitari excel in biotechnology, and, as the upper echelon, these people have undergone extensive enhancements. The cutting-edge technology of their race is integrated directly into their bodies. As a result, their strength is nothing to scoff at. True, they're no match for those from the Dark Order, but within the universe, they can still be considered a force to be reckoned with. I'll go, declared one of the Chitari elites from the warrior faction, rising to his feet as he spoke to the others with a cruel glint in his eyes. I'll kill him. I'll grind him into dust. Excellent. Well said. A wave of approval swept through the room. The cruel smiles of the Chitari leaders showed that they were roused by his words and wholeheartedly supported his challenge. With permission granted, he wasted no time. The special apparatus linking his brain and nervous system to the command center disconnected. He strode out of the command chamber, entered an adjacent pod, and began to don a suit of ornate armor. The suit shimmered with peculiar lights as he fastened the neural connections. Then, following a special passage within the pod, he stepped into the vastness of space. Propelled by twin thrusters at his back, he soared directly toward Liu Yi. Liu Yi's location appeared clearly in his mind, a godlike vantage point showing him not just where his target was, but even the details of how Liu Yi had vanquished his enemies. As he hurtled toward Liu Yi, he analyzed the opponent's combat style with cold precision. His goal was nothing short of a one-strike kill. The more powerful the display, the better his standing would be among his peers. He was determined to prove his might in an instant, to lay the foundation for a higher rank with this single, overwhelming victory. I'll use your blood as the cornerstone of my rise. Prepare to die. With that, he neared the expanse where Liu Yi waited. Now, he could see Liu Yi with his own eyes. Liu Yi could see him as well. But Liu Yi merely cast him a fleeting glance before losing interest, as if he weren't worth a second thought. That dismissive attitude was a deep insult to his pride. His expression darkened. His thrusters roared as he pushed the engines to their limits, closing the distance with blazing speed. Lu Yi had long since detected him, especially now, as the Challenger barreled toward him, unable to conceal his presence any longer. A cold, piercing light shone in Lu Yi's eyes, utterly unconcealed. The long weapon in his hand blazed with golden radiance. Like a dragon cloaked in light, it shot forward with all the speed Lu Yi could muster, aiming straight at his opponent. His opponent, the other him standing across, showed not a hint of hesitation at this sight. The glow in his hands intensified, shining like a miniature sun in his grasp. In the span of a single breath, the long weapon and the little sun collided, a clash reminiscent of two stars colliding in the heavens. Energy erupted in a blinding explosion, sweeping both combatants into its brilliance. All anyone could see was an incandescent burst of light. Lu Yi and the high-ranking Kaigri before him both vanished, utterly obscured by the glaring radiance. After a brief moment of this fierce collision, the two finally broke apart. The dazzling light dimmed, just barely enough to reveal their figures once more. The high-ranking member of the Kaigri found his arm covered in countless cracks, with fresh blood seeping from the wounds and trailing down little by little. Lu Yi, on the other hand, seemed almost untouched. Apart from his long weapon, which had been shattered, there were hardly any signs of damage. "Ha ha! Your weapon's broken. Let's see what you can do now." The arrogant and ignorant voice of the Kaigri leader echoed in Lu Yi's mind. Judging others by his own standards, the Kaigri relied on equipment and naturally assumed Lu Yi's power came solely from his weapon. Seeing Lu Yi's weapon destroyed made him absolutely ecstatic. To this, Lu Yi was truly at a loss, calling him dependent on his weapon. Where did such confidence come from? Lu Yi's weapon had always only been a C-class artifact. He had never relied on it for strength. It was only ever a support. Otherwise, Lu Yi would have switched to a different weapon long ago, instead of sticking with the spear. For heroic spirits, their artifacts are part of their power. Thus, when Lu Yi drew Gilgamesh, he also received Gilgamesh's artifact, the Gate of Babylon, the Star of Separation, the Star of Creation. That was an EX-class artifact. It was on an entirely different level from any ordinary C-class weapon. If Lu Yi really needed to depend on artifacts, would he settle for a single C-class spear and not unleash the unparalleled might of the Star of Creation? The only reason he hadn't wielded that weapon was simply that he didn't need to. Dealing with these people was well within his own abilities. "Do you really think I'm doomed just because I lost my weapon?" Lu Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile as he spoke coolly. "Isn't that the case?" came the retort. "Of course not. Unlike you Kaigri, I rely on my own strength. Weapons, to me, are nothing more than useful tools." With those words, Lu Yi calmly lifted his right hand, grasping the air as if seizing something. First came the head, then the haft. Another long weapon, dazzling with golden light, slowly emerged from behind him and settled into his grip. Lu Yi proved his point through his actions. Across from him, the Chigri high-ranking officer who witnessed Lu Yi's demonstration was visibly shaken. Regret now gnawed at him for having taken on such a wretched mission. He was already debating whether he should run for his life. Lu Yi's long weapon had nearly crippled one of his arms. If Lu Yi wielded more than 5 such weapons, it would be enough to kill him. He had sought to showcase his own valor in hopes of earning a promotion, but that didn't mean he was ready to die. He wanted to survive. Before he could reach a decision, Lu Yi sprang into action. A radiant brilliance surged from the long weapon in Lu Yi's hands, spilling out in every direction, painting the sky with dazzling visions. Around Lu Yi, a phoenix soared high, flames roaring, its vivid feathers gleaming distinct and clear. The Chigri executive hadn't even managed to react when the vision of the phoenix beside Lu Yi suddenly raised its head. Its piercing eyes flashed with a blinding, icy light. With its beak agape, the phoenix gave a silent cry, an uncanny, reverberating note that seemed to echo in the soul rather than the ear. And then, in the blink of an eye, the apparition of the phoenix shot toward the Chigri officer. Faced with the phoenix surging at him, the Chigri high ranker had no time left for indecision. He instantly raised his still intact arm and hastily gathered what power he could, his boosters on full throttle, launching a fierce blow at the oncoming vision. On such a narrow road, only courage prevails. At this critical juncture, any distraction would spell his defeat and his death. He wouldn't allow his focus to slip. Every ounce of his attention was locked onto the phoenix. The vision raced through the cosmos and once again collided with the Chigri officer, his fist hammering against the phoenix's beak. For a fleeting second, his fist held steady against the razor-sharp beak. But the next instant, it was as if he'd been struck by a real, living phoenix. Blood gushed from his mouth, his arm was torn apart into a bloody ruin, and his body tumbled backward through the void. Again, the phoenix gave a silent, haunting cry, felt rather than heard. The phoenix vision, momentarily slowed by the collision, surged forward once more, zeroing in on the Chitari high ranker. Its beak struck his chest, the specter burrowing into his body, and then erupted in an explosion of searing light that flooded the whole expanse of space. The officer, now pierced by the phoenix's force, was overwhelmed and obliterated by that burst of energy. When the light finally faded, what remained was only Lu Yi in a suit of specialized armor. Lu Yi stood gripping his golden long weapon, its blade spearing through the armor and lifting it overhead. The armor, unusual and difficult to destroy, was all that was left, intact, bearing silent witness. The sight set off an uproar among the Chitari commanders in the control room. This can't be happening. How could a mere native possibly have killed one of our generals? No, I don't believe it. It must be false. Yes, definitely false. Someone must have hacked into our system. Hurry, search for any vulnerability, and get me to the bottom of this. Get to the bottom of it? What for? Don't you understand by now what's going on? He used his own strength to kill one of our generals. But he's just a lowly native. You're right, he's just a native. But don't forget what he did just moments ago. He unleashed a powerful phenomenon, which means he possesses an extraordinarily advanced way to harness energy. That alone would suffice to kill any one of us. The words of this Chitari leader cast everyone present into deep contemplation. The power of technology was certainly formidable, but it was not omnipotent. The universe held many with terrifying abilities, beings capable of destroying entire stars with a mere gesture. Their own lord, Thanos, was the most outstanding example, a singular force strong enough to dominate the universe. Now, Lu Yi commanded a power of energy manipulation potent enough to destroy any of them. So what shall we do next? Are you saying our only option is to withdraw? After a brief silence, a senior Chitari officer asked, "Retreat is absolutely out of the question. Our mission is not finished yet." Then what are we supposed to do? He's too close, and the main ship's weapons can't even touch him at such short range. Ignore him. What? I said ignore him. Let him do as he likes. Do you honestly think a single man could bring down our flagship on his own? One of the Chitari leaders said with gritted teeth. As fate would have it, just then, Lu Yi's voice, dripping with contempt, rang clearly in their ears. Anyone else? Getting no reaction from the Chitari, Lu Yi sheathed his weapon, stored his armor back in the Vault of Kings, and used his magic to broadcast his challenge directly into the minds of the Chitari Lion Nation soldiers. Through a concealed link, Lu Yi's words reached the Chitari leadership, falling upon their ears loud and clear. In an instant, the pretense of ignoring Lu Yi vanished without a trace. Every Chitari leader's face turned grim as they silently resolved that Lu Yi must be eliminated. For a mere native to speak to them in such a manner was a grave insult to their pride, wounded their vanity deeply. Don't worry about damaging the flagship. Charge the weapons and kill him. Now. The weapons on the flagship weren't actually incapable of targeting threats at close range. It was just that, because of their positioning, it was difficult to control their recoil and accuracy. Once the command was given, there was a real risk of damaging their own ship. Lu Yi's attacks on the main ship, strictly speaking, didn't inflict much damage. The vessel was far too immense, and Lu Yi himself so minuscule he couldn't even be compared to an ant. When the main ship's own weapons struck its hull, the destruction was catastrophic, far beyond anything Lu Yi could hope to accomplish, no matter how hard he tried. Initially, the crew had never intended to use the main ship's firepower against itself. But here was Lu Yi, a mere native, as insignificant and contemptible as a flea, daring to show them such blatant disdain. Even though Lu Yi's strength had earned their grudging acknowledgement, he remained a threat to be eliminated without delay. Not even for a fleeting moment should he be spared. All manner of weapons aboard the main ship began charging up again, under the precise direction of the ship's central artificial intelligence. Every battery locked squarely onto Lu Yi. And it was at that very moment that the magical array inscribed on Lu Yi's uniform surged frantically, warning him of imminent danger. Though it had warned him before, never had it sounded the alarm so wildly. On the verge of collapse, as if disaster were mere heartbeats away. Lu Yi had never imagined he would ever face a crisis of this magnitude. Acting on pure instinct, Lu Yi vanished in a flash, teleporting away from his original spot. Hardly had he disappeared when dazzling beams of light rained down upon where he had just stood, their luminance cutting through the void and scorching the remains of steel behemoths left floating in space. annihilating them in an instant. Liu Yi reappeared elsewhere and took in the scene with his own eyes. Yet, before he could even study it for more than a moment, the magical array erupted with frantic warnings once more, forcing him to blink out of view again. In the instant he vanished, another barrage of beams hammered the position where he had just stood. This pattern repeated itself again and again. No matter where Liu Yi materialized, within a second searing columns of energy would target and overwhelm his former location. Forced to stay in constant motion, he relied on teleportation to evade the relentless onslaught. After dodging a barrage of 4 consecutive, rapid-fire attacks, Liu Yi made a daring move, materializing for a split second on the edge of one of the ship's laser cannons, only to disappear at once. A blast of energy engulfed that spot instantly. The resulting explosion was deafening. Plumes of fire erupted from the targeted laser cannon, which was reduced to nothing, blasted apart without a trace. With the shockwaves came a shrill alarm that once again resounded through the command center of the Chiga Rue. Every senior officer in the fleet winced as the warning echoed in their ears, faces contorted in irritation and disbelief. Strangely, however, not one of the Chiga Rue commanders gave the order to halt the bombardment. Instead, they gritted their teeth and pretended neither to hear nor see a thing. The assault continued, and with each of Liu Yi's flickering teleportations, another weapon system was obliterated. The main ship was massive, and its weaponry legion, but Liu Yi's relentless strategy began to tell. By the end, roughly 1,000th of the vast vessel bore the marks of destruction. You're nothing like even 1,000th of this colossal main ship, yet even 1,000th of it is still formidable in size. For a single person to even attempt to destroy that much is bordering on the impossible. But even after achieving something like this, Liu Yi didn't feel the slightest joy. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades must keep up their efforts. There was no space or time for elation. Worse yet, everything was moving too slowly. At this rate, by the time the space gate closed, he might not even have destroyed a significant percentage of the Chitari Armada's main ship. Liu Yi needed something capable of far greater damage, something that could tip the scales all at once. I remember the World Security Council, when faced with the unstoppable invasion of the Chitari, launched a weapon of mass destruction. If I'm remembering the timeline correctly, it should be happening right about now, and perhaps I can make use of it. Liu Yi had managed to draw the bulk of the Chitari army's attention, forcing them to consolidate their forces. But even so, many steel behemoths and Chitari line guards had already made their way onto the Earth. These mechanical monsters and Chitari line guards were more than enough to prompt the World Security Council to launch their doomsday weapon. Now, the only thing standing between that weapon and its entrance into this battlefield was the barrier hourglass Liu Yi had set up earlier. Because of that barrier, getting the weapon inside would be tricky. The far more likely outcome was that it would detonate outside, never even reaching its intended target. Maybe I should intervene in person. With that thought, Liu Yi activated the mark he'd left atop Stark Tower and instantly teleported himself there. At this moment, Stark Tower was barely recognizable. Its silhouette might have survived, but everything else, wherever there could be damage, there was damage. The area all around the building teemed with Chitari sentries and metallic giants, relentlessly attacking the barrier and clashing ceaselessly with the battered Iron Man, Tony Stark, fighting on amidst the ruins. Because of the hourglass barrier, not a single Chitari guard or steel behemoth had managed to escape out to the rest of the city. Beyond Stark Tower, things were eerily calm, a calm only broken by the reckless few who dared gather close to the edge of the barrier, peering in at the chaos within. Likewise, the barrier prevented any of the Avengers from entering the fray. Inside, only Tony Stark and Bruce Banner remained. Banner was unable to transform and was forced to safeguard the hourglass barrier. That meant Tony Stark was left to face the Chitari army alone. His iron suit was powerful, but not nearly enough for the flood of enemies overwhelming him. Out of ammunition, with half his armor in tatters, he was already approaching his limits. By the time Liu Yi returned to Earth, Tony Stark was in real danger. Surrounded by clusters of Chitari line guards, bombarded by their lasers from all sides, he seemed just moments from losing his life. Liu Yi, you're finally back. Help us, please. Liu Yi caught sight of Tony Stark. Tony had spotted him as well, and immediately called out for help. He was truly at his limit. But Liu Yi's attention was fixed on the devastating weapon hurtling through the sky. He didn't ignore Tony's plea outright, but it wasn't his priority in that moment. With nothing more than a glance, crimson beams shot out from Liu Yi's eyes, slicing through Tony Stark's crisis and freeing him from danger. In the blink of an eye, Liu Yi vanished from Stark Tower, reappearing outside the barrier. His arrival alone stirred everyone's spirits, and now, standing beyond the barrier, he drew every gaze. Almost by instinct, all eyes turned toward Liu Yi. Those who had been waiting outside for what felt like ages, helplessly watching events unfold within the barrier, were even more eager. The Avengers themselves quickly rushed over to Lu Yi's side. "At last, you're here. Please, take down the barrier." Natasha came straight to the point, her tone edged with urgency. They tried everything while waiting outside, all means and measures to break through the barrier, but it was simply too strong. Nothing they attempted made a dent. All they could do was stand in frustration, watching Tony Stark give his all against the Chitari soldiers and those towering iron behemoths. And, as if that weren't trouble enough, just moments prior, Nick Fury had contacted them. The World Security Council had launched a devastating weapon, and the target was right here. Fury's best suggestion was to lure the weapon through a portal, then close the portal at the very moment the weapon detonated. But they couldn't even get close to the portal. The barrier blocked their every move. Tony was tied up fighting the Chitari horde. Bruce Banner was nowhere to be found, and the barrier remained untouched until, at last, Lu Yi appeared. Their conversation with Tony moments ago had revealed something important. Though the barrier's hourglass was in Bruce Banner's hands, the barrier itself was Lu Yi's creation. Lu Yi perhaps could solve this. The barrier hourglass is with Banner. If you want it gone, go find him. Lu Yi, his mind on the incoming weapon, didn't bother with Natasha's anxiety and tossed his answer her way. But that's the problem. We can't get to him. He's holed up in Stark Tower, guarding the hourglass so it won't be destroyed. We can't even get through the barrier. Natasha replied, a helpless smile flickering across her face. Well then, we'll just break through by force. Lu Yi replied, his eyes scanning the sky, addressing the Avengers at his side. We've already tried. It's impossible. That was before. Now it's possible. The barrier's hourglass was never truly unbreakable. It did have limits. Once those limits were reached, it would shatter. After the shock of the Chitari royal soldiers and the steel behemoth earlier, along with the relentless efforts of these Avengers, the barrier, though still standing, was now at its very limit. A little more force, and it would shatter in no time. The barrier hourglass was by no means a powerful artifact. The fact that it had held on until now was already impressive. Attack with everything you've got. The barrier is about to break. Lu Yi called out casually to Natasha, then shot skyward, climbing at full speed toward the incoming weapon of mass destruction. The doomsday weapon launched by the World Security Council had finally arrived, and Lu Yi had no intention of letting it slip by. He soared directly to intercept it. He closed the distance in a flash, but once he drew near, he didn't seize the weapon immediately. Instead, he adjusted his trajectory to match the weapon's speed, keeping pace with it before finally making his move. Lu Yi slid alongside the destructive missile, reached out and grasped its warhead, then, in a blink, vanished from the spot, reappearing with it far out in the void of space, and let go. Since he had matched the missile's velocity beforehand, the warhead lost none of its momentum upon release, rocketing straight toward the enemy command center, which was already alarmingly close. Within the command room, the Chitari High Command, witnessing this scene, immediately sensed trouble and scrambled to intercept it. A beam of dazzling light lanced out from the flagship, enveloping the missile entirely. Now caught in that light, the weapon of mass destruction was gripped by an invisible force. It could neither advance nor retreat, hanging motionless in the star-studded void right before the command center. Did they really think such primitive technology would work on us? How naive. One Chitari officer sneered with open contempt. His derision drew approving chuckles from the other Chitari executives, who all turned to Lu Yi, eager to see his reaction at such a setback. Yet to their surprise, Lu Yi's face remained perfectly blank. Only his eyes shimmered with thick mockery, a silent smirk shining from within. A sudden jolt of unease crept into the Chitari leaders' hearts. Instinctively, they glanced at the captured missile, trying to discern what could be amiss. And then the real catastrophe struck. The captive weapon began to convulse and rupture, a web of cracks racing across its shell, splintering apart until the casing shattered into 1,000 fragments. At its core, a miniature sun was born. The energy contracted inward for an instant, then erupted with blinding violence. Right at the heart of the explosion, where raw energy detonated, even the fabric of space itself seemed to twist and warp. By the time the highest ranks of the Chitari finally decided to take action, it was already too late. In an instant, the erupting energy engulfed their command center, and the shrill wail of the alarms nearly split their eardrums. While they writhed in agony from the energy unleashed by the devastating weapon, Lu Yi had already reached the edge of Stark Tower. In a blink, he appeared at Loki's side, snatched the scepter from his hand with brute force, and with another flash, landed atop the building. He plunged the scepter into the apparatus, beginning the process of closing the portal. The savage tide of energy from the weapon surged through the portal like a celestial waterfall crashing down from the heavens above. Just as the energy was about to reach Stark Tower, Lu-E succeeded in sealing the portal entirely. The stream of power was cut off. Though some energy still burst forth, it was no longer enough to destroy the building. What remained was a tempest that whipped around Stark Tower, sweeping away debris in the area and scattering the bodies of the Chitari Lion Empire soldiers. Soldiers who had still been standing only because the structure had yet to collapse beneath them. These Chitari Lion Empire soldiers were unique, being biological weapons whose control was tethered to their main ship. The moment the link was severed, death was a certainty. By the time Lu-E closed the portal, that connection was lost. The shadow of death followed at once, and in moments, every last one of them had fallen. And so, the Chitari invasion was brought to a flawless conclusion, an ending even better than the one in the original story, most notably with casualties reduced to almost zero. Thanks to the hourglass barrier, all fighting had been confined strictly within Stark Tower. The surroundings were untouched and unaffected. And as for those staff members working in Stark Tower for Tony Stark, out of caution and to avoid any accidents, Loki's followers, while preparing the device atop the tower, had gathered all the staff and detained them safely on the lower floors. And it was precisely this decision that ended up saving their lives. When the Chitari army invaded, what they found was an empty shell. No harm befell any of Tony Stark's employees. As for those unfortunate folks who didn't manage to escape the barrier in time, they too came away relatively unscathed, thanks to Tony Stark's protection, suffering nothing more than a fright. If anyone could be said to have suffered the most in this entire event, it would be Tony Stark himself. He bore the greatest loss. His entire building was left unrecognizable, little more than ruins. Though its outlines still stood, it was far from usable. Tony Stark would have no choice but to rebuild, much as he had done in the original plot. Losses covered. Let's turn now to what was gained. This time, the one who gained the most was undoubtedly Lu-E. First, he received a perfect draw opportunity, and then there were the treasures now before him. The Cosmic Cube, the Mind Stone, and a whole pile of Chitari equipment spread across the ground. Lu-E had no use for the Cosmic Cube or the Mind Stone, but he could collect them. Collecting was a wonderful way to handle such things, and now that he possessed Gilgamesh, Lu-E had developed some new thoughts on the art collection. As for the Chitari equipment scattered across the floor, Lu-E found it ideal for research. He was particularly intrigued by the Chitari's method of connectivity. All three types of loot were useful in their own ways, so it was no surprise that Lu-Yi's haul was enormous. Meanwhile, others, S.H.I.E.L.D., Thor, Loki, and the rest, had been nothing more than unwitting benefactors, paving the way for Lu-E, and hadn't reaped a single reward from start to finish. Of them all, Loki was truly the unluckiest. He genuinely believed he would win big, using the Chitari and their mysterious backers as leverage to become the king of Asgard. Yet in the end, it was nothing but an unattainable dream. Now, he had been captured by the Avengers, who had already broken through his barriers. Worse still, he was taken down in a most humiliating fashion, completely at their mercy. Who else could claim to be more wretched than him? Lu-E glanced at the captured Loki, allowed himself a small smile, then shifted his attention elsewhere. The Treasury of Kings opened. A tremendous force of suction erupted above Lu-Yi's head, enveloping the entire area surrounding Stark Tower in its pull. Curiously, this overwhelming suction had no effect on ordinary people or objects. It only targeted the equipment lying on the Chitari corpses, as well as the Cosmic Cube and Mind Stone in Lu-Yi's hands. The moment the suction began, all the targeted items rose uncontrollably into the air. Above Lu-Yi's head, ripples shimmered in the air before everything vanished, as if these treasures had never existed. Such a spectacle could hardly go unnoticed. In that instant, all the Avengers fixed their gaze on Lu-E. Natasha and Hawkeye, the Avengers from S.H.I.E.L.D., managed to keep their composure, simply watching Lu-E without any drastic reaction. They knew full well that Nick Fury would be eager to study the Chitari corpses and their technology, but they were sensible enough to recognize what was worth pursuing and what was not. After all, to anger Lu-E over a bit of technology, now, that was not worth the risk. Better to let it go. Besides, several Chitari corpses and pieces of their tech remained on the ground for further analysis. Compared to these level-headed individuals, there was one Avenger who acted purely on impulse: Thor. The moment he saw Lu-E claiming all those spoils, Thor swung his mighty hammer and sent it hurtling towards Lu-E, beyond anyone's power to stop him. "Hand it over. That doesn't belong to you." Thor flew right in front of Lewis, his voice urgent and commanding. Of course, what Thor wanted was not the equipment of the Chitari. He had no interest in that at all. What he truly sought was one of the very objectives that brought him here: the Cosmic Cube. Ever since the beginning, he had believed that the Cosmic Cube was not something Earth's people should possess. To him, it needed to be returned to Asgard immediately. Now, seeing Lewis tuck the cube away, there was no way he could just stand by and accept it. But Thor was never a negotiator, let alone a particularly clever one. His thinking was all muscle and power, a warrior to the core. In this respect, Natasha and Hawkeye outshone him in every way. Were they blind? Did they not notice Lewis taking the Cosmic Cube? Of course not. They simply pretended not to see. After all, after tonight, there was no chance of keeping the Cosmic Cube on Earth, not with Asgard's determination. By letting Lewis take it, at least the cube would remain somewhere on Earth. Thor, in the end, was on a different level than Natasha and Hawkeye. To be honest, your father should never have chosen you as Crown Prince. You make a fine warrior, but when it comes to ruling a kingdom or handling diplomacy, you're a disaster. One day, you just might bring Asgard to ruin with your own hands. Thor's tone was sharp, but so was Lewis's response. This is none of your business. Hand over the Cosmic Cube. It doesn't belong to you. And I can say the same to you. This isn't your concern either. The Cosmic Cube surfaced here on Earth. That means it is by all rights an earthly matter. You, as someone from Asgard, have no say in how we handle it. The Cosmic Cube was Asgard's to begin with. Oh really? Try calling to it and see if it answers you. Let's not waste time on pointless arguments. The Cosmic Cube belongs to Earth now, and what happens to it is for us to decide. I absolutely cannot allow this to happen. Since when did Earth need Asgard's permission to act? Even Odin himself has no such right. And if you don't believe me, go and ask him yourself. I don't care about any of that. I only know you've taken what belongs to Asgard, and it isn't yours. Give it back. The world bustles together for profit, and scatters for the same reason. If he could, Odin would never willingly let such a prize slip through his fingers. He would have kept Earth firmly under his control. After all, Earth is a truly remarkable place. He once did exactly that. Earth was under his dominion. But then, the Celestials intervened. They turned Earth into their own laboratory, forbidding anyone else from interfering with their grand experiment. With a show of overwhelming might, they forced back not just Odin, but many other so-called gods as well. Odin was deeply secretive about this matter. Hardly anyone knew about it. Thor was among those kept in the dark. He didn't believe a single word that Lu-E had said earlier. He just wanted to retrieve the Cosmic Cube. There was no way he would let it fall into the hands of Earthlings, especially not into Lu-Yi's hands. What if I refuse to hand it over? Lu-E said, a trace of amusement in his voice. He thought, how can anyone expect him to just cough up something he'd already won? Impossible. Then I'll just have to force you. With that, Thor raised his hammer high, pointing it squarely at Lu-E. The determination in his eyes could not have been clearer. You dare threaten me? Who gave you that kind of confidence? Lu-Yi's expression suddenly grew serious. Without hesitating, he drove his fist forward in a powerful punch. There was a thunderous crash as Lu-Yi's fist slammed into Thor's hastily raised hammer. The impact sent Thor, hammer and all, hurtling backwards, smashing straight through the wall behind him. The wall shuddered from the force of the collision, caving in to leave a gaping hole where Thor disappeared from view. Lu-E truly couldn't fathom where Thor found the courage to try and coerce him into surrendering the Cosmic Cube. Did Thor not realize that he was completely outmatched? Sometimes, Lu-E really couldn't work Thor out. Was his head filled with water? How else could he come up with such reckless moves? Suddenly, with a sound that sliced cleanly through the air, Thor's figure shot back into sight, arcing high above before landing right in front of Lu-E. He raised the mighty Mjolnir and, with a fierce determination, swung it down at Lu-E. Lu-E sidestepped in a blur. The hammer slammed into the floor at Lu-Yi's feet. From the point where Thor's hammer struck, an immense force erupted through Stark Tower. Cracks spiderwebbed out in every direction, and the top floors shattered under the onslaught. Inadvertently, Thor had helped Tony Stark start demolishing his own building, sparing Tony the trouble of doing it himself. Thor, seemingly unsatisfied, glanced at Lu-E, who now stood only 2 or 3 steps away. He brandished his hammer again and summoned the fury of thunder. The sky darkened swiftly. Bolts of lightning gathered overhead, seething and primed to strike at any moment. With a deafening roar, the first lightning bolt crashed down. Then, like a row of dominoes tumbling, countless lightning strikes followed, thundering down in relentless succession. In the blink of an eye, the entirety of Stark Tower was enveloped in a storm of lightning, a dense, unyielding downpour that blazed across the upper floors. My building. Tony Stark wasn't worried about Lu-E at all. Instead, he let out a desperate wail for his now severely damaged tower. He was a billionaire, but even he couldn't stand seeing his property battered like this, let alone all the files and equipment housed within, each one carrying invaluable information. No matter how badly the building had been damaged before, there was always a chance to restore what was inside. But now, even that slim possibility was gone. Tony Stark mourned the loss of his possessions, but Hawkeye and Natasha's worries ran deeper. They didn't care whether Thor was being arrogant or foolish. Those things meant nothing to them. What mattered was whether Thor might die here and spark an incident like Sarajevo. If the Crown Prince of Asgard were to fall on Earth today, the drums of war between Asgard and Earth would beat by tomorrow. That was the cause for their anxiety. Yet their fears had no power to sway the battle raging between Loki and Thor. Lightning continued to strike down in staggering waves, blanketing the entire rooftop of Stark Tower in a blinding electrical storm. The brilliance of the lightning shrouded everything from view. No one present could see what was happening within that storm of light. All they could do was stare, even as the glare brought tears to their eyes, unwilling to look away for fear they'd miss something vital. Before the lightning had even fully faded, a figure was hurled from its midst. Thor, propelled violently outward, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Before anyone could react, the edge of that electric radiance shimmered, and Loki appeared once more. He burst forth from the lightning, a fleeting afterimage trailing behind as he flashed to Thor's side, who was still airborne. It was only then, with both men in clear view once more, that those watching below noticed something new. A golden spear of exceptional craftsmanship, etched with countless runes, had somehow appeared in Liu Yi's hand. Hawkeye and Natasha, who had never seen Liu Yi wield a weapon before, exchanged a glance, each reading the same concern in the other's eyes. Any weapon in hand meant a rise in deadliness. Liu Yi clearly had no intention of letting Thor walk away from this encounter. That realization brought both their gazes sharply back to the duel. Drawing a sharp breath, their eyes widened as they took in the sight. With uncanny skill, Liu Yi spun his elegant golden weapon so quickly it became nothing but a shining blur. Thor could not even raise Mjolnir in defense. The golden streak slashed across him again and again. Each strike left a fresh, crimson wound, blood blooming with each blow. In less than a heartbeat, Thor's clothing ran red with his own blood. And this was with Thor fighting desperately to fend off the attacks. Natasha and Hawkeye had seen, more than once, the golden blur of Liu Yi's weapon aimed directly at Thor's vital points, each time only narrowly avoided. Their dread only deepened. To put it without a hint of exaggeration, if Thor had shown even the slightest lapse in focus during this ordeal, it would have meant certain death. He would have been struck down by a weapon piercing straight through a vital point. Natasha and Hawkeye could see the worry reflected in each other's eyes. But before they knew it, their fears turned into reality. A streak of golden light flashed, and blood blossomed across the sky. The long weapon in Liu Yi's hand became a blur of light, striking just as Thor, spent from his last effort and yet to muster new strength, had only just hurled Mjolnir and had no chance to recover it. With a thrust, the long weapon shot forward. A faint, chilling sound, steel entering flesh. The tip drove into Thor's chest, and hot blood sprayed high into the air. The very outcome Natasha and Hawkeye dreaded most had come pass. For a moment, the world seemed to spin before their eyes. They nearly fainted at the sight. Even before they could utter a word, Liu Yi gripped the weapon pin through Thor's chest and kicked Thor squarely in the chest. With that kick, Thor was sent flying, but because Liu Yi kept hold of the weapon, it tore free from Thor's body, unleashing another gout of crimson and sending yet more blood gushing from his chest. While the weapon was still lodged in his chest, at least it had staunched some of the bleeding. But the instant it was yanked free, nothing remained to slow the flood of blood pouring out. This brutal extraction dealt Thor a second blow. He was barely able to hold himself together. He couldn't even remain airborne, plummeting down from the sky. A thunderous crash resounded as he hit the ground. There was no time for anyone to save him. If not for the unique resilience of Asgardian bodies, the mere height of his fall would have been more than enough to kill any ordinary man. Thor lay crumpled on the ground. Yet even now Liu Yi showed no mercy. With a flick of his arm, Liu Yi's weapon became a golden streak once more, stabbing down into Thor's abdomen and pinning him to the earth. It was only then that the others finally reached Thor's side. They might have watched Thor and Liu Yi fight from a distance, but they couldn't simply stand by and let Liu Yi kill Thor in cold blood. Thor's status alone meant they could not allow him to die before their very eyes. Liu Yi, stop, just for now. Natasha stepped in front of Thor, facing Liu Yi squarely. Thor was in a truly miserable state. His clothes hung in tatters, all spattered with blood. A wound in his chest gushed like an open spring, and his abdomen was pinned to the earth by a weapon buried halfway into the ground. Blood now trickled from his mouth and nose, smearing his once handsome face with streaks of crimson. Anyone seeing him like this would have trouble believing this broken man was the crown prince of a mighty realm. You plan to stop me? Lu Yi asked Natasha coldly, ignoring everything else. I do, Natasha replied, gritting her teeth. Lu Yi was terrifying, but Thor couldn't die either. Give me one good reason. Lu Yi landed in front of Natasha and the others, staring straight at them with a blank, unreadable look. No one could guess what was going through his mind. Faced with such a Lu Yi, unease took root among Natasha and her companions. None of them could predict what would happen next. Would the storm break upon them, or would gentler winds prevail? No one knew for sure. All they could hope was that Lu Yi might be rational, might consider Earth and the lives of its 7 billion people. Only then might they avoid the brunt of his fury. The reason is simple. The safety of Earth's 7 billion people. For their sake alone, Thor cannot die. We cannot afford to incur Asgard's wrath. Natasha gave Lu Yi a reason. She gave him a shackle, too. She was bold, even brazen, to try and use a moral argument to persuade Lu Yi to spare Thor, as if she could bind his decisions with ethics and obligation. Lu Yi turned his gaze to Natasha, an unfathomable expression glinting in his eyes. The look made Natasha deeply uncomfortable, as though some wild beast had fixed its sights on her. It took all her strength to choke out her next words. What are you thinking? Nothing much. I'm only wondering whether I should just kill you. Lu Yi replied, his voice flat and even. His tone was eerily calm, but Natasha couldn't ignore the threat lurking beneath it. The color vanished from her face, and her body trembled uncontrollably. She could tell Lu Yi truly was considering it. In other words, he really might end her life. At that moment, Natasha wanted nothing more than to slap herself for ever voicing her thoughts. Why had she let herself blurt out something so reckless? She finally realized her mistake. She'd chosen the wrong method. Moral pressure might work on ordinary people, but it meant nothing to Lu Yi. Worse, it only made him feel threatened. After all, Lu Yi was no ordinary man. He could not be threatened, and appeals to his conscience were meaningless. Now, all Natasha could do was hope that their history together might stay his hand. Perhaps fate itself heard her silent plea, a plea that, in the end, was answered. Lu Yi did not kill her. He ignored her entirely, simply walking past her and toward Thor, who stood behind her. Seeing Lu Yi move on, Natasha finally let out a breath she hadn't known she was holding. Her survival had been secured, at least for now. Yet when she saw Lu Yi approach Thor, the relief she just felt vanished as swiftly as it had come. She opened her mouth to say something, but, in the end, let the words die before they could form. It had taken all she had to save her own life. If she dared interfere again now, she knew her luck would run out. All she could do was watch as Lu Yi drew closer and closer to Thor. Those around her, like Captain America, seemed ready to step in and stop this, but Hawkeye held him back. Even Natasha, who had a connection with Lu Yi, suffered just for speaking up, let alone Captain America, who had been at odds with Lu Yi from the start. If Captain America tried to interfere, the most likely outcome was that Lu Yi would kill him. And Thor had already died once. Sacrificing Captain America as well would simply be too great a loss. So no one dared stand in Lu Yi's way. He drew close to Thor, standing right before him. Just as everyone braced themselves, certain that Lu Yi would strike Thor down, he simply grasped his long weapon, yanked it out from Thor's abdomen, and then, nothing more. Lu Yi didn't kill Thor after all. With a swift motion, he retrieved his weapon and sealed it away in his treasury, turning on his heel to leave. Everyone was left utterly dumbfounded. Seriously? We were primed for a dramatic finish, and this is all we get? Where's the killing blow we were expecting? For some, it was just disappointment. For Natasha, her face went pale. She'd nearly lost her life over this. And for what? How could someone set people up like this? So is this really over? Natasha couldn't hold back any longer, watching Lu Yi's receding figure with a growing sense of indignation. She blurted out the question. It's over. I never really intended to kill Thor. He's arrogant, but keeping him alive serves my interests much better. Thor's father was not someone easily provoked. The powers behind Thor were just as formidable. Far better, Lu Yi mused, to keep Thor alive, wounded perhaps, but living, and use that to draw out his enemies and gain more opportunities. If he killed Thor, all of that would be lost. Rage would drive them into a frenzy, and even Lu Yi might find it difficult to handle the chaos that would ensue if everyone came at him at once. Killing Thor was out of the question, anything but that. So Thor survived, badly injured but still breathing. And what did I just do? Act with good intentions only to make things worse? Or was I just meddling where I shouldn't? I'd say it was more the latter, meddling where you weren't needed. Natasha, sometimes thinking yourself clever will only get you killed, Lu Yi replied, not even glancing back. There was no threat in his words, no malice in his tone, and yet Natasha felt a chill deep in her bones, panic flashing across her face. She could tell she was now on Lu Yi's blacklist. Without giving her a chance to respond, Lu Yi simply walked away, leaving Natasha to grapple with her regret. But instead of going straight home, Lu Yi headed into Stark Tower, where he tracked down Bruce Banner, who'd been in hiding. Together, they finally left the place for good. After teleporting Bruce Banner back to his house, Lu Yi turned to Bruce and said, "This is my home. From now on, you'll be living here too." "Here? Are you sure?" Bruce Banner glanced around at the surrounding grassland, his tone uncertain. "I'm sure. This isn't a real prairie, but a place I've built with magic. It's also a real house. Look over there." As Lu Yi spoke, he pointed toward a specific spot on the grassland. Following the direction of Lu Yi's finger, Bruce Banner could just make out a door, suspended in midair. Only then did Bruce begin to accept the reality, albeit reluctantly. "Do you believe it now?" "A little. What I'm curious about is whether all this is real. The sunlight, the grass. It's all real. The sunlight is because the roof of my house only lets light in from one side. The grass is conjured with magic. You'll get used to it in time. After all, you'll be staying here for a while." "That works." Bruce nodded, as if a thought had just occurred to him. He continued, "Is there anything I should know about living here? Any house rules?" Everyone has their secrets, and Bruce didn't want to accidentally overstep and fall out with Lu Yi. He decided it was best to ask up front and make a note of it. "House rules? There actually are a few. Since you'll be staying here, it's unavoidable that you'll come into contact with some of my belongings. Some of those things shouldn't be touched. They could be quite dangerous." "Dangerous?" Bruce Banner immediately latched onto the key point in Lu Yi's words. "I'm a sorcerer. Some of my things are inherently dangerous, like the magical traps I've set up around the house." Before Bruce could say anything else, Lu Yi continued, "But don't worry. They usually don't activate. Only a handful of them are truly dangerous. As long as you don't go poking around, you'll be fine." "I see. Could you maybe point out which ones I should be extra careful with?" "Of course. The Dark God." Lu Yi was just about to tell Bruce Banner which things he should watch out for, but he abruptly stopped mid-sentence. "What's wrong?" Bruce asked, puzzled, looking over at Lu Yi. Lu Yi didn't answer. His gaze sharpened, and suddenly, a golden weapon materialized in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he vanished. Bruce Banner hadn't even figured out what was happening before Lu Yi reappeared. This time, his golden weapon was hooked under a strangely dressed man who struggled desperately in his grasp. "Who was he?" Bruce Banner asked, bewildered. Lu Yi's sudden disappearance, only to reappear with such an odd thing in tow, left Bruce Banner utterly baffled. He simply couldn't make heads or tails of the situation. "In fact, what you're asking is exactly what I want to know. Who are you?" Lu Yi's final question, though, was directed at the person who had been lifted by his gleaming golden weapon. Curious about the identity of the person sneaking around his door, attempting to break his magical wards, Lu Yi had deliberately left him alive rather than finishing him off. His long weapon had merely pierced the man's shoulder. He was still breathing. Racked by pain, his shoulder run through, the captive could barely endure the agony. There was no need for Lu Yi to interrogate him. He spilled everything of his own accord. So it turned out this was a wicked sorcerer, someone who should have existed only in novels and films. The sort with an eerie, unsettling aura, capable of summoning demons or dark creatures to do his bidding. One day, as he always did, he summoned a lesser demon to deal with an annoying problem. By a twist of fate, he managed to extract a rather intriguing bit of information from the creature. Mephisto, the Prince of Hell himself, had placed a bountiful reward on the head of a living being from this sorcerer's own world and dimension, a reward so generous it defied belief. At first, he hadn't thought much of it. It was just an amusing story. But then, by another strange coincidence, he caught sight of Lu Yi. Comparing Lu Yi to the one described in Mephisto's bounty, he realized, well, they matched perfectly down to the last detail. The bounty was enormous, and all Mephisto wanted was Lu Yi's precise location. After weighing his options, the sorcerer decided to come here, planning to confirm Lu Yi's identity before sending word to Mephisto. Yet, to his absolute dismay, the moment he started snooping around, he was caught red-handed. Captured so swiftly, his misfortune was almost comical. "So that's how it is," Bruce Banner remarked, his expression a mixture of admiration and disbelief. "But seriously, you've got guts, managing to make even Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, your enemy." Bruce Banner didn't seem especially shocked by the mention of Mephisto. If anything, he accepted it as an obvious fact of their world. After all, the god of thunder from Western European myth had already shown up and been beaten to a pulp, no less. Aliens had attacked Earth too. Compared to all that, Mephisto appearing hardly seemed outrageous. At this point, even if God Almighty strolled into the room, Bruce wouldn't bat an eye. He half expected he'd just trade a few words chat about this and that, and maybe become friends with the deity himself. After everything that had happened lately, his nerves had grown almost unnaturally steady. If there was anything left in this world that Bruce Banner truly struggled to accept, it was the enmity between Liu Yi and Mephisto. It's easy enough to understand why Liu Yi would have a grudge against Thor. Their conflict likely boils down to a clash of interests. But what about his feud with Mephisto? Was it also over some sort of interest or gain? Could there really be so many rivalries driven by personal interest? Besides, Mephisto is the great lord of hell, standing at the very pinnacle, almost on par with God himself. What sort of interest could possibly pit someone like Liu Yi against him, making them enemies? Bruce Banner's curiosity was fully piqued. He was determined to get to the bottom of all this. When you live in the underworld, how can you avoid getting hurt? For someone like me, who constantly walks in the shadows, you never know when you'll stumble into trouble. So that's how you crossed paths with Mephisto? Yeah, some time back, there was a general from America who got on my bad side. He even tried to kill me with a doomsday weapon. Naturally, I couldn't let that slide. I went straight to his military base and unleashed hell upon them. And how does this connect to Mephisto? Hold on, the best part is coming. I caused quite a carnage that day. So much resentment filled the air, it attracted the attention of one of Mephisto's busybody henchmen. I took him out. So that's when you and Mephisto became enemies? Actually, no. For all the evil epithets attached to Mephisto, the Lord of Hell has a certain tolerance and a habit of settling scores later. We didn't become enemies then. The real turning point came afterward. At this point, Liu Yi glanced at the curious Bruce Banner and the wizard on the ground, who had stopped moaning and was now listening intently like a loyal audience member. Mephisto was intrigued by my power. He wanted to turn me into a powerful demon and try to get me to sign a demonic pact with him. A tense silence fell, broken only by the sound of two throats swallowing hard in unison. Now, this was truly shocking. A Lord of Hell wanting to forge a pact with an ordinary human. And, judging by the story, that ordinary human had refused him. No wonder there was a grudge. A demonic pact? That's the root of your feud. Bruce Banner pressed on, his voice full of disbelief. Of course not. Not at all. The wizard and Bruce Banner nearly choked on their breath. Then why bring it up? So what really happened? Mephisto wanted to make a deal with me. My soul and body would belong to him after I died. In exchange, he'd grant me demonic status and let me live on in another form. What I would gain in return were all kinds of magical tomes. Bruce Banner had very little concept of these demonic deals. He didn't find it as shocking as might be expected, and his expression betrayed more curiosity than awe. But the sorcerer wasn't nearly as composed. His professional instincts told him just how much Mephisto valued Liu Yi. So much so that Mephisto was willing to turn Liu Yi into a demon himself. The sorcerer nearly jumped in alarm. Yet in the end, the long weapon pressed against his shoulder held him in place. His face turned ashen, sweat pouring from his temples, but with great difficulty, he forced himself to stop moving. The pain was truly unbearable. However, when he finally stopped, a look of deep regret washed over his face. He silently chastised himself. He never should have come here in the first place. Can you just get to the point and tell us what happened next? Bruce Banner couldn't be bothered to keep guessing. He looked straight at Liu Yi, urging him on. After that, I pulled a fast one on Mephisto. Liu Yi began telling the story with vivid, emotional flair. I pretended to want to sign a contract with Mephisto, but I never actually intended to do it. The moment I got my hands on the magical book, I sent Mephisto right back to hell. Liu Yi narrated passionately, his voice full of feeling. But Bruce Banner and the sorcerer were hardly ideal listeners. The moment they heard Liu Yi say he outwitted Mephisto, both fell silent, completely stunned. Nothing else he said after that could make it through. You outsmarted Mephisto? Probably only you could pull something like that off. No wonder Mephisto put a bounty on your head. Honestly, you had it coming. The fact that Mephisto didn't claw his way out of hell and only put a price on you, consider yourself lucky. Wait, that can't be right. There's a problem. How exactly did you manage to send Mephisto back to hell? The sorcerer, forgetting for a moment that he was a prisoner, turned to Liu Yi and demanded clarification. Bruce Banner, equally intrigued, fixed his gaze on Liu Yi, waiting for an explanation. Most of the time, the Mephisto that walks the mortal world is nothing more than a projection. He barely has any real power. Sending him back to hell was the easiest part. Putting it that way, their questions seemed answerable. But then why did Mephisto still need Liu Yi's location? Wouldn't he know that, when manifesting on Earth, he was only a shadow of his real self, lacking any true strength? Impossible. Unless he had another plan. Bruce Banner furrowed his brow, and the sorcerer turned pale, then green. The sorcerer understood. If things really were as they seemed, he was as good as dead. Lu Yi wouldn't tolerate someone who knew where he was, someone who could betray him at any moment. In truth, this wasn't just Lu Yi's way. Most people would do the same. No one wanted such a threat hanging over them. The path before him was clear, death or death. Almost as if to confirm his bleak suspicions, at that very moment, Lu Yi placed his hand on the long weapon, power gathering in his arm. "Wait, don't kill me. I have something to say," the sorcerer shouted, refusing to sit and wait for death. He launched into desperate self-preservation. Lu Yi had originally intended to kill the sorcerer, but after hearing what he had to say, he didn't feel rushed anymore. After all, he had plenty of time. Why not listen to what the sorcerer was so eager to explain for now? Lu Yi wasn't boasting, but he knew for certain that no matter what tricks this man tried to pull, there was simply no way he could stir up any real trouble in front of him. "So, what is it you want to say?" Loosening the grip on his weapon, Lu Yi asked in a tone that was neither warm nor cold. Noticing Lu Yi had relaxed his hold, the sorcerer couldn't help letting out half a sigh of relief. He didn't dare hesitate and cut straight to the point. "I have a way for you to survive under Mephisto's gaze." Oh, a trace of interest flickered across Lu Yi's face, as if he'd grown a bit curious about the method after all. That glimmer of curiosity made the sorcerer release the last bit of breath he had been holding. With hope rekindled, he believed that perhaps he might really live to see another day. Still, he dared not delay, afraid even the slightest change in Lu Yi's expression would spell his doom. "There's a powerful sorceress on this planet," the sorcerer began, voice full of conviction. "She is so strong that even Mephisto and Dormammu can't ignore her. She's created a special magical sanctuary, shielding this entire world from any external arcane or supernatural intrusion. And if you step inside, you'll be under her protection." But before he could finish, Lu Yi uttered 5 words that made the sorcerer choke on his breath, unable to continue. The sorcerer's conclave. Yes, that's right, those 5 simple words. And the impact they carried was tremendous. The sorcerer's face transformed instantly, contorting as if he had just swallowed a fly. He had considered the possibility that Lu Yi might know of this sanctuary. After all, Lu Yi wielded magic himself, and the powerful, enchanted weapon that currently threatened him was proof enough. At the very least, Lu Yi had inherited a complete magical legacy. He should know about the sorcerer's conclave. The sorcerer had been gambling, betting that Lu Yi didn't know. But damn it, he'd lost. Now this was awkward. Painfully awkward. "So, you know the sorcerer's conclave as well." "Well, I suppose that makes sense. It's no secret among accomplished magicians. But there's one thing. They keep their location hidden from most. Only a select few know where it is. And I'm one of them. Kamartaj, New York, Dunlin, the financial district." For the second time, Lu Yi interrupted without hesitation, listing out several names and completely shutting down the sorcerer's argument. Standing off to the side, Bruce Banner was utterly perplexed, lost in the conversation, having no idea what any of it meant. But the sorcerer's face twisted again, for he knew exactly what those words signified. "So, you know the location. Well, I also have information on some of them. That should be useful for you. You could tailor your approach and gain there." "Ancient One, Mordo." Lu Yi cut him off again, reeling off several names, each one belonging to members of the Masters of the Mystic Arts. The sorcerer was furious. Lu Yi simply left him no room to maneuver. Every time he tried to speak, he was interrupted. How was he supposed to earn any credit like this? But his anger flared for only a moment before giving way to hopelessness. What's the use of being angry? He was entirely at Lu Yi's mercy, his life hanging by a thread. What else could he do? Perhaps he could still come up with something new to redeem himself. Suddenly, a glimmer of inspiration flashed through his mind. "That's it. I could bring the sorcerers of the order here. If the Masters of the Mystic Arts don't wish to see you, you'd never get close to them. But I can help. I can make it so they come seeking you." "You mean using dark magic to lure them out?" "Yes," the sorcerer replied, his face contorted with despair. Lu Yi really gave him no breathing room. There was nothing Lu Yi didn't already know. That despair deepened, but he clung to a sliver of hope in his heart. "The Masters of the Mystic Arts despise dark magic. If they realize you're using forbidden spells, they'll never accept you. I can help you draw them here, but it must be done without getting you rejected." This was his final hope. After speaking, he looked anxiously at Lu Yi, dreading that Lu Yi might come up with something else. And just as he feared, Lu Yi really did have something more to say. It's a genuinely clever suggestion, but just hearing the first half of that sentence made the sorcerer's heart soar. He felt as though he had eaten a celestial peach, his spirits lifting, every pore in his body tingling with anticipation. But as soon as Lu Yi said "but," all hope evaporated, and he was plunged into a freezing abyss. His body tensed, and his heart sank. For a fleeting moment, he even suspected Lu Yi was doing this on purpose. But what? He couldn't help but ask despite his dread. But you've already done it. The sorcerers from the Order are standing right outside my door. They're here to discover the source of all this magical disturbance. How can that be? It's all thanks to you. The masters of the mystic arts keep a constant vigil over this planet. Whenever anyone uses magic, they take notice. Since gaining access to magical power, Lu Yi had been careful to conceal his magical presence. The sorcerers, for all their mystical prowess, paid little attention to technology, still choosing to live by the ways of old. The Mage Conclave had always sensed faint traces through careful monitoring, but never truly uncovered the secret. They merely regarded this place as special, giving it particular attention. This time, with no reservations, a wizard directly broke the magic at his door. The resulting surge of magical energy spread outwards. Combined with their previous findings of subtle clues, it finally gave them enough reason to come knocking. Right now, they were outside, working to dismantle the spell that Lu Yi had left at the entrance. The wizard, having grasped the full context, hadn't yet found a chance to speak or ease the awkwardness when Lu Yi seized his polearm and thrust it straight through the man's throat. You just killed him like that? What else was I supposed to do? He brought so much trouble to my doorstep. Did you expect me to let him go? Is the Mage Conclave really that much trouble? It's not the Conclave itself that's hard to deal with. It's the Ancient One. This is someone who's managed to keep both Dormammu and Mephisto at bay. She's a formidable opponent, and I have no interest in finding myself trapped in a time loop. Trapped in time? What does that mean? Was Lu Yi really weaker than the Ancient One? Perhaps in the past that was true, but now his power clearly surpassed hers. In terms of pure strength, killing the Ancient One wouldn't be an impossible feat. However, sometimes strength alone isn't the whole story. The Ancient One held the Time Stone, and she wielded mastery over temporal magic. Lu Yi could kill her, yes, but he also ran the risk of being ensnared in a cycle of time, just as Doctor Strange once trapped Dormammu, who sought to devour the Earth. The time magic Lu Yi commanded simply wasn't enough to break free. In such a loop, Lu Yi could kill the Ancient One countless times, and yet would all be for nothing. That's what made her so hard to deal with. Being trapped in time is just what it sounds like. You're forced to relive the same stretch of time over and over. Unless the other party releases you, it's almost impossible to escape. That powerful? Bruce Banner was visibly stunned. Time had always been an incredibly potent force. Nobody could truly resist its pull. Even if Bruce Banner didn't know much about magic, he still understood the overwhelming might of time. Yes, it's that overwhelming. That's exactly why I said she's troublesome. So what's your plan? I'll see how things go. If the people from the Mage Conclave know when to back off, I might let it slide. But if they don't, I won't hold back either. The Ancient One was formidable, and Lu Yi simply couldn't break her time magic. At least not yet. Still, if he moved before she could invoke her temporal powers, taking her life wouldn't be all that difficult. Lu Yi's strength was more than enough to make it possible. Didn't you say that they wield the power of time? Why doesn't that seem to matter anymore? Bruce Banner's face was full of confusion, utterly unable to guess what was on Lu Yi's mind. All I can say is, sure, the power of time is formidable, but if you can't use it, it might as well not exist. All right, Bruce Banner more or less understood Lu Yi's intentions and offered genuine sympathy for the Ancient One. Let's go. Let's see those people from the Order of Magi. Oh, Bruce Banner was deeply curious about the Order of Magi as well, so he replied and followed Lu Yi toward the door. Truth be told, the door wasn't far from where they stood. Within a minute, they were at the threshold. They opened the door and stepped outside. Everything beyond the door instantly came into view. 5 members of the Order stood in front of Lu Yi's door, dressed in battle garments with scarlet cloaks draped over their shoulders. Powerful surges of magical energy radiated from each of them, filling the air with their unmistakable presence. Their expressions were grave. There wasn't even a trace of ease to be found in their faces. What's up with them? They couldn't break through the wards I set on the door. They've been startled. Once he'd offered this explanation to Bruce Banner, Lu Yi turned his attention to the members of the Order. Sensing Lu Yi's gaze, the 5 magi couldn't help but grow tense. Though Lu Yi didn't display any overt power, just looking at them was enough. But after what they'd witnessed with his magic defenses, they already knew Lu Yi was anything but easy to deal with. Still, that didn't mean they were intimidated. With the Ancient One's name behind them, all who practiced magic on Earth accorded them respect. No one dared take the Order lightly. The Ancient One alone shielded their whole Order. To their minds, they had no reason to be afraid. So, who is you who's been using magic so recklessly? Andy, the leader of the delegation, stepped forward and demanded the answer in no uncertain terms. I suppose that was me. What of it? Do you need something? You admit it? Good. Then, as a member of the Order of Magi, I must warn you, your unrestrained use of magic is disrupting the balance of nature. Cease immediately, or we shall be forced to take appropriate measures. Though Andy's words seemed polite on the surface, there was nothing courteous in his tone. His manner was so arrogant. It was as if ignoring his orders was itself a crime. Not just Lou E. Even Bruce Banner found it hard to tolerate. Originally, he had thought that the Order of the Magi, as a dominant force, would have a certain admirable quality. Yet now, seeing them up close, it was nothing special at all. Just another bunch of petty people who let their brief taste of power go to their heads, entirely lacking the demeanor expected of true magi. See now, those in power are rarely as impressive as they appear on the surface. You're right about that. Lou E. and Bruce Banner spoke with complete disregard for the presence of the Order's members standing right in front of them, behaving as if they were invisible. The 5 magi from the Order could not conceal the anger twisting their expressions, glaring fiercely at Lou E. and Bruce Banner, as if itching to teach them a harsh lesson. Their frustration simmered as they looked toward Andy, silently waiting for his decision about what to do next. Feeling their eyes on him, Andy wasted no words. He pressed his palms together, then pulled them apart. A magical whip materialized in his hands, forged entirely from swirling energy. It was clear what Andy intended. The others immediately followed his lead, summoning all sorts of weapons crackling with magical power, their gazes fixed intently on Lou E. and, somewhat unexpectedly, on Bruce Banner as well. After that comment, just now, Bruce had ended up as one of their targets. Hey, don't look at me. I've got nothing to do with this. Bruce Banner protested helplessly. They're not going to care. As if to prove Lou Yi's point, the moment his words faded, one of the Magi, standing near Andy, launched the first attack. Brandishing a weapon shaped like a fan, he stamped the ground, scarlet light flashing beneath his feet as he darted forward in a blur, each step pressing against midair, charging directly at Bruce Banner rather than Lou E. Pick the weakest target first. The Order saw Bruce as the easy prey among them. The Magus lunged at Bruce Banner, who recoiled in fright. He wanted to react, but it was already too late. The Magus was right there. The fan-like weapon slashed down toward Bruce's throat, sending a cold chill racing over his skin. Facing imminent peril, he could feel the deadly sharpness even before it connected. His heart pounded furiously, and a flash of green flickered in his eyes. Rage, that was the true source of his strength. Whenever his pulse soared and adrenaline flooded his veins, even sheer terror could mimic the rush of anger needed to trigger his transformation, just like this moment. This was the reason the Hulk was so hard to kill. If his life was ever truly threatened, he'd transform. How could anyone kill him then? Just as his transformation was about to complete, Bruce suddenly felt a powerful force yank him sharply backward by the collar, pulling him a step away against his will. That fan-shaped weapon swept right past him, a hair's breadth off, yet 1,000 miles apart in outcome. Thanks to that tiny margin, Bruce Banner's life was spared. Bruce Banner's expression froze. The green aura that should have spread across his body suddenly halted, and his transformation was prevented in that split second. Get a grip on yourself. At that moment, Lou Yi's voice reached Bruce Banner's ears, as if plunging him into icy water. The cold jolt slowed his racing heartbeat. Bruce Banner let out a genuine sigh of relief. Truth be told, he really didn't want to transform. Losing control of himself was a terrible feeling. He glanced at Lou E., closed his eyes, and started to breathe rapidly, striving to steady his pulse and keep himself from changing. Right now, he didn't want to see anything, especially those mages from the Hermetic Order. He was afraid that even the slightest anger would set off his transformation. Bruce Banner's actions drew the attention of the mages. Confused, they had no idea what he was up to. What's he doing? Probably scared out of his wits. He's just an ordinary guy, suddenly faced with power like this, getting attacked on top of that. It's only natural he'd be terrified. Serves him right for saying bad things about us. We were only going to teach him a lesson anyway. Now, there's just one left. As they spoke, all eyes shifted to Lou E. He was next to be taught a lesson. Take care of him. Andy barked at the mage, wielding the fan-shaped weapon. The mage made no hesitation. With a step, a red glow beneath his feet caught the air as if it were solid ground, and he leapt toward Lou E., slicing at him with the fan-shaped weapon. But Lou E. was not Bruce Banner. Even before transforming, Bruce was just an ordinary man. Yet as the fan blade rushed toward him, Lou E. raised his palm and struck. A sharp crack sounded. The fan shattered instantly, dissolving into raw magical energy that scattered into the sky. The mage in front of Lou E. seemed unable to comprehend what had happened. His face went blank, and he stood there in a daze. From their vantage point, the other mages in the Hermetic Order couldn't see exactly what Lu Yi had done. All they saw was their companion suddenly stopping, and they were full of questions. "Hank, what's the matter? Get on with it." "That's right, Hank. Don't disgrace the reputation of the Hermetic Order. Hurry up and do something." Hank, the mage with the fan, was, aside from Andy, the strongest among them. They believed that even if Hank wasn't Lu Yi's match, he wouldn't lose so easily, certainly not in the blink of an eye. There was nothing about the situation that struck them as odd. But at that moment, Hank suddenly turned to them and gave a bitter smile. That smile sent a jolt of unease through their hearts. Before they could react, Hank in front of them seemed to turn into a cannonball, flying through their midst and smashing into the wall behind them. With a sickening splatter, his body hit the wall and crumpled like soggy clay, flesh and shattered bone mixing together in a gruesome, horrifying mess. Every mage from the Hermetic Order turned pale as death. They glanced at the remains smeared on the wall, then back at Lu Yi, just in time to see Lu Yi slowly withdraw his hand. Looking from the bloody mess on the wall to Lu Yi's hand, they understood what had happened. Lu Yi hadn't used a single spell. He'd simply unleashed raw power, smashing Hank with one palm and turning his body into pulp. Run. Regardless of magic, Lu Yi's sheer physical strength was more than any of them could withstand. Acting on instinct, Andy, the leader, barked out a hurried command. He immediately began to spin his hands in preparation to open a portal and teleport away. But Lu Yi had no intention of giving him a chance. With a single stride, he was already in front of Andy, flashing a predatory grin as he lifted his hand and tapped Andy's chin upward. With a piercing whistle, Andy, mid-incantation, was launched like an arrow, ripping through the air and hurtling toward the sky. The three remaining members of the Hermetic Order were struck speechless, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. Without hesitation, they split in different directions, desperate to escape. Lu Yi, of course, wasn't about to let them get away. With a blur, he appeared at their sides. His terrifying speed brought a gale with him, knocking them off balance. In that instant, he planted a light punch on each one. But with Lu Yi's power, even his lightest blows spelled the end for men of mere flesh and blood. With 3 casual strikes, he cut them down as well. Though it sounds like a lot, it all happened in the blink of an eye. From the moment Lu Yi dispatched Hank to the fall of the last 3, only a second had passed. Bruce Banner hadn't even finished closing his eyes when the fight was already over. With the battle won, Lu Yi didn't immediately clean up the field. Instead, he walked over to where Andy had landed, reached out, and grabbed him out of the air as he fell, the man's jaw already a shattered ruin. At this point, Andy was on death's door, his life hanging by the thinnest of threads. What Lu Yi needed to do next had to be done quickly, or it would be too late. Soul extraction. Lu Yi's consciousness instantly burrowed into Andy's mind, and a torrent of Andy's memories poured unreservedly into Lu Yi's own thoughts. Every detail was there, from Andy's earliest childhood right up to the present. Nothing was omitted. A person may forget their past, but the mind itself does not. The things you assume you've forgotten are simply buried deep within your mind, waiting to resurface. And now all of it belonged to Lu Yi. Of course, Lu Yi cared little for the mundane recollections of Andy's life growing up. What truly mattered were Andy's memories from Kamartaj. Brushing past Andy's childhood, Lu Yi quickly found what he was searching for inside Andy's mind. Everything Andy saw and did upon entering Kamartaj unfolded vividly in Lu Yi's thoughts, frame by frame, scene by scene. All of it flashed before him. Particularly clear were the images of ancient spellbooks Andy had glimpsed, the magical teachings he'd received from the Ancient One, step by step materializing before Lu Yi's eyes, absorbed into his being. Once you comprehend one branch of magic, all others become clear. Now, with the memories of 3 formidable experts on magic, coupled with his own extraordinary intellect, Lu Yi found these once mysterious magical arts to be almost trivial. In an instant, Lu Yi understood them all completely. Such a terrifying pace of magical mastery was unique to Lu Yi. His mental prowess was simply unmatched. Once every scrap of magical knowledge had been plucked from Andy's memory, Andy let out his final breath. His life ended. With Andy's passing, Lu Yi's soul-harvesting technique came to an end, its purpose fulfilled. Satisfied with what he had gained, Lu Yi wasted no further time. He casually tossed Andy's body to the ground, then closed his eyes, revisiting the newly acquired spells in his mind. After a few seconds, Lu Yi opened his eyes once more. Silent, he channeled Andy's magical signature, raised his hands, and traced circles in the air. Golden sparks danced and shimmered. A portal formed before him. It was a circle rimmed with golden fire, glittering at the edges. On this side, the world was unchanged, but beyond the portal, an icy, snowbound realm appeared. A frigid wind rushed through the portal, swirling with biting snow, sharp as blades, so cold it made it nearly impossible for an ordinary person to keep their eyes open. Gazing at this wintry landscape, Lu Yi nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, the portal snapped shut, only for another to open instantly. This time, on the other side was not a world of ice and snow, but one of seething magma and molten rock. The rolling magma radiated intense heat, while the acrid smell of sulfur drifted through the space gate and filled Lu Yi's nostrils. Looking at the other side of the portal, Lu Yi cast his gaze over the 4 intact corpses and the one body mangled beyond recognition on the ground. With a flicker of thought, an invisible force swept up the bodies and hurled them into the lava beyond the spatial gate. In an instant, all the corpses were reduced to charred remains, as flames surged and crackled. Lu Yi had no interest in watching corpses burn. He shut the space gate and shifted his focus to Bruce Banner. Banner still hadn't managed to regain control over his emotions, remaining on the verge of a transformation at any moment. This was Lu Yi's own home, and he had no intention of fighting Bruce here. Offering a helpless smile, he walked over to Banner's side and began to help him calm down. While Lu Yi was helping Bruce Banner regain his composure, chaos unexpectedly erupted in Kamartaj. Just moments ago, the life signs of the 5 people they'd sent out had disappeared. They had died on what seemed like a routine, uneventful mission. For years, the Sanctum's Order of Sorcerers had enjoyed the protection of the Ancient One, and though there had been losses over time, casualties were rare, perhaps once every several years. Now, 5 sorcerers had perished at once, without so much as sending a distress signal, a loss that rattled all of Kamartaj. What on earth happened? Mordo, one of the Ancient One's most gifted disciples, stood stern-faced before the mage in charge of dispatches, pressing him for answers. "We have no idea," the mage replied, shaken. "We simply sent a team as usual to investigate some recent surges in magical energy. But not long after they arrived, they were gone. All life signatures lost, and there's no information at all. There was no unusual magic surge during the mission." Mordo's expression grew grave. "None. All we detected were the unique signatures of our own magic. Whoever did this concealed their magical aura completely. At the very least, this person has the power and skill of a master sorcerer. Your deduction makes sense. Did any of our mages use magic before their deaths?" "Yes. Right before Andy died, we detected traces of magic. He seemed to be trying to open a portal to escape. But strangely, after Andy's death, there was still a pulse of his magic. He opened 2 more portals. Everyone's magic carried distinctive traits and habits. Every spell a signature of its caster. But now, those differences shattered before them. Someone had used magic after death, a chilling impossibility. This left the sorcerer completely baffled. He could never have imagined that anyone could mimic a person's magical signature the way Lu Yi did, or that anyone could access the habit stored in someone's mind and then perfectly reproduce the spells they had cast. There must have been some margin of error with the detection system. After all, it was scanning an entire planet. Unless you focus on one point, minor discrepancies are bound to happen. Most likely, Andy used that spell just before he died, but because of the delay in the system, it registered later. Mordo couldn't think of any other explanation either. After some thought, he came up with what seemed to be a reasonable answer. "That must be it. Give me the address where Andy and the others died, as well as where those last 2 portals led. I need to go and see for myself." After obtaining Lu Yi's location from that sorcerer, Mordo wasted no time. He opened a portal and stepped directly into the place in question. 5 dead sorcerers required an explanation. At this point, Mordo was not yet the Baron he would become. He hadn't turned dark. To him, the Ancient One was still a figure of faith, and he would go to any length to resolve problems for her. And now, the problem was Lu Yi. "This should be the place," Mordo muttered, standing near Lu Yi's house, his tone filled with uncertainty. With a precise address and a lingering sense of magic left after battle, this mission should have been simple. Yet, things proved far from straightforward. He had arrived, only to discover something strange. There wasn't so much as a trace of magical residue left behind. No matter how he searched, he sensed nothing. In fact, his perception told him that there was nothing remarkable about this location at all. There was no lingering energy from a battle, no unique magical signature anywhere. If he didn't absolutely know this was the right place, he would have thought he'd come to the wrong address. Otherwise, how could any of this be explained? Mordo tried over a dozen times, still finding nothing. Staring at the dense cluster of buildings before him, his own expression grew more and more grave. After so many attempts, the only explanation was that either nothing had happened here at all, or the adversary's skill surpassed his own, masking everything perfectly. It couldn't possibly be that nothing had taken place. That left only one conclusion. The opponent's power was overwhelming, enough to eclipse his own by far. Facing such a situation, Mordo couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. He looked around, pondering how he might draw Lu Yi out into the open. Although Mordo was well aware that Lu Yi's strength far surpassed his own, he didn't simply turn back to seek out the Ancient One's opinion. After all, as a sorcerer bearing a title, he was no longer a mere apprentice who needed to consult his master for every little matter. Moreover, he had great confidence in himself. He had faced much stronger foes in the past, and without exception, he had triumphed over all of them, be it demons, vampires, or malevolent spirits. No creature of darkness could make him retreat without a fight. Turning away without battle was simply not in his nature. After pondering for a long time in place, he finally came up with a solution, however impractical. He would perform a painstaking inch-by-inch search to force Lu Yi out of hiding. This method would be incredibly time-consuming, but he believed it would ultimately succeed in flushing Lu Yi out. Once he settled on a plan, and bolstered by his unwavering confidence, he wasted no more time. He began methodically searching the buildings before him, inspecting every inch from where he stood. Rows of residential houses stretched out in front of him, lined up neatly, but the sheer number of people inside each was staggering. For Mordo to search inch by inch, he had to examine every single person, probing for any trace of magical energy. House by house, family by family, he carried out his inspections, letting his senses sweep across each. He encountered all sorts of people. Some were eating, others were using the bathroom, some were showering, a few watching TV, and even some absent-mindedly picking their toes. The sheer spectacle was enough to make him feel queasy. Only those who witnessed these scenes firsthand could appreciate how appalling some behaviors were. Every conceivable facet of humanity unfurled before Mordo's eyes. After finally managing to check everyone in half the buildings on site, just as he turned his attention to a seemingly ordinary house, he at last noticed something odd. He couldn't see anything at all, and therein lay the problem. Normally, his mystical senses could perceive everything around him. Mundane walls couldn't possibly block him. That was the norm. But as soon as he focused his senses on this apparently unremarkable house, he felt them stop short, as if an invisible barrier had sprung up between him and his quarry. This is it. A flash of delight flickered in Mordo's eyes, and at once he moved towards the house that had blocked his perception. Yet before he could take a single step, Lu Yi's figure suddenly appeared before him with a swift movement, startling him into wariness. His entire body tensed as his gaze locked onto Lu Yi. You really are persistent, aren't you? I've already reworked all the wards outside my house, yet you just won't give up, searching every nook and cranny like this. Lu Yi spoke up before Mordo could utter a word. To avoid being discovered by those sorcerers, Lu Yi later modified the magical formation outside his house, making it look no different from any ordinary home. To do this, Lu Yi also altered the memories of his neighbors, making sure they clearly remembered that his house was part of the community. Previously, Lu Yi had fought the Hulk and Abomination on this very street, saving many lives in the process and earning the gratitude of countless people. Afterwards, he had used the Obliviate spell to wipe their memories of everything related to both himself and his house. This time, Lu Yi restored those memories once more, though he left out the details from before. The events that had transpired were still shrouded in forgetfulness. Lu Yi felt he had covered every base perfectly. But what he didn't expect was that Mordo would be so thorough, searching the area inch by inch, checking every single household without missing a beat. And so, Lu Yi's house was exposed. On the surface, everything about Lu Yi's house appeared perfectly normal. But inside, it was anything but ordinary. Anyone with even a hint of perception could sense something was amiss. With no other options, Lu Yi had no choice but to show himself. You must be called Mordo, right? Lu Yi asked, his tone calm and free from threat, making no move to attack. That's right, I'm Mordo. Was it you who killed our 5 members? Mordo replied sharply. It was, Lu Yi admitted without hesitation. Why? They came to teach me and my friends a lesson, and I wasn't about to just stand by, so I killed them. Is it your only reason? That's the whole reason. You really are a demon. That was 5 lives you took, and you did it for something so trivial? Mordo's face darkened with anger. 5 lives make me a demon? Your idea of a demon is rather simplistic, don't you think? You call that simplistic? So how many people would you have to kill to actually be a demon in your eyes? Well, at the very least, wait until I've wiped out the entire Brotherhood of Sorcerers before you call me a demon. The Brotherhood of Sorcerers was the legacy of the Ancient One, who had been Mordo's teacher and spiritual guide, the very foundation of his beliefs. In other words, the Brotherhood held tremendous significance for Mordo. To hear Lu Yi say he'd one day annihilate the Brotherhood, even if it was just a metaphor, was too much for Mordo to bear. He couldn't help but raise his hands to his chest, preparing his spell-casting stance. This was the signature start to his magic. He was ready to strike at Lu E. A strong surge of magical energy radiated from Mordo, his intent clear. Lu E, unfazed by the threat of imminent magic, stood there completely at ease, entirely relaxed in the face of danger, showing not a single sign of caution. The more Lu E acted this way, the more hesitant Mordo became. He couldn't figure out why Lu E was treating him so lightly, and began to suspect Lu E was hiding some secret trump card, making him too wary to unleash his full power. "Why aren't you making a move? Are you afraid?" Lu E asked him coolly, unfazed by the situation. Lu Yi's words struck a nerve, provoking Mordo into releasing the spell he'd been carefully preparing. Flames sprang up between Mordo's palms, radiating intense heat. In one quick burst, 9 fiery orbs burst forth from his hands, their heat so fierce they seemed to warp the very air around them. With a series of sharp sounds, 9 scorching fireballs launched in a row, each one powered by the force gathered between his hands and flying straight toward Lu E. As the fireballs hurtled toward him, Lu E calmly raised a hand. Magical energy surged from his palm, forming a shimmering barrier of power just in front of him. One after another, the fireballs struck the barrier with heavy, resounding impacts. The shield absorbed the force of all 9 attacks, deflecting them in every direction. The fireballs smashed through walls all around, sending fragments flying, yet the wall directly behind Lu E remained perfectly intact. Seeing this display, Mordo's expression grew more cautious. This opponent was proving harder to handle than he'd anticipated. Even as these thoughts passed through his mind, Mordo's hands were already moving again. With a sweeping gesture, a brilliant magic circle flared beneath his feet, pulsing with potent mystical energy. Lu E found himself squarely within its bounds. Now, this is getting interesting. Lu E stamped lightly on the ground, causing his body to drift backward, readying himself. In that instant, Mordo suddenly thrust out his arm with fierce intent. A blast of magical energy detonated beneath him, light exploding in every direction as terrifying force surged up from the magic circle at his feet. Caught within the magic circle's range, Lu E could feel the tremendous pressure pressing against him. His face grew serious, and he conjured another shield of magical energy at his feet. The attack collided with his shield, sending powerful ripples across its surface right beneath Lu E. But it didn't end there. Almost immediately, Mordo struck again, unleashing another burst of magical energy. The fearsome force roared against Lu Yi's shield a second time. Again, the shield shook with a heavy, echoing impact. After this second assault, the magic circle beneath Mordo finally shattered, marking the end of this round of attacks. "That was a powerful offense, but since you've struck me twice, it seems only fair that I get a turn now. Watch closely." Lu E bent his knees and pushed off with force, launching himself on the ground in one smooth, explosive motion. A low, vibrant hum filled the air as his form shot upward. After 3 consecutive humming sounds, a blue magic circle, a red magic circle, and a purple magic circle appeared in the sky. The 3 magic circles lined up side by side, their blue, red, and purple lights interweaving in the air. Watching the trio of magic circles above him, Mordo's expression had grown far more grave than mere caution could express. The magical energy radiating from each circle was unbelievably powerful. He didn't know exactly what kind of spell this was, but he knew, without a doubt, it was something formidable. Sure enough, just as he had suspected, in the next instant the tricolored circles erupted in a blinding brilliance, and countless long needles, forged of magic and shimmering in blue, red, and purple, came down from the heavens like a relentless storm. Mordo's face changed, and he immediately sprang backward to retreat. Sharp, tearing sounds filled the air. He was a step too late. The barrage of 3-colored needles narrowly missed, turning him into a pincushion. But from his lower back down, his entire body was riddled with needles, some piercing as deep as 10 centimeters. Looking back at where he had just stood, the ground was thick with magical needles. Every inch covered, nothing in sight but a forest of shining points. And this was only the beginning. High above, Lu E had no intention of letting Mordo go. Manipulating his magic, he adjusted the position of the 3 magic circles in the sky, aiming them directly at Mordo on the ground. Wave upon wave of needles rained down in dense sheets as the tricolored magic circles pursued Mordo's every move. At first, Mordo managed, though barely, to evade all the magical needles. But as time ticked by, he suddenly realized it was growing harder and harder. The reason wasn't physical exhaustion, nor merely the fact that his legs had been pierced through by countless magical spikes. The true cause lay within. As the seconds stretched, he was struck by a chilling realization. The magical needles embedded in his flesh were transforming once more into pure energy, flowing along his meridians and permeating his body from within. If it had been benign magic, that might not have mattered. But the needles unleashed by the red circle radiated searing heat, burning the energy pathways inside his body. The blue circle's needles released an icy cold, freezing his limbs and slowing his every movement. The purple circles carried a dark curse. The power of pain and fear overwhelmed his mind, preventing him from casting even the simplest spell. Assailed inside and out by the trio of magical needles, both body and mind buckled under their effects. Soon, Mordo was staggering, unable to dodge even the attacks launched directly by the enchanted circles. In a matter of seconds, his entire body was riddled with magical spikes. Can't even withstand a single move? Lu Yi remarked with a smile, watching Mordo, who looked as though he had turned into a human pincushion. A single sentence pierced Mordo's heart deeply. Summoning the last of his strength, the space behind him suddenly took on a glass-like texture. Then, he let himself fall backward, his entire body crashing into that shimmering dimension. Mirror dimension? So you want to challenge me with spatial magic? Lu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke in a calm voice. Among all the spells the masters of the mystic arts are known for, the mirror dimension stands out as both their sharpest and most famous. The mirror dimension is a special space, existing separately from the world we know. It has no direct connection to Earth's reality. Within it, no matter what kind of magic is unleashed, nothing spills over to affect the real world. With a mirror dimension conjured, and combined with their mastery of spatial magic, they could distort reality, fold space itself, and deliver devastating effects on their foes, even kill them outright. It's true, the mirror dimension remains wholly detached from Earth's own space, but that doesn't mean you can't kill someone inside it. Yet Lu Yi felt none of the usual caution. Without hesitation, he strode directly into the mirror dimension. A faint ripple of space marked his entry, and Lu Yi soon found himself standing before rows and rows of apartment buildings inside this otherworldly realm. If there is any link between the mirror dimension and reality, it's this. The mirror dimension is in essence a derivative of our world, distinct yet eerily familiar. While it is cut off from the real space of Earth, every building within is a perfect replica of those in our world. The only difference is the complete absence of people. Now, what greeted Lu Yi was a landscape of apartment buildings he knew all too well. In the midst of them, he could make out his own house, faintly visible, nestled between the others. Apart from the all-encompassing silence and absence of life, there was barely any difference from the world he'd come from. He even noticed a mark he himself had left on the ground not long ago. But before Lu Yi could examine further, the world around him suddenly began to twist. The ground beneath his feet abruptly tilted upward, and Lu Yi was pulled along as the entire space rotated. The whole dimension had turned sideways. And this was only the beginning. As the world shifted, the neighboring apartment buildings began to roll and fold in on themselves, threatening to engulf him just as he lost his footing. It was as if countless apartment buildings had become the gears and belts of a massive mechanical factory, all reshaping themselves under Mordo's control. Buildings unrolling like blinds, moving at his command. The burst of visual impact was overwhelming, and still, it was only the beginning. As all this unfolded, one building at Lu Yi's side suddenly wrenched itself free from the rest. After a contortion of space, it hurled itself straight toward him. Impressive. Facing the oncoming building, Lu Yi showed no intention of using force to smash it directly. Instead, he raised both hands, palms outward, touching his index fingers together and his thumbs together, forming a triangle of space between his fingers and thumbs. Next, magic began to surge forth. Before Lu Yi's hands, a magical array appeared, shimmering with a radiant glow. With a soft pop, a shell burst forth from the array after a moment of gathering power. Trailing a bright tail behind, the shell shot straight toward the building and collided with it. There was a strange silence as the shell made contact. No explosive sound echoed out. For an instant, the shell's light contracted, then grew stronger, enveloping the entire building. Gradually, the light faded away, revealing that the structure had vanished. It dissolved into countless particles that fell from the sky like dust, drifting down to blanket the ground. A small mushroom cloud began to bloom, and around it, a wall formed from swirling dust, spreading outward in all directions. The destruction of a single building was not enough to shatter Mordo's resolve. Even as the building warped, countless other structures appeared in the wake of spatial folds, pressing relentlessly toward Lu Yi. Lu Yi, however, remained unperturbed. With a swift step, he slipped aside to evade a building trying to catch him off guard. A magical shell shot from his palms toward the building in front, and in quick succession, he launched identical shells at the others. Dust billowed on all sides, the sky darkening beneath the clouds of debris created by the shattered buildings. The air was now so thick with particles that a single breath here felt heavier, more suffocating than even the most polluted city. Inhaling just once in such an environment could easily choke the lungs with dust. Confronted with this choking atmosphere, Lu Yi could not help but frown. With a sweeping gesture, he summoned a gale that roared in every direction, driving the dust backward and clearing the air. As the dust dispersed, Mordo's figure was revealed, standing plainly before Lu Yi. Once, Mordo had always hidden behind the hulking buildings. But now, with so many structures laid to ruin by Lu Yi's magic, there was nowhere left to hide. His silhouette emerged clearly amidst the ebbing dust, facing Lu Yi at last. Nowhere left to hide? Lu Yi asked quietly. This is only the beginning, Mordo replied with a cold scoff. Grasping a corner of the last remaining building beside him, he twisted his hand, and once again, the world transformed. Now, Lu Yi found himself high above, beginning to fall, while Mordo, gripping the building's edge, remained suspended above. Taking advantage of Lu Yi's descent, Mordo, his remaining free hand spinning in front of him, conjured a gateway that bridged to the dizzying heights above, opening it just beneath Lu Yi. It was clear, Mordo's intent was to hurl Lu Yi to his death. Mordo could almost picture the violent end awaiting Lu Yi, the image of him smashing to his death. A magician's body, after all, was only a little tougher than that of an ordinary person. Mordo had never seen Lu Yi use brute strength. He had always assumed Lu Yi was purely a spellcaster. Lu Yi's body kept plummeting, and with every second, Mordo's anticipation swelled. When Lu Yi was just a palm's width away from the portal, Mordo's excitement reached its peak. Just as Lu Yi was about to fall through to the other side, his body suddenly stopped, suspended in midair, right in front of the portal. So, disappointed? Lu Yi asked Mordo, his voice dripping with mischievous delight as Mordo's grin froze mid-expression. Disappointed? Of course he was. But what did it matter? The fight must go on. A magician capable of flight wasn't exactly unheard of. Such a setback could not be grounds for surrender. Collecting himself quickly, Mordo set his sights back on Lu Yi. Mordo weighed his options for a heartbeat, then raised his free hand. With a gesture, the portal snapped shut. He flicked his hand left and right. On either side of Lu Yi, buildings warped and folded through space, enclosing him within a makeshift prison of walls. Suddenly, the buildings pressed inward from both sides. Crash! The two buildings slammed together, trapping Lu Yi within their crushing embrace. Seeing this, Mordo's face twisted into an odd smile. He had never truly believed this attack would be effective. Yet against all expectation, it actually worked. Lu Yi was caught between two massive buildings. Mordo could hardly believe it himself. Still, disbelief aside, if Lu Yi was trapped, there was no sense in letting this opportunity slip by. After all, that earlier tricolor magical needle had nearly done Mordo in, draining his strength and spirit. Now was the perfect moment to suppress Lu Yi once and for all. Mordo released his grip from the corner of one building, letting gravity pull him down. As he fell beside the prison of contorted architecture, he bent the fabric of space, folding a corner of the building beneath his own feet. Smack! He landed on the folded edge, ignoring the jolt of pain from the impact. Planting both hands on the building's surface, he summoned his magical power in a frenzied burst. A whoosh, followed by another, then two more in quick succession. Flames of blazing, orange-red light erupted at each corner where the two buildings met. Southeast, southwest, northwest, and northeast, each one burning fiercely. Four roiling pillars of fire raged, each standing 2 meters tall, surging upward like living things. There was something uncanny about the flames. They pulsed with preternatural force. As these fire pillars raged, the buildings began to shrink and tighten, growing only more implacable as they compressed Lu Yi within their grasp. The compressed buildings were immediately condensed, stabilized further and further, and in just a matter of seconds, two massive structures shrank down to the size of bricks. What a fascinating magic. Is this a sealing spell? Mordo had barely finished all this, with no time to savor even a trace of satisfaction, when a voice sounded from behind him. He recognized that voice instantly. It was the unmistakable voice of Lu Yi from earlier. Mordo stiffly turned around, only to find Lu Yi standing right behind him, smiling playfully. I knew it wouldn't be that easy, but how did you manage to get out? After confirming it really was Lu Yi, Mordo asked, a mix of frustration and embarrassment showing in his tone. He was painfully aware He'd been completely outmaneuvered by Lu Yi. You can open portals, and you're adept at using spatial magic. So why wouldn't I be able to master a little spatial magic myself? Lu Yi replied with a light laugh. That might be so, but this won't be over so simply. With a swift wave of his hand, the two shrunken buildings, now the size of bricks, suddenly flew towards Lu Yi under the push of some mysterious force. Mordo's final move. The spell he'd just unleashed had already exhausted all of Lu Yi's tricolored magic that lingered in his body. This attack would be his last. If he failed to achieve anything with this blow, he'd have no choice left but to await his fate. All his hopes were pinned on this single strike. He watched as the makeshift brick shot towards Lu Yi, the distance between them closing rapidly. Yet Lu Yi made no move to dodge. Mordo's heart pounded in his chest, anticipation flickering across his face as he imagined that brick striking Lu Yi right in the face. That brick drew closer and closer, and Mordo's heartbeat only grew faster. In just a heartbeat more, it would be within arm's reach. Mordo was entirely fixated on Lu Yi now. His heart thudded violently. If things kept going this way, it was almost certain that Lu Yi would be hit. No sorcerer had a body tough enough to withstand the impact of such a heavy brick, nor the physical prowess to dodge an attack from such close range. It seemed everything would end right here. But under his intense gaze, something utterly unexpected happened at the last second. Just as that brick was about to strike, Lu Yi, ever the sorcerer, suddenly shot out a hand like lightning, catching the brick mere inches from his face. He held it as if it truly were just a brick, and not two entire buildings compressed into one. Moreover, the most crucial part was just how effortlessly it all seemed. This brick felt weightless in Lu Yi's hands, as if it were nothing at all. He tossed it from hand to hand, showing no sign of even the tiniest strain. There was no reason why an ordinary brick should feel like this. If he hadn't fashioned this brick himself, and if, every time it rose and fell in Lu Yi's hands, countless cracks hadn't spidered out beneath his feet, cracks that now extended all the way to where he stood, he would have been certain he was hallucinating. Are you wondering if you're seeing things? Lu Yi had already read Mordo's mind and grinned at him. That's exactly it. Mordo made no attempt to deny it. In that case, why not see for yourself? Find out if you really are hallucinating. With that, Lu Yi didn't give Mordo a chance to reply. He hurled the brick straight at him. Mordo, now utterly spent, had no hope of dodging. It was all he could do to watch, wide-eyed, as the brick hurtled toward him. There was power behind that throw. So much strength that, even before it struck, the pressure in the air whooshed past Mordo, making it unmistakably clear. There was no escape, and this could only end one way. The brick inched ever closer, and Mordo's face grew paler by the second. By the time it was right in front of him, all color had drained from his cheeks. With the resignation of a condemned man, Mordo squeezed his eyes shut, bracing for the end. He waited for what felt like an eternity. But the searing pain he anticipated never came. Was death really supposed to be painless? Cautiously, Mordo opened his eyes, only to find, not his own corpse, but someone standing between him and Lu Yi, robes swirling as they faced off. Master! The word burst out before he could stop himself. Master! Mordo's voice rang out, but now, with the crisis at hand, neither the master nor Lu Yi had the luxury of concern for anything else. Their gazes were fixed wholly on one another. Mordo's master stared at Lu Yi. Lu Yi stared right back at the bald woman before him. Her identity needed no introduction. She was none other than the one Lu Yi had been most cautious about, the Ancient One. Perhaps because Lu Yi had crossed into the movie universe version of the story, this Ancient One was not the one from the original comics, but the cinematic adaptation. Although her time on screen in the movie had been brief, and the mantle of Sorcerer Supreme had already passed to Doctor Strange, her power was never in doubt. From the instant he laid eyes on her, Lu Yi could feel it. The moment she arrived, she transported Mordo safely to her side. The brick, just inches away, never reached its mark. With effortless grace, she had intervened and saved Mordo from Lu Yi's hand. Lu Yi was not using his full strength, but neither was she. While it was impossible to judge who was truly stronger based on their exchange, there was no doubt that Gu Yi was indeed formidable. What's more, Lu Yi could sense a powerful surge of magical energy emanating from her. Her wise, penetrating eyes seemed capable of seeing right through a person's soul. The strong magical currents, the robe radiating a potent aura of sorcery. Everything about her made it clear she was far from an ordinary master. Yet, these details were not what drew the most attention. The one thing that truly stood out about Gu Yi was her head, a grand, bald dome that was fully and unapologetically exposed before him. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel the urge to comment. It seemed as though all bald people carried an air of mystery or hidden strength. Could there really be truth to that saying? I shave my head, So now I'm stronger? Could a bald head actually make someone more powerful? Staring at Gu Yi's shiny bald head, Lu Yi couldn't suppress his commentary. Gu Yi, however, was oblivious to Lu Yi's musings, or perhaps simply didn't care. Her attention was squarely fixed on Lu Yi himself. The magic within Lu Yi was incredibly pure. Though it appeared calm, beneath the surface it was like a volcano held in check. Unremarkable on the outside, but capable of causing immense harm if it ever erupted. Gu Yi also noticed something in Lu Yi's eyes, something she recognized from her own. It was the weathered look of one who had witnessed the world's changes, the wisdom of one who had mastered the arcane. Such a person would be anything but easy to deal with. Master, it was him who killed our 5 mages. Mordo, unable to hold back as Gu Yi's attention lingered on Lu Yi and no action was taken, called out to her. Unable to defeat Lu Yi himself, Mordo could only hope Gu Yi would be the one to do it. Mordo had expected that upon hearing their 5 mages had been slain by Lu Yi, Gu Yi would be furious. If nothing else, that she would spring into action. But reality proved different. I already know, was all she said, her tone light as a feather. After that, she said nothing more. The two continued to face each other, neither making a move. Master, Mordo's impatience got the better of him, and he tried again. Before he could finish, Gu Yi cut him off. No need to say more. I know what must be done. Yes, master. Out of deep respect for his teacher, Mordo, despite his frustration, said no more. He fell silent, watching Gu Yi in hopes of learning her intentions. Gu Yi did not disappoint him. After a long silence, she finally spoke to Lu Yi. You owe me an explanation for this. The deaths of 5 mages could not go unaccounted for. Otherwise, morale would surely collapse, and the group would become impossible to lead. Whether it was for the sake of better leading the team, or for other reasons, it couldn't just end like this. Lu Yi had to give an explanation for the death of the 5 sorcerers. What kind of explanation do you want? An eye for an eye. Before the Ancient One could respond, Mordo couldn't help but interject. Crude as his words were, there was truth to them. Mordo's bluntness might sound harsh, but the Ancient One didn't deny it. If there were no hidden reasons behind this, then by all rights, she would need to sentence Lu Yi to death. An eye for an eye? Nice idea, but the problem is, I don't intend to pay such a price. So what do you think we should do? Lu Yi replied with a mocking smile. Let himself be executed? If Lu Yi were to pay with his life for every person he'd killed, even countless lifetimes wouldn't be enough. It's not up to you. Mordo interrupted again. I'm talking to your master. Why do you, someone who's half-crippled, keep butting in? Mordo was really pushing it, interjecting over and over, acting as if he weren't even an outsider. I speak up because I'm my master's disciple, and the 5 sorcerers you killed were my close companions. So why shouldn't I have a say? Well said, but do you really believe your own words? Don't hide behind lofty excuses. The darkness in your heart has already begun to surface because of what happened today. Don't be fooled into thinking Mordo was the embodiment of righteousness. He belonged in the shadows, and had it not been for the Ancient One's influence, that side of him would have shown itself long ago. But today's events had let that darkness slip out, targeted at Lu Yi. Mordo himself didn't sense it at all. He'd always believed himself to be a good man. The Ancient One, though, knew better. She had always been aware of the darkness lurking in her disciple's heart. In the original storyline, she chose to pass the title of Sorcerer Supreme to Doctor Strange instead of Mordo, and that fact said it all. Hearing Lu Yi's words, she glanced at Mordo with a subtle, worried look, then shifted her gaze back to Lu Yi. She had no more time to waste. Mordo was still holding it together, but she couldn't risk letting the darkness within him take over. She would end it all by killing Lu Yi. Her mind made up, the Ancient One raised her hand, the air crackling with energy, and launched her attack at Lu Yi. So, it's finally starting? A serious expression crossed Lu Yi's face as he dodged the shifting architecture that came sweeping toward him, hurtling at full speed straight for the Ancient One. From the very beginning, Lu Yi relied on the strength of his own body, determined not to give the Ancient One any chance to use her time magic. Lu Yi's top speed was truly astounding. The pressure of the wind around him was so intense that the already shattered buildings crumbled further. Countless particles were swept away, and a 10-meter-high wave of ash surged in his wake. The towering wave crashed forward with devastating force. Ancient One didn't even have time to react before Lu Yi appeared before her, throwing a punch straight at her head. He held nothing back with this punch, unleashing his full strength. Although Ancient One was stunned by Lu Yi's power, centuries of experience had steeled her. She'd seen many like Lu Yi, so his actions did not fluster her. Not a flicker of change crossed her face. Her mind flashed, and with instinct honed beyond skill, she cast a spell so swiftly it might as well have been reflex, almost unconscious. No matter how fast someone moved, There were moments when muscle memory outpaced even sight. As Lu Yi's fist was about to land, both Ancient One and Mordo vanished from their spot, replaced by a translucent silhouette. That ghostly figure was none other than a phantom of Ancient One herself. Lu Yi's punch struck the illusion squarely, as if smashing into a wooden dummy. There was a muffled thud, and the phantom shattered, dissolving back into raw magic. At that moment, over 100 meters away, Ancient One and Mordo materialized again, just as suddenly as they had vanished. So this is where you're hiding. Seeing their forms reappear, Lu Yi didn't hesitate. With a blur, he switched direction and lunged toward Ancient One once more. Having witnessed the terrifying power of Lu Yi's physique and seeing him charge yet again, Ancient One dared not let him draw near. She unleashed spatial magic far beyond anything Mordo could muster. Space folded once again between Lu Yi and Ancient One, whole buildings toppling in a vain attempt to block his path. Do you really think you can stop me with these? A sardonic smile flickered onto Lu Yi's face. He didn't slow in the slightest, charging straight through the collapse toward Ancient One. Boom! 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 His incredible speed tore through every barrier, bursting through one wall after another. The buildings Ancient One had conjured crumbled to pieces, useless against his advance. Before Ancient One could even react, Lu Yi, trailing that terrible velocity, was already upon her. All she could do was cast another spell. Using the slim space between them as an axis, the entire mirror dimension began to fold. Like a piece of paper creased in the middle, the mirror dimension warped, splitting Lu Yi and Ancient One onto opposite sides. Amazing. Lu Yi had to admit it himself. Gu Yi was truly Gu, even though her death in the plot was honestly quite absurd and undignified for such a powerful sorcerer. Here, she displayed all the might of a true master of the mystic arts. But that's still not enough. Still showing no intention of using any magic, Lu Yi suddenly leapt up, twisting in midair, eyes locked on the spot where he had just been standing. Without holding anything back, he launched himself straight back towards it. With a thunderous boom, a shockwave erupted at the precise place where Lu Yi had stood only moments before, as his fist crashed down with unstoppable force. The ground shattered, dirt exploded outward, and the earth broke apart beneath him. With a burst of sheer brute strength, he tore through the relatively thin layers of folded space and emerged on the other side of the dimensional barrier. Gu Yi had guessed Lu Yi might make it through, but she hadn't expected it to be so quick, and certainly not by such an unconventional method. Caught off guard, she and Mordo only realized what was happening as Lu Yi burst out, unleashing such a powerful force that both of them were driven upward, soaring into the sky. It was only because they were no ordinary sorcerers, their bodies far exceeding normal human limits, that they survived. Otherwise, such an impact would have surely taken their lives. Lu Yi, seizing the moment as they hurtled skyward, didn't let up for a second. Without slowing, he smashed through the rocks in his path and launched himself at the two figures suspended in midair. Relentless defense only leads to loss. Gu Yi knew this truth all too well. Seeing Lu Yi closing in again, this time she didn't attempt to shield herself anymore. She unleashed her true power. A golden magical circle burst forth above Lu Yi, flooding the air with dazzling brilliance as an immense shockwave poured down from the heavens. For the first time, Lu Yi felt the full might of Gu Yi's sorcery. The magic circle erupted, and the energy wave crashed into him, halting his upward momentum with overwhelming force. As expected, more than strong enough. But Lu Yi showed no frustration or discouragement in the face of this challenge. If anything, his fighting spirit soared higher. A magic circle flared beneath his feet. With a mighty stomp, he erupted upward again, breaking straight through the energy that was holding him back. But still, this won't do. With a resounding shout, Lu Yi's body shot through the air, drawing ever closer to Gu Yi above. With a deep, resounding blow, Lu Yi's fist struck Gu Yi midair. At first, triumph flashed across Lu Yi's features. But in the next instant, his expression froze. The feeling under his fist was completely unnatural, nothing like striking a living body. In the blink of an eye, the airborne Gu Yi burst apart like a mirage, and her true form reappeared at Mordo's side. Instantly, she pulled Mordo along as they plunged rapidly back to the ground. They knew all too well that in the air, they would be at a greater disadvantage, and so, without hesitation, they abandoned the idea of battling in the skies. Using that trick again? Fine, then let's see how you handle one of mine, Lu Yi declared. As soon as the words left his lips, countless golden weapons emerged behind him, materializing one after another in the rippling air, then launching forth like a barrage of sharp arrows. Gu Yi had never anticipated such an onslaught. Her expression shifted instantly as she tried to evade, only to find that the air was filled with these golden weapons, leaving her no choice but to once again employ her mirror image spell. A flickering illusion of Gu Yi appeared once more. But this time, her shadowy double was immediately pierced through, left bristling like a pincushion, forcing her real body to reappear. Yet at that precise moment, Lu Yi charged straight toward her. Gu Yi had spent centuries honing her magic until it had become instinct, an unconscious reaction. But in the end, magic remained magic, founded in practice with its own limits. Every spell carried with it a cooldown, however minuscule, a pause so brief it would be imperceptible to most. But to Lu Yi, even a split second was enough. In that fleeting span of a few hundred meters, Lu Yi wasted not a thousandth of a second, closing in on Gu Yi and hurling his fist straight at her. Perhaps it was the inevitable delay of her spell, nearly imperceptible, or perhaps for another reason, but this time she did not use her mirror image. Facing Lu Yi's fist, Gu Yi swiftly conjured a golden magic shield, raising it as a barrier to block the attack. With a deep, resounding thud, Lu Yi's fist collided with a magic circle, echoing like a war drum. Almost instantly, there came a sharp crack, the shield shattered, and Lu Yi's fist burst through, striking Gu Yi directly. She was sent flying through the air, blood spilling from her lips in several scarlet streams. Master! Mordo witnessed everything, releasing a piercing howl of anguish. Seeing Gu Yi struck down and coughing blood, Mordo believed his teacher had met her end. But while Mordo was certain of this, both Lu Yi and Gu Yi knew otherwise. Gu Yi understood the truth of her own condition better than anyone. As for Lu Yi, he realized that the magic barrier had absorbed the brunt of his strength. Though his power was formidable, by the time his attack reached her, it was no longer fatal. Gu Yi was, after all, herself. If Lu Yi wanted to kill her, it would take far more than a single punch. I'm all right. Just as Lu Yi had expected, Gu Yi quickly stabilized herself after the blow and came to a halt a few hundred meters away, right in front of Lu Yi. She spoke 3 words to Mordo. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but cough up another mouthful of blood. Even though much of Lu Yi's power had been absorbed, his fists were not so easy to withstand. To be severely injured was only natural. The fact that she was still alive was already a stroke of luck. But after all, Gu Yi was Gu Yi. She was neither Mordo nor any other ordinary sorcerer. Though badly wounded, with a wave of her hand, a golden magic circle bloomed beneath her feet. A golden, transparent barrier rose from the circle, enveloping her completely. Golden light spilled out from the barrier, and her wounds began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her pale face regained its color, becoming lively and rosy again, as if she had never been hurt. Healing magic? Lui éclaimait une surprise. But he knew he couldn't let her continue, so he changed direction and charged toward Gu Yi. It seemed as if Gu Yi had already anticipated this. Just as Lu Yi lunged at her, another magic circle appeared under her feet, sparkling with even more brilliant golden light. Yet this time, the golden magic circle wasn't for boosting herself, but a debilitation array, one targeting Lu Yi. Centered around Gu Yi, the magic circle spread out. The moment Lu Yi set foot inside its bounds, his speed was instantly halved. By the time Lu Yi mustered his own magical force to disrupt the array beneath his feet and rushed up to Gu Yi, she'd already had plenty of time to react. A piercing beam of golden light shot out from in front of Gu Yi, striking Lu Yi square in the chest just as he finished disrupting the magic at his feet. Lu Yi was sent flying backward, hurtling dozens of meters before finally managing to stop himself with sheer force of will. Gu Yi's attack was truly formidable. With just one blow, she made Lu Yi's chest ache dully, a pain he usually only felt when fighting the Hulk or Iron Man in their prime. Yet those two were built upon raw strength, while Gu Yi wielded magic. And the most crucial point was that those two had fought him with their full S power, while Gu Yi still hadn't revealed her trump card. Her true strength wasn't in these bursts of magical energy, but rather in her mastery of time magic. It was her control over time that was her greatest weapon. Chances were, she'd have no choice but to use her time magic next. After such a fierce exchange, neither Lu Yi nor Gu Yi had truly gained the upper hand. Lu Yi had wounded her, but she'd managed to recover. She, in turn, had driven Lu Yi back. In essence, it was a stalemate. Yet it was Lu Yi, after all, who had once left her severely injured. Even though she has now recovered from her severe injuries, the fact remains that she was gravely wounded before, which means that at any given moment, Lu Yi could still be capable of killing her outright. The longer this battle drags on, the more dangerous it becomes for her. She needs to end the fight, and quickly. Although each use of time magic risks even more dire consequences, since time is not to be trifled with, she knows exactly what to do when the moment calls for it. With these thoughts churning in her heart, Lu Yi advanced toward Gu Yi, pressing on through the radiant pillar of light she conjured. Soon, he was only a breath away from her. There's no need for this to go any further. Suddenly, Gu Yi spoke. Now that Lu Yi was so close, she could almost touch him. What do you propose? Let's stop fighting. You come back with me and accept your punishment. 5 years in prison to atone for your crimes. Then, it all ends here. Gu Yi felt she was already making a huge concession. Instead of ending Lu Yi's life, she was offering him 5 years behind bars. 5 years seemed significant to most people, but for Lu Yi, it wasn't much at all. His extraordinary constitution ensured that he could live for a very long time. She believed this was already more than lenient, but to avoid unleashing her time magic and the world-altering consequences it could bring, compromise was truly her only option. She thought she was suffering injustice for the greater good, but Lu Yi saw things very differently. 5 years in captivity? What a joke. Was he supposed to trade away 5 years of his life just because of these 5 insignificant figures? Time magic? If you dare to use it, let's see if I can't force you to break it. Did she really think he had no way to deal with her manipulation of time? 5 years? What a joke. And what gives you the right to demand my imprisonment for 5 years, spewing such nonsense? Lu Yi's tone was calm and composed.